Those who have drunk rabbit milk know that it is both astringent and sweet, with a faint mushroom flavor, but it is really smooth and moist. To verify whether rabbit milk is really that magical, I had my wife cosplay as Xiaowu from Douluo. I originally planned to enjoy a good chat, but the next second, I unexpectedly crossed over to the Douluo continent. However, when I crossed over, I found that it was a bit different from what I imagined. Although I am still called Qilin, my family background is not very good. Not only are my parents' martial souls useless, but even my ancestors for 3 generations were poor households, relying on a bit of inherited land to make a living. It wasn't until I was born that things changed. When there wasn't enough food at home, various wild game would be delivered to our door, and when we needed money, we could find money every day. As a result, my family became the richest in Luoshang village. Just as I returned home, I heard my father's explosive words. He, my good son, do you want a wife? Qi Tian had a mischievous look and even winked at Qilin. After hearing this, Qilin was shocked and opened his mouth wide. After a while, he gave Qi Tian a thumbs up. Dad, you are really something. I'm only 6 years old, and you're already thinking about my marriage. Which girl is it from which family? While saying this, Qilin was also pondering who it could be. Could it be the daughters of those rich merchants or nobles from Notting City? Since the family became wealthy, Qi Tian started doing some small business, not for anything else, but to prove that he could achieve today's success not just relying on his son. However, he always suffers great losses, and only when I am by his side does the family business inexplicably start to improve. It is also for this reason that I got to know several wealthy merchants and the daughters of minor nobles in Nottingham. Qi Tian chuckled and said, I didn't say you have to marry her right now. We can cultivate feelings first, and in a few years, it will be about time. In the Douluo continent, children generally develop very quickly, especially after awakening their martial souls, so getting married at 12 or 13 is quite normal. Qi Tian then added, that little girl is very cute. Qilin casually replied, how cute can she be? Qi Tian winked and pulled Qilin home. After entering the house, I saw a gentle woman leading a little girl in a pink dress coming down the stairs from not far away. Looking at the familiar little face of the girl, Qilin was slightly taken aback. Wasn't this Xiaowu? Xiaowu looked even cuter than in the anime. The gentle woman was Qilin's mother, Su Qian, who introduced Xiaowu to Qilin. She not only adopted Xiaowu but also had her call Qilin brother. However, as a 10,000-year soul beast, although Xiaowu was very reluctant in her heart, she still called Qilin brother and could only privately let Qilin call her sister Xiaowu. Thinking of this, Xiaowu showed a sweet smile towards Qilin, but her little fist was already clenched. In the spirit beast world, having a strong fist is the way to go, even in the human world. She wants to be the big sister. One evening, the family was having dinner in the hall. Halfway through the meal, Qi Tian suddenly said, by the way, in a few days, the master from the spirit hall will go to the countryside to help commoners awaken their martial spirits. If you too awaken your soul power, I will send you to the Notting Academy. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's heart stirred. If she went to the Notting Academy, she could better integrate into the human soul master community. Qilin curiously asked, is it still Sister Cici who will awaken the martial spirits for our village this year? Cici is a soul master affiliated with the Notting City Spirit Hall branch, who comes every year to awaken the martial spirits of ordinary commoners who have turned 6. After meeting Qilin 3 years ago, she took a liking to him and has visited his family every year during the new year. Qi Tian said strangely, Miss Cici has been coming to our Luoshang village for several consecutive years. This year will surely be no exception. At this point, Qi Tian paused and curiously asked, what's wrong? Don't you want Miss Cici to come? Aren't you quite fond of her? Qilin shook his head and said, no, I just heard that there is a Master Su Yuntao at the Notting City Spirit Hall branch, so I want to see him. The internet says that Su Yuntao is a blind Douluo who has crossed over to Douluo continent, so I definitely want to experience that. Qi Tian shook his head and laughed. You, just don't think about it. I heard that the Master of the Spirit Hall has fixed areas every year for awakening martial spirits, and Master Su Yuntao is not responsible for our area. It's fine. I'm just thinking, Qilin said nonchalantly, but he still firmly believed that the other party would come. It was his intuition. After dinner, Qi Tian and Su Qian went off to attend to their own matters, leaving only Qilin and Xiaowu in the hall. Xiaowu wandered around the hall like a curious baby, and after a while, she remembered that she wanted to be the big sister, so she immediately proposed to have a fight with Qilin. If she won, Qilin would have to call her sister Xiaowu from then on. Qilin definitely did not agree and only wanted to play rock paper scissors with Xiaowu. They would play 3 rounds, and if Xiaowu could win even one, he would call her sister Xiaowu in the future. Seeing that she had such an advantage, Xiaowu decisively agreed. As a result, the two played 30 rounds, and Xiaowu didn't win a single one. In the end, Xiaowu could only reluctantly call Qilin brother, as she had already played 27 more rounds and really couldn't win even one. However, Xiao Wu is very interested in the secret of Qilin's continuous wins. She wants to know if there are any tricks involved. She doesn't believe that it's just luck as Qilin says. After all, she is a clever rabbit. So how could she be easily fooled by Qilin? That night, Su Qian prepared an empty room for Xiao Wu. But Xiao Wu insisted on sleeping with Qilin. She was very persistent. So no matter how Su Qian tried to persuade her, she was determined. In the end, Su Qian thought about it and decided that since they were just two kids, it wouldn't hurt to let Xiao Wu and Qilin share a room. Resolving this, Su Qian instructed Qi Tian to move a small bed into Qilin's room. The following days passed quickly, and soon it was the day of the martial soul awakening. Everyone in the village had gathered early in front of the house where the martial souls were awakened. Originally, the martial soul hall was just a slightly larger room, but after Qilin's family became prosperous, they decided to rebuild it into a more magnificent stone hall. After all, they couldn't let Qilin's home look less impressive than the village's martial soul hall. In Qi Tian and his wife's minds, that would be disrespectful to the martial soul hall. After all, the martial soul hall, as the sacred place for soul masters, tirelessly helps these commoners awaken their martial souls every year, which can be considered a blessing for the common people. The Qi Tian couple stood together with Qilin and Xiao Wu, alongside the village chief of Luoshang village, at the front of a group of children. Today, there were a total of 15 children who met the age requirements, and each child was basically accompanied by a parent. Since the soul masters from the spirit hall had not yet arrived, everyone was engaging in small talk. Among this group, Qi Tian was the most pleased with himself. Not only did he marry a beautiful wife, but he also had a precious son, making the men in the village both envious and jealous of him. Not long after, a tall and imposing figure suddenly walked over from a distance. When the figure got closer, everyone was slightly taken aback. It turned out that the person was not Master CC from the Spirit Hall. Qi Tian noticed a strange expression flash across the person's face, and then he turned his gaze to his son beside him. Qilin sensed his father's gaze and shrugged his shoulders, then curiously began to examine the newcomer. The person was tall, handsome, dressed in a white outfit, and wore a pitch-black cloak draped over his shoulders. The village chief of Luoshang, Keilu, immediately went up to greet him, respectfully saying, "Respected Master Zhanhuan, we will trouble you next." Su Yuntao smiled faintly, nodded, and then stepped forward to address everyone loudly. "My name is Su Yuntao, and I am the inspection officer from the Spirit Hall responsible for the soul awakening in Luoshang village." As he spoke, he pushed open the door of the Spirit Hall and stood at the entrance. "Children, come into the hall with me, and do not make noise," Keilu added. "Children, listen to Master Su Yuntao." The children all responded and followed Su Yuntao inside, while the others waited outside the hall. After leading the children to the center of the hall, Su Yuntao took out 6 pieces of black stone and a light blue crystal ball from his bag. After some operations, he arranged the 6 black stones into a hexagon on the floor of the hall, then pointed to Qilin, who was standing at the front of the group of children, and waved his hand with a warm smile. "Little friend, your name is Qilin, right? Come here." Su Yuntao was Cici's boyfriend, so he had heard Qilin's name quite a bit from her. When he first heard this name, he felt a bit jealous, but after learning Qilin's age, he naturally couldn't be jealous of him anymore. Moreover, he was very eager to meet this little guy he had never seen before. Could it be that there was some kind of magic about him that made Cici like him so much? However, when Su Yuntao actually met Qilin in person, he felt that Cici's praise for Qilin was somewhat exaggerated, but he did indeed acknowledge that Qilin had a kind and approachable aura about him. "I am Qilin, Master Su Yuntao. Can you tell me why Sister Cici isn't coming this year?" After hearing Su Yuntao's words, Qilin walked to the center of the hexagonal formation, curiously glanced around, and politely inquired. Su Yuntao replied gently, "Cici, she went to help her friend with soul hunting this year, so she can't come." "Soul hunting?" Qilin suddenly realized. "So that's the reason. That makes sense. That's right, it's soul hunting. If you can measure your soul power, when you reach level 10 in the future, you can have Sister Cici take you to soul hunt," Su Yuntao said with a smile as he clapped his hands to activate the hexagonal formation. Suddenly, the 6 black stones placed on the ground emitted a golden light that shone brightly on Qilin, forming a golden light shield around him. Su Yuntao's eyes lit up at the sight. This commotion is quite big. It seems that this kid Qilin is able to awaken a good martial soul. At the moment Qilin was enveloped in golden light, he immediately felt a warm sensation. Qilin muttered in a small voice, while in his heart, he was secretly thinking, what kind of martial soul could he awaken? His own old man was a scythe and his mom was a blue and silver grass, and neither one had soul power. Theoretically, Qilin's martial soul was a choice between the scythe and the blue-silver grass, and there was a high probability that he didn't have soul power. However, intuition told Qilin that his martial soul was definitely mutated, and perhaps his soul power was not low. As expected, just as he finished thinking in his mind, He felt something in his hand as if it wanted to rush out. At this time, Soyun Tao's voice suddenly rang out. Zirin, extend your right hand. Qilin nodded and opened his palm. In the next moment, a small light blue grass suddenly drilled out from Qilin's hand, looking just like the wild blue silver grass on the side of the road. But the odd thing is that this little pale blue plant has 4 leaves growing from the tip. Soyun Tao scrutinized the light blue grass for a few moments, and a disappointed expression flashed across his face. Alas, it looks like your martial soul should be the mutated blue-silver grass, which is notorious for becoming more and more useless the more it is mutated. What a pathetic kid. Looking at Qilin, who had a new look on his face in front of him, Su Yuntao let out a light sigh, a touch of regret in his gaze. In the Douluo continent, most martial soul mutations were malignant mutations, not to mention that Qilin's martial soul was still mutated from blue-silver grass. Come on, test your soul power. Although the probability of a spent martial soul measuring soul power is extremely low, but say you don't measure it? Because of Silk's fondness for Qilin, Su Yuntao was also in love with him, and even after measuring that Qilin's martial soul was a waste martial soul, his tone was still very amiable. Qilin, on the other hand, suddenly became agitated. There was no other reason, because he had just heard Su Yuntao say a wasted martial soul. With a cry of ruin from Brother Tao, one must not bail out a divine king? Praise the Tao. Thus, Qilin, full of joy, put his hand on top of the blue crystal ball. This operation confused the Taoist people, and they couldn't help but doubt themselves. Did I just say the right thing? Why is he so happy when I say this kid is a wasted martial soul? The smile on Qilin's face didn't seem fake, but without waiting for Su Yuntao to think more about the reasons for this, he saw the blue crystal ball suddenly blossom into a dazzling and eye-catching blue halo. You kid actually has soul power, and this is still innate full soul power. Soyun Tao was so full of disorientation that he didn't even tense up the expression on his face, and his face was dumbfounded. He looked at Qilin as if he was looking at a monster and couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. In all the years I've been awakening people's martial souls, this is the first time I've seen innate full soul power. It's a pity that your kid is a mutated wasted martial soul, or else I'm afraid that even those adults in our martial soul hall would rush to take you as their disciple. Pity. A moment later, Su Yuntao remembered that Qilin's martial soul was only a mutated spent martial soul, so he quickly reacted and looked at the latter with more and more regret. He then let out a long sigh and reached out to pat Qilin's shoulder. Kid, even though you're just a wasted martial soul, don't be sad. Anyway, you're an innate full soul power. You can at least be a soul master, and with me and your Silk sister here, we'll cover you in the future. However, Qilin, who was listening to Su Yuntao's words, shook his head with a nonchalant smile. Sad? I'm not sad. Su Yuntao raised his eyebrows and was about to tell Qilin to stop holding on and cry if he wanted to, but a quick survey revealed that this kid really doesn't seem sad at all. It's a little weird. In the end, Su Yuntao could only say, well, it seems like you have a good heart, which is a good thing. Immediately after that, Su Yuntao began to awaken Xiao Dance's martial soul again. At first it was moderate, awakening the soft bone rabbit martial soul. The soft bone rabbit was also the lowest level of existence in the soul beast realm, so Su Yuntao didn't think that her innate soul power could be much higher at first. Until, once again, a dazzling, mesmerizing light erupted from the blue crystal ball. Innate full soul power. Seeing this result, a look of incredulity once again spread across Su Yuntao's face. What's going on? Another innate full soul power. When did innate full soul power become so worthless? Or is it a malfunction of the soul measuring crystal ball? While saying that, Su Yuntao didn't forget to take out his crystal ball and start examining it. As a result, after half a day's examination, he still hadn't checked 1 or 2 or 3. No mistake, Su Yuntao muttered in a small voice, his gaze still not flickering from Qilin and Xiao Dai. This year is really strange. Innate full soul power one after another, and it turns out to be either a wasted or semi-wasted martial soul. In the Douluo continent, people tended to pay more attention to the strength of their martial souls, with the importance placed on innate soul power being secondary. This was also the reason why in the original, Nodding City had produced 2 innate full soul power in succession, but still didn't cause too much of a stir. Fortunately, the martial souls awakened by the other children that followed were all fairly normal, and all of the abolished martial souls had no innate soul power except for one child who tested out a first-level innate soul power. Otherwise, if another special situation like that with Qilin and Xiao Dang occurred, Su Yuntao would only really have to doubt life. Chapter 4 Mutant Blue Silver Grass Martial Spirit. 4-leaf clover. Once the gate of the martial spirit hall opened, village chief Crow and Chi Tian immediately greeted them, followed closely by parents of other children. Crow said with a nervous expression, Master Soyun Tao, may I ask if there's any possibility for our Radish village's children to become soul masters this year? It was no wonder that he was so nervous. Counting, The Radish village hadn't produced a soul master for several years. Suyuntao's gaze looked around the circle, feeling the crowd's mood filled with anticipation and apprehension, and let out a long sigh. When the crowd saw this, their hearts thumped and disappointment flashed in their eyes. Could it be that still can't get a soul master out of Turnip Village this year? Everyone then turned their attention to Qi Lin. Everyone felt that with Qi Lin's luck, there was no reason why he hadn't awakened his innate soul power. I expected to see a look of despondency or frustration on Ziren's face. However, what responded to them was Qi Lin's faint smile. This smile was loose and flat and Buddhist, not at all like a shocked look. What's going on here? As everyone was curious, Su Yuntao suddenly continued to speak. Your Radish village has a total of 3 people who have awakened their innate soul power this year. Ah, the Radish village crowd, including Crow and Qi Tian, lost their voices in shock, baffled by Su Yuntao's sudden reversal, and looked at him with a grimace. The eyes of the crowd seemed to be saying, since someone in our Radish village has awakened their innate soul power, then what were you sighing for just now, causing us to misunderstand? It was only when the crowd looked at Qi Lin again that they reacted. No wonder little Qi Lin didn't look like he was hit at all. He must have awakened his innate soul power. On the other hand, the other children were all downcast and disheveled. The expression on Crow's face also became excited, and he hurriedly asked, then, Master Suyuntao, may I ask who the 3 children in our village who have awakened their innate soul power are? How many levels of innate soul power were awakened? Suyuntao looked at the crowd's excitement and anticipation and once again let out a long sigh. Those 3 children who awakened their innate soul power are Qi Lin, Xiao Dai, and Qi Yu. As soon as these words came out, without waiting for Su Yuntao to continue on, a group of children's parents stirred up, revealing fruitful expressions. The parents of the children who had not awakened their innate soul power had cast their envious gazes on Qi Tian and Qi Yu's father, a middle-aged man who looked unassuming. In the crowd, only Crow remained calm and coughed softly. Quiet, everyone. Crow was clearly respected by the village in Turnip Village, and when he spoke, everyone fell silent again. Seeing this, Suyuntao cast Crow a satisfied smile before continuing. Of the 3, other than Qi Yu's awakened innate soul power which is only at level 1, Xiao Dance and Qi Lin both have innate full soul power. But unfortunately, Xiao Dance's martial soul is a soft bone rabbit, while Qi Lin's martial soul is even worse than Xiao Dance's. It's just mutant blue silver grass. Alas, if both of their martial souls were any stronger, their future prospects would be unlimited. Ah, soft bone rabbit, mutant blue silver grass. This is too unbelievable. Why would it be such a martial soul? After hearing this, Crow also couldn't help but let out a long sigh. His gaze filled with regret as he looked towards Qi Lin and Xiao Dance. What 2 poor kids. They were supposed to have a brighter future. As for the other children's parents, they had initially felt an imbalance in their hearts when they heard that both Qi Lin and Xiao Dai were innate full soul power. But now, there was no longer the slightest bit of envy in the gazes they looked at Qi Tian and Qi Lin. In their inherent concepts, the blue-silver grass, this kind of waste martial soul hundreds of thousands of years have not seen people cultivate successful. What does this mean? It means that this martial soul is a pure waste martial soul. Even if there is innate soul power, so what? The upper limit has been locked. Not even the mutated ones. After all, 7 or 8 out of 10 mutated martial souls were getting worse. As for the soft-boned rabbit, this martial spirit was also quite weak, but it was better than Qi Lin's mutant blue-silver grass, right? What a shame. It seems that Qi Lin's luck isn't everything. Thinking like this, the deification of Qi Lin in everyone's mind was immediately weakened by a lot. Qi Lin was aware of it, but he didn't care about these things. Among the crowd, it was only Qi Lin's parents whose faces did not change much. As Qi Lin's parents, they in turn did not feel very sorry or disappointed. The 2 men who relied on their son to change their fortunes always felt an overwhelming trust in his strange luck. Intuition told them that their son's mutated blue-silver grass was definitely mutating in that good direction. The others, unaware of the couple's mental activities, led by the village chief, Crow, consoled the 2. Su Yuntao, on the other hand, patted Qi Lin's shoulder, his face gentle as he encouraged. Although your martial soul is only a wasted martial soul, it is not completely incapable of cultivation. When your silk sister returns, we'll take you to soul hunting, and you'll be a soul master by then. Go for it. I'm sure soul master isn't the end of the road for you. Thank you, big brother Su Yuntao, for your concern. Although Qi Lin wasn't very worried about his future, he still smiled and expressed his gratitude to Su Yuntao. As for Su Yuntao, after hearing Qi Lin's thanks and looking at the calm and gentle smile on his face, he actually suddenly developed a feeling of relief in his body, and even the bottleneck of the next level appeared to be loosened by it. That's weird, Suyuntao muttered darkly, but remembering that there were still a dozen or so villages waiting for him to awaken their martial souls one by one, he could only say to Crow, Mayor Crow, I have important business to attend to, so I won't stay long. Crow sniffed and hurriedly returned. Master Suyen Tao doesn't need to mind us. Business is important. Business is important. After saying that, Su Yuntao looked at Qilin again. Little friend, I have to go now. Next time your sister Silk comes back, I'll come with her to visit you, Qilin said with a smile. Then big brother Suyen Tao, you go ahead and go about your business. Official business is important. Ha ha, well, I'm off then. Leaving behind a sentence, Suyen Tao waved his hand and left with the package on his back. After he left, the people of the village dispersed and went back to their homes. On the way back, Chi Tian poked Qilin's shoulder and squeezed his eyebrows. Son, what does your martial soul look like? Show your father? The tone and the mode of getting along was less like father and son and more like a pair of damaged friends. Su Qian, who was on the side, also threw over a curious gaze. Seeing this, Qilin coughed lightly and said laughingly, that's fine, let you have a long look. While saying that, he held out his right hand. In the next second, a small bluegrass with 4 leaves suddenly emerged from Qilin's palm, looking ordinary and nothing special. However, after Chi Tian carefully surveyed the plant for a while, he suddenly exclaimed, wife, look at the 4 leaves above this mutant blue-silver grass of our son. This staggering voice instantly caught the attention of Su Qian and Xiao Dance. The 2 men came over and looked closer, only to see the veins on the 4 leaves of the 4-leaf clover, surprisingly exuding a light golden luster, only that the luster looked very dull, and if one did not pay attention to it one could not really find it. Hey Mai's eyes suddenly lit up and she bent down close to the 4-leaf clover in Qilin's hand. Her eyelashes fluttered, the pale golden shimmering light on the 4-leaf clover blades reflected in her pupils, and her fingers couldn't help but poke at the blades, cheering, little Lin's brother's blue and silver grass leaves will still glow. Chi Tian's face revealed a look of determination as he said to Su Qian, who was also scrutinizing the blades of the 4-leaf clover on the side, wife, I knew at a glance that our son's martial soul is by no means as simple as an ordinary mutated blue-silver grass. Su Qian gave him a blank look and said, this still needs you to say, do you think I'm blind? Whose ordinary blue and silver grass is still bubbling with golden light? Qilin waited for his parents and Xiao Dai to see enough before he took the 4-leaf clover back into his body. Chapter 5, Bull's head doesn't match the horse's mouth. Little Dance finally gets his way. Night. Mai was lying on her back on the soft bed in a pair of little pink hot pants, her 2 slim little legs bobbing up and down, her rounded feet facing the ceiling. She reached out and propped her head up, inclining her head to look at Qilin, who was lying quietly on the side of the bed and seemed to be in a daze, her large eyes shining brightly. Little brother Lin, what are you thinking about? Why is it that I can see that you've awakened your innate full soul power, but you don't seem to be too happy about it? That little brat named Chiyu is only an awakened half level, but I can see he's overjoyed. Xiao Dai's voice made Chiyu react from his daze, and he inclined his head to look at Xiao Dai subconsciously. Ah, Mai, did you just talk to me? I didn't hear you just now, please repeat. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Xiao Dai stopped swinging her little legs. Tang rolled over from the bed and stood up, crossing her arms and looking down at Qilin. The tip of her tiny nose wrinkled slightly and her cheeks puffed up unhappily. It wasn't until a while later that she huffed and puffed and said in a slightly savage voice, Brother Lin, I'm angry. Seeing this scene, Qilin hemmed and hawed. He knew that if Mai was really angry, it would be more than that. Without the slightest hesitation, Qilin slowly extended a finger. The point he was trying to make was a carrot. As a result, Little Dance took a look at it, and after slightly staring at it, she used her clever little brain to think about it, and was instantly happy. He himself was finally able to sleep in the same bed as Brother Lin. For some reason, as soon as Xiao Dai came close to Qilin, she wanted to stick to him, as if there was something about him that she couldn't help but get close to. In the past few days, Little Dance had been clamoring to hug Qilin to sleep every day, and Qilin hadn't even agreed. Finally got the hang of it today, but only one night is too little, so Mai made a gesture. I'm going to sleep for 10 days. Qilin took a look. Little Dance. This little girl even rabbit opened her mouth wide to ask for 10 carrots? While he could certainly get 10 carrots out of it, if he compromised this time, wouldn't she get more and more aggressive when the bunny grew up? No, you can't spoil her. So Ziring went on to say, there's only 1 carrot. Little Dance frowned adorably and said in her heart, little brother Lin is too stingy. Not even 10 days. There was nothing she could do but make another gesture. 1 day is too little. She wants 8. 1. 5 days. 1. 3 days. End up sth. Mai huffed and puffed. 1 day is 1 day. After saying that, with a bang, Xiao Dai jumped from her own bed to Qilin's bed, hugged Qilin and lay down. Hey, Mai, what are you doing? Little Dance was even more upset after hearing this and beamed. You yourself promised to let me hug you and sleep for a day, and you still want to go back on your promise. Little Dance won't agree to that. After saying that, the hug got tighter. When Qilin heard this, his entire body was confused. What let you cuddle and sleep all day? I'm talking about a carrot. Go back to your bed. Girly, that's a bad influence. When little Dance heard this, her little head shook like a rattle. No return, no return. Who told you not to make it clear? And besides, I'm not going to be put off by a carrot. Saying that, Xiao Dance hugged Qilin with a heavier force. Not to mention, after awakening the innate full soul power, Xiao Dai's strength was really not low, holding Qilin to death. Qilin was almost out of breath, and could only pat Xiao Dance's small waist to let her settle down a bit. Okay, it's always okay to let you cuddle and sleep all day. As he spoke, Qilin unleashed his brain and thought. Little Dance was essentially a 100,000-year-old soul beast and should be considered a legitimate loli, so there didn't seem to be any need for him to be afraid of it. Thinking like this, Qilin instantly looked away and immediately and generously said, "Forget it, let you hold it." Hey. My let out a demented laugh and even twitched her little nose to sniff before finally asking the previous question again. After hearing this, Qilin raised his eyebrows upwards and finally scratched his head and said, "You asked why I don't look too happy? It's probably because I already knew it would turn out this way." Little Dance beamed. "How can that be? How can you know that you are the innate full soul power before you even measure it? You're not a soul beast in disguise?" This one Little Dance held in her heart and didn't say it. "See, you don't believe me when I say it," Qilin said indifferently. Looking at Qilin, who still didn't tell the truth, Xiao Dai muttered in a low voice, "How petty." In no time, Qilin hadn't fallen asleep yet, but Xiao Dai had fallen asleep first. Looking at Xiao Dance's little pink face, Qilin subconsciously reached out and squeezed it. It's more similar than the ones from the anime in my previous life, but it's cuter and feels good to squeeze in your hand. After a couple squeezes, Zirin brought his hand back and turned out the lights in the room. The house was instantly plunged into darkness. Qilin didn't go to sleep right away, but couldn't help but think of his martial soul, mutant blue silver grass. The appearance is the same as the four-leaf clover from the previous life, but the color is blue. Qilin was always interested in new things, so naturally, he was no exception for his martial soul. Although he had been very Buddhist before, it wasn't like he hadn't been curious about what kind of martial soul he would awaken after crossing over to the Douluo continent. Although Dad is a side martial spirit and Mom is a blue silver grass martial spirit, both were wasted martial souls, and neither had innate soul power. If we follow the setting of the Douluo continent, his martial soul is either a side or a blue silver grass, and the odds are that he doesn't have innate soul power, unless the martial soul mutates, and it must also be a benign mutation. The probability, naturally, is exceptionally low, but Qilin never worried about himself, because, based on his own experience, his own martial soul would definitely undergo a benign mutation, and his innate soul power would not be low. Well, and it does come as no surprise, just as he thought. However, since the martial soul and innate soul power were already there, it was time for him to think about what soul beast he should hunt for his first soul ring. One couldn't just wait in the village for a suitable soul beast to deliver itself to the door, could one? When Qilin thought about it carefully, he suddenly felt that with his luck, it was really possible. No way. Qilin hastily shook his head. He was a Buddhist, not a poser. Putting aside the idea of sitting at home and waiting for the soul beasts to deliver themselves, Qilin decided that he would personally go out and pick out a perfect soul ring for himself. The main theme is one of enjoying life and focusing on participation. So, 3 days later, two familiar figures appeared in Qilin's home. One was none other than Su Yuntao, who had awakened the martial souls of the children of Radish Village 3 days ago. The other person was a tall, young woman wearing white martial spirit hall standardized clothing. This person was none other than Su Yuntao's girlfriend, Silk. Silk waved towards Qilin and said with a smile, "Little Qilin, let's meet again. Do you want to miss your sister? Sis Silk is so beautiful." "Of course I want to." "Oh, you little guy, your mouth is still so sweet." After Silk finished speaking, she looked at the delicate and cute-looking Xiaomai who was standing beside Qilin. "This little friend is Little Dance, right? I've heard Yuntao mention you. You're really cute." Little Dance's eyelashes blinked as she playfully said, "I've also heard brother Little Lin mention sister Silk." "Oh, he didn't say anything bad about his sister, did he?" Silk said deliberately. "Not at all. Brother Lin said that sister Silk is a very nice person, and I'm sure I'll like it too." Mai's chin rose gently. It wasn't something she made up, but that's what brother Lin had told her. "Little Qilin, it seems that sister didn't love you for nothing." The smile on Silk's face arched 1 point wider, and then placed a bunch of gifts in a big bag in her hand. In the living room of Qilin's house, she has developed very well over the past few years since she met little Xylan. Not only did his rank gradually catch up to Su Yantao, he even made a few small fortunes, because he knew of Qilin's deeds in the Radish village. He attributed his good fortune to him and grew more and more fond of him. Qilin had long been accustomed to Silk bringing gifts to his house, but it was Qi Tian and Su Qian who stood out and said angrily, "Just come, what's the point of bringing so many things here?" Chapter 6, Silk Tao's Visit. Going soul hunting. Silk and Su Yantao explained their intentions. They had specially come over this time to bring Qilin and Xiao Dai to obtain the first soul ring. After all, if you wanna hire someone to help you hunt souls out there, not only do you have to spend a lot of money to hire a specialized soul hunting group, it's not always safe. Therefore, Silk thought that he and Su Yantao would personally go out and take Qilin and Xiao Dai on a soul hunt. Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Qi Tian immediately thanked the two of them profusely. On the contrary, it was little Dance, who, upon seeing this situation, was scared to death. As an incarnate soul beast, her soul rings were all condensed by herself. Therefore, once Silk and Su Yantao took her to obtain the soul rings, her identity was designated to be exposed. And once exposed, no need to think to know. He is certain to cool ah. Gotta think of a way not to go. Xiao Dance's brain was working frantically, but with her IQ, she actually didn't know how to reject it for a while. At this time, Qilin could see the tension on her face and reached out to poke her waist with his finger. "What's wrong?" Xiao Dance looked at Qilin with watery eyes and whispered, "Brother Shaolin, I don't wanna go." Qilin was slightly stunned, and immediately remembered Xiao Dance's identity. Right, oh, the bunny is a transformed soul beast. Once it follows to hunt souls, won't it be exposed? Seeing how anxious she looked, Qilin even found a reason for her. "Are you not feeling well?" As soon as Qilin had finished speaking, Xiao Dance's two large eyes sprang out. "Yeah, I can say I'm not feeling well." So he nodded his head in a hurry and looked at Qilin pitifully and said, "Aha, I'm feeling so bad today oh." When Qi Tian and Su Qian heard Xiao Dance say that she was having a hard time, they immediately walked forward with a slight sense of anxiety. "My, where are you uncomfortable?" Qilin picked up. "Where are you uncomfortable? Is it a headache? Last night I made you have to sleep in the same bed with me. I told you I like to grab the covers when I sleep. Now you catch a cold, right?" As Qilin said that, he also reached out and touched Xiao Dai's forehead. "Luckily there's no fever. Just rest for 2 days." Qi Tian and Su Qian had already gotten used to Qilin's small adult-like approach, so they didn't say anything more, but just seriously instructed, "Little Dance, you have to listen to your little brother Lin, and take a good rest in the next 2 days ooh." "Aha!" Little Dance listened and nodded her head in a well-behaved manner. Qi Tian looked at her from the sidelines with a smirk. He, you are not usually like this. It seems to be a real fear." After that he looked aside to Silk. "Sister Silk, Little Dance isn't feeling well, so she won't be going this time, lest I have to trouble you guys with distractions to take care of her during the soul hunt." Silk was about to say that she and Su Yantao were fine, and that the two children were taken care of, but on second thought, both himself and Su Yantao were only 25 or 26 level great soul masters, so if they had to be distracted from taking care of the two children, I'm afraid that they would really be stretched to the limit. It would be fine if they were hunting some ordinary soul beasts, but Silk wanted to help Qilin hunt soul rings that were over 300 years old. A first soul ring of more than 300 years is definitely a rare existence amongst soul masters, and is basically not available to ordinary civilians. Just like herself and Su Yantao, both of their first soul rings were only white 10-year soul rings, but it was because she had suffered this loss herself that she wished to help Qilin, her brother whom she was quite fond of, obtain a more powerful first soul ring. So, after a little thought, Silk agreed. However, she still walked over to Little Dance and squatted down to say in a gentle voice, "Then little sister can only come back next time to help you obtain your first soul ring." After hearing this, Little Dance nodded her head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. "But in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, you want more, don't you?" Su Yantao, on the other hand, frowned slightly when he saw this and had the intention to open his mouth. Although he also liked Zirin, he still wanted to say something to Silk. They had already been kind enough to offer to help once. There was no need to promise anything more to this child called Mai. But looking at Silk's gentle appearance, Su Yantao sighed slightly and suppressed the thoughts in his heart. "Never mind, Silk wants to help, so let's do it. It's just a matter of helping two kids get their first soul rings. Just going to the soul hunting forest, with the two of them at their level. What danger could they encounter? It's also just a little bit of a pain in the ass." After Silk and Su Yantao came to Qilin's home and sat there for half a day, they left the house with Qilin. The soul hunting forest was 400 miles away to the northeast of Notting City, and the distance between it and Turnip Village was even more than 500 miles, so Silk and Su Yantao had already rented a carriage in advance. Because the soul hunt was as long as 10 days and half a month, Qilin brought 2 sets of change of clothes. Other than that, there was only a little bit of air-dried soul beast meat brought along, to use to quench their hunger on the road. This soul beast meat was not simple. It was a soul beast meat of more than 200 years. As for its origin, It was the youngest daughter of the Lord of Nodding City who had sent it over specially at the time of the new year. As the carriage traveled, Su Yuntao acted as the driver while Silk and Qilin sat in the carriage. After hearing about the origin of the soul beast jerky, Silk pinched Qilin's cheeks with a derisive expression. Little Qilin, I didn't see it. You're so liked by girls at such a young age. Su Yuntao, who was driving the carriage, also picked up in a sour tone. I've heard that our Lord of Nordine City loves this precious daughter of his to death. Little Qilin, at this rate you'll be able to live a rich life even if you don't do well in the Soul Master world. Silk gave Su Yuntao a smirking look, her tone unkind. Su Yuntao, why do I hear you sounding like you're envious of little Qilin? Why don't you go an evening out a lady from a noble family as well? The moment Su Yuntao heard this, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine and cold sweat broke out above his forehead. He smiled sarcastically and said curtly, Silk, you know, Su Yuntao, will always love only you in my heart. Silk gave a faint and glanced at Su Yuntao. Count on it. Qilin watched the scene from the side with a gloating smile on his face. Interesting. So Tao is afraid of the inside. Sister Silk simply held him in her hands. The time on the road passed quickly, and the group of three arrived within the boundaries of the soul-hunting forest. After stepping out of the carriage, the sight was a bustling and prosperous-looking bazaar. Pieces of houses as well as stores were constructed on both sides of the road, and there were sounds of hawking everywhere, with most of the goods being related to soul beasts. Qilin also heard a soul-hunting group yelling loudly to publicize their squad in hopes of soliciting some business to their door. After Su Yuntao found a place to store the carriage, he met up with Silk and Qilin, and the three of them walked through the bazaar together. Arriving at the true entrance to the soul-hunting forest, it was surrounded by a circle of iron fences more than 10 meters high, and beyond the fences there was a full complement of 100 soldiers in armor with lances roaming back and forth. Su Yuntao and Silk looked at this scene and had already seen it before, directly leading Qilin to the entrance gate and flashing a dark token. At the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, the captain of the soldiers in charge of checking the warrants took a look and immediately raised his hand. Release. Chapter 7 Leave the choice to God. Walking into the soul-hunting forest, Qilin's first feeling was like walking into one of those primitive forests from his previous life. The trees here, not only are dense, but they look vibrant and lush. You can still smell the fresh grass and trees in the air. Walking on the road, Silk said to Qilin, Little Qilin, regarding your first soul ring, Sister has specially consulted Master Mashuno in the Hall of Martial Souls. Based on the characteristics of the blue-silver grass, Master Mashuno feels that you can go in the direction of either a support system Soul Master or a control system Soul Master. If you choose the auxiliary Soul Master path, you can choose the moonlight grass and the life mushroom. Two kinds of plant soul beasts that have a gentle character and basically have little aggressiveness, so that you might be able to obtain a soul skill that recovers from injuries, or increases defense for your teammates. If you choose the control system Soul Master path, then you can choose the two types of soul beasts, the Ghost Vine and the Thorn Vine. The Ghost Vine has a strong binding ability, while the Thorn Vine carries spikes on its surface and not only has control, but also possesses a decent attacking power. Listening to Silk's careful analysis, Qilin scratched his head. In fact, he realized that he was still quite greedy. His first soul skill wanted to have both offensive and defensive abilities, and it would be even better if it also had supporting abilities. Unfortunately, unless it was a 100,000-year-old soul ring, there could only be one soul skill. So, it's got Qilin so torn up. Alas, it's hard to choose. After thinking about it, Qilin finally decided to leave the choice to God. Sister Silk, I'm not picking. Just pick whichever of these soul beasts you say you'll encounter first in a while. Like this? Silk frowned slightly, but seeing Qilin's relaxed and casual demeanor, she was speechless with it. You really don't know how to be nervous at all. Do you know the importance of the choice of a soul master's path to every soul master? Once you make a choice, it's too late to back out later. Su Yuntao also advised Qilin from the side. Yes, little Zilin, listen to your sister Silk and think again. Don't regret it then. Looking at the two men's concerned gazes, Qilin remained calm and composed as he smiled. Brother Tao, Sister Silk, just don't worry, I never go back on the decisions I make. Su Yuntao and Silk looked at Qilin's always calm and relaxed smile and inexplicably developed a sense of conviction. In the end, the two decided to do what Qilin said. That's weird, why do I feel like this little kid is so grounded? Su Yuntao walked at the front, remembering Qilin's calm and relaxed smile just now. He muttered in a low voice. Silk walked at the very back of the trio, her eyes vigilantly surveying the surroundings to prevent the soul beasts from sneaking up from behind. On the contrary, it was Qilin who looked the most relaxed, not at all like he had come out to hunt souls, rather more like the young master who came out to play. Looking at his slack-jawed demeanor, Su Yuntao was speechless. Little Qilin, aren't you nervous at all? Qilin was enjoying the scenery in the soul-hunting forest when he heard Su Yuntao's question and was slightly stunned. A shake of the head followed. Not nervous. Seeing this, Su Yuntao immediately educated in an old-fashioned manner. Little Qilin, it won't do for you to keep going on like this. You have to know that soul hunting is an extremely dangerous action, and at any time, you may be attacked by a soul beast. Therefore, when hunting souls, one must be concentrating on the wind and grass around them to avoid accidents. Especially, if you become an auxiliary soul master in the future, it's even more important to learn how to save your own little life. After saying that, Su Yuntao looked at Qilin with a look that seemed to say, "Do you understand me?" It wasn't just his own experience with soul hunting that he was talking about. It was the path he came from. Silk also echoed from the back. Little Qilin, your brother Tao is right. Soul hunting is not a trivial matter. One must always be vigilant. Before the words fell, Silk's pupils suddenly shrunk suddenly, and she shouted, "Su Yuntao, be careful." One could only see a huge wolf with a huge size and a pitch-black texture on its fur running from the distance at a speed that was astonishingly fast. Blasted demon wolf. Su Yuntao's expression was condensed. This kind of soul beast was not the kind of soul beast with a gentle nature. It was ferocious and had a strong fighting ability. Fortunately, looking at the one in front of him, which should only be a blast demon wolf of more than 300 years, he and Silk were not afraid of it when they joined forces. It's just that there's a little Qilin next to him, so it's not good to cast a lone wolf. Possessed. Su Yuntao let out a light gulp. In the next second, a faint green light emanated from his brow, and his image changed drastically. The body became more lanky, the hair to the naked eye visible speed crazy rise up. The hands of the arms also have a layer of hair. It looks alive as a werewolf. Silk, protect little Qilin. Leave this beast to me. Silk murmured. Yes. After saying that, Silk pulled Qilin by her side, vigilantly noting the movements around her. In the meantime, the core of the Stardust Forest. A head looks round, fleshy, more than a meter in diameter. 7 or 8 meters long ice silkworm body was a few dark golden chains bundled with a large dumpling. Want to turn over are difficult. It was none other than the only million-year-old soul beast currently in the Douluo continent. Heavenly Dream Iceworms. The deep-sea demon whale king is currently a 990,000-year-old soul beast. Around the iceworms, there were several other figures sitting. A few people were constantly sucking the energy from the ice silkworm's body to use for cultivation. Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm can only watch his fat and strong body increasingly thin, have the intention to escape but powerless to return to heaven, can only continue to these several silhouettes spit fragrance. However, no matter how much the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm spits out its fragrance, there isn't a single silhouette to bird it. When will such days be over? If it continues like this, brother will really be sucked dry. God, please, please, hurry up and save my brother. This hellhole, brother really can't stay here for another day. At this time, a white-haired middle-aged man in dark red robes with a tall and sturdy body among several silhouettes spoke in an urn. Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, just be honest and let us absorb your origin energy. It's not like you can get away with it anyway. You few are also too bullying, brother. How do you say I am also the only million-year-old soul beast in Douluo continent? Can't you give me some respect? The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm wowed when it saw someone replying to its words. Berkuin, there's no need to argue with him. Just as Xiong Jun intended to continue speaking, the tall blonde-haired middle-aged man at the head of the group opened his mouth faintly, exuding an overbearing majesty of a monarch who was the only one in the world. He was none other than the beast of the Stardo Forest's 10 great fierce beasts, the golden-eyed black dragon king Di Tian. Xiong Jun couldn't help but skim his lips when he saw that Di Tian had spoken, but he still shut up honestly and continued to absorb the energy within the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm saw no one responded. He did not even have a person to fight the mouth. Suddenly angry again spit fragrance up, but at that moment, a silver-colored crack suddenly appeared above the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. Raging spatial power surged out from the rift, erupting a strong suction force towards the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. When several figures saw this, their gazes swept toward the silver-colored spatial rift in unison. Not good. This spatial storm is going to suck the Heavenly Dream Iceworm in. An incomparably demonic-looking man saw the body of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm flying towards the spatial rift, and a terrifying spiritual force immediately erupted from within his body, trying to stop the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. With a wave of Di Tian's hand, a black and gold light directly attacked towards the silver space rift, wanting to close it. However, a violent astral wind suddenly erupted from within the spatial rift, unexpectedly cutting the black and gold light into countless particles in an instant. This space astral wind is actually this powerful. Empyrean's complexion was stunned. One must know that one's strength was already close to the god level, and even a casual strike could kill a 95 level or higher seal Douluo. As a result, it couldn't even break up a single astral wind in the middle of a spatial storm. Damn it. Sky Dream Iceworms. Tion's eyes stared. And in his line of sight the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm had already been sucked into the spatial storm. He still wanted to make a move. However, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the ground. Tion, you should leave this matter alone. Yes, Lord. Chapter 8, Heavenly Dreaming Iceworms. Brother is truly the son of heaven's destiny. Soul Hunting Forest. On a fairly wide strip of land, Su Yuntao's figure and the blizzard demon wolves crisscrossed and crisscrossed. After executing the first soul skill, Wolf Shadow Surprise Attack, Su Yuntao's speed was even 1 point faster than the blizzard demon wolf. Incomparably sharp claws grew above his hands, turning into several shadows that continuously attacked the body of the blizzard demon wolf. Once the claw reached, it would inevitably leave a bloody wound on the blast demon wolf's torso. After all, a 26th level strong attack system battle soul master like Su Yuntao was not as watery as Yu Shaojiang. He couldn't deal with a 1,000-year-old soul beast, but a 300- or 400-year-old soul beast was still a handful. Although he wasted a bit of time, Su Yuntao still killed this 300-year-old blasted wind demon wolf without any injuries. Ha ha, little Qilin, Silk, it seems that when we go back, we'll have a good time with our mouths. In the soul hunting forest, once a fire was made, it was likely to attract powerful soul beasts. So it was better not to make a fire if you could. As an experienced battle soul master, Su Yuntao still understood this common sense. A smile also appeared on Silk's face. The teeth and fur of the blizzard demon wolf were quite popular with some nobles outside, and could be sold for quite a lot of money. In addition, although the meat of the blizzard demon wolf wasn't considered much of a delicacy, it contained a slight amount of energy that was able to enhance a soul master's physique. Without waiting for Silk to open her mouth, Qilin suddenly detected a hint of abnormality. And just as he raised his head in a moment of realization, he saw a silver mouth suddenly split open in midair. A white fat, jade-colored, crystal-clear silkworm baby fell from the silver crack. Bang on the ground. The entire ground shook. This white and chubby baby silkworm was none other than the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm that was sucked into the space storm. Ahahaha, brother is truly the son of heaven's destiny. Being sucked inside a spatial storm and still being unharmed? Let brother see where this place is, but don't still be in the Stardust Forest. Hey, human? Only Qilin, Silk, and Su Yuntao stared blankly at the huge-bodied silkworm baby in front of them, looking astonished. It actually fell from the sky. Su Yuntao swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his voice trembling slightly. This size? It doesn't look like some 10 years and 100 years of soul beasts. They're not going to fall in today, are they? A flash of fear also appeared in Silk's eyes, thinking the same thing as Su Yuntao in her heart. Among the three people, only Qilin was the most calm. Looking at the wide-bodied and fat silkworm in front of him, as well as the iconic 10 golden lines on its body, he instantly guessed its identity. Heavenly Dream Iceworms. That said, it was either on the run in the Stardust Forest at this time, or it had already been imprisoned. So how could it suddenly appear in the soul hunting forest? Shouldn't have been attracted by his weird luck, right? Qilin thought about it and felt that it was really possible. At this time, the Heavenly Dream Iceworm also noticed Qilin's presence. Hey, this kid. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm took a closer look at Qilin, and its two small round eyes lit up immediately. Seeing this, Silk subconsciously pulled Qilin behind herself. Sky Dream Ice Silkworm muttered in a small voice. What why does it feel like brother is being treated as a villain? Never mind, I'll let you guys get some sleep first. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm muttered. Then an invisible ripple emanated from his body. Bang! As soon as the invisible ripples came into contact with Silk and Su Yuntao, the two of them felt their eyes go black and fainted. Don't look at the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's combat power, which was not even that of an ordinary 100,000-year-old soul beast. It could be called the shame of a million-year-old soul beast, but it was still more than enough to deal with two great soul masters. Su Yuntao directly fell straight backward onto the ground, while Silk was caught from behind by Qilin and carefully placed on the ground. True differentiation. Since awakening his martial spirit, Qilin felt that he was much stronger, and catching an adult woman's body was not a problem at all. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm looked at the human child in front of him, who didn't seem to be panicked at all, and its two big round eyes suddenly looked over curiously. Kid, aren't you afraid of brother? Would you hurt me then? Qilin then asked rhetorically. That's hard to say, unless you show me what your martial soul is. Seeing that Qilin was actually truly not afraid of it, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm felt curious while smiling and said in a relaxed tone, okay. Qilin listened and opened his hand in front of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. A blue four-leafed clover instantly emerged from Qilin's palm, with golden lines flickering on top of the 4 leaves, which was surprisingly a bit more conspicuous than when he had just awakened. Is this your martial spirit? What kind of martial soul is this? Why does it look so much like blue silver grass? Qilin made a bearish gesture of spreading his hands and said, my martial soul is the blue silver grass mutation. Blue and silver grass? Seriously, oh. Don't lie to me. Or are you a dual-born martial soul? How else could you be so strong mentally at your age? Qilin honestly shook his head, then seriously helped analyze. Do you think that this could be because I'm a traveler? Traveler? Traveler, what the hell? The heavenly dream ice silkworm revealed a dopey look and looked at Qilin. Well, it's just traveling from one world to another. Unlike other travelers, speaking out his identity, Qilin really isn't afraid at all. The sky dream ice silkworm's round eyes were filled with shock as it asked in a small voice. You really traveled from another world? Qilin's eyes also lit up in both directions. You believe me? Could it be that what you're saying is false? No, it's true. So you still have this layer of identity. So, can you still go back? Oh, it shouldn't be too hard if I want it to be. What? Really? Really? Seeing that the heavenly dream ice silkworm had actually questioned himself, Qilin's eyes glared. I can't lie to you. In a flash, the heavenly dream ice silkworm felt that her breathing had become much more rapid. I didn't expect this human in front of me to come down from the god realm. No wonder the spirit is so strong. Though I don't know why he came down from the god realm and turned into a small child. But he also said that it wasn't difficult to return to the god realm if he wanted to. Doesn't this mean that as long as one is absorbed by him in the form of a wisdom soul ring, when he becomes a god and returns to the god realm, he will be able to follow along with him for eternity? Ahahahahahaha. No wonder the space storm didn't appear when it did, and it appeared at that exact moment to suck itself away. No wonder he was unharmed in the space storm. No wonder I met this kid myself. It seems it's all fate. Brother is truly a man of destiny. The original was that the heavenly dream ice silkworm broke through the 10 golden stripes and became a million-year-old soul beast and then fled to hide in hiding. But as a result of the sudden heavenly wrath, the longevity was about to reach its end. Here, in order to match the protagonist, the sky dream ice silkworms are brought forward to 1,000,000 years. So it's kind of a second setup, and just think of it as a change in destiny because of the protagonist's appearance. Chapter 9, Why Hanging Treatment. First soul ring in 1,000,000 years. What? You're going to be my wisdom soul ring? Are you sure? Qilin didn't think that he would be able to enjoy a wave of Huayuhao's treatment. That said, who would have better luck if he and Huayuhao were compared? Hesitating for a second, Zirin slapped his thigh. How could one hesitate for a second with such a stupid question? Isn't that a lack of confidence in your luck? Isn't that disrespecting your luck? Little one, I know you must be especially excited right now, but hold on. Although, you're about to become the first soul master ever in the Douluo continent to have the first soul ring in 1,000,000 years. But this is a two-way run between you and brother, so you can't get so worked up about it. Let alone thank brother. As long as you don't forget to take brother to the god realm to enjoy the blessings. The heavenly dream ice silkworm's big round eyes looked at Qilin's behavior of patting his thighs just now, and thought that he was being excited, so he was very satisfied. See, so what if they're from the god world? It's not because I'm greedy for my body. Oh no, it's greedy soul ring. The heavenly dream iceworm thought narcissistically. But of course, he did have this qualification. After all, it was currently the only million-year-old soul beast in the Douluo continent anyways. On the side, Qilin scratched his head as he listened to the heavenly dream ice silkworm's words. If it was possible to have the first soul ring of 1,000,000 years, then well, that was really quite something to be happy about. Especially on top of this Douluo continent. How can you say that you've never been there before? So Qilin smiled and nodded. Come on, I can't wait. The heavenly dream ice silkworm's big round head shook and said in a tone. Then you have to pay attention. Brother is going to start. Don't worry, brother will be gentle and won't make you hurt too much. Ha dash. Qilin felt a vicious chill as he listened to the voice. Who taught you all this flirty talk? What? Are you envious of your brother's gift for languages? I'll tell you what. It's natural. You can't learn it. Qilin couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he listened. Ha 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 ha. Brother is hero. The heavenly dream ice silkworm laughed out loud, his fleshy body suddenly rushing towards Qilin, his huge body causing the ground to shake, only to see the heavenly dream ice silkworm rushing to the front and back of Qilin, poking out his fleshy head, close to Qilin's forehead, and the halo on his body flickered regularly as if it had come to life. Finally, under the gaze of Qilin's eyes, a faint golden light enveloped him. The heavenly dream ice silkworm, on the other hand, erupted a vast and boundless spiritual power within its body, surging into Qilin's brain at a speed visible to the naked eye, and with the loss of spiritual power, the originally huge body of the heavenly dream ice silkworm also began to gradually become illusory. Ha ha ha, it's about to work. Hey, don't you feel any pain? Just as the heavenly dream ice silkworm was laughing in triumph, it suddenly reacted when it saw Qilin's relaxed expression. Something wasn't right. Even though he had already attached an overabundance of seals to himself, this human kid in front of him was only a 10th level soul master. How could he possibly endure the pain of coalescing a soul ring? Qilin honestly said, it doesn't hurt. and I feel warm and a little comfortable. The heavenly dream ice silkworm disbelievingly scrutinized Qilin for quite a while, and finally determined that he really wasn't lying. It's true he didn't feel any pain. Well, worthy of coming down from the god realm, it's just different. Hey, 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 this time my brother finally got rich. Of course, the better Qilin behaved, the happier the heavenly dream iceworm would be. After all, this was related to whether or not he could follow Qilin to enjoy the blessings of the god realm in the future. As time passed, the heavenly dream ice silkworm completely disappeared, leaving only a pale golden white film on the ground, and on top of Qilin's head, a circle of glistening white soul rings appeared. After the soul ring faded away, Qilin moved his muscles and bones like a nobody, and was surprised to find that not only had his qi increased a lot, but the skin on his own body had a sheep's fat white jade-like feeling. Although he didn't use a mirror to take a look at his features, Qilin's intuition told him, one is likely to be handsome again. Thinking of this, Qilin immediately folded his hands. God forbid, God forbid. It doesn't matter if you're more handsome, but don't turn into a little man-child. On top of that, Qilin realized that he could sense another space in his mind. The space seemed limitless, and the main color palette, besides white, was a light brilliant gold. With a thought, Qilin realized that he had arrived in this space. Here, he felt as if he could do anything. Qilin, who had read some novels, guessed that this would be within the sea of consciousness, or spiritual space. In those novels, on top of that, there were 10 huge golden halos converging in mid-air in the middle of this space. At that moment, a tone filled with exaggeration suddenly rang out in the middle of space. Mama, why is your sea of consciousness so big? Originally brother was thinking that you are only at level 10. The space of your sea of consciousness must be very small, and was also thinking of helping you to expand it. It's just too much. Moreover, why does your sea of consciousness space feel different from others? What is all this gold splendor? Qilin assumed the pose of a bear spreading his hands, indicating that he didn't know either. By the way, what's your name? Brother just tried to topologize your memory, but ended up not even getting a single hair, leading to the fact that brother doesn't even know your name yet. Qilin said honestly. Zirin? Alright, then you also remember brother's name. Brother's name is Sky Dream Ice Silkworm. You can call me Brother Sky Dream from now on. Brother told you. Brother is the only 1 million-year-old soul beast on the continent. If it wasn't for the fact that its lifespan was about to reach its end, brother wouldn't have sacrificed to become your wisdom soul ring. At this time, Qilin curiously said, by the way, how did you suddenly appear in the soul hunting forest? As soon as he heard Qilin mention this, the heavenly dream ice silkworm blew up with incomparable pride. Tell the story of my brother. You may not believe it. Thinking about it, when brother traveled to the Star Double Forest, he ended up getting swarmed by a few assholes. Although brother is the only million-year-old soul beast under the heavens, brother is not good at fighting after all, and in the end, after battling those bastards for hundreds of rounds, he was helplessly captured. These assholes even imprisoned brother because they craved his body and sucked the energy from his body every day. Unfortunately, how do they know that brother is the favorite of heaven and earth that is clocked by chi fortune? So, not too long ago, a space storm suddenly appeared above where brother was imprisoned, and as a result, brother was even sucked in. Eyes close and open, and hey, brother appears here, and unharmed. How's that? Brother's experience is legendary enough, isn't it? While the heavenly dream ice silkworm was smug, Qilin immediately confirmed the speculation in his heart. It seemed that sudden space storm should have been invited by his own magical luck. How? Just cool. Chapter 10, 4 Auxiliary Soul Skills, Gift of Destiny. Of course, although Qilin was very happy inwardly, on the surface, he still helped the heavenly dream ice silkworm to pull the emotional value full. Well, I really didn't expect brother Skydream to have such a legendary experience. Seeing that Qilin actually trusted himself so much, the heavenly dream ice silkworm instead developed a sense of guilt within her heart. Only he knows how much water is in his fabricated story. For example, he didn't come to the Star Double Great Forest in the first place as some sort of visitor, but rather, he was whisked away by the soul beasts in the sea to escape for his life. Even the soul beast that had whisked him away was only a tens of thousands of years old sea soul beast, and he was over 900,000 years old. Moreover, he had just escaped to the Star Dipper Great Forest not long before he was easily captured by a 100,000-year-old soul beast without the slightest bit of resistance. The talk of hundreds of rounds of battle is purely in your face. Of course, for the sake of his own image of being wise and valiant, the heavenly dream ice silkworm decided that it would be better not to tell Qilin the truth for now, and instead talk to him about another matter. Little Qilin, but it's really not that brother is bragging with you. As a unique wisdom soul ring in the world, don't look at the fact that brother didn't provide you with a soul bone, but brother was able to provide you with a new martial soul. Moreover, As your physical quality gradually improves, brother can also help you increase the number of years of your soul ring. Due to the limitations of your physique, right now your first soul ring has only reached 800 years, and the rest of the energy has all been sealed up by brother, just waiting for your physical quality to improve. How's it going? Brother's good, right? Qilin laughed while giving a thumbs up. Brother Skydream is awesome. Heaven does not give birth to you, brother Skydream, and the soul beasts are as long as the night. Upon hearing Qilin's praise, the Skydream Ice Silkworm's two round eyes snapped to life before it laughed out loud in triumph. Ha 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 ha, little Qilin. I told you how one look at you made me feel affectionate. You know, brother, heaven does not give birth to my brother Skydream, and the soul beasts are as long as night. Ah ha 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 ha. After the excitement, the heavenly dream ice silkworm proudly said, by the way, little Qilin, which 4 soul skills have you obtained? What our ice silkworm clan is best at is spiritual power. You should have obtained a soul skill related to spiritual power, right? There's no simulation or mental probing or anything like that. That's what we ice silkworms are good at. Qilin shook his head and said with a smile, the soul skills I got seem to be all auxiliary type soul skills, and there's no simulation or spirit detection. How is this possible? Normally soul skills are related to the soul beast's body. So what are all your soul skills? Qilin said truthfully, gift of destiny, power, gift of destiny, speed, gift of destiny, defense, and gift of destiny, soul. Each soul skill increases the corresponding attribute by 10%. What? How could the increase be so low? And these soul techniques don't match brother at all. As soon as Qilin finished speaking, the heavenly dream ice silkworm immediately couldn't sit still. On the contrary, Qilin always had a calm expression. The heavenly dream ice silkworm looked suddenly depressed and couldn't help but ask curiously, little Qilin, aren't you sad at all? Your first soul skill, apart from having 4 of them, in terms of increase, but it's not even comparable to an ordinary 100-year soul ring. However, Qilin said with a relaxed face, brother Tian Meng, you're just thinking too much. How can a 1,000,000-year soul ring be pulled like that? With these 4 soul skills of mine, as long as the age of the soul ring goes up by 10,000 years, the increase will increase by 10%. So, if I increase my first soul ring to 1,000,000 years, my 4 soul skills can be increased by up to 1,000%. When the time comes, which auxiliary soul master will be able to compete with me? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I knew that the soul skill that brother bestowed on you couldn't be that trashy, and as expected, it wasn't what brother expected. Ah ha 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 ha. After hearing this, the heavenly dream ice silkworm felt that he had done it again, and was once again complacent. But Qilin wasn't done with his words, and when the skydream iceworm finished laughing, he continued, and that's not all. These 4 soul skills of mine not only have the effect of a temporary increase, but also have a certain permanent increase. It's just that this increase is relatively small, and each person can only have a permanent increase once a day. What? Permanent increase? The heavenly dream ice silkworm's tone instantly pulled up 8 degrees. Qilin felt that if the heavenly dream ice silkworm had taken shape, then the expression on his face right now must be wonderful. Only after a long time did the heavenly dream ice silkworm speak in a complicated tone. You're invincible. Really invincible? Otherwise, originally brother still had a trace of uncertainty, but now it seems that if even you are not capable of becoming a god, then it is estimated that there is no one in this world worthy of becoming a god. The heavenly dream ice silkworm gave a heartfelt sigh of relief, but what followed was excitement and elation. Great! When little Qilin becomes a god, he himself can go with him to the god realm to enjoy the blessings. Ha ha ha! Thinking of that day, a touch of lewdness suddenly appeared in the 2 round eyes of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Su Yuntao and Silk woke up in a ghostly manner, first glancing around in a daze, before they suddenly remembered that they had come to hunt souls for Qilin. Damn it, little Zirin! When Silk looked at the lack of Qilin's figure next to her, a flash of panic spread across her face, until Zirin stepped out from behind her and answered, Sister Silk, I'm here. Silk breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing you're okay, or else my sister wouldn't know what to tell your parents. On the side, Su Yuntao responded, thinking of the ice silkworm with a huge body that he saw before he fell unconscious, the color of fear still remaining in his eyes. I didn't expect us to be alive. What a blessed life. It's the first time I've seen such a large head of ice silkworms, and its vintage has at least reached the 10,000-year level. Although the ice silkworm's combat power is notoriously weak in the soul beast realm, it's still more than enough to deal with us. It's a good thing that this kind of soul grid is gentle and usually doesn't take the initiative to attack humans. The reason why it stunned us is probably because it was startled by the smell of blood from the blizzard demon wolf I killed. After Silk listened to Su Yuntao's analysis, she also thankfully patted her chest, and a look of aftermath flashed across her face. But immediately she thought of the fact that Qilin hadn't absorbed his soul ring yet and couldn't help but smile. Little Qilin, it is said that a great disaster will have a blessing. It seems like it can help you hunt for a very good soul ring in a while. Qilin had already arrived in front of the two of them and said with a smile, "Sister Silk, I had already absorbed the soul rings while you were still unconscious." "What? Ugh, little Qilin, why don't you wait for us to wake up before you absorb it?" When Silk and Suyentao heard this, they immediately exuded a look of anxiety. "Quickly show us what soul ring you absorbed." Qilin could only truthfully reveal his soul ring after hearing this. A circle of glistening white soul rings slowly rose from beneath his feet. 10 years of soul rings. Silk saw this and suddenly felt a wave of dizziness in her brain. Su Yuntao hurriedly assisted Silk, then looked at Qilin with hatred. "You boy, what can I say about you? How do you think if you waited for me to wake up before absorbing the soul rings, you would have only absorbed one 10-year soul ring?" Seeing this, Qilin pondered whether or not to tell them the true situation. He wasn't the least bit afraid of revealing the news of his million-year-old soul ring, but mainly who would believe this? Maybe when he said that, Silk and Suyentao thought that he was comforting them or joking for a reason. However, looking at Silk's uncomfortable appearance, Qilin still comforted. "Sister Silk, brother Tao, you don't have to feel bad because of me. Don't look at my soul ring which is only white, but I have 4 soul skills." As soon as these words came out, Silk and Su Yuntao looked stunned and looked at Qilin in unison. "WH. What? 4 soul skills." Chapter 11, Going Home. Innate warmth Saint Body. "Little Qilin, you didn't lie to your sister, did you?" Silk hesitated for a moment and walked over to Zirin and touched his head. "We didn't absorb a good soul ring this time. We'll just come back next time. It's not right to cheat people." It was no wonder that Silk didn't believe Qilin's words. The main reason was that the first soul ring possessing 4 soul skills was simply like a fantasy. I'm only afraid that no one in the history of the Douluo continent has ever had 4 soul skills in their first soul ring. On the side, Suyentao suddenly felt a pang of heartache as he listened to this gentle tone of Silk's voice. "Cecilia, I don't see you being so gentle with me." Qilin still felt warm inside after hearing Silk's words. So Qilin said, "Sister Silk, I wouldn't lie to anyone but you. If you guys don't believe me, I'll unleash my soul skill and show you." After saying that, Qilin opened his hand and a 4-leaf clover emerged from his palm. Compared to before it had absorbed the heavenly dream ice silkworm soul ring, the 4-leaf clover looked like it had grown a point larger than before. But the biggest change was the golden lines on its 4 leaves, which looked golden and emitted a faint golden halo. Fate's gift force, Fate's gift speed, Fate's gift defense, gift of destiny soul. As Qilin chanted 4 times in a row, the glistening white soul ring above his head flashed 4 times. Afterwards, 4 light golden lights surged into Silk's body. Qilin smiled and suggested in friendship, "Sister Silk, you can ask brother Tao to try your hand now." After listening to Qilin's advice, Silk felt the power surging out from her body and couldn't help but move her gaze towards Su Yuntao. Seeing this, Su Yuntao immediately waved his hand and hurriedly said, "Silk, how can this be? Where would I want to lay my hands on you?" His martial soul was a lone wolf, while Silk's was an ordinary green vine, so in terms of attack power, he was still better. Not to mention that his soul power level was also higher, so it's clear which one is stronger or weaker between the two. So what's the point of comparing them? What if I hurt Silk by mistake? Although Silk had Qilin's soul skill increase, how much increase could a small first ring soul master bring to a second ring great soul master like Silk? However, Silk, who sensed a sudden surge of energy within her body, didn't want to waste such a good opportunity. She glared at Suyentao. "Fight if you're told to. What's the point of talking so much crap?" Seeing this, Su Yuntao gave Qilin a sly look. "It's all because you're such a brat, sharing Silk's love for me. Ugh, okay, Silk, don't worry, I'll be merciful. Who wants you to show mercy?" Silk frowned as she felt horribly strong now. The big battle is imminent. Silk's martial soul was a green vine, and her physique was no match for Su Yuntao's lone wolf martial soul, so theoretically she should take the path of consumption control. But this time, she chose to fight Suyentao in close quarters. If it were the past, she probably wouldn't even be able to last long before she was defeated. But this time, she was able to fight Su Yuntao in a short period of time. As time passed, even Suyentao himself was shocked. Silk's strength, speed, defense, and soul power had all risen by a cut. The increase in individual attributes might not be much, but the combination of the 4 attributes with each other made him feel incomparably tricky. The main thing is that it's also exceptionally long-lasting. No more fighting, no more fighting. After 7 or 8 minutes, Suyentao retreated a few steps and yelled under his breath. Silk also stopped. After all, she was only testing Qilin's soul skill. It wasn't like she really needed to defeat Su Yuntao for good. After slowing down, Silk and Suyentao also thoroughly believed Qilin's words. "Little Qilin, which soul beast's soul ring did you absorb for this first soul ring? This soul skill is too heaven-defying." Silk lamented. "The main thing is, even if the increase is much, the time is so long-lasting. I just don't know if there are any side effects." Su Yuntao echoed in agreement. Yes, I'm afraid that no soul skill with a 1,000-year soul ring is as perverse as yours. Little Qilin, you've made a fortune this time. By the way, how many levels are you now? Qilin smiled and said, my first soul ring absorbed an ice silkworm, which is now level 13. The original Don's 33 levels are due to the fact that he also practiced for 2 or 3 more months. And besides, the protagonist's current first soul ring age is only 800 years. Hiss. Su Yuntao sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Could absorbing the soul ring of a 10-year-old soul beast also rise 3 levels in a row? For a while, he wasn't even sure whether the 10-year soul beast that Qilin had absorbed was special, or whether he himself was special. Silk, on the other hand, realized what the problem was. Ice worms? Could it be related to the ice worms that appeared earlier? Qilin nodded. Silk didn't continue to ask after hearing that, because she knew very well that continuing to ask further would most likely involve personal privacy. Still, she was sincerely happy for Qilin to have such a chance. Alright, since little Qilin has also acquired the first soul ring, let's go back. When Silk finished speaking, Su Yuntao nodded as well. The group of 3 then headed towards the exit of the Soul Hunter Forest. On the way back the trio also met a 100-year-old jade-horned bull. Qilin saw that its bull horns looked as if they were jade, so he asked Silk and Su Yuntao to help him cut off its 2 bull horns. The horn of a 100-year-old jade-horned cow. This is a good thing. It can be worth quite a lot of money if it's made into jewelry, Su Yuntao assessed. Qilin held the 2 jade ox horns that had been cut off in his hand and knocked on them, then said, I quite like to do some crafts when I'm bored on weekdays. These 2 jade ox horns I want to make 2 ox horn combs, one for Sister Silk and one for Little Dance. When Silk sniffed, she couldn't hide the joy on her face and happily reached out to pinch Qilin's cheek. Sister usually really didn't hurt you for nothing. Su Yuntao took in the scene and was secretly happy. Could this little Qilin fellow be some kind of innate warmonger saint body? He's so good at pleasing girls too. It's a good thing he's young, or I'm afraid Silk wouldn't have me. On the way back, Qilin picked up another piece of emerald green jade in the soul hunting forest. A piece of jade Qilin intended to build a bracelet for his old mom. As for his dad, Qilin thought about it all the way and didn't think of what to send him, and finally brought him a piece of 1,000-year-old whale blue in the middle of the bazaar outside the soul hunting forest. The true efficacy of this stuff has yet to be exploited, and it's all just used as an aphrodisiac. Qilin didn't have anything to give Qi Tian, so he simply had to offer whale blue. After returning home, although Mr. and Mrs. Qi Tian regretted that their son had only absorbed a 10-year soul ring, they also understood that this was not the fault of Su Yuntao and Silk. Moreover, the two had also said that although Qilin's soul ring was only a 10-year soul ring, the effect of the soul skill was much better than an ordinary 1,000-year soul ring, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. However, Su Yuntao and Silk were still a little overjoyed in their hearts, so they proposed that they could take Little Dance on a trip to the soul hunting forest as well. What happened? It's only been a few days, and Little Dance has already absorbed soul rings, and it's still a 100-year soul ring. Upon questioning, this was how she realized that she had encountered a 100-year-old soft-boned rabbit being chased by a natural enemy while she was out playing, and that soft-boned rabbit was still dying when he met her, so she made up for it and managed to harvest a 100-year soul ring. The experience was also oddly unsettling. Of course, it was still inferior to the outrageous experiences that Qilin had had over the years. So not only did Mr. and Mrs. Qi Tian not feel that there was anything wrong, even Su Yuntao and Silk just felt that Xiao Dance was lucky. Chapter 12, The Butterfly Effect, Opening of Nodding College. After Su Yuntao and Silk sent Qilin home, they didn't stay long before leaving in a hurry. Mainly, Xiao Dance didn't have their help, and as a result, they all absorbed 100-year soul rings. What happened to Qilin? They took it to the soul hunting forest, but ended up absorbing only 10 years of soul rings. Shame on you. In particular, the more kind and comforting Qilin's parents were to them, the more they were overwhelmed inside, so it didn't take long to sit down and leave. After they left, Qilin hemmed and hawed and took out the gifts he had prepared for the three. He had already helped Su Qian and Xiao Dance make their bracelets and ox horn combs on the way back. Upon looking at the emerald green bracelet in front of her as well as the delicate and smooth ox horn comb, Su Qian was satisfied and hugged Qilin with a big kiss. Although her mother had also kept a comb made of rosewood for herself, she liked the one Qilin had given her just as much. This favorite is not to be confused with the comb that mom kept. Lastly, there was Qi Tian, who looked at Qilin with an expectant expression. Son of a, where's your dad? You can't be thick. Qilin hemmed and hawed, reaching up and patting Qi Tian on the shoulder in a meaningful manner. Don't worry dad, I have your share of gifts for you too. After saying that, he took out a delicate wooden box from the package before handing it over towards Qi Tian. Qi Tian looked at his son's mysterious appearance and became more and more excited about the gift in the wooden box. As soon as he opened it, a strong fishy odor hit his nose. Looking at the 1,000-year-old whale gelatin that was lying quietly in the wooden box, Qi Tian coughed lightly. son of a, your dad, I'm a dragon and I still need to use this? Then give it back to me and I'll wait until next time to give it to Tao? Saying that, Chi Tian even stretched out his hand to ask for it. However, it was easily dodged by Chi Tian, and very tongue-in-cheek, he tightly protected the wooden box in front of his body. Hey, but no matter what, it's my son's intention, I can't let it down. After saying that, Chi Tian had a serious face, and the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed in any way. On the side, Su Qian gave Chi Tian an angry look. This guy, immodest. Little Dance looked at the father and son duo's appearance, and a flash of envy flashed across her small face. That's a great family atmosphere. Luckily, she was one of them. Thinking of this, a smile surfaced on Xiao Dance's cute little face. After delivering their respective gifts, the three of them began to ask about the effects of Qi Lin's soul skill. Although Suyantao and Silk said that Qi Lin's first soul skill had an unprecedented for, with the character of the two men, it was impossible to lie and deceive them. Only, what effects these four soul skills actually had, they didn't know. Suyantao and Silk didn't go into detail either, only saying that the effect was comparable to a 1,000-year-old soul skill. So all three of them were curious as to what effect could make Suyantao and Silk so esteemed. After all, Qi Lin's first soul ring was only a 10-year soul ring in the end. Even if the soul skill was good, how good could it be? Until, that is, Qi Lin spoke out the effects of the soul skill in full. Hiss, my son, Qi Lin, has the qualifications for the title. Chi Tian sucked in a mouthful of cool air, then clapped his hands, his face filled with a look of excitement. Su Qian on the side even nodded in agreement. Little Lin is blessed with deep fortune. He will definitely become a marvelous big shot in the Douluo continent in the future. Even Little Dance spoke sourly. What kind of luck is this for brother Little Lin? A 10-year soul ring soul skill feels much better than my 100-year soul ring soul skill. Xiao Dance's first soul skill was the waist bow, which served to instantly enhance one's waist strength by 100% and toughness by 50%. After 10th level of psionic power, the increase effect of the waist bow when used is increased by 1% for each additional level. What can I say about this soul skill? Strong or not, Qi Lin didn't know, because he was directly thinking about it. After Zirin came home, his days began to look plain and simple, practicing from 10 to 4 every day, with a 2-hour break at noon, and a double day off every week. The little life is quite comfortable. On top of that, he also took the time to go with Xiao Dance to register at the Martial Soul Temple branch in Nodding City, where he would also receive a monthly allowance of 1 golden soul coin. This 1 golden soul coin seemed worthless to Qi Lin, but everything is important to participate in it. White whoring to things, Qi Lin is still very like. In addition, Qi Lin would perform the first soul technique on his parents and Xiaoma every day while he was at home. Although Qi Tian and Su Qian hadn't awakened their innate soul power in the first place, Qi Lin felt that they might not be unable to reawaken their soul power with their help. As for Little Dance, she just wasn't someone who liked to cultivate, especially after knowing that Qi Lin's soul skill actually had the ability to permanently increase. She didn't want to cultivate it. However, every time she saw Qi Lin cultivating, she felt bored and then followed Qi Lin to cultivate together. Time passed inconspicuously, and soon it was the day of the beginning of the school year at Nordine Academy. Qi Lin's family had money, so he gave the work-study place to Qi Yu, whose family was in a difficult situation. Early in the morning, Qi Tian hired a carriage, intending to carry the 3 children from the village along to Nordine Academy. On the carriage, Qi Yu looked slightly very uneasy because of the luxurious decorations on the car. Qi Lin saw his constraints and raised his hand to pat him on the shoulder with a gentle smile. Don't be nervous, we're all from the same village. It's only right to take care of each other when we're out and about. Little Dance looked at Qi Lin comforting Qi Yu and also raised her small fists to follow. Little Yuezi, just rest assured. When you go to Nordine Academy, Sister Little Dance will cover you. Whoever dares to bully you, just tell me. See if Sister Little Dance doesn't beat him to death. Having lived in the Radish village for 2 months already, Xiao Dai had already become the king of the children other than Qi Lin. Thank you, brother Xiao Lin. Sister Mai. Qi Yu nodded with electricity. A touching smile appeared on his face and he became less nervous. Hey! Seeing this, Little Dance's heart also gave birth to a touch of fulfillment, and her little face looked quite happy. Qi Lin had long been accustomed to this, and began to think about something else. That said, Tang Hao should be able to see through Xiao Dance's identity as a sealed Douluo, right? A 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast. It was impossible for Tang Hao not to be moved, whether it's bred to keep for his own son, or just killed to take the soul bone. It's a good choice, but Qi Lin was curious about what would happen if Xiao Dance kept following him around. From the experience of his previous life, whoever was going to deal with himself would somehow be unlucky. But Tang Hao, as the small group of people with the strongest battle power in the Douluo continent, if he was the one who was going after himself or someone close to him, how would it end? Just as Qi Lin was thinking, he didn't realize. Nariko wearing a brilliant golden gown with a 9-curved purple and gold crown on her head, with fair skin and near-perfect features had quietly arrived above the Holy Souls village outside of Nodon City. Changzi exuded a noble and sacred, but also full of majestic aura. If there was a senior member of the Martial Soul Hall here, he would definitely recognize the person in front of him as the current Martial Soul Hall master, Bibidong. Bibidong's gaze was like a flood of autumn water, calmly looking down at the impoverished-looking village below, her red lips lightly opening. Tang Hao. Ah, Tang Hao, I should have thanked you, but who asked you to have a grudge against the Martial Spirit Hall? I can't rest easy until I kill you. Chapter 13, Bibidong vs Tang Hao. A small episode of school enrollment. At the location of the head of the village on the west side of the Holy Souls village, 3 dilapidated and incomparable adobe houses stood quietly. A tattered plaque with a crude hammer painted on it hangs over the room in the center of the 3 adobe houses. I'm afraid that no one in today's continent would have thought that the once famous Hao Tian Douluo Tang Hao would be living here as a poor blacksmith. In the middle of the room, Tang Hao swung the hammer with one hand to forge a piece of iron heap the size of a human head, and the hammer had been swung out of the stump by him. The sound of the pounding seemed to make the whole room vibrate. After a long time, the iron heap the size of a human head was actually forged by him to the size of a palm. Looking at his own masterpiece in front of him, Tang Hao's eyes exploded with a flash of essence. Seem one's own chaotic cloak and hammer technique hadn't deteriorated yet. Thinking of the good oldest son Tang San carrying innate full soul power and a dual-born martial soul, Tang Hao seemed to have a great deal of grandeur in his heart at the moment. One day, he would definitely be able to bring Xiao San and destroy the Martial Soul Hall to avenge Yin's death, and then return to the Haotian sect in style. Father and son joined forces to recreate the once glorious glory of the Haotian sect. Although, before Tang San had awakened his martial soul, Tang Hao had never given him any good looks, as if this wasn't his own son. When Tang San was just born, he was fed freshly cooked porridge, and the money he earned was basically taken to buy wine, never to subsidize the family. And Tang San had to learn to cook for himself from the age of 4, otherwise he would not have enough to eat. Even after learning of Tang San's awakened innate full soul power blue-silver grass, he still wasn't salty about it, and didn't even intend to let him be a soul master. Until Tang San revealed that he had another martial soul, Haotian hammer. So, Tang Hao immediately gave Tang San a big hug, saying with deep emotion, "Son, my son." For a sect slave, Tang Hao dreamed of returning to the Haotian sect. His good oldest son, Xiao San, on the other hand, had become his only hope of taking revenge on the Martial Spirit Palace as well as returning to the Haotian sect. It is also because of the good big children. Decadent for several years, Tang Hao decided to change himself. It was time for the title of Haotian Douluo to shine on the continent once again. Just when Tang Hao was full of ambition, to the side, the forge's fire suddenly went out. Tang Hao's eyes steeply condensed, his gaze peering into the distance. Just a moment ago, he felt a strong and incomparable soul power fluctuation. This fluctuation was definitely a sealed Douluo without a doubt. In a short second, his body had already gone into a state of alert, and his grip on the hammer suddenly tightened, his knuckles making a crunching sound like popping beans. The soul power that had been silent for years boiled up at this moment. Tang Hao let out a low gulp, the expression on his face unsightly. After so many years, I didn't expect the scum of the Martial Spirit Hall to still find this place. Before the words fell, Tang Hao's body suddenly disappeared in place as if it was an instantaneous shift. Meanwhile, above the Holy Souls village, Bibidong, who had a graceful and luxurious temperament, looked at the spoiled and incomparable Tang Hao with a slightly stunned expression on her face, then let out a light laugh. I didn't expect the former Haotian Douluo is so down and out now. If it wasn't for the fact that 3 innate full soul powers had unexpectedly appeared in a small Nordian city, I'm afraid she wouldn't have been able to discover Tang Hao's traces. You are Bibidong. Tang Hao looked at the visitor, his eyes narrowing slightly, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. He didn't expect that the person who came was the new pope of the Martial Spirit Hall, Bibidong. Although he knew the identity of the visitor, Tang Hao's emotions still didn't fluctuate much. What about the pope? It wasn't like he, Tang Hao, hadn't killed before. When we kill her, we'll take Junior and leave this place. Tang Hao thought this in his heart. Oh, you don't have to know who I am. Just that, I came here to kill you. Bibidong raised his hand. In the next moment, one soul ring after another rose from beneath her feet. The speed wasn't fast, but with every soul ring that appeared, the aura on Bibidong's body would become more and more condensed. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Looking at the demonic and incomparable blood-red soul ring on Bibidong's body, Tang Hao's gaze showed disbelief. Red, 100,000-year-old soul ring. At the same moment, an exquisite carriage had already arrived slowly at the entrance of Nordine Academy. Boys, it's time for Nordine Academy. All down, Chi Tian shouted towards the carriage. and Qilin's 3 men jumped down from the carriage at once. Stretching a lazy waist, Qilin looked at the tall archway in front of him with a lazy expression and said to Qi Tian, "Alright Dad, we'll just go in ourselves next." "That'll do." Qi Tian shrugged. Qilin wanted to go in by himself, so he was happy to do so. "Anyway, we're at the academy. What danger could there be?" After seeing Qi Tian leave, the 3 of them, Qilin, arrived at the gatekeepers standing on both sides of the archway. The doorman's face didn't look good at first, and there was even a bit of irritation in it. Qiyu was still shivering from seeing this expression on the doorman's face. After all, he's just an average 6-year-old. However, the doorman quickly adjusted himself once the trio approached. As a janitor, it's a basic ability to watch people. He saw 3 children coming down from the luxurious carriage, especially the 2 children walking at the front. No matter whether they were dressed or had an aura, they didn't look like something that could be cultivated by an ordinary family. Therefore, the doorman gave a slightly bent smile towards Qilin and Xiao Dai and enthusiastically said, "Several children, seeing as you are so new, you are the new students of Nordine Academy this year, right?" Qilin nodded slightly. The gate guard continued, "Then show your martial spirit hall certificates to your brother for a moment, or else my brother won't be able to let you through." Qilin glanced at the 2 people beside him after hearing this, then took out his martial spirit hall proof from his package. Little Dance and Qiyu were right behind them. The doorman was the first to look at Qilin's martial soul hall certificate, and after seeing the 2 rows of words clearly written on it, Martial Soul Mutant Blue Silver Grass, Innate Soul Power Level 10, the expression on his face froze slightly. Blue and Silver Grass, ing Blue and Silver Grass again. I'm afraid I haven't hit a ghost today. Encountering 2 innate full soul power blue silver grasses one after another? Thinking of that country bumpkin not too long ago, the doorman's eyes towards Qilin immediately lost a few moments of his previous enthusiasm, but he also knew that the kid in front of him didn't look like he could be messed with, so he just said in a nonchalant manner, "Well, you passed." The doorkeeper then glanced at Xiao Dance and Qiyu's Soul Master certificates. After seeing that Xiao Dance's certificate also showed an innate full soul power, the gatekeeper's gaze had turned into a faint mockery in his heart. These noble lords are quite tactful. To be able to buy the Martial Soul Hall to falsify the Soul Master certificates? Thinking about it, the janitor felt some envy again. Apparently, the doorman had misunderstood Qilin's identity, mistaking him for a son or young master of a noble family. As for the last one, Qiyu, the doorman just swept a faint glance and let it go. It's only normal to have innate level 1 soul power and still be a work-study student. After Qilin's trio walked away, the doorkeeper continued whistling, ready to greet the next trainee to report for duty. On the other side, Xiao Dance grunted lightly with a face full of displeasure. Why did that doorman just change so much back and forth? The front is enthusiastic like it's fawning and the back feels like it's mocking us. Looking at it, Mai-san really wants to beat him up. Qilin smiled and touched Xiao Dai's head, saying, "Xiao Dai, you're a girl, don't be so grumpy about things." Little Dance tilted her small white chin up and gave a light hum with seeming pride, as if to say, "Don't listen, don't listen. The wanker reads the scriptures." Chapter 14 Entering the 7 houses by mistake. Little Dance wants to be the boss. Academic Affairs. Director Su, who appeared to be in his 60s, received the proof of the Martial Spirit Hall handed over by Qilin's trio and looked at Qilin and Xiao Dai with an odd expression on his face after reading the contents on it. His heart secretly thought, "It's really strange. In previous years even innate 5th and 6th level children were rare. This year it's surprising that 3 innate full soul power could be produced in a row." He's not like the janitor who generally doesn't see things. As long as you were of sufficient status, you could indeed manage to get someone from the Martial Spirit Hall to modify the proof for you. But the problem is, even if you modify it, so what? The psionic level doesn't become innate full psionic just because you change the proof to innate full psionic. So, revising the proof is a total thankless task. Who would do it? What's more, who could command the Palace of Martial Souls in this tiny nodding city? Not even the city hall. Therefore, the proof of the martial souls of the 2 children in front of them could never be fake. Boys and girls, welcome to Nodding Academy. I've already seen your Martial Spirit Hall certificates. I'll have someone take you to your dormitories next. Director Su smiled amiably and turned his head to the 2 young teachers behind him. You guys take these 3 kids to their dormitories. Hearing Director Su's words, Qilin was still quite sorry in his heart. It seemed that the odds were that there was no way for himself and Mai to live in the same dormitory as the original protagonist, Sango. After all, he and Mai weren't work-study students. In fact, he kinda wanted to meet these original characters, especially the extremely controversial characters like What Master? Ah, Tang-san. Ah, only, the thought had just risen. A difficult look then spread across the face of a young teacher behind Director Su. Director, there were already more new students this year than in previous years, and these 3 students came late, so now the beds in the general cadet dormitory are full. Director Su's brow furrowed when he heard this. What's the teacher in charge of logistics doing? Doesn't he have a spare dormitory ready? Another young teacher sniffed and suddenly proposed. Director, in fact, there's no need to be so troublesome. The beds in the work-study dormitory are still plenty empty, so we can first entrust the two students, Qilin and Xiao Dai, to live there temporarily. Each dormitory in the Nordine Academy was oddly large enough to house 50 cadets, and the work-study dormitory only has 12 people so far. This is still after counting Tang-san. Director Su hesitated slightly, then looked at Qilin and Xiao Ma. Qilin was famously understanding, so how could he make things difficult for Director Su? He smiled, then said, Director Su, let's start with what this teacher said. Director Su did a double take at the sight. What a nice kid this is. Then he said to the two young teachers in his slightly authoritative voice, since this young man has said so, you will take them to the work-study dormitory first. After saying that, he twisted his head to look at Qilin with a kind face. Young man, if someone bullies you in the academy, just tell the director, and the director will help you teach him a lesson. Qilin smiled cheerfully. Thank you, director. Then, walking out of the faculty office, Xiao Dance tugged on Qilin's clothes and quietly whispered, it seems that this old man director is still a good person. Qilin didn't say anything. He just reached out and pinched Xiao Dance's pink little face. So soft. Soon, the three Qilin were brought to the entrance of the 7th house by the two teachers. One of the teachers smiled and said to Qilin and Xiao Dai, this is the work-study dormitory. The conditions are a bit simple and not as good as the dormitories of ordinary trainees. You two will have to make do for a few days, and then you can move out in a few days when the new dormitory is expanded. Qilin and Xiao Dai nodded and pushed open the door of the 7 houses, only to see 8 or 9 children of varying ages in the middle of the 7 houses were playing and clamoring, and when they saw someone opening the door, they immediately cast their eyes over. Curiosity flashed in Qilin's eyes after seeing the 3 of them, because looking at Qilin and Xiao Dai's clothes and temperament, they didn't look like work-study students either. It was the last dark, skinny guy who rather fit the profile of a work-study student. The young teacher following Qilin's trio stood out and stated the reason why Qilin and Xiao Dai were temporarily staying in the 7 shelters, and the crowd came to a realization. So it's just because there aren't enough dormitories, that's why he came to the 7th house to live temporarily. The crowd of work-study students looked at Qilin and then at Xiao Dance, envy flashing in their eyes, especially Mai. They just thought it was so cute. Among the crowd, a plainly dressed boy with an ordinary face and a slightly mature-looking temperament looked at the 3 of Qilin, a flash of curiosity in his eyes first, followed by a flash of amazement on Xiao Dance. What a cute little girl! But immediately afterward he frowned slightly and whispered to Wang Shang, who was beside him, we can mix men and women here? Wang Shang swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded. That's natural. It's rumored that men and women won't be differentiated until they go to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. At this time, the young teacher who brought Qilin and his 3 friends to the school instructed them to get along with each other and then turned around and left. Only after the young teacher left did Qilin look at the crowd of the 7 houses with a smile on his face, looking harmless and very affable. The crowd of the 7 houses all of a sudden subconsciously felt that this guy can handle. Only Tang-san quietly watched this scene with a very calm expression. In his past and present lives combined he was over 30 years old, so how could he be confused by the appearance of things? Especially, he was also an expert in playing with poison, so he knew that the more beautiful and attractive something was, the more it contained highly poisonous. The same goes for people. The deeper the heart of a person, the more likely it is that he or she will be harmless. Of course, Tang-san wasn't recognizing Qilin as a person with a deep heart. After all, he was just a kid after all. How much heart could he have? Only, Tang-san needed to use Qilin to warn himself that no matter what, he couldn't be confused by the appearance of things, and to trust his intuition. Hello everyone, my name is Qilin, and my martial soul is Clover. After Qilin's introduction, Little Dance also blinked her big eyes in a lively manner and followed Qilin's introduction. My name is Little Dance, the dance of dancing, and my martial soul is the soft bone rabbit. My name is Qiyu, and my martial soul is a scythe. After the 3 were introduced, Wang Shang pushed Tang-san. Now that Tang-san was the boss of their 7 houses, he naturally had to show off his strength in front of his new housemates. Tang-san could only stand out helplessly and said, hello guys, my name is Tang-san, currently the 7 shepherds boss, and my martial soul is blue silver grass. Hearing the words blue silver grass, Xiao Dance's eyes lit up and pulled Qilin's hand. Brother Little Lin, his martial spirit is also blue silver grass. Tang-san froze at his words and looked at Qilin. Isn't his martial spirit a 4-leaf clover? Qilin looked at Tang-san with a faint smile and explained, my 4-leaf clover martial spirit is a mutation of blue silver grass. Tang-san realized after hearing this, just now on the way here, he heard his teacher talk about martial soul mutations. Generally speaking, the majority of martial soul mutations are malignant mutations, and only a very small number are benign mutations. Obviously, Qilin was the lucky one with a benign mutation of his martial soul. Normal blue and silver grasses can have no innate soul power. After that, Tang San recounted the rules of the 7 shepherds to the Qilin trio. Before Qilin and Qiyu could react, Xiao Dai was already glowing with excitement in both eyes. I didn't realize the rules here were so interesting. Mai-san loves it so much. In that case, then Sister Mai is going to be the boss of the 7 houses as well. Little Dance waved her small fists, her eyes looking toward Tang San with an expression of eagerness to try. Tang San was being watched by Xiao Dance, looking at the latter's big watery eyes, his heart beating fast for some reason. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Tang San had felt this way. Intuition told Tang San that the lively little girl in front of him who seemed to have a big grin on her face, definitely a pure, kind girl at heart. Zirin, so, I'm that much of a bad guy? Chapter 15, Double Standard Little Dance. Auxiliary Soul Master Qilin, since you're the head of the house here, let's have a fight, Mai said impatiently. Tang San hesitated slightly for a moment, thinking in his heart, just as well, I'll pay attention in a while and try not to hurt her. So he nodded and said, alright then, but let's agree that it's just a sparring match. Mai muttered, you're a big man, why are you so motherly? At that moment, Qilin reached out and rubbed her head. Watch your hands, we're all classmates, don't hurt your feelings. Little Dance immediately nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. I know. Tang San, how come you don't talk about mother-in-law now? Qilin is not a big man, isn't that a distinction? Come on, the prepared Tang San said in a deep voice. But in the next moment, Little Dance's 2 legs fired, and her petite body catapulted out from its original position in an instant, so fast that even the others in the 7 houses could not see her movements. Tang San's gaze suddenly condensed as he listened to the air-breaking sound coming from the distance. So fast, it was too late to react, and he still underestimated Mai's speed. Qilin had been stacking buffs on Xiao Dance every day for the past 2 months, and now Xiao Dance's soul power had not only reached level 13, but her strength, speed, and defense were all stronger than soul masters of the same level. Plus, the physical qualities of a beast martial soul were inherently stronger than a plant martial soul. So, Tang San was out of luck. So what if he was armed with the Tang Sect's hidden weapons and many other means? The only martial art in the world is fast. He couldn't keep up with Dance's reflexes and speed. This was also the reason why Qilin had asked Xiao Dance to pay attention. Bang! Accompanied by a low muffled sound. After the 7 houses crowd was dumbfounded, Tang San's body was kicked away by Xiao Dai and smashed on top of one of the beds in the back. Good Qi. Wang Sheng opened his mouth wide with a shocked expression. His soul power had already reached the 9th level, and his martial soul was even a tiger type with no weakness in combat. However, compared to Xiao Dance, he was far too far behind in terms of both chi and speed. It's not in the same league at all. At this time, Tang San rolled up from the bed with a carp, his face similarly filled with the color of shock. He didn't expect Little Dance's speed power to be so terrifying. Is her martial spirit really just a soft-boned rabbit? As of now, his chest still aches. It seems that we have to move for real, otherwise I'm only afraid that I'll really lose. Losing to a 6-year-old girl was something Tang San wouldn't have dared to think about before. The next moment, Tang San's mind moved. A flash of purple intent flashed through his pupils, his feet stepped on Ghost Shadow Misty steps, and he took the initiative to attack towards Xiao Dance. After casting Ghost Shadow Misty Trail, Tang San's body seemed to have several extra shadows to outsiders, making it difficult to distinguish. However, Little Dance and Qilin were clearly not in this category. Xiao Dance didn't panic, and after Tang San attacked, her pink fists blasted out like rain, fast and heavy. It was important to know that after a soul master obtained every soul ring, his physique would see a substantial increase, not to mention that Little Dance had the buffs stacked by Qilin. Tang San again performed Purple Extreme Demon Pupil, performed Ghost Shadow Misty Trail, and used Qian Yu hands to 2,000 pounds, but in the face of Xiao Dance's swift attack, he could only helplessly admit defeat after being beaten up. Of course, Tang San felt that although he had lost, he wasn't convinced of defeat, because his real killing move was the Tang Sect's dark weapon. Brother Lin, I won. Now I'm the boss of the 7 houses. Little Dance excitedly hugged Qilin's arm and shook, her little face filled with excitement. Qilin said with a smirk, "What? You still want me to recognize you as my boss too and call you Sister Xiaomai?" Mai squirmed. "Actually, it's not impossible. Let's talk about each other. You call me Sister Mai. I'll call you Brother Lin." Bang! Before Xiao Dance could finish, Qilin bounced on her forehead and asked again, "Are you sure?" Little Dance pouted and whispered, "If you don't scream, you don't scream." The others looked dumbfounded, not realizing that Xiao Dai, who was so spirited just now and easily defeated the former oldest Tang San, was actually taken to death in front of Qilin. Tang San similarly saw this scene, feeling uncomfortable inwardly while being very puzzled. Could it be that Qilin was even more powerful than Xiao Dai? In fact, Qilin felt that he and Xiao Dai should each have their own advantages. First of all, Xiao Dance was more experienced than himself and had the first soul skill and explosive killing 8 drops, and the only advantage he had was that he could stack buffs on himself, and his physique was quite a bit stronger than Dance's. If one were to play seriously, the two should have a 50-50 chance of winning, but if one closes one's eyes and goes all by feel, then the odds are that there is no chance of Little Dance winning. After that, Xiao Dai crossed her arms and looked at the 7 shepherds crowd, saying, "From now on, I'll be your boss. Remember to call me Sister Xiao Dai when you're out and about." "Did you hear everything?" Wang Shang led the way. "Yes, Sister Little Dance." Mai gave him a satisfied look. "Not bad." Up the road. So she continued, "From now on, in Nordine Academy, you'll be under my Little Dance sister's protection, and whoever bullies you, just report my Little Dance sister's name." At this time, Little Dance had quite a feeling of pointing out the mountains and being spirited. "Yes, Mai-san." Having received Xiao Dai's promise, the voices of the 7 shepherds responded even louder. A big reason why they have such rules is to unite and not be bullied by outsiders. Paying homage to the mountain, Wang Sheng curiously asked, "Sister Xiao Ma, how many levels is your soul power? Why is it so powerful?" Xiao Dance's white chin rose slightly as she said triumphantly, "Level 13. As Little Dance said that, a yellow soul ring appeared under her feet as well. "What? Little Dance sister is actually a rank 13 soul master. And Sister Xiaomai's first soul ring is actually a 100-year soul ring." When the people of the 7 houses saw this scene, there was both shock and envy in their eyes. For a poor family like them, it was basically impossible for the first soul ring to be a 100-year soul ring. Not to mention them, even the city lord Sun Xiaoqinyu's first soul ring was only a 10-year soul ring. It's a little funny, but it's the truth. Tang San, on the other hand, was curious and surprised. Is it the soul ring? I heard that after absorbing a soul ring you can perform soul skills. So, Tang San looked toward Xiao Dance and thought, if Xiao Dance had used a soul skill just now, wouldn't I have lost long ago? Looks like she's showing me mercy, too. Thinking of this, Tang San's mood suddenly got better for some reason. Wang Sheng then curiously asked about Qilin's rank. After all, Qilin was a figure that even Little Dance had to respect. Qilin heard this and smiled as he stretched out his hand in a one-drop gesture. "My rank is that much higher than Mai's, but I'm just an auxiliary soul master." The crowd of the 7 shepherds were shocked once again after hearing this. "I thought that Xiao Dance's rank was high enough, but I didn't realize that there were experts." Unfortunately, it was only an auxiliary soul master. It was well known that auxiliary soul masters had no attack power. Chapter 16, True Blind Douluo, Little Yellow Hair Qilin. Just as Qilin and the others were at Nordine Academy, a shocking battle was erupting in a mountain range to the north of the Holy Soul Village, only to see the air purple filled with a highly toxic mist, withering and corroding all the flowers, plants and trees in the place that was enveloped. The originally noble and sacred and full of majesty Bibi Dong at this moment exerted the true body of the martial spirit. The originally enchanting body at this moment transformed into a huge spider with a huge body. The whole body emitted purple light, only the upper body still retained a human form. But even so, she surprisingly still looked full of otherworldly beauty, exuding a demonic feeling. Across from her, Tang Hao took a few ragged breaths. He admitted that he had been careless. This Bibi Dong, surprisingly, was even more difficult to deal with than the previous pope. Thousands searching diseases, although both of them also bear the 100,000-year soul ring. But Tang Hao was once surrounded by several big sealed Douluo. The injury has not been healed not to mention, but also has been decadent for several years. How is Bibidong's opponent? Seeing that Bibi Dong had cast his martial soul true body, Tang Hao had no choice but to similarly open his own Haotian true body. However, his mind was already calculating how to escape. Knowing that you are not going to be defeated, you still have to fight to the death. It's a folly called hot-bloodedness. Now that Tang Hao had managed to come to his senses, and even more so, he saw the hope of returning to the clan. How could he just fall here like this? Hao Tian's true body. With a loud shout, Tang Hao's soul power exploded as if it were bursting beans, while a surging and terrifying aura violently erupted from his body. Tang Hao's 7th soul ring flashed, and behind him, a Hao Tian hammer suddenly blossomed with pitch-black light, surging to 100 meters away, as if it were a small mountain. The terrifying pressure caused the surrounding ground to sink steeply, as if the surrounding air had become sticky with it. Bibi Dong, I'll show you today. Why is the Hao Tian hammer called the world's #1 weapon martial soul? Let's settle this with one move. Tang Hao's voice was like a rolling wave, pouncing toward Bibi Dong. The latter snorted coldly. Since you're so impatient to die, I'll fulfill you. Ha ha ha, it's not certain who will die. Ling Tian strike. Tang Hao's voice rang through the air like a thunderbolt. The most terrifying thing about this strike is that it can't be dodged and can only be taken hard, and the power is overwhelming. On the other hand, the black eighth soul ring on Bibidong's body suddenly flashed and bloomed with a brilliant black light. Immediately afterward, another Death Spider Emperor body that looked exactly like her original body bizarrely appeared next to her. This was precisely Bibidong's eighth soul skill, the Spider Emperor split. This doppelganger still needed to be manipulated by the main body, yet it was able to explode with 100% of the body's damage. And the moment the Spider Emperor's split appeared, Bibidong's sixth soul ring followed suit and blossomed with dazzling light. Sixth soul skill, blood-sucking spider sting. In the next moment, Bibidong's main body and split body released tens of thousands of spider spines at the same time, as if they were wild waves crazily impacting towards the small mountainous giant hammer that descended from the sky. Rumble! The entire mountain range was shaken, the airwaves rolled, and the terrifying impact caused the surrounding rocks to shatter, and the mountain collapsed. After a long time, the commotion subsided and an enchanting silhouette rushed out from the airwaves, blood spilling from the corner of its mouth. The visitor was Bibidong. Only at this moment, she looked pale and her breath was disorganized, and her image looked rather wretched. Worthy of being Tang Hao, I didn't expect to let you escape after all. But, even if you can escape, can your son escape like you? Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountains, the robes on Tang Hao's body were tattered and torn, and the wounds on his body were likewise overflowing with blood. Only bizarrely, the blood flowing out from his wounds was a dark purple color, which looked particularly hideous. In addition to this, his eyes likewise oozed ebony purple blood. In the great battle just now, his eyes were injured by the spider thorns that were like wild waves, causing his eyes to be poisoned and blinded, turning him into a blind Douluo. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Sooner or later, I will completely eradicate you all. Tang Hao cupped his fist and violently pounded on the boulder next to him, instantly smashing it into pieces. He was careless and underestimated Bibidong's strength. Otherwise Bibidong might not be able to catch up with him if he directly escaped. It was basically impossible to kill a sealed Douluo unless the difference between them was too great. No, I must travel to Nordine Academy as fast as I can to take Junior away. Otherwise he will only be in danger. At this time, Tang Hao thought of his good oldest son at the first moment, so he swept toward Nordine City with his perception. Although blind, he was a sealed Douluo anyways, not so much that he couldn't even walk. Just as Tang Hao was rushing towards Nordine Academy, the Nordine City marketplace, Qilin and Xiao Dai walked down the street. This time when he came to the academy to report, he and Xiao Dai brought a few changes of clothes, bedding and the like he didn't bring. It was too much trouble. That was kind of the downside of not having a storage soul guide. It can't be helped. Luck is not a wishing machine that gives you whatever you wish for. For example, Qilin had wished to pick up a storage soul guide before, but it turned out that he didn't. He wished again for a kind man or a kind sister to send him a storage soul guide, but the result was still nothing. So yeah, this luck works sometimes and sometimes it doesn't, and Qilin can't control it. Of course, when it comes to his safety, that's a different story. After walking through several stores, Qilin had only one request for bedding. That means sleeping comfortably while still being understatedly luxurious. Be as understated as you want, and as luxurious as you want. Although Qilin was a glutton for punishment, he didn't want the group of kids in the 7 houses to think that he was showing off. It didn't seem right to say showing off. Qilin didn't really care about what others thought of him. He was mainly worried about hitting the gang of kids from the 7 shepherds. Though one shouldn't be able to live in the 7 shelters for long. Returning to the 7th house and making the bed, Wang Shang and the others proposed. Sister Xiao Dai, Brother Lin, it's mealtime, shall we go to the academy's cafeteria together? Originally, Qilin and Xiao Dai had already eaten outside, but thinking about the fact that they hadn't seen the academy's food yet, they nodded and responded. Okay, let's do it together then. Most of the time, the people of the 7 houses acted together, otherwise they would inevitably be targeted by outsiders. When they arrived at the cafeteria, a group of scantily clad trainees rushed aggressively towards the crowd in the 7th house. Only, after Xiao Qingyu, who was halfway there, saw Qilin, who was mingling in the 7 houses and had a Buddhist demeanor, his face instantly darkened. How is this guy? I can't believe he came to Notting Academy too. He couldn't forget this little yellow hair that he had met just once and then had charmed his own sister to death. And this guy even hangs out with Wang Shang's gang of mudbloods. It is simply outrageous. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingyu walked up with a gang of juniors in a rage, intending to settle new accounts and old accounts together. At this time, Wang Shang also noticed the raging Xiao Qingyu and his group and suddenly shouted, Sister Xiao Mai. It's usually Xiao Qingyu and these guys who take the lead in bullying our 7 shelters. So that's it, you guys wait. Sister Mai is going to avenge you. Hey, when Qilin noticed Xiao Qinyu's group, without waiting for him to speak, Xiao Dance's petite and delicate body swept out like a bolt of lightning, like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Seeing this situation, Qilin could only make a pose of a bear spreading its hands. Well, I can only bless my for laying down a lighter hand. After a while, already bruised and swollen, Xiao Qinyu and his group looked at Xiao Dance and together they shouted outside the cafeteria. Greetings Sister Xiao Dance. Long live Sister Xiao Dance. Mud. Shame. Chapter 17 Yu Xiaojiang Speculation. Poisonous blue-silver grass. What are they all doing, making all that noise? Just then, a slightly angry voice suddenly rang out, and a young teacher walked out from the cafeteria. Xiao Danyu had just had the idea of suing after seeing the young teacher, but in the next moment, he saw little Dance smilingly staring at him as he danced his little fists, so Xiao Qinyu decisively closed his mouth from his heart, and the teacher who walked out of the cafeteria, seeing that no one answered back, frowned slightly and left a sentence. Next time you dare to gather a crowd outside the cafeteria, you'll all be sweeping the toilets for me. After that it returned to the cafeteria. On the other hand, Little Dance bounced back to Qilin's side and said with a smile, Sister Little Dance is awesome, isn't she? It only took one day to unify Noden Academy. You're this. Qilin gave a thumbs up. Behind them, Wang Shang and the others also called out in unison, Sister Mai is mighty. On the other side, looking at the way Xiao Dance, who had previously been ferocious and incomparable, treated Qilin, Xiao Qingyu gritted his teeth. Sure enough, he's a little yellow-haired guy who doesn't forget to hook up with girls wherever he goes. No, I must go back and make my sister break off contact with this guy. After such a small fiasco, Qilin and the 7 shepherds crowd entered the cafeteria. Little Dance, as the big sister of the 7 houses, waved her hand. This meal is on Sister Mai. Once it was time to check out, feeling the 1 silver soul coin and a few copper soul coins in his pocket, his little face was embarrassed. I ordered too much food just now. One could only look pitifully at Qilin on the side. Brother Lin. Qilin pinched Xiao Dance's watery little face and settled the bill. You don't have money to buy dinner? I'm a big sister of the 7 shepherds. When he left the cafeteria, he only saw a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, with an ordinary appearance and an inch of hair coming from the other side. Qilin glanced at him and felt that this person seemed to look a bit familiar. The person was then seen beckoning in the direction they were in, calling Tang-san out. Now Qilin knew who he was. Master Yu Xiaojiang. For these characters in novels and anime, Qilin was generally indifferent. Even if the internet spewed Tang-san and the Grandmaster into, he didn't care. Even, Qilin kinda admired Yu Xiaojiang. A mere 29th ranked soul master was able to simultaneously wrongly, attract the 2 crouching dragon phoenix chicks, Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong. Qilin took a closer look at the master before he left. Mediocre. Could it be that you've grown up, old-fashioned in nature, ordinary in appearance, and not very high in rank? Couldn't it be that the master really relied on his true talent to attract Ryu Erlong and Bibi Dong? But didn't they all say that most of the 10 core competency theories of the martial soul released by the Grandmaster were borrowed from the library of the Hall of Martial Souls? Saying that Yu Xiaojiang is erudite and talented, Qilin believes it. But in a world where strength is honored, a woman's choice of spouse naturally carries a bias. But in just such a climate, Ryu Erlong and Bibi Dong still have a clear-eyed look at the master. This was what Qilin admired about the master. But yeah, then again, the master is not considered responsible for Ryu Erlong and Bibi Dong. Ziring said that this point could not be advocated. The other side, after the Grandmaster led Tang-san away, he remembered a child among the crowd who had been staring at him earlier, and asked Tang-san for his name. Seeing his teacher mention Qilin, Tang-san subconsciously frowned. Teachers are also interested in Zilin? However, Tang-san had always felt that once a teacher, always a father. So instantly the master was introduced. His name is Qilin, and his martial soul is the mutated blue-silver grass. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes narrowed slightly after hearing this. Do you know what level his innate soul power is? Tang-san shook his head. I don't know, but the odds are that it's level 10. What does that mean? Tang-san immediately told what happened in the 7 houses. Yu Xiaojiang's brows became even heavier after hearing this, saying, I didn't expect that a small 7 shepherds could produce 3 innate full soul power. And that kid called Qilin, can he really reach innate full soul power just by using mutant blue-silver grass? Even if it is a benign mutation, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Unless, he was also a dual-born martial soul. Thinking of this, a blazing incomparable light erupted in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, and even his breathing became much more rapid. The heavens are so generous to me, Yu Xiaojiang. Surprisingly, I was able to encounter 2 twin martial souls at the same time in this small nodding city. As long as he could accept Qilin as a disciple as well, and let him and Xiao San practice their theories together. On the day when the 2 of them became famous in the continent, who would dare to underestimate him? Yu Xiaojiang? At that time, he would be the true master of the entire Douluo continent. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaojiang unexpectedly gave birth to a kind of heroes in the world all into my enough heroes. As for whether or not Qilin would say no, Yu Xiaojiang felt that he would bend him with his knowledge. After bringing Tang San to his dormitory, Yu Xiaojiang first asked Tang San to release his second martial soul. The moment she saw the Haotian hammer, Yu Xiaojiang instantly recognized the Haotian hammer and even guessed the identity of Tang San's father, Tang Hao. Although he knew that Tang Hao and the Palace of Martial Souls were mortal enemies, there were no waves within the Grandmaster's heart. He wants to be famous and immortalized in the continent. Wouldn't he back down because of Tang San's identity? What's more, he was confident that even if Bibi Dong knew Tang San's identity, he would never make things difficult for him. That's probably why being favored is always emboldened. Then after that, the master confidently analyzed the pros and cons of blue-silver grass to Tang San, laying down the future direction of Tang San's blue-silver grass control system. However, blue-silver grass is too weak, and to have a stronger control effect, it needs to utilize the accompanying toxicity to strengthen its aggressiveness and control. When Tang San heard it, additional toxicity? This one is right in line with what you're good at, so the two hit it off. In the future, I'll attach toxicity to the blue-silver grass. As long as my blue-silver grass is toxic enough, even if I can't control you, I can still poison you. Only, the two were not considering it at all at the moment. Would this result in the blue-silver grass being less tough than other plant martial spirits, and less toxic than martial spirits that are known for their poisons? After all, there are specialties in the arts. You a life force-based martial soul to play what poison? If not the main character, who dare to play so? After sending Tang San away, Yu Xiaojiang sat behind the table and let out a long sigh of relief. Total flub. Oh, no, it's the one that always convinces Junior with his knowledge. Just as Yu Xiaojiang was about to close his eyes and squint for a while, the doors on both sides were suddenly pushed open by a strong wind, and the resulting commotion also made Yu Xiaojiang no longer sleepy. Who is it? Yu Xiaojiang snapped, but what responded to him was a ghostly voice, and a silhouette with a delicate body and a noble and holy aura stepped out from the shadows. Kong, long time no see. Chapter 18 Bibidong's Disappointment. Little son Zilin. Bibi Don. Yu Xiaojiang looked at this first woman he once loved deeply with a complicated face. What brings you here? I can't come? Bibi Dong asked rhetorically, a flash of disappointment in his eyes as he slammed an unconscious figure onto the floor of Yu Xiaojiang's dormitory. She's been here for a while now, hiding behind the door. When he saw Tang San go out, he tackled him. Yu Xiaojiang saw that Tang San, who had just gone out, had been knocked out and thrown in front of him like this, and a flash of panic flashed through his eyes. He knew that once Tang San's identity was exposed, it was likely that he would be killed by Bibi Dong. But Tang San was his Jade Xiaojiang's disciple, the perfect candidate to prove his theory. How could he watch Tang San die? Yu Xiaojiang pondered for just a second, and his mind immediately made up its mind. He chided, Bibi Dong, what are you doing? Junior, he's my disciple. If there's anything you do, you come at me. Looking at the man in front of him defending Tang San, the disappointment in Bibidong's eyes grew more and more intense. She pointed at Tang San, her voice gradually icy cold. Do you know who he is? Yu Xiaojiang's heart thumped when she saw Bibi Dong ask about Tang San's identity, but the next second he responded with a cold grunt. I don't know the identity of Junior, and I don't mean to find out. Ha, ha, Bibi Dong chuckled softly to himself twice, his gaze sharpening. Since you don't know who he is, I'll tell you, Tang San is the son of Tang Hao. Sure enough, hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes stared. He had already guessed that Bibi Dong had personally rushed from the Martial Soul Palace to Nordine City, most likely having already discovered Tang Hao's traces in Tang San's identity. However, Yu Xiaojiang still held out a slight chance that Bibi Dong was here to find himself. Unfortunately, a lot of things always go against the grain. No, Junior must not die. Yu Xiaojiang's heart violently tightened. If Xiao San died, who would help him fulfill the ideal in his heart? Although there was still an alternate person, Qilin, but after hearing Xiao San talk about it, the first soul skill of his mutated blue-silver grass was actually an auxiliary soul skill. Therefore, even if Qilin was willing to worship himself and help him realize his lifelong theory, so what? He was already flawed and couldn't reach perfection like Junior. Moreover, Yu Xiaojiang didn't think that Qilin's second martial soul could compare to the Haotian hammer. This is the world's #1 weapon martial soul. Bibi Dong, you can't kill Tang San. I don't care whose son he is, but he is the heir to my mantle, and I will never allow you to harm him. If I don't kill him, am I waiting for him and Tang Hao to kill me? Bibidong's emotions suddenly became agitated. Roaring loudly, looking at Bibidong's slightly grim, beautiful face, he let out a long sigh, and his face became tender. Donger, you didn't used to be like this. You used to be gentle and considerate, always looking towards me. I can assure you that Tang San will never go against the Martial Soul Palace in the future, as long as you keep him alive. Okay, Donger. BB Don took a deep breath with a complex expression. Kong, now you're a stranger to me, you know full well. He has an undying grudge against the martial spirit hall, knowing full well that he is likewise a dual-born martial soul. Seemingly seeing that BB Don was unmoved, a scowl flashed across the master's face. But I've already assured you that Junior will never be an enemy of the martial soul palace. What more do you want? Don't you trust me that much? BB Don, I'm telling you, if him really goes after Junior, then you and I dash, and there will be no more. This firm and powerful voice caused BB Dong to simply not believe her ears as she looked at Yu Xiaojiang incredulously, as if she was ascertaining what he had said, wanting to see a trace of regret on his face. But unfortunately, Yu Xiaojiang didn't have the slightest bit of remorse on his face. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, Yu Xiaojiang, what a Yu Xiaojiang, remember what you said today. If Tang San still dares to be an enemy of my martial soul palace, it won't be that you're no longer involved with me, it'll be that I dash. Break with you. BB Don looked at Yu Xiaojiang's face, the love in his eyes dissipated, and suddenly he felt, he seems to be really average looking. As the words landed, Bibidon's figure steeply disappeared in place. Looking at Bibidon's disappearing figure, and then looking at Tang San on the ground, Yu Xiaojiang let out a sigh of relief, but without waiting for him to wake Tang San up, another silhouette flashed to him. Yu Xiaojiang, Nima still coming? On the other hand, BB Dong was walking on a sparsely populated street, recalling the past in his mind, and 2 lines of tears could not help but flow from the corner of his eyes. Just then, a pale, young palm handed over a tissue. This, sister, wipe your tears. BB Don subconsciously took the tissue and lowered his head slightly, only then noticing an oncoming young boy who looked to be only 5 or 6 years old. The boy was dressed in a laid-back outfit, his skin white and delicate, with slightly tousled black hair, a small, delicate face, and a sense of laziness and looseness emanating from his body. Looking at the visitor, Bibidon's expression was stunned. He's not. For a small nodding city, 3 innate full soul powers came out at the same time, naturally alarming BB Dong. That's why she had pulled up the trio's details upon arriving in Nodding City and knew what they looked like. Qi Lin is one of them. Bibidong's purpose for coming to Nodding City, besides killing Tang Hao's father and son, was to bring Qi Lin and Xiao Dai into the martial spirit hall for cultivation. Though with the two's martial souls, they might not be able to go very far. After all, a high innate soul power didn't necessarily mean that one would be able to become a strong person in the future. Tang Yuehua of the Haotian sect is a typical representative of this. The same martial soul mutation, innate 9th level soul power, and even an innate domain. But what happened? Due to the mutation of the martial soul, the soul power could no longer be enhanced. But there were accidents in everything. What if Qi Lin and Xiao Dai were both really supreme geniuses? Looking at Qi Lin's handsome little face with a slightly lethargic and relaxed demeanor, Bibidong's heart that was originally disappointed in Yu Xiaojiang unexpectedly calmed down inexplicably. She leaned down and reached out to touch Ziren's head. Thanks for the tissues, little guy. Qi Lin looked at this woman of bubbling beauty and had thought towards BB Dong. After all, how could BB Dong be in Nodding City at this time of the year? But he couldn't watch a woman cry, especially one so beautiful. So with an old-fashioned smile, he comforted, sister, you should smile more when you're so pretty. Although his tone was old, he looked too young, like a little proper man, so the words coming out of his mouth surprisingly gave off a sense of cuteness. As for giving BB Dong the feels, kind of like a little sun, a little warmer. She had forgotten how long it had been since she had heard an outsider say pretty to her. Thinking of this, when BB Dong looked at Qi Lin again, the corners of her mouth suddenly couldn't help but raise. Chapter 19, someone really sent a soul guy to the door. It's just as I thought. Sister looks great when she smiles. She's simply prettier than a fairy in the sky. Looking at BB Dong, who couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Qi Lin didn't mince words as he praised him. BB Dong didn't understand what the fairy meant, but he could guess that Qi Lin was praising her. Isn't a fairy in the sky a goddess? This little guy actually thinks she's more beautiful than a goddess. Sweet little mouth. So BB Dong leaned down and reached out to gently rub his hand on Ziren's head, once again exuding a soft smile. Thank you for the compliment. Sis loves it. At this moment, Bibidong's body exuded an aura of holiness and gentleness, and paired with her beautiful and flawless face, even Qi Lin felt that his breathing was a few points sharper than usual. Don't look at the small dance as also a beauty billet, but compared to this big beauty in front of you, it is like a green. Incomparably is the gap between green apple and water. There's no comparison. Are you shy, little one? BB Dong felt Qi Lin, whose breathing had suddenly become rapid, and instead of thinking much about it, he felt amused and subconsciously pinched his cheeks, unconsciously all in a much happier mood. Qi Lin subconsciously shook his head, but as soon as he thought that he was now a child, he immediately nodded again. This seems more in line with who you are as a child now. However, his gesture, which seemed like a desire to be a good friend, caused BB Dong to puff and burst out laughing. Afterwards, Perhaps because he felt a kinship with Qilin, Bibi Dong didn't reveal his identity right away. A small group of people walking down a sparsely populated street. After walking together for a while, Zirin didn't gush on and on, but Bibi Dong always giggled at a very corny joke from his former life. And Bibi Dong also found out that this little son next to him turned out to be not as innocent and kind as it appeared to be, and even had a little bit of a bellyache sometimes. Well, this beautiful older sister. I think it's time for me to go back to the academy. Qilin looked at the gradually darkening sky, stretched his back, and said with a smile, after all, besides this big beauty, there might be a little beauty waiting for him in the academy. Qilin said that although the great beauty was a bit more beautiful, but after all, there was a difference between close and distant, so he could only bear to fail her. Seeing Qilin preparing to leave, Bibi Dong was slightly stunned. A glance at the sky made his heart sink. Has time gone by so fast? Shaking his head slightly, the expression on Bibi Dong's face then returned to its original noble and holy, while still being slightly majestic. This change immediately caught Qilin's attention. What a powerful aura! How does this beautiful sister look and feel like a queen now? In his previous life, his wife had also played the queen, but from the temperament in this beautiful sister was 100,000 miles away. This sister, she doesn't look like she's acting. Little one, thank you for walking with me today. I had a great time, so now I can give you a chance to become my disciple. Ah, take me as a disciple? Hearing Bibi Dong's words, Qilin was slightly stunned, and then resumed surveying around Bibi Dong. Being gawked at by this little guy like he was some rare thing, Bibi Dong's pretty face darkened slightly. Feeling offended? Seen enough? Bibi Dong blankly glanced at Qilin, a bit of a reprimanding tone in his tone. That would be Zirin, too. If anyone else dared to survey themselves with such eyes, they would only have been slapped to death with their own hands. Qilin smiled sarcastically and immediately withdrew his gaze. Enough is enough. I'm just curious about the identity of the beautiful sister. After all, the aura you had just now was simply like an empress. It was too domineering. Queen? Bibi Dong's heart stirred slightly when he heard those two words. A certain idea grew wildly out of her heart with it. The world may not be incapable of having a queen, but soon. Bibi Dong retrieved his thoughts and blandly said, now, don't you care who my identity is? All you need to know is that I'm good enough to be your teacher. As long as you agree, I can take you to Martial Soul City. Bibi Dong still hasn't revealed his identity. She liked the way she was interacting with Qilin now, so she didn't want Qilin to become like the others after knowing her identity. Only in awe. Even. Bibi Dong flashed his soul ring. Yellow purple black red. Only. The soul ring only appeared for a split second before immediately disappearing. The corners of Bibi Dong's lips rose slightly. How about that? I'm strong enough to be your teacher, right? This is the most common method of accepting disciples in the Douluo continent, directly using strength to tell you that I am qualified enough to be your teacher. After all, without a strong strength to support, any theoretical data is just a closed door, a peak in the tube. Qilin nodded repeatedly like a groundhog. Now, where does he not know? The bubbly beautiful woman in front of her was Pope Bibi Dong, one of the three major love brains of the Martial Spirit Hall. Although, Bibi Dong's sudden appearance in Nodding City made Qilin feel a bit abstract, but that's all still acceptable. It was just that now Bibi Dong was still accepting himself as a disciple. To answer or not to answer? Seeing that this little guy in front of her actually didn't reply to her words for half a day, Bibi Dong's showy eyebrows slightly frowned. What? Can't you little guy see me as a teacher? Qilin shook his head. No, but I don't want to go to Martial Soul City, so I won't be able to be your disciple. There was another reason. In case he became Bibi Dong's disciple, what would happen to little Dance? She and the Martial Spirit Hall are incompatible. After all, his own mother was killed by Bibi Dong and absorbed the soul ring. Although Bibi Dong was much more attractive than the current Xiao Maizi, emotionally, Qilin definitely had to be on Xiao Maizi's side. That's it? Bibi Dong was puzzled by Zirin's idea. I'm a sealed Douluo, so you won't think about it anymore? Bibi Dong added. Qilin shook his head affirmatively. Bibi Dong saw this and did not advise further. If it was in the past, if any genius rejected her invitation, she would only choose to destroy it if she couldn't get it. But when she realized that this person was Qilin, she surprisingly did not get angry, but felt regret. Alas, since you don't want to be my disciple, forget it, but you called me sister a few times anyway, Bibi Dong said, and suddenly took out a silver-colored bracelet from her hand, and said in a gentle voice, sister doesn't have any gifts on her, so this bracelet will be given to you. This bracelet is a soul guide that can store living things. Although it's not a particularly valuable treasure, it's still fine to contain some miscellaneous items. After saying that, he personally helped Qilin put on the bracelet. Qilin looked at the bracelet on his left wrist and froze slightly. Hey, someone really did send over a storage soul guide. Thank you, sister. Looking at the way Qilin was lovingly looking at the storage bracelet, Dong immediately had a smirk on his face. Well, it's time for my sister to go. I'll see you around. Chapter 20, Overreacting Tang San. The confused and confident master. Dong finally pinched Qi Lin's face, and in the next moment his body unexpectedly rose up in the air and immediately disappeared into the sky. After leaving Qi Lin, Dong didn't even bother to pay attention to the last innate full soul power in the city of Nodding. A rabbit martial soul is just a rabbit. Even if it is an innate full soul power, can it still compare to the golden generation of their own martial soul hall? Looking at Bibidon's disappearing figure, Qi Lin shrugged and returned to the 7 shelters after buying some fruits on the street and bringing a few carrots for Little Dance. Just after returning to the dormitory, Little Dance jumped and trotted over, and from the expression on her face, it was clear that she was in a good mood at the moment. Qi Lin pinched Xiao Dance's cheeks and snickered. "Why are you so happy?" Mai raised her snow-white chin up slightly and hummed lightly with a proud face. "From now on, I'll be the only big sister in Nodding Academy." Awesome! She had led Xiao Qingyu and his group today, fighting all the way from the 1st grade to the 6th grade. And now, apart from the teachers and brother Xiao Lin, anyone who saw her would have to call out Sister Xiao Mai. Awesome! Qi Lin gave a thumbs up, and then took out the fruits and carrots he had bought from among the silver bracelets on his hand. He then looked at Wang Shang and the others who were swallowing their saliva and smiled gently. "I've brought you all a little fruit. Come along and try some." Not that he was pleasing anyone, he had brought something for his roommate every time he came back from a night out during his previous life in college. Of course, most of them were from girls, which he lent to his roommates, and ended up with several cheap volunteers. Before Wang Shang and the others could move, Little Dance's watery eyes lit up abruptly. "Brother Lin, how did you know I was hungry and brought me back carrots? Mai loves you so much." Boo! After saying that, Xiao Dai took the carrot from Qi Lin's hands in a swift manner, and took the opportunity to kiss him on the side of his face, before smilingly returning to her own bed. Almost at the same moment, the gate of the 7 houses suddenly opened. Tang San stared dazedly at the scene just now, and for some reason, a sudden twinge of pain came from his heart. He looked at Qi Lin with an angry face and spoke loudly without being told. "Qi Lin, I didn't expect you to look harmless, but in reality, you are actually so nasty that you would use carrots to trick Xiao Dance into kissing you. Abominable. Isn't it just carrots? He can afford it, too." Qi Lin looked at Tang San with a dumbfounded expression. "You're overreacting, aren't you?" Without waiting for Qi Lin to open his mouth to explain, Xiao Dai glared at Tang San and crossed her arms. "Tang San, you have a dirty mind yourself. Don't think of others as dirty as well. This time, seeing as you are a first-time offender, Sister Xiao Mai won't bother with you, and the next time I see you slandering brother Xiao Lin, let's see if I don't beat you to death." For those who didn't care, Xiao Dai's character was never spirited and unreasonable, and in front of so many people, she didn't give any face at all. And finally, he grunted and put Qi Lin's arm in front of Tang San. When Tang San saw this scene, his cheeks that were originally slightly yellowed from malnutrition also instantly reddened. Damn it, he was clearly doing it for Mai's sake, but Mai didn't appreciate it at all. Now Tang San felt like a clown. As for Zirin, well, as long as you're not embarrassed yourself, then it's others who are. Qi Lin very naturally withdrew his arm that was being held by Xiao Dance and then looked at the rest of the 7 houses. "Everyone, don't just stand there. Come and taste it." Oh, thank you brother Lin." Only then did Wang Shang and the others come back to their senses. After receiving the fruit handed over by Qi Lin as if it was a precious treasure, he savored it in small bites. In their eyes, these fruits were high-class fruits that only nobles could enjoy. Finally, Qi Lin looked at Tang San and eased the atmosphere. "Tang San, that was a misunderstanding just now. We're all in the same dormitory. Let's taste the fruits together." However, after he finished speaking, what he ushered in was Tang San's slightly cold and stiff reply. "No, I've already eaten at my teacher's already." "Teacher? Is that the one from Jade Xiaojiang who was freeloading at our Nordine Academy? I can't believe he's your teacher. You should have observed for a while longer. Why were you so hasty in worshipping?" Wang Shang, who was eating fruit, heard Tang San's words and subconsciously picked up. A touch of curiosity and disbelief could still be seen on his face. After all, in his eyes, Tang San is a genius with innate full soul power. Although the martial soul is only a waste martial soul blue-silver grass, but how can he not worship the master as a teacher? Could it be a snub? However, as soon as Wang Shang finished speaking, Tang San's face, whose expression had just eased, once again turned gloomy, and his gaze swept Wang Shang with an icy cold glance. "I forbid you to talk about my teacher like that, and the next time you do, don't blame me for turning the other cheek." Wang Shang was startled by Tang San's icy gaze, trembling and immediately closing his mouth, but his heart was quite indignant. What clearly the master himself has outwardly declared himself a freeloader. What's more, his intention was also to worry about Tang San being fooled. "I didn't realize that it was my own good intentions, the rest of the 7 houses were silenced. Don't look at Tang San, who couldn't beat Little Dancing Sister, but he could easily hang on to their gang. Of course, this matter was nothing more than a minor hiccup, and the next day Tang San traveled to the soul hunting forest under the guidance of the Grandmaster. On the way, Tang San talked about yesterday's Wang Shang slander against the master, but Yu Xiaojiang listened to it but waved his hand without caring, his face showing a confident look. He looked at Tang San with a burning gaze and said deeply, "Junior, are you willing to trust the teacher?" Looking at Yu Xiaojiang's expression full of confidence, unconsciously even Tang San was infected by it. "Teacher, once a teacher, always a father. Surely a disciple is willing to trust you?" The Grandmaster's face became more satisfied and confident as he saw this. "Yeah, Junior, teacher really wasn't wrong about you. Since you are willing to believe in teacher, then teacher will never let you down. Don't worry, after so many years of teacher's research, attaching a poison attribute soul ring to the blue silver grass is definitely the most correct choice. Although, there was no precedent of blue silver grass attaching a poison attribute soul ring before this, and the theory was temporarily in the stage of speculation. However, Yu Xiaojiang still had complete confidence in his speculation. The two then went on to have a master-apprentice moment. More than 10 days later, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, whose face was pale and whose arm was still bandaged, returned to the academy. Although the large and small two looked very wretched, their eyes were radiant and full of confidence. Especially Yu Xiaojiang, don't see that he was injured, yet his spirit was extremely exuberant. For him, the theories he researched were even more important than life. Solely, he gambled right. Not only had Junior absorbed the Mandala Snake's soul ring, but his body hadn't shown any abnormalities, and even his martial soul hadn't shown any obvious repulsive reactions. On top of that, Junior's first soul skill, Blue Silver Winding, was also quite useful. Not only could it entangle the enemy, but it also contained the poison of the Mandragora snake. Yu Xiaojiang was undoubtedly very satisfied with this result, for this proves that one's own inference is entirely correct. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaojiang became spirited, intending to document this case of Xiao San immediately after returning to the academy, waiting for Little 3 to shock the continent, then publish them all, so that the vast number of blue silver grass soul masters are all attached to the poison attribute soul ring. It's kind of for the benefit of the public. Chapter 21 Tian Meng, this master is really stupid and bad. Having just returned to the 7 houses, Tang San saw that the beds that originally belonged to Qi Lin and Xiao Dance were empty, and the frown on his face immediately wrinkled uncontrollably. "Wang Shang, where's Little Dance and Qi Lin?" Tang San asked. "Mai Chan and Lin Chan, they are not work-study students, and they moved into the new dormitory after it was built 2 days ago." Hearing Wang Shang finish, Tang San's frown tightened. At this time, Wang Shang asked with slight envy, "Did you go soul hunting this bout?" "Yes," Tang San replied back with an upset voice, placing the package on the bed to himself. He didn't know why, but his mood suddenly turned bad after he learned that Mai had moved away from the 7 houses. After dealing with a few words from Wang Shang, he walked out of the 7 houses. Looking at Tang San's departing back, someone in the 7 houses suddenly muttered in a low voice, "He's so loaded." The other side, in the midst of an equally spacious and beautifully decorated dormitory, Xiao Dai, who had just returned from a stroll outside, couldn't help but ask curiously when she saw that Qi Lin was in the middle of disassembling and reorganizing an illuminated soul guide by installing it. "Brother Little Lin, aren't you bored of disassembling and reorganizing these soul guides every day?" No, I feel like assembling spirit guides is kinda fun. You don't even have to tell me. Now I'm able to make some simple soul guides on my own, which is super fulfilling alright," Qi Lin said with a slightly excited tone. "Okay, although I can't figure out what the point of this is, it looks complicated as hell. I feel like I'm already getting dizzy just looking at this dense pile of parts." Qi Lin laughed and pinched Xiao Dai's little face. "You won't be bored when I come up with a game console after a while." "PlayStation?" Mai looked puzzled. Qi Lin didn't explain either. Right now, even if he said it, with Xiao Dance's head, he wouldn't be able to understand. Isn't that a waste of breath? There aren't many people in the new dormitory. Plus Qi Lin and Xiao Dai are only 8, which is even less than the 7 houses. At this point in time, all the other people in the dormitory were out having a crazy time. After all, they were all just some 6-year-olds, and it was normal for them to be active and playful. However, just at this moment, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and a large and small group of people appeared in the dormitory. It was none other than Grandmaster Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San. The two men had their own thoughts. Tang San wanted to re-challenge Xiao Dance and let Xiao Dance see his true strength. Yu Xiaojiang, on the other hand, wanted to use Tang San to show Qi Lin what he could do. Let him know what is the true direction of cultivation of the blue-silver grass. Although Qi Lin's martial soul was a mutated blue-silver grass, Yu Xiaojiang felt that all changes were not the same. Qi Lin could likewise increase his soul rings in the direction of control and poison attributes like Xiao San. Even though he had already wasted a soul ring, Yu Xiaojiang believed that as long as he followed his plan from now on, it was not too late. Instead, Xiao Ma, who saw Tang San, grinned broadly and spoke, "Little Sanchan, it's you. Why did you come? Is it because you acquired the first soul ring that you think you can beat Sister Little Dance?" Looking at the big grinning Little Dance in front of him, Tang San felt much better, and couldn't help but smile slightly. "Little Dance, I forgot to tell you, after I absorbed the soul rings, I'm now level 13 as well, so if we fight again, I may not be your opponent." When Little Dance heard this, her little face immediately surged with an expression of eagerness to try. There wasn't a single capable fighter within the rest of the Nordine Academy, and if Tang San was willing to be this sandbag, she would naturally be happy to accompany her. The dormitory can't cast. Let's change places. Yes. Looking at Tang San to challenge Xiao Dance again, Qilin also grabbed a bag of snacks and followed. Yu Xiaojiang walked at the very back. Looking at Qilin's back, the corners of his mouth hooked evilly while a flash of essence appeared in his eyes. The four of them soon arrived at an open lawn at the back of the academy. Xiao Dance and Tang San even pulled ahead, with a full dozen meters separating the two of them. Before coming, Yu Xiaojiang had already done an analysis for Tang San in advance. Xiao Dance's martial soul was a rabbit, and beast martial souls were inherently stronger than plant martial souls in terms of physique. So what Tang San had to do was to avoid his shortcomings by building on his strengths, and use blue-silver grass to harass Xiao Dance from a distance. Because he had lost once, Tang San didn't dare to be the slightest bit gullible towards Xiao Dance, directly casting his first soul skill by surprise, blue and silver wrap. In a flash, more than 10 blue-silver grasses flew under his control and shot towards Xiao Dance. Watching the battle between the two, Yu Xiaojiang came to Qilin's side with a confident smile on his face to strike up a conversation. "I heard Junior mention you. Your name is Qilin, right?" Qilin looked at Yu Xiaojiang with slight confusion, but still nodded politely in response. "That's right, I'm Zirin. What's wrong?" Yu Xiaojiang smiled faintly and continued. "Junior said that your martial soul is mutant blue-silver grass?" Zirin continued to nod. "I heard that you're still innately full of soul power?" "That's right." Hearing Qilin's reply, a wise gaze spread across Yu Xiaojiang's face, immediately pulling out the word art he had spoken to Tang San. "The last word, if I'm not mistaken, you should be a dual-born martial soul, right?" Looking at Yu Xiaojiang's radiant and confident smile, as well as the data analysis that had been analyzed by him to a single-digit accuracy, it was said as if it was true. At the same time, Qilin's sea of consciousness space was in the middle. A round silkworm spoke up. "Little Qilin, how on earth did this ugly monster manage to speak nonsense with a confident face?" "Ugly?" Qilin gave Yu Xiaojiang a strange look. It was not really possible to talk about it by saying that it was ugly. It could only be said that it was mediocre. Seeing that Qilin didn't say anything, Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but laugh confidently. "By the looks of it, I guessed correctly." The corner of Qilin's mouth twitched slightly as he sniffed, then made a bearish show of hands. "To your disappointment, I only have one martial soul, at least for now." When Yu Xiaojiang heard this, he shook his head and smiled, looking at Qilin approvingly. "Good, you're wary, but your worries are unwarranted. I'm not going to harm you. Instead, I wish to teach you, to be your teacher, to be your guide on the path of a soul master." Yu Xiaojiang's voice was powerful. "See, he's my first disciple, Tang San," only to see him suddenly reach out and point at Tang San with a proud expression. "Look, even though Junior's martial soul is likewise only a wasted martial soul, blue-silver grass, he absorbed the 400-year-old Mandragora snake as his first soul ring under my teaching. After absorbing the Mandalorian snake soul ring, Junior's blue-silver grass not only has the ability to entwine in the Mandalorian snake's toxin, but even its toughness is more powerful than ordinary blue-silver grass. It also happens to prove my theory. A plant-based soul master doesn't necessarily have to absorb plant soul beasts." As soon as he had finished speaking, the voice of the heavenly dream eye silkworm suddenly sounded frantically in Qilin's sea of consciousness. "Little Qilin, don't be fooled by this ugly monster. The reason why the Tang San's blue-silver grass is tougher than ordinary blue-silver grass is because his blue-silver grass isn't ordinary blue-silver grass at all. This ugly monster is really stupid and bad. How could he let a life attribute-dominated blue-silver grass attach a poison attribute soul ring? Skydream Iceworm. You can call it a dish, but you really can't say it's short-sighted." Chapter 22 The Master Who Was Slapped in the Face. After hearing the words of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, Qilin's expression as he looked at Yu Xiaojiang became even more bizarre. "I feel like blue honeysuckle really can't go for the poison attribute. Come to think of it, it seems so. The martial souls of the Douluo continent follow the path of evolution. Even if you start out as an ordinary martial soul, with the increase in soul power level, after absorbing one soul ring after another, it is possible to evolve the martial soul to a certain extent. However, the ordinary blue-silver grass martial soul is one of the lowest level plant martial souls. If it really went the poison attribute route, then I'm afraid that without waiting for the evolution of the martial soul, it would be completely scrapped first. The main reason why Tang San was fine in the original was because his martial soul wasn't even an ordinary blue-silver grass, but a blue-silver emperor. Although the blue-silver emperor was not as good as the six-winged angel martial spirit, it was definitely not inferior to the Haotian hammer. No, it should be stronger, because the blue and silver emperor is unique. Although Tang San's pre-existing martial soul didn't have a second awakening, it had definitely reached the level of the blue-silver king, calling it a first-class martial soul. But such a martial soul basically didn't have any particularly powerful expression in Tang San's hands. Most of the reason why Tang San was able to repeatedly fight beyond his level had to do with his Tang Sex Jedi and hidden weapons. So it's not purely a sinkhole to have a toxin attached to blue and silver grass? Perfect for building on your strengths and weaknesses. Otherwise, relying on the blue-silver emperor martial soul's powerful life force, as well as Tang San's protagonist aura, Qilin felt that he might not be unable to inherit the God of Light's divine throne. Of course, this was all conjecture on Qilin's part. Coughing lightly, Qilin smiled and said, "Master, you have such an excellent disciple as Tang San, so I'll forget about it. What's more, I truly don't have a dual-born martial soul." Seeing this, Yu Xiaozhang's brows furrowed slightly. This kid, how come he's not getting any grease? However, in order to not let Qilin, the third twin-born martial soul pearl in 100 years, go into the dust, Yu Xiaozhang still continued without dying. "Don't listen to the wind. Although people in the outside world have many misconceptions about me, you can rest assured, although I, Yu Xiaozhang, only have a soul power level of 29, I am by no means a mediocre master, and I'm confident that I can teach you well." Yu Xiaozhang thought that the reason why Qilin was unwilling to worship himself as his master was because he had heard what the others had said about him. After all, what kind of reputation he had, Yu Xiaozhang couldn't be clearer. However, Qilin shook his head and made a bearish gesture of spreading his hands. "Master, I don't want to judge how others judge you, nor do I care to. I also only have one question. If one day my soul power breaks through to level 30, what are you going to teach me? Now I'm all 15 levels, yo." Qilin's words were like a steel knife that ruthlessly pierced into the master's chest. "Mud, what's wrong with level 29? Although he himself didn't have overwhelming strength, but he had amazing wisdom. Do you understand the meaning of the word master?" In the end, Yu Xiaozhang turned around in a pretentious manner, only leaving Qilin with a sullen back. "Just as well. One day you'll come around, because I'm the only one who's worthy of being your teacher." After saying that, Yu Xiaozhang left with his hands behind his back. Qilin was slightly stunned. "Hey, master, aren't you going to continue watching Tang San and Xiao Dai's duel?" Yu Xiaozhang stopped and turned his back to Qilin and said indifferently, "I don't need to see it to know the result. Junior will definitely win, because under the same level, control system soul masters are almost invincible. Unless the difference in martial souls between the two is just too great. But I know Little Dance's martial soul. It's just the soft bone rabbit. She's bound to lose." After saying that, Yu Xiaozhang went further and further away without looking back. Zirin raised an eyebrow. Really? He looked towards the battlefield of the two, only to see Tang San looking to be in quite a state of distress and trying to pull away from Xiao Dance. If it wasn't for the fact that the soles of his feet were still casting ghost shadow misty steps, he would have been caught up long ago. He was seen pulling away while using blue-silver grass to restrict Xiao Dance's movement, waiting for an opportunity to attack, and from time to time, he also used stones to sneak attack. If it was the original, odds are that Mai would have already lost, but now it was different. Having been buffed for over 2 months by Qilin with her soul techniques, her physical quality was too much stronger than Tang San's. What blue and silver grass? It breaks at the first pull. In the end, it seemed like she didn't want to play anymore and directly cast her first soul skill, Waist Bow. Add 100% to your waist strength and 50% to your toughness. In the next second, Xiao Dance's speed soared, and she suddenly shot out like a sharp arrow. Tang San's purple extreme demon pupil was on the verge of smoldering from watching, and could only barely see Little Dance's movements. And it's another thing to be able to keep up with the reaction when you can see it with your eyes. You lose again. Little Dance appeared behind Tang San and kicked out. Bang! Tang San instantly lunged forward several meters without standing still, eating a dog's teeth. Seeing this, Qilin saw that Yu Xiaozhang hadn't gone far, and his hands suddenly made a trumpet shape and shouted, "Master, look at this!" Little Dance won. Yu Xiaozhang, who hadn't yet walked far away, stumbled violently when he heard these words. The corners of his mouth twitched, and an even more puzzled expression spread across his face. Junior actually lost? How is this possible? It seems that it's still because the upper limit of the blue-silver grass is too low. If we can continue to enhance the toxins attached to the blue-silver grass, we might be able to change that. Shaking his head, Yu Xiaozhang accelerated his pace of departure. Just after the words were snapped in the face, this ing change who was not embarrassed looking at Yu Xiaozhang, who had gradually lost his shadow. Qilin shrugged his shoulders, and in the middle of his sea of consciousness space, the heavenly dream iceworm curled up into a ball of laughter. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. The expression on this ugly bastard's face just now must have been very nice, but it's a pity that brother didn't see it. On the other side, Tang-san climbed up from the ground, covered in dust, but there were no injuries, losing to Xiao Dance once again, and that was even with the Tang sex jutsu executed, which caused Tang-san's heart to be doubly battered. However, looking at Xiao Dance, Tang-san still forced to smile. My, you won. I didn't expect that I wouldn't be a match for you even after absorbing the soul rings. Mai's chin, which was raised proudly, grunted lightly. That's natural. I'm the big sister of the entire Nordine Academy. How could I lose to you? You're not so bad. Though, Little Dance's forthright words caused Tang-san's eyes to light up and his heartbeat to accelerate slightly. But the next thing he saw was Little Dance with a bright face, jumping up and down and running to Qilin's side with a show-off look on her face. Brother Lin. Am I good? Awesome. Qilin gave a thumbs up. Tang-san watched this scene from afar, the corner of his mouth twitching. But soon, his gaze firmed up and he shook his head slightly in the direction where Qilin was, although he was secretly a little envious of Little Dance's attitude towards Qilin. But on second thought, Qilin, this guy is indulging in tenderness at a young age, but he doesn't know that it's a waste of his original talent. And yourself? Not only did he have a dual-born martial soul, but he also worked so hard on his cultivation, and he even had a famous teacher like the Grandmaster to teach him. The three together, when time passes, will surely leave Qilin far behind. They would just end up being two worlds apart. I thought that Mai would be impressed with herself by then. Chapter 23, Nodding Academy Vacation. Autistic Tang-san, time flies. In an instant, Qilin and Xiao Dai had already finished mixing for a year at Nordine Academy. Qilin swore to God that he hadn't practiced much either, but that soul power just rubbed off. No, he had been level 23 months ago, he just hadn't bothered to obtain a soul ring. Not to mention Qilin, even Xiao Dance was level 19. As for Tang-san, he was already on the verge of being struck into autism by the two's cultivation speed. In a year's time, he had challenged Mai 3 times, and each time he had been violently beaten up. After fighting tooth and nail to cultivate, he had only managed to cultivate to level 17. In the dormitory, as the roommates left one by one after greeting each other, Qilin and Xiao Dai were soon the only two people left. At the moment the two were sitting in front of a game console, one of them busy holding a gamepad, with the sound of K.O.'s voice coming from the game console. Xiao Maizi yelled a few times and huffed. Little Lin, I told you to let me go a little bit. Qilin stretched his back and lazily returned. I haven't let you go yet. I've let you go for a small half a tube of blood bars alright. Vegetables, just practice more. If you can't afford to play, don't play. After hearing this, Mai huffed and skimmed her head. Humph, ignore you. Qilin spread his hands. That's just as well. I'll fight the man machine alone. You've been playing for months, and you haven't played as hard as the Junior Mano War. Brother Lin, you're so angry. I'm really ignoring you. Okay, I'll help you buy whatever you want on the way back in a while. Can you be happy now? Qilin said casually. Really? At those words, Little Dance's watery eyes lit up. Because she was a nature that couldn't keep money and spent it lavishly. Every time she went to the Martial Soul Temple to receive her allowance, she spent it all within 2 days. It was also for this reason that she could envy Qilin to death. There's never a shortage of money to spend, and you can always get a discount on something, or you can always meet an acquaintance who treats you. Mai wasn't very happy though, as most of those treating acquaintances were girls. Of course, if Brother Lin used the pocket money those girls sent him on her, then it wasn't unacceptable to her. Qilin gave her a blank look and casually said, if you don't believe me, then forget it. Just as the two were fighting, the dormitory door suddenly opened. The person who came was none other than Tang-san. Junior, what brings you here? Little Dance looked at Tang-san, who suddenly barged in, and said sardonically. Qilin also looked over curiously. Over the course of the semester, he hadn't talked to Tang-san much, but he didn't have any ill feelings towards him either. I'm just an ordinary classmate anyway. Tang-san looked much better than when he first arrived. When he first arrived, his skin was slightly waxy and his body was thin. But now, after the diet got better, the body and face got up physically as well. Looking at the Tang-san in front of him, Qilin couldn't help but feel sad that he was stuck with such an unreliable father as Tang Hao. Look at how hungry the kids were before. At this time, Tang-san also spoke, a faint smile spreading across his face. Mai, I don't have many friends, so this vacation I want to invite you and Qilin to my house. What do you think? Tang-san's gaze was slightly expectant as he looked toward Xiao Dance. He was smart enough to know that if he only invited Mai, the latter would never agree to him, so simply invite even Qilin alone. After Xiao Dance heard Tang-san's words, but she couldn't help but look at Qilin. Brother Lin, what do you think? Shi Lin thought about it and finally agreed. Mostly, he was curious about that legendary old Jack, so he wanted to go over and take a look. When Tang San heard this, a flash of joy spread across his face. Where's your luggage? I have spirit guides here that can help you guys load up, Tang San said, pointing to the 24 bridges and moonlit night at his waist. Shi Lin smiled faintly and pointed to the bracelet on his wrist as well. No need, I have a soul guide as well. Tang San was slightly stunned, and subconsciously said, you actually have a soul guide too? Shi Lin spread his hands. A kind sister gave it to me on the day school started. The day school just started. Tang San thought back carefully and instantly remembered. Shi Lin did not have this silver bracelet on his hand when he first entered the 7 houses. It ended up being there when I came back at night. At the time, he thought the bracelet was just a perfectly ordinary ornament. Unexpectedly, in the end, Tang San could only say, you're lucky then. Soul guides are expensive. Shi Lin, it is indeed expensive. Many soul guides are sold at inflated prices. The good thing was, he was now able to make his own soul guide as well. Shi Lin felt that it wasn't that difficult, right, and it was quite easy to learn on his own. Walking out the gate of the academy, the previous security guard had been fired on the 3rd day of school at Nordin Academy due to a complaint. The new security guard was now a rather rustic-looking youth of 17 or 18. Shi Lin was on good terms with him and said hello before he left. At the entrance of the academy, a carriage was quietly parked not far away. Tang San had prepared for this and had already rented a carriage in advance. Halfway through the journey, Little Dance chattered incessantly, while Tang San was unusually silent. Seeing this, Shi Lin simply pulled him in and discussed it with him. Although Yu Xiaojiang's theories were unreliable and borrowed from many of the collections in the library of the Palace of Martial Souls, but the fact is that apart from the dross, there is also a lot of essence, and Tang San, as Jade Xiaojiang's disciple, had still learned quite a bit about soul masters and soul beasts this year. Chatting anyway, Tang San was getting more and more excited with the conversation, and his face was gradually becoming more confident and showy. Unfortunately, it was quickly extinguished by a comment from my little Sanchan. Your soul master rank is so low, it must be caused by wasting your time on learning all this knowledge, right? Little Dance's words were like knives, piercing into Tang San's chest once again. It hurts too much. Thinking of Shi Lin and Xiao Dai's usual state of life, Tang San had the heart to argue that he had been cultivating for much longer than you two jerks, but when he thought about his soul power level, he began to self-doubt inwardly. We are all equally innate and full of soul power. What makes you two cultivate so fast? Is blue and silver grass really that useless? But Shi Lin's martial soul was also a mutated blue-silver grass. Watching Tang San fall into self-doubt, Xiao Dance smiled smugly. I'll let you show off. Let's see if you're still showing off now. A long time then passed, but Tang San didn't ease up. Shi Lin then scratched his head when he saw this. Well, it's none of his business. Oh, he had only intended that he didn't want Tang San to watch him and Xiao Dai chatting all at once. It was weirdly awkward. Who knew that once Tang San talked about the theoretical knowledge he was good at, he started to sell it. It was said that red faces were a curse, and Shi Lin guessed that Tang San was afraid that he wanted to show off in front of Xiao Dance, and ended up making a mistake. Of course, Shi Lin wasn't saying that Tang San was so criminal that he was interested in Xiao Dai from now on. After all, Dance is just a little bit of nothing right now, wanting nothing. But Tang San had been a silent geek in his previous life, and such geeks seemed to generally have little resistance to lively and cheerful girls. If he had received a different education from a young age, Shi Lin felt that Tang San might not be unable to become a secondary. The fact that he could develop the character in the original story had nothing to do with the master, Tang Hao, or even the environment of the killing capital. Let's just say that education and environment are important. That's a shame. Chapter 24, Meeting Old Jack for the first time. Tang Hao's missing and killing heart. Soon, the carriage arrived at the Holy Souls village. After getting off the carriage, Tang San led Shi Lin and Xiao Dance in the direction of his home. Along the way, he encountered quite a few villagers of the Holy Souls village, and at this time of the day, the villagers were still busy with farming. Seeing that Tang San had also brought 2 strange children back, a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. Tang Hao had disappeared for over a year, so they thought Tang San wouldn't be coming back either. However, watching Tang San return, they still greeted him warmly. Only his face revealed a look of desire to speak. Tang San didn't notice this, and also smiled and nodded his head in greeting. When he was a child, because all the money in the family was taken by his father, Tang Hao, to buy alcohol, he basically lived a life of eating all the food and not having the next meal. It was a good thing that the villagers in the village would occasionally give him a hand or two on old Jack's behalf, otherwise he would have been more than just malnourished. After all, cultivating the Tang Sex Jutsu and Xian Tian Gong were both extremely physically exhausting for the youngster. How can you possibly practice without eating enough to replenish your energy? Arriving at the head of the village, Tang San pointed at the broken sign in the distance and smiled. "That's my house right there." As he said that, a look of doubt flashed in his eyes, because he realized that the side of his house was surprisingly full of weeds, and it looked as if it had been deserted for a long time. At this time, Xiao Dance also looked in the direction Tang San was pointing. After seeing the dilapidated-looking house, although there was no expression of disgust in his eyes, his mouth still spat out, "Little Sanzi, isn't your father a blacksmith? What a mess." Although, most of the true divine weapons in the Douluo continent were top-tier artifact martial souls. However, in some small villages, blacksmiths can also build all kinds of kitchenware and agricultural tools, so they are still in demand. For example, the Turnip Village Lin blacksmith. His family is not considered to be a rich family, but also to eat and drink. The family's house in the Turnip Village can be ranked in the forefront. Tang San sniffed, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. How does that get him back? You can't say that your father was a lifelong alcoholic and bought alcohol with all the money he made from ironworking, can you? Qi Lin didn't feel any surprise, patted Xiao Dance and spoke out with a smile. "Alright Xiao Dance, let's go in first." Just opened the door, and a cloud of dust poured out of the house. "Ahem, what's going on?" Mai choked and coughed twice on the dust, raised her hand to fan herself, and backed away again. As he retreated, he didn't forget to pull Qi Lin. Tang San also frowned. The house was in disarray, and wine bottles were everywhere, plus the dust that permeated inside. Tang San judged that this room had been unoccupied for at least half a year or more. No wonder the outside is all overgrown with weeds already. But where could the father go? Just then, a kind voice suddenly sounded in the distance. "Junior, is that you back?" The visitor looked a little short in stature, and his hair had turned completely white, with a gracious and kindly smile on his face, and a cane in his hand. This person's identity was obvious. It was the Holy Souls village chief, Old Jack, Grandpa Mayor. "Do you know where my dad went?" Tang San looked at Old Jack in surprise, then immediately inquired about Tang Hao's trail. Old Jack shook his head and said, "Junior, I'm sorry, I don't really know where that Tang Hao guy went. He disappeared on the day the school year started at Nordine Academy. I never wrote to tell you because I was afraid it would interfere with your studies." Hearing Old Jack's words, Tang San's face turned white. In his past life, he had managed to have a father, but he didn't expect to lose track of him somehow. After being missing for a year, "I'm afraid I've been killed long ago." Abominable. In the blink of an eye, Tang San already had red eyes, panting like a cow, the killing intent emanating from his eyes icy cold and piercing to the bone. This performance immediately caused the little Dance and Qi Lin on the side to feel surprised. It was the first time the two had seen Tang San reveal such an expression. At this moment, Tang San stared dead at Old Jack and said in a deep voice, "Grandpa Village Chief, please tell me, who are the people who have been feuding with Dad all these years? He wants revenge. Since Dad's life and death are unknown now, he'll arrest all the people who have a grudge against Dad and press them one by one. I don't believe I can ask 1, 2, 3. Old Jack looked at the Tang San in front of him, only feeling that this child he had watched grow up since childhood was unfamiliar. However, he was justifiably concerned about his dad, so Old Jack advised bitterly, "Junior, I know you're worried about your father, but you're young now, and these aren't things you can handle right now. Although Tang Hao isn't a qualified father, but he's still a member of our Sacred Soul Village anyways. I'll help you find out about him, as soon as there is news of him, dead or alive. Grandpa Mayor will tell you." Tang San sniffed and took a deep breath. "Grandpa Mayor, I'll listen to you." With that said, the expression on his face looked to have returned to normal, yet inside he scoffed at what Old Jack had just said. Old Jack had been poking around for a year and hadn't found out a thing, so he might as well take matters into his own hands. Tang Clan has all the means to force confessions and interrogations. On the other hand, Old Jack didn't know what Tang San had in mind, and when he saw him say that, a look of delight appeared on his face. "That's good." After Old Jack finished speaking, he looked to the side at Qi Lin and Little Dance. "You guys are Junior's friends, right? I'm really happy for Junior when I see him making friends inside the academy." Old Jack said heartily. In the past, even though Tang San knew what he was doing, he was too withdrawn and reticent, never playing with his peers. Qi Lin looked at Old Jack with a smile. There was a lot of speculation in a previous life about the identity of Jack Sr. There were those who said he was a divine king, and those who said he was a sealed Douluo, making him out to be very mysterious. However, in Qi Lin's opinion, Old Jack was just an ordinary and amiable old man, with a temperament similar to that of Crow, the village chief of Radish Village. It's a really well-respected old man. "Hello old grandpa, my name is Qi Lin, her name is Xiao Ma, we're both Tang San's classmates," Qi Lin said politely. Little Dance chimed in with a brittle voice. "Hello grandpa, ha ha, hello guys," Old Jack said smilingly. A lively and cheerful personality like Mai's was something an old man like him loved. "Alright, boys, It's been too long since the little three's place was deserted, so all of you, just go and stay at my house. It just so happens that I have enough empty rooms in my house. Old Jack warmly extended an invitation to the trio. Little Dance's two eyes lit up, and Qilin exchanged glances as they looked at Tang San. They were, after all, invited by Tang San, so they definitely had to look at Tang San's opinion. Tang San looked at the house that had been deserted for a year, and after noticing Qilin and Xiao Dai's gazes, he calmly nodded. Old Jack was glad to see it. It seems Junior has really changed a lot. Meanwhile, a flash of sharpness flashed across Tang San's eyes. He was currently thinking about who in the village was most likely to have a grudge against his father. Being endowed with astounding wisdom, Tang San quickly locked onto a target. That would be Duke, who sells liquor in the village. Dad used to go to Duke's store to buy liquor and got a lot of credit for it. Because of this, Duke had come to the door several times to collect the bill, and had been beaten by his dad a couple of times. Duke is highly suspect. Therefore, Tang San planned to sneak into Duke's house quietly this evening and arrest him to force him to have a questioning. If he was the murderer, then Tang San would never let him go. Chapter 25. This hanging open should not be blocked, right? In the evening, Old Jack killed chickens and geese, intending to warmly entertain the three Qilin people. His son and daughter-in-law were both working in small businesses in the city of Nordine, so the house was empty, and now that he had 3 more children, he seemed happy. Qilin also took the initiative to help with the hands, and he was quite knowledgeable about cooking, especially something as fancy as knife work, which Qilin liked to study the most, so it looked like it gave off an awesome feeling. Old Jack watched and praised straight away, and was always smiling throughout the cooking process with Qilin. After the meal, Old Jack made up 3 more rooms especially for the 3 men, with new bedding. By the time night fell, Qilin was lying on his bed in a daze. Suddenly, the door to his room was quietly pushed open. A small head poked in. As expected, it was Little Dance, the 100,000-year-old rogue rabbit. What are you doing here with me instead of sleeping? Qilin blankly glanced at Xiao Dance. Hey, couldn't sleep. With that, Xiao Dai very skillfully rolled over onto the bed, grinning broadly as she sat cross-legged on the bed, whispering gossip to Qilin. Brother Lin, do you have the feeling that there's something strange about Junior Sanchan today? Qilin gave her a blank look and said, isn't that nonsense? People must be anxious when their dads go missing. Just after saying that, Xiao Dai raised her hand and nodded her white chin, and after thinking about it, she said, but the expression I saw on his face before, it didn't feel right. Qilin flicked Xiao Dance's glossy forehead, then said, alright, don't guess blindly, usually stupid, but today you're still acting as a detective. The main reason why Qilin was too lazy to bother about Tang San was because he knew that Tang Hao had probably been secretly staring at Tang San during this time period. Tang Hao couldn't possibly watch Tang San fool around, could he? I just don't know if he's found out who Mai is yet. Of course, it doesn't matter if you find out, as long as Little Dance followed him, then nothing could go wrong. Only what Qilin hadn't expected was that Tang Hao had disappeared at the beginning of the school year at Nordine Academy. It made him think of the Bibidon he had met earlier on the streets of Notting City. The reason why she had run to Nodin City was most likely because she had come for Tang Hao. However, since Tang San was still alive and kicking, combined with the latter's state when he saw Bibidon a year ago, then the odds are that the master has bailed Tang San out. Seeing this, Xiao Dance didn't bother with Tang San anymore, and immediately chatted with Qilin about other topics. After chatting for a while, she suddenly said curiously, Brother Shaolin, haven't you been level 20 for a long time and not going to absorb soul rings? Without thinking, Qilin returned, isn't that lazy? When we get home and take some time to make a side trip to the soul hunting forest. As for what soul beasts to hunt, we'll figure it out then. Mai sniffed lightly. Little brother Lin, you're not even active in cultivation. You're much lazier than me, so don't you dare call me lazy again. As a matter of fact, in his sea of consciousness, Heavenly Dream was also pushing quite hard. Although Qilin's heaven-defying cultivation speed really shocked the Heavenly Dream iceworms, Qilin's treatment of cultivation was too damn negative. No importance at all. Unlike other soul masters, who couldn't wait to cultivate 24 hours a day. In order for Qilin to go and absorb the soul rings, Tian Meng had now changed his name to Little Ancestor. But Qilin always just smiled and went back to the Heavenly Dream iceworm. Brother Sky Dream, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Anyway, even if I don't absorb the soul rings, the soul power is still stored all the time. It's not like it's going to go to waste. As for soul rings, maybe it'll coalesce on its own someday? In response, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm naturally wouldn't believe it, also coalescing on its own. You think you're a transformed soul beast? Qilin waved his hand at Xiao Dance and said in a slightly perfunctory manner, Alright, from now on, our big brother won't talk about our second brother. Alright? Mai flicked her chin and said, that's more like it. Well, it's already so late. Go back to bed. Humph. I'm not. Just after falling asleep, it was as if Qilin had had a very long dream. He saw a vast world of steaming clouds and mist, immortal mountains, purple chi coming from the east, and golden radiance filling the sky, and at the end of his line of sight, a huge and incomparable golden lotus flower, emitting a peaceful aura that soothed his mind, slowly bloomed open. Every time a lotus petal bloomed, Qilin's heart gave birth to an illusion that the entire world was vibrating, and a voice he couldn't understand rang in his ears. As all 12 lotus petals blossomed, golden light shone in all directions. One of the strands shot into Qilin's brow, and then he felt as if his consciousness was being tugged wildly outward by a powerful suction, as if across the world, across time. It puts him on a centrifugal adventure through the sky. Next, Qilin sat up violently from the bed, breathing heavily from his mouth, and his pajamas were drenched in cold sweat, but his eyes were bright, and there was an exhilarating sense of exhilaration. Brother Lin, why are you up? Is it dawn? Mai sat up in a daze and rubbed her eyes, confusion written all over her small face. It's still light out. Go back to your sleep. After saying that, Qilin moved towards reaching out and pressing his hand towards Xiaodance's head. Bang! Her head fell back and immediately another soft snore sounded. Qilin, on the other hand, lost his sleep and scratched his head in confusion, carefully recalling that dream from earlier. But bizarrely, he realized that he couldn't remember the images he had seen in his dreams. It was like something had been mosaicked and blurred. However, all he knew was that his second soul ring seemed to have coalesced on its own. The years are unknown, but they are brilliant gold in color. As for soul skills, there was only one soul skill, and it was a passive soul skill. The name of the soul skill was called Sacred Shelter. The effect was also simple. Whenever an attack landed on one's body, a judgment would be made, and it ignored any realm gap. If there is no malicious intent whatsoever, the damage of the attack is reduced by 30%. If it harbors any malice, the attack is reduced by 70% and bounces 50% of that damage. If you harbor murderous intent, your attack is reduced by 99% and rebounds all damage. This. Qilin was tempted to say that he should open up like this in plain sight. It won't be blocked, will it? Forget it, don't think about it. Just as Qilin was about to go back to sleep, he only saw that his ears suddenly heard an extremely small sound of movement coming from outside the house. This could not help but make him subconsciously frown. Just now, he heard the sound of a door slamming and someone going out. Look at the direction the sound is coming from. It's Tang San. What is he doing out at this hour? Qilin wanted to go out to find out, but on second thought, what Tang San wants to do is none of his business. With Tang Hao watching, how can he still turn the tables? Whatever, go to sleep. Chapter 26, Broad-minded Hao Tian Douluo, Sacred Soul Village. Villagers with eyes without pearls. The other side. After gently closing the door behind him, Tang San was as light as a swallow and quickly sneaked into a room. Looking at the sleeping Duke couple on the bed, Tang San's eyes flashed with a cold aura. In the next second, he nudged the couple first, causing them to sleep even deeper. Then with a wave of his hand, 3 blue and silver grasses shot out from his hand and brought the sleeping Duke to a forest after binding him firmly. And behind him, out of sight, a tall figure frowned slightly. Moonlight poured over his body, and this person was clearly Tang Hao. Only, at this moment, Tang Hao's eyes were tightly closed, and his eyelids were crusted over, so he had obviously become a blind man. It wasn't as if he hadn't gone to a soul healer for help during the year. Unfortunately, the toxin in Bibidong's martial soul was too terrifying, and even if he threatened a healing soul Douluo to help him, it still didn't help in the end. Eventually, he had to accept the fact that he was blind and return to the city of Nodding. At first, he almost thought that this son was finished, but fortunately, the master had some relationship with Bibidong, which barely saved his life. Although it was also true that Bibidong hadn't come to Tang San's trouble afterward. After experiencing this incident, Tang Hao still decided to secretly protect Tang San until he grew up completely. Facts proved that Tang San was worthy of being his Tang Hao's son, with an innate talent for cultivation. In just 1 year, he had cultivated the blue-silver grass martial spirit to level 17. Although it couldn't compare to his classmates Xiao Dance and Qilin, especially that kid named Qilin, his talent was just too terrifying. Although it was a mutated blue-silver grass martial soul, the cultivation speed was ridiculously fast, and if he wasn't an auxiliary soul master, then Tang Hao would definitely not hesitate to step in and kill him. After all, it's enough to have one absolute genius in this world. Junior. However, if it was an auxiliary soul master, it was possible to appropriately focus on pulling the strings. As for Mai, although her martial soul was merely a soft bone rabbit, her talent was amazing, so she could use some means to set her up with Junior in the future. The district is just a woman who will eventually marry. Could it be that Junior is carrying the twin martial souls of blue silver grass and Haotian hammer, and is even innately full of soul power, and this is still not good enough for her? The above is Tang Hao's plan for Tang San's future. Before today, Tang Hao had always been very satisfied with Tang San. It wasn't until he noticed that Tang San had sneaked into Duke's house and kidnapped him. Although Tang Hao was blind, he wasn't deaf. With the 5 senses as well as the spiritual power of a sealed Douluo, besides not being able to see things, Tang Hao was able to perceive every single thing Tang San did, every single action. Noticing Tang San tying Duke to the trees and preparing for his next move, Tang Hao finally appeared from behind Tang San. Junior! Suddenly hearing this familiar voice, Tang San's eyes were stunned, and he thought he was hallucinating. But when the voice sounded again, Tang San finally stopped doubting and turned around. Sure enough, at a glance, he saw his long-missing father, Tang Hao. Dad! Tang San shouted excitedly, but the next second he immediately saw Tang Hao's already crusted eyes. Daddy! Your eyes! Tang San was first startled, then the expression on his face went wildly furious at a speed visible to the naked eye, his eyes red and his breath panting like a cow. Who turned your eyes into what they are now? The expression on Tang Hao's face was calm and incomparable as he said, Junior, I know you have a lot of things you want to say to me, but there are some things that are not for you to know right now. Now your only task is to follow the master and cultivate well. Do you understand? Looking at his father's expression of gravity and conferred high hopes, Tang Sanjiu nodded heavily. I know, Dad. Tang Hao smiled boldly at his words. Good, this is my Tang Hao's son. The father and son duo then chatted briefly for a few more moments before Tang Hao asked Tang San about the reason for kidnapping Duke. After listening to the causes and consequences, Tang Hao looked at Duke and smiled contemptuously, his face showing the color of dominance. Duke is just an ordinary man, and he deserves to kill me? If I hadn't refrained from bothering with him in the first place, I'm afraid that I would have killed him 1,000 times as early as when he was causing trouble. Tang San's face was filled with admiration as he listened. True to form, Dad doesn't use his power to oppress people even when he's offended by a commoner like Duke. Tang Hao snorted lightly and smiled faintly at his words. This man, Duke, is nothing but a miserly man. I just drank a few bottles of his wine. Why be so calculating? If it were back in the day, I wouldn't take a sip of wine from someone like him even if he gave it to me for nothing. Tang San laughed after hearing this. These people have eyes but no pearls. If they knew that Dad is a powerful soul master, how could they possibly look down on Dad? Although Tang Hao didn't say it, Tang San still guessed that his father's identity wasn't simple, and was most likely a powerful soul master. The reason why he was hiding in a small village like Holy Soul's village was just to avoid his enemies. Tang Hao was comfortably blown by Tang San and smiled. Alright Xiao San, let's talk here today. You should quickly send Duke back. Although this guy is at fault, his crime is not to death. Tang San sighed. Worthy of being a dad, just broad-minded. If Duke knew about this, he would definitely be grateful to Dad. Ha 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 ha. Tang Hao laughed out loud. Duke, Naya, so the one who owes money is still a big man? If I go to collect a debt, does that make me uneducated and blind? It was a good thing that Duke had fainted now. Otherwise even if he didn't dare to say something on the surface, he would have cursed in his heart. Turning to the second day. Brother's little ancestor you, when did you obtain the second soul ring? Did brother sleep for a long time? Within Qi Lin's sea of consciousness, the heavenly dream iceworm said incoherently. As Qi Lin's wisdom soul ring, he was able to sense Qi Lin's second soul ring, but that's exactly why he was so shocked. He clearly remembered that he had only squinted for a while. How come Qi Lin had obtained his second soul ring? Moreover, how did this soul ring feel golden? In response to Tian Meng's inquiry, Qi Lin truthfully said, I had a dream last night, and then this soul ring appeared by itself. Dreams? The heavenly dream ice silkworm discovered the blind spot and asked busily, what dream? Qi Lin said, I forgot all about the dream after I woke up. Qi Lin then told the heavenly dream ice silkworm about the effects of the second soul skill. Hiss. Oh brother drop little ancestor, the soul skill of yours is too perverted. Suddenly, the sky dream ice silkworm's 2 eyes lit up, coalescing inside a dream. Could it be a divine soul ring? How else can we explain the origin of the soul rings? Then he thought that Qi Lin had come down from the god realm, so everything could be explained. It must be because Qi Lin had people in the god realm and saw that he was not doing his job, so this is why he secretly helped him. Is this the benefit of having someone at the top? The sky dream ice silkworm could love this feeling too much. Chapter 27 Don Whitebird 3, Come be my sibling. After Qi Lin got up, he saw that old Jack had also woken up and was preparing breakfast for them. So immediately, after a quick wash, he went over to help. Just after a while, when the aroma spread out, Xiao Dance, who was still huffing and puffing, twitched her agitated nose slightly and sat up violently. The next second, watery eyes snapped open, jumped out of bed, put on her slippers and snapped in the direction the aroma came from. As soon as they entered the kitchen door they saw a busy Zirin and old Jack. An embarrassed expression spread across her face. Then she washed her hands and smiled cheekily. Brother Lin, let me help too. Qi Lin rolled his eyes and said, It's almost done, you're awake. You'll wash the dishes after eating in a while. Can it be done? Mai put her legs together and exclaimed. Promise to complete the mission. Old Jack couldn't help but laugh as he saw the scene from the sidelines. It's good to be young. At this time, Tang San also walked in through the door. He had gotten up even earlier than even Qilin, only to go to the roof to cultivate his purple extreme demon pupil. Because of the knowledge that his dad wasn't dead, he kept a smile on his face and was in much better shape as far as the eye could see. He even smiled and greeted Qilin and Xiao Ma after seeing them. My, Qilin, good morning you guys. Of course, it also had to do with the fact that Dad had instructed him to play nice with both men before he left, especially Qilin. Because he was positioned as an auxiliary soul master, he would be especially helpful to Tang San in the future. You're early too. Qilin smiled back. He could see the change in Tang San's state of mind and instantly guessed that it should be related to Tang San sneaking out last night. The probability is that he has met Tang Hao. Little Dance, on the other hand, asked out of direct curiosity. Junior, you're in a good mood today. Tang San smiled faintly and said, I've figured it out too. Dad's disappearance certainly makes me sad, but I have to pull myself together, don't I? Little Dance didn't know what had happened in it, and grinned broadly and gave Tang San a thumbs up. Junior, you're right. I didn't expect you to be so strong inside. It seems that it was Little Dance sister who underestimated you before. Tang San was so praised by Xiao Dance, the corners of his mouth instantly rose madly, favoring a look of forcibly holding it in the blink of an eye. It had already been a week since Qilin and Xiao Dai had arrived at the Holy Souls village. Having had enough fun, they were also ready to offer their resignation to Tang San and Old Jack. Dusk, sunset, on a small hill, a large area of afterglow poured over the three people. Qilin, Xiao Dang and Tang San. Junior, what did you call us here for? Qilin also cast his gaze over, slightly curious. Only Tang San coughed lightly, his eyes gazing into the distance, and the expression on his face looked deeply melancholy. Dance, Qilin, you know that I haven't had many friends since I was a kid, and I only have one family member, and that's my dad. But now my dad has disappeared and my home is gone. The good thing is, I still have you two friends, and I'm thankful for that. So, Tang San turned around, opened his hands, and looked deeply at Xiao Dance and Qilin. My, Qilin, come be my sibling. I, Tang San, promise that I will treat you all as my only family. When these words came out, Xiao Dance immediately opened her mouth wide in surprise, her face full of unbelief. That's a little too abrupt, isn't it? How did Junior say something so embarrassing? The corners of Qilin's mouth also twitched slightly. No, why did Tang San suddenly think of recognizing himself as his brother? I don't think their relationship is that good. After all, the two hadn't talked much in the past year. Qilin, but he cared a lot about other people's feelings. He said politely, Tang San, you're a good person, and I believe you'll be a good brother, but I don't think we're right for each other. Let's not talk about anything else. The good guy card will be sent to Tang San first. Little Dance also hurriedly nodded and said, I'm going to be Little Dance's sister, not someone else's sister. After saying that, as if she was afraid that Tang San would not believe her, she took a tug on Qilin's sleeve to add one more sentence. If you don't believe me, you can ask Brother Lin. He testified that I only wanted to be Sister Mai's. When these words came out, not only did Tang San's face darken, even Qilin's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Snap! Qilin breathlessly slapped his forehead, as if caring for a little cutie, as if looking at Little Dance. You're not rejecting Tang San, you're clearly sticking a knife in his heart. I guess he won't dare mention it next. As expected, Tang San was then seen smiling reluctantly as he said to Qilin and Xiao Dance. Xiao Dance, Qilin, it seems that I was too abrupt just now. It's really because my father's disappearance has made me too eager to have loved ones. It's okay, even though we're not family, we can still be friends, can't we? Qilin coughed lightly and smiled. That's for sure. Xiao Mai, whatever Brother Lin says. In this slightly awkward atmosphere, the carriage that Qilin had asked Old Jack to rent arrived as promised. Qilin and Xiao Dai then left the sacred soul village under the watchful eyes of Tang San and Old Jack. Until after the two left, the face of Tang San, who had been wearing a smile, instantly turned cold, and his two hands were clenched in death. On the other side, the carriage, Little Dance muttered. What was Little Sanchan thinking today? All of a sudden he wanted to recognize us as his younger siblings. Qilin smiled. It's probably true that he's longing for loved ones because his dad is missing. Like he said, of course, it's impossible, because Qilin could be certain that Tang San should have met Tang Hao. It was impossible to have such a mind. Therefore, the odds were that he had ulterior motives for wanting to recognize himself and Mai as his sister. As for what kind of mentality Tang San actually held, Qilin was too lazy to guess. Mai muttered, really? Thinking about it, she didn't bother to think about it and turned to ask when Qilin was going to obtain his second soul ring. Qilin had already reached level 22 3 months ago. and definitely needed to take the time to go to the soul-hunting forest during this vacation. However, Qilin spread his two hands out after hearing Xiao Dance ask about it. Soul rings? I already have. What? Brother Little Lin, you have a second soul ring? Didn't you have one the other day? Little Dance once again opened her small mouth wide in surprise, her face full of incredulity. He then sized up Qilin as if he were surveying goods. In his heart, he kept muttering, how is this possible? Could it be that little brother Lin is actually also a soul beast that came in shape? Impossible, impossible. Little Lin brother just came out of Auntie Su Qian's stomach. How could he be a soul beast? But what's with his soul ring? Just when she wasn't counting her thoughts, Qilin also smiled and lit up his two soul rings. One glistening white, one brilliant gold. Looking at Qilin's second soul ring, Xiao Dai muttered once again, Brother Little Lin, the light of your second soul ring is a bit blinding. Chapter 28, Third Soul Technique. 6 Dynas of Creation. Time passes and vacations go by in a flash. In the midst of the vacation, Xiao Dance also quickly broke through to level 20. With Qilin's previous experience, Xiao Dai directly took a moment to condense her soul rings. Then he lied to Qilin that he was just like him. He slept for a while and then the soul rings coalesced on their own. It was only that the second soul ring that he had condensed was not as piercing and eye-catching as Qilin's second soul ring. Her actions could make the heavenly dream ice silkworms in Qilin's sea of consciousness laugh so hard that their stomachs hurt, calling her a stupid rabbit. That's right, the heavenly dream iceworm had long since seen Xiao Dance's identity. After all, it was a million-year-old soul beast that was known for its spiritual power. So how could it not see Little Dance's identity? After returning to the academy, Qilin and Xiao Dai's days became plain and simple again. In the time that followed, Qilin was either drilling soul guides or playing video games with Xiao Dance. It was just that Qilin was a bit annoyed that he seemed to be stuck in a bottleneck in this aspect of creating soul guides. This was because not only did the manufacture of soul guides require a lot of metal materials, it was also necessary to forge these metal materials into a single precision part. It's complicated. Moreover, Qilin couldn't find any books on spirit guides that were too advanced. It's too inefficient to fumble around on your own. As for the cultivation on soul power, on the contrary, it was what Qilin cared the least about, because he had already exceeded both Little Dance Tang San by too much. Having just condensed his second soul ring, his soul power had already come to level 25. Even if he once again curtailed his daily cultivation time and gave enough chances for Tang San Xiaomai to catch up, nay, the two still couldn't even see his back. And just like that, time flew by. At Qilin's 30th level, guess what happened? Zirin had another dream. Unlike the last time he dreamed of the misty world, this time he came to the majestic and immortal palace. The palace was so divine that at first glance, Qilin thought it was just a palace, but when he took another look at the time, but also gave birth to a kind of palace has infinite big, infinite high illusion, as if this is not a palace, but a side of the world. In the center of the palace, there stood an 8 trigrams furnace, a furnace with a wide body and a flowing 8 trigrams pattern, carved with ancient and obscure runes. Crimson flames burned brightly inside the furnace, and above the top of the furnace were the same auspicious clouds and purple gas rising. An old man wearing a Taoist robe with a compassionate and dignified face stood in front of the 8 trigrams furnace, holding a fan tattooed with a sun and moon pattern, casually fanning the fire in the furnace. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and slightly inclined his head. That pair of eyes, deep, as if they could see through everything in the world, instantly landed on Qilin. Qilin was slightly stunned. He had been discovered? Looking at the old man in Taoist robes in front of him, Qilin vaguely guessed his identity even though he hadn't studied much about Chinese mythology. Taishan Laojun. However, before Qilin could perform a great salute towards the old man, he saw the old man faintly smile at him and wave his hand. In the next moment, that centrifugal feeling came over me again. The sky spins. Phew! Qilin sat up violently from the bed and gasped for several breaths. Looking back, he then realized, I'm surprised I didn't forget the dream myself this time. And the third soul ring also coalesced. The color of the soul ring was crimson, the same color as the flames burning in that 8 trigrams furnace in the dream world. Although they were both red, they were distinctly different from the blood red 100,000-year-old soul rings from Bibidong's body. Moreover, Qilin could still feel wisps of blazing heat from the soul rings. Third soul skill, 6 Tings of Creation. The effect of the soul skill was that it could summon a flame, and as long as you threw materials into it, you could forge any item you could imagine. Of course, the more complex the item required to be forged, the more terrifying the soul power consumed would be. Woohoo! Take off! Although opening up made Qilin feel shameful, the pleasure was really pleasurable. Qilin's cheers startled Xiao Dai, who was not far away. Curious, she said, Brother Lin, what is it? So happy? Qilin happily pinched her on her small face and said, Guess what? I had another dream yesterday. You coalesced another soul ring in your dream? In an instant, Xiao Dai guessed what had happened to Qi Lin. Oh my god, little Lin brother. It's only been a year since the last time you broke through into a great soul master. I'm only at the 23rd level. How come you're all soul exalted? Obviously you're lazier than me above cultivating soul power. How is it that soul power is cultivated so much faster than me? Are you open? Little Dance beamed and kept complaining. Open up. This was a word that Dance had learned from Qi Lin, and it was originally the word she used for the game. But she realized that the word open was equally applicable when placed on Qi Lin. Luckily there was another Tang San who cultivated even slower than her, only just reaching level 20. Otherwise, Little Dance was going to have her self-confidence knocked down by Qi Lin. The same innate full soul power. One is still 100,000 years old soul beast transformed. How can the gap be so big? That's right brother Little Lin. Quickly let me see what your soul ring looks like. Is it purple? Normally, the best ratio of soul rings for a 3-ring soul father was yellow-purple. And Qi Lin had condensed his own soul ring, so Xiaoma wasn't sure if it was a 1,000-year soul ring. It would be bad luck if little brother Lin only condensed a 100-year soul ring. After all, the effect of a 1,000-year soul ring can be a lot stronger than a 100-year soul ring. Qi Lin looked around, then said, change the place for you. With that, he led Dance to the Academy Grove. Soul rings, manifest, as Qi Lin's thoughts moved. Glistening white, brilliant gold and deep red. 3 soul rings slowly rose from under Qi Lin's feet. Red. Mai's mouth opened in surprise and she stuttered in her speech. As a 100,000-year-old soul beast, was there anyone who knew what the red soul ring symbolized better than Little Dance? Originally, I thought that little brother Lin, as a human, being able to condense a soul ring in a dream was already outrageous enough. Unexpectedly, what was even more outrageous was that he had also condensed a 100,000-year-old soul ring out. To not be so counterintuitive. If it wasn't for the heavenly dream ice silkworms in the sea of consciousness that were still sleeping and hadn't sensed Qi Lin's condition, otherwise they would definitely be even more frantic than Little Dance. As expected, after more than 10 days, the heavenly dream ice silkworm that had slept in the sea of consciousness woke up quietly. When he learned about what had happened to Qi Lin, it was as if he had suddenly gone crazy, screaming and rolling around in the sea of consciousness, and he kept letting out obscene laughter. He felt more and more that he was the chosen one. It's like Silkworm Sang is on a roll. First, he was chased by a celestial enemy. Then he fell down an ice crevice and found 10,000-year-old ice marrow, and grew peacefully all the way up to more than 900,000 years. Although he was unfortunately imprisoned by those bastards from the Star Double Great Forest in the middle of the journey, it was fortunate that he was able to escape with no danger of encountering a spatial storm and met Qi Lin. I think that his heavenly dream ice silkworm drifted all his life, and finally let him meet the bright master before the end of his life. Chapter 29, Shura God, something dirty. The time wobbles. 2.5 years later, in a separate room, Xiao Dance and Qi Lin were concentrating on playing a video game. They had applied to the college to move out of the hostel 2 years back. One side of the crazy vertical handle of the small Dance saw himself fall into the wind. The blood bar is about to bottom out. Small face exudes the color of urgency. Having lost all day, she was completely desperate to lose. Suddenly, her gaze went to the switch of the game console, and a wry smile appeared on her face. Then with a lightning-fast strike, he pressed the console switch. The console screen went black. Mai, on the other hand, gave a smug smile. Brother Lin. I didn't lose this time. After saying that, Mai stood up and craned her neck. I've been playing for a little while now and my neck is sore. It had to be said that the speed of physical development of the soul masters of the Douluo continent was simply terrifying. Little Dance was only 10.5 years old, but her body had already grown to nearly 1 meter 6, and she was already beginning to look graceful. Compared to the time when she first enrolled in school, today's Xiao Dai's small face has already initially grown, with delicate and moving features and long eyelashes, giving people a feeling of delicacy and cuteness. Qi Lin also put away the handle and stood up. His height was a little taller than Xiao Dance, reaching around 165. He was wearing a white shirt. His appearance looked clean and fresh, sunny and handsome, with a faint smile always hanging at the corner of his mouth, substituting young Don Max. Even though Mai played tricks, she didn't show the slightest bit of anger. Rubbing Xiao Dance's head, Qi Lin casually said, playing games is all about being happy. After saying that, Qi Lin casually stacked a set of the first soul skill package for himself and Xiao Dance alone. Now, don't look at yourself. You're only at level 39, but the number of years of your first soul ring has been raised to 16,000 years, so the increase of the first soul skill had also reached 20%. The little bit of permanent increase also got a slight boost. Don't look at it as a small boost each time, but it adds up to quite a bit over time. Otherwise, with Little Dance's cultivation attitude, it would be impossible for her to reach level 29 today. In the original, Xiao Dance had only reached level 29 after a year and a half, and now Tang San, who didn't have Qi Lin to assist him, and who had worked even harder than the original, was only level 25 now. Ha! As the glistening white soul rings flashed one after another, Xiao Dance was not different. However, Qilin was shaken and let out a light eep. Little Dance immediately looked over and curiously said, "Brother Little Lin, what's wrong?" Looking at Xiao Dance's curious gaze, Qilin laughed. "It's nothing, it's just that I broke through to level 40 just now." "Ha, 40 levels." Little Dance was first stunned, and then pitifully picked up Qilin's arm, her big watery eyes full of anticipation looking at Qilin. "Little brother Lin, please tell me exactly how you cultivated so fast. I want to be like you." Qilin spread out his two hands, but the dejected smile on his face could not be restrained. "I don't know, maybe it's just natural. Recognize reality. The world is inherently unfair." I pouted and let out a soft grunt, as if in protest. After a while, Little Dance put the little emotion she had just felt behind her and asked with great interest, "So are you going to hunt for soul rings next, or are you going to let the soul rings coalesce on their own?" Zirin scratched his head. It was a problem. In theory, it seemed like he could indeed challenge his luck, and maybe the soul rings would really coalesce on their own for various reasons. But, wouldn't that leave him with no involvement at all? How's that work? It was so hard to wear a trip to Douluo continent. If there was no sense of participation at all, then wouldn't he have traveled in vain? Having made up his mind, Qilin nodded seriously. "It's decided. This time we'll go to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt soul beasts. The Great Stardust Forest." Just as Qilin finished speaking, Xiao Dai shrieked out in shock. Qilin raised his eyebrows when he saw how excited she was, and a smirking expression spread across his face. "Why are you so excited at the mention of the Stardust Great Forest?" "Ha, yes? How come I don't know that myself?" Dance looked left and right with a pretense of bewilderment. In Qilin's sea of consciousness, the heavenly dream ice silkworm spat out. "It's true that it's a stupid rabbit. How many years has it been since he came to the human world? He can't even act." "Ha ha." Qilin rubbed Xiao Dance's head and didn't point it out, just laughed. All right. I just saw how excited you were and wanted to ask if you want me to go to the Star Do Great Forest together." As soon as Little Dance heard this, her eyes lit up. "Really?" Qilin laughed. "Or what? Great." Little Dance hugged Qilin's arm and gave him a kiss right on the cheek, nearly jumping up in excitement. All right, pack what you need to pack. I'll go hire a carriage in a little while, and if it's fast, we might be there in half a month." "Aha," Dance happily responded, then trotted back to her bedroom to pack up her things. While Xiao Dance was packing up her things, Qilin headed to the director's office to prepare to ask Director Su for a vacation while going outside to contact the carriage. Divine Realm. In front of a lofty shrine filled with a murderous aura, a man with a tall figure but wrapped in dark red magical armor stood above the sea of clouds. The man merely stood where he was, yet he gave off a feeling as if he was distorting the space where he was. Only his deep and all-encompassing eyes were seen gazing tightly at the sea of clouds, his brows having long since congealed into a ball. What on earth is that teenager? Why can't this god see through him? Something's not right. In this era, Tang-san is the one who's the favorite of heaven and earth that's been clocked by Qi. But why is it that with almost the same starting point, this teenager is able to leave Tang-san far behind? The Shura god muttered under his breath. He knew better than anyone that Tang-san was the favorite of heaven and earth in this era, or else he wouldn't have pulled the soul of the otherworldly Tang-san onto this physical body. But what went wrong? Tang-san was his own hand-picked successor. If it was because of this variable that he was unable to successfully inherit his divine throne, or if he fell out early, then he didn't know how many more years he would have to search before he could find another suitable candidate. So, a glint flashed in the Shura god's eyes. It seems that one needs to use a little trickery to do so, not to say anything else, but at least figure out the secret on this teenager. With that thought, the Shura god immediately separated a divine sense into the Douluo continent. Normally, the gods of the divine realm were naturally not allowed to intervene in the affairs of the Douluo continent, but he is the god of law enforcement in the divine realm. Even if secretly he knows the law and breaks it, who can know and who can care about him? As the Shura god's divine sense entered the Douluo continent, it instantly locked onto Qilin. Brush. A few seconds later, the Shura god had appeared above Qilin. "Let me see what secrets you are harboring." Muttering to himself in his mind, the Shura god easily manipulated his divine sense to invade Qilin's sea of consciousness. However, without waiting for him to be happy. The next second, boom, only to see a brilliant golden lotus filled with divine breath reflected in his eyes. The luster emanating from the golden lotus, surprisingly, gave his divine sense a feeling as if it was being burned by the scorching sun, causing his divine sense to begin to melt away. What the hell is this? The Shura god was decisive and incomparable, and at the first moment, he wanted to escape Qilin's sea of consciousness. However, without waiting for him to make a move, a raging crimson flame flew towards him again. Looking at the crimson flame, the Shura god's divine consciousness gaze suddenly shrank. Above this ball of flame, he felt a sensation as if he could burn out all things. No good. Without waiting for him to escape Qi Lin's sea of consciousness, this ball of crimson flames had already flown onto his body. In a blink of an eye, the Shura god's divine consciousness body didn't last a second, screaming miserably as it directly transformed into a ball of soul essence. Outside, Qi Lin inexplicably scratched his head, feeling as if he had suddenly become quite refreshed. Strange, why the sudden feeling of refreshment? After thinking about it, Qi Lin didn't figure out what this was all about, so he simply stopped paying attention to this trivial matter. It's better to get Director Su's leave first. Chapter 30, Traveling to the Star Do Great Forest, Being Fattened Up. Pust. In the divine realm, the Shura god violently spat out a mouthful of blood, and his breath instantly shriveled up a lot. His all-encompassing eyes were now filled with a grave color. If one looked closely, one could still see a hint of disbelief as well as fear in his pupils. The golden lotus and flames in that teenager's sea of consciousness. What exactly were they that had so easily worn out his divine sense, causing him to suffer a backlash? Contemplating for a moment, the Shura god ultimately dismissed the idea of exploring the teenager's secrets for the time being, and after giving Yunhai a deep look, he turned around and returned to his divine temple. And the very moment he dismissed the thought, his body and soul unexpectedly felt a sense of relief. In the meantime, at the heart of the great stardust forest, underneath the lake of life, within the boundary, a silver dragon lay prostrate on top of a huge and incomparable crystal throne. Its body was 1,000 meters tall and looked like a mountain. The silver-colored dragon was covered in silver-white scales, each piece of which looked like a moonlight condensation cast, emitting terrifying energy. Around its body, there was also a 7-colored halo of light flowing around it, looking both sacred and gorgeous. At this moment, the silver dragon's huge head was slightly lowered, the dragon's horns snaked upwards, and in the center of its brow, a crack was vaguely visible, in which there was a blood-colored murderous aura spreading out, filled with the meaning of killing. Suddenly, the silver dragon's eyes, which looked like they had been tightly closed for countless years, abruptly opened, erupting with a radiant and dazzling light like the moonlight. An invisible might then spread out, causing the entire lake of life water to spread out countless ripples like water waves. As for Di Tian and his party, who were guarding outside the boundary, they suddenly felt a powerful suppression originating from their souls and bloodlines, and immediately knelt down in the direction of the boundary. Empyrean looked surprised. "Lord, you're awake," a disembodied voice followed. "I was merely startled by the Shura god's divine sense, and my injuries have not healed." "What?" Upon hearing the 3 words Shura god, Di Tian's majestic face changed greatly in color. "Lord, could it be that the Shura god has sensed your presence?" The disembodied voice continued. "Not really, he wasn't aiming at me, and he seems to have suffered a small loss." It wasn't just Di Tian, the few surrounding great beasts were similarly shocked. Above the Douluo continent, other than the Lord, what other existence could cause the Shura god to be defeated? "You know, the Shura god is no ordinary god." However, the disembodied voice didn't tell them the inside story, or maybe it wasn't sure itself. It just commanded, "Di Tian, I need you to keep an eye on the situation on the continent for the next few moments." Di Tian respectfully said, "As you wish." On the other hand, Qi Lin left Nordine Academy with Xiao Dance after taking his leave and renting another luxurious carriage. On the carriage, Qi Lin pulled out an iron lump similar to a big brother's cell phone, and after injecting soul power into it, his dad's voice soon rang out. "Son of A, why are you calling your dad all of a sudden?" The so-called soul guide changed life, and Qi Lin seriously implemented this. Although this homemade phone only has the ability to make phone calls for now, it's quite useful. Only, for the time being, this phone can only receive signals within a 200-mile radius. After hearing Qi Tian's voice, Qi Lin immediately told him the news that he and Little Dance had gone to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt souls. Although both Qi Lin and Xiao Dai were still only 10.5 years old, Qi Tian was not the least bit worried about the two's well-being, and only made a symbolic remark. "Well then, be safe on the road. Also, you're a little man now. Remember to protect my..." After that, the phone rang with a beep. The opposite side hung up. Qi Lin shrugged, then put the phone into his storage bracelet. Then he looked at Xiao Dance and asked, "Alright, let's set off." Mai also waved animatedly. "Depart." Half a month later, the carriage sent Qi Lin and Xiao Dai to the middle of a small town that was 100 miles away from the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest. Any closer and even the coachman wouldn't dare to deliver it. After all, in the outskirts of the Star Dipper Great Forest, there were soul beasts scurrying out of it from time to time, so it was still safety that was most important. Seeing this, Qi Lin didn't mean to make things difficult for the driver, and immediately paid the money with alacrity. Anyway, the town was only 100 miles away from the Stardust Great Forest, so it wouldn't be too late to experience the local customs here first and play for a few days before going back. The town was small, estimated to be the size of 3 or 4 turnip villages, not even walled. However, it was lined with stores, and it wasn't any worse than Notting City. Moreover, most of the people coming and going were soul masters. Among these people, there were weapon sellers, armor sellers, antidote potions, all sorts and everything. On the first day he came to the town, Qilin took Xiao Dai around the town and bought whatever he saw that he needed. Most of what Qilin purchased were materials, aka precious metals and the like. After all, he had been studying soul guides for a few years. Although with the 6th Ting creation he only needed to invest in materials to create the items he needed. But the amount of soul power needed to be consumed to create it out of thin air could not be small. Unless one was familiar with the construction of the object one was creating, one could effectively minimize the time and soul power consumed in creating the object. Because of this, so Qilin did not desert his knowledge of soul guides, and he knew the names of some metal materials like the back of his hand. Of course, there was quite a bit of knowledge in this that he had gone to ask Tang San for. Tang San was considered an expert in this area, and as long as it didn't involve the Tang sect's best techniques, he was still happy to teach. After all, Tang Hao had already instructed him a long time ago that he must find a way to pull Qilin in. Although he was only an auxiliary soul master, his cultivation talent was too terrifying, and in the future, it was highly likely that he would become the only auxiliary system sealed Douluo in today's continent. Of course, Qilin also gave Tang San a few soul guides in return. That said, because of Qilin and Xiao Dai's crazy shopping behavior, they were treated as big fat sheep by many people. In a place like this, the law, kill and run, even the empire doesn't bother to pursue the matter if they know about it. At most, a couple of wanted notices were issued symbolically. On the way back to the inn, Qilin's ears suddenly twitched and he said with a smile, "Little Dance, it looks like we're being watched?" Xiao Dance's eyes glazed over when she heard it. There is one to say one. The small dance body more or less has a certain violent factor of, since childhood, love to fight. Tang San wore her as a sandbag beat up do not know how many times. Of course, most of them were challenges initiated by Tang San. It was for this reason that upon learning that someone was onto them, not only did they not get nervous, but they felt excited and instantly became interested and began to pump their fists. "Brother Lin, lead them in that direction. It's less crowded and still spacious. How dare you hit us? I'll beat them to death." Qilin naturally had no problem with this, and immediately walked over with Xiao Dance in a specific direction. At a corner 20 to 30 meters behind the two, a small group of 5 menacing faces, 4 men and 1 woman, glanced at each other, their respective eyes filled with greed and killing intent. These 2 guys are so young that they even have storage soul guides. Maybe they are the young masters of which great family ran out. Hey, once we finish this job, we might be able to live in style for years. It's a pity that this place isn't inside the Star Double Great Forest, or else maybe old me could still have a good time. It's not common to see such a pretty little boy. A fat man with short hair and a beard licked his lips with a lewd face. Hearing his words, the few people beside him immediately cast a disgusted look. At this time, the rough man at the head of the group said in a deep voice, "This place is in a small town after all, so we'll have a quick battle in a while, and after we finish killing people, we'll quickly pack up the trophies, and then go to the Star Luo Empire for a while to hide from the wind first." The 4 of them nodded at that. Just as they move, one of them suddenly looked at the remaining 4 in the head and muttered in a low voice, "I'm really seeing things. How come the 4 of them are black on the brain?" Chapter 31 Qilin, although I'm only an auxiliary soul master, I'm still quite capable of fighting. Stopped? Why don't they leave? The 5 were still puzzled when they saw Qilin and Xiao Dai turn around. The former looked at them with a relaxed face and a smile. The latter was rubbing his fists with an expression of eagerness. The 5 then realized that these 2 brats had already discovered them a long time ago, and that was why they had purposely brought them here. The rough middle-aged man at the head of the group looked at the empty scenery around him and smiled coldly. What 2 brats who don't know the heights of heaven and earth? Thinking that they have a bit of natural strength, they dare to be so bold as to take the initiative to lure us to a place like this. What? Did you 2 fellows not only not think of escaping, but also want to kill us? The remaining 4 also let out cruel laughter, with much disdain on their faces. These 2 brats, they're only 11 or 12 years old at most, right? Not even close. Even if the talent is good, how good can it be? One must know that their boss was a level 33 soul exalted powerhouse. Even the 4 of them, the weakest oldest 5 was at level 24. These 2 brats, what can we fight them with? Yakking, all of you together. I'm going to fight 5. Mai crossed her arms and grunted lightly. That expression, that look in his eyes. He didn't treat the guys in front of him as human beings. She has a secret weapon that Brother Lin gave her. What a sharp-tongued girl. Let's see how my old lady tears her mouth apart later. The only female among the small group of 5 cursed. She had a pretty figure and wore revealing tights, but her face had a scar that looked like a centipede, making her face look hideous and horrible. But for that very reason, She couldn't look at another woman prettier than her. Coupled with the fact that Little Dance was still so arrogant, it instantly ignited the fuse in her heart, and Little Dance responded with a spirited, "You ugly and bad woman. You just know how to bark. Surely no one will want you for the rest of your life. Come on if you have the guts. Let's see if Auntie doesn't whip your mouth." Simple mouth odor. Ultimate enjoyment. On the side, the expression on Chi Lin's face. Coughing lightly, Chi Lin whispered, "Little Dance, you're letting yourself go again. Lady, don't forget that you're a lady." The little dancer up there didn't pay any attention to Chi Lin's words and gave a light hum. "This won't do. Other people are bullying my little dancing sister. How can this be tolerated? See me smashing her mouth in a while." The woman on the opposite side of the room was first infuriated by Dance, her eyes red and smoldering. "Boss, don't move, all of you. Let me go kill that little." The middle-aged man at the head nodded his head faintly. "Go on, Lao-san. Make it quick. Since these two brats are so emboldened, they might not be of a low rank, but they can never surpass you." The woman was the third oldest among the five, a 27-level min attack system battle soul master, and her martial soul was a leopard, panther, possessed. The woman let out a low gulp, and a ray of tawny light was released from her brow. In the next second, the woman's size became 1 point taller, and sharp claws appeared on both hands. Beneath her feet, a white and a yellow soul ring slowly rose. However, the little dance on the side looked at it and then coldly snorted in disdain. "I thought you were so good, but you only have 2 rings? What's the point of pretending? Let's see how Sister Little Dance will beat you to death." After saying that, Xiao Dance shook her scorpion braid and gently leapt, and 2 circles of soul rings blossomed out with it. Yellow, yellow. It was the same second ring Great Soul Master, but Xiao Dance's soul power had reached level 29. Moreover, due to Chi Lin stacking buffs on her every day, all of Xiao Dance's attributes far exceeded those of her peers. Swish! In the next second, Little Dance's figure suddenly disappeared from the sight of the leopardess soul master. So fast, the leopard female soul master's pupils suddenly shrunk, and with the strong wind that suddenly pounced on her left side, she violently grabbed to the side with her sharp claws. However, Xiao Dance dodged her attack with a gentle sidestep, and then the first soul ring suddenly lit up. In the next second, Xiao Dance's waist suddenly bowed with great flexibility, making a downward motion in mid-air. Yet her long scorpion-tailed braid had already flexibly bound the leopard female soul master's neck. No good. The leopard female soul master let out a low cry, and before she could react, her body had already been flung into mid-air by Little Dance. Leopard Shadow Split. The leopard female soul master hurriedly executed her second soul skill, her body steeply splitting into 3 shadows in mid-air, which she used to confuse Little Dance who was about to strike. However, Xiao Dance only let out a light snort as her body flickered through the 3 shadows, immediately distinguishing the real body from the fake one, and then violently kicked her in the small of the back. Bang! This kick directly caused the leopard female soul master's face to suddenly distort, and she fell down powerlessly in mid-air. Not good. Save Lao-san. The middle-aged man at the head took the lead, directly possessing his martial soul. His martial soul was a blade as wide as the palm of his hand, and 3 soul rings, white, yellow, and yellow, rose beneath his feet. So what if it's a soul exalted? It's a soul exalted that Sister Little Dance is fighting, Mai said while speaking, but her body shouted honestly. Brother Lin, stack the buffs for me. Roger that. Chi Lin, who stood back and watched the show, made an okay gesture and raised his hand. The 4-leaf clover that emitted a rich halo of light suddenly emerged from his hand, and a glistening white soul ring suddenly lit up under his feet. Gift of destiny, power, speed, soul, defense. 4 breaks a second. With that, 4 white lights rushed into Xiao Dance's body, and Xiao Dance instantly felt an inexhaustible strength in her body. Ha 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 ha, Mai-san can fight 100 of them now. At this moment, the middle-aged soul master holding a wide blade said in a deep voice, Little girl, don't be too happy. Your opponent now is me. I will let you know what kind of gap there is between a great soul master and a soul exalt. After saying that, the broad blade soul master flipped his palm and darted towards Xiao Dance while holding the broad blade. The tip of the broad blade scratched the ground, rubbing a series of sparks. Thumbs up, a knife slashed out, and wherever the blade passed, a sound of breaking air came out. However, Xiao Dai's speed was even faster, surprisingly dodging behind him the moment he launched his sword. How did this little girl's speed increase so much? Does that make sense? Without waiting for the broad-bladed middle-aged man to return to his senses, Xiao Dai had already violently kicked out a whip kick towards the middle-aged man's head. Bang! At the last moment, the broad-bladed middle-aged man slightly sidestepped and avoided his head, then immediately turned his body to slash again. But in the next second, Xiao Dance's second soul ring quietly lit up, and a flash of pink color suddenly flashed within her eyes. Soft Bone Rabbit's second soul skill, Charm. In the next moment, The broad-bladed middle-aged man was instantly fixed in place, and Little Dance saw this and kicked him straight in the lower third. Ah! The intense pain instantly snapped the broad-bladed middle-aged man out of his charm, glancing down at the area that had been cocked up and letting out a heartbreaking scream from his mouth. Kill, all together. The broad-bladed middle-aged man gritted his teeth and stormed out. At this moment, the others also knew that their group had really kicked the bucket this time. At that moment, the fat man with short hair and beard in the small group of 5 shouted, "That kid is an auxiliary soul master. I'll go and take him down first, then use him to intimidate this little girl. Right, let's stall this girl first to create an opportunity for Old Four. Come on, do it." While saying that, the leopard female soul master who had already risen from the ground, the broad-bladed middle-aged man who was holding back the pain, and the rest of the 2 men together launched an attack towards Xiao Dance, causing her to have no time to care about Qi Lin for the time being. And the short-haired bearded fat man let out a sardonic laugh and directly possessed his martial spirit. Don't look at him as fat, but his martial soul was surprisingly a wind shadow cat, and he was likewise a min attack system battle soul master. After he possessed his martial spirit, his figure flew, and in the blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and arrived in front of Qi Lin. He laughed sardonically as he towered over him. "Kid, obediently tie your hands." After saying that, he was going to reach out and grab towards Qi Lin's neck. However, to his surprise, he did not see the slightest bit of trepidation on Qi Lin's face. Only Qi Lin dodged sideways with ease, and then without any hesitation, he threw out a punch. The seemingly slow fist was like a bullet in the eyes of the short-haired bearded fat man, violently blasting the fat man in the small of his back. Bang! In the next second, the fat on his torso shook steeply, and his eyes even looked like they were going to jump out of their sockets at any moment. After a moment's pause, the fat man's legs went limp and he directly fell to his knees. The expression on his face twisted into a ball from the pain. The way he was curled up, he looked like a fat, disgusting maggot. It was then that Qi Lin clapped his hands easily, smiled at the several people who were fighting fiercely with Xiao Dai, and slowly uttered a sentence. "Although I'm just a support, I'm actually quite capable of fighting." Chapter 32, How can you become a master if you have a gun and don't use it? How? Watching the oldest member of the team being knocked down by Qi Lin with a single punch, the 4 people who were fighting with Xiao Dai immediately let out a gasp, inevitably affecting their own state. "How dare you get distracted fighting with my Chan?" Xiao Dance seized the opportunity and struck first at the chicken and egg wide-bladed soul master. Second soul skill, charm. First soul skill, waist bow. The 2 soul skills were launched at almost the same time, coupled with Qi Lin's 20% increase. The broad-blade soul mist was unresisting, her 2 eyes emitting a pink glow as she fell into seduction once again. Little Dance took the opportunity to kick the broad-blade soul master in the jaw, the terrifying force instantly kicking his body into midair. And right after that, Little Dance's waist bowed and fired, driving her body to swiftly bounce up and grab the broad-blade soul master's ankle. 8 drop. In the next second, Little Dance grabbed the broad-blade soul master's ankle under the effect of her waist bow, spun around at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye, and slammed it down in the air. Boom ka! With a loud bang, debris splashed everywhere, and the ground instantly appeared as a deep, densely cobwebbed depression. Ahem! Ahem! The broad-blade soulmaster's chest rose and fell, and his mouth continued to cough up bloody foam with fragments of internal organs. Boss! When the remaining 3 saw this, there was both fear and a sense of sadness that the rabbit had died on their faces. One must know that their boss was a 33-level battle soul Zune, but even so, he was still easily killed by this little girl in front of him, let alone them. Run away. These 2 brats are not something we can deal with. I don't know who suddenly shouted, and the remaining 2 reacted. Who cares about the oldest and the 4th at this point? It's important to run for your life. The 3 of them immediately scattered and fled, able to leave one by one, but as she watched them go away, Mai hummed softly, "You know you have to run away at this point? Escape?" As she spoke, Xiao Dance touched the storage bracelet Qi Lin had given her from raising her hand. The next second, a cool silver-colored sandhawk appeared in her hand. This sand eagle was given to Xiao Lin brother a year ago after he used the 3rd soul skill to create it. It is particularly powerful. The soul masters below level 60 hit the head with a shot to death. With an evil smile, Mai gripped her sandhawk and aimed at the back of one of them. Brother Lin said, "How can you become a generation master if you have a gun and don't use it?" Bang! As Mai pulled the trigger, one of the men frantically fleeing fell to the ground in response. The remaining few people were startled by the movement that was like thunder. When he turned around, he realized that his companion had fallen in a pool of blood. When the 2 men saw this, an expression of incomparable fear spread across their faces, but they didn't wait for them to react. Dance had darted in and fired 2 shots at them in quick succession. Bang bang! Both men fell to the ground with the same sound. After resolving the three, Xiao Dance blew a breath into the muzzle of the Sandhawk's gun and put it into the storage bracelet. Then he came to Qi Lin's side with a bounce. "Brother Lin, am I a good shot?" Qi Lin nodded and similarly took out a Sandhawk and added a shot to one of the fat man on the ground and the wide-bladed middle-aged man in the distance. Regarding the killing of these 5 people, no matter if it was Xiao Dance or Qi Lin, the two of them did not have any sense of alienation in their hearts at all. Look at these outlaws. If you don't kill them, they'll do it to others later. Even with the experience of kicking the can down the road this time, they will only be more secure in their next operation, brutalizing more people. After packing up the loot, Qi Lin and Xiao Dai returned to the inn. These 5 guys were all poor. Not only did they not have any storage soul guides, they didn't have much money on them either. The 5 of them added up to about 100 gold soul coins. However, it was enough to make Dance, the little fortune hunter, giddy. After the bodies of the 5 were discovered the next day, they drew countless claps and bloats. These 5 guys had a notorious reputation in this area, and now that they had died tragically on the streets, how could anyone pity them? Qi Lin and Little Dance, on the other hand, moved towards the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest after playing in the middle of the town for a few days. Soon, a dense forest that covered the sky and looked very primitive appeared in Qi Lin and Xiao Dai's line of sight. Feeling the fresh scent of plants coming from the air, this kind of natural feeling is really easy to refresh one's mind. Little Dance was even bouncing around with a leap of joy written all over her face. Returning to the Stardust Great Forest felt like coming home. The Great Forest of Stardust was still really her home. "Brother Lin, let's go inside." "Okay, go." The two of them walked into the middle of the Star Dipper Great Forest side by side like this, with nothing but ease written on their faces, not the slightest bit of tension. And right after the two of them entered the Star Double Great Forest, the core area of the Star Double Great Forest, the Lake of Life, a huge figure with a majestic size and body like a small mountain suddenly moved, emitting a low and incomparable sound like muffled thunder. "I sensed Sister Mai's aura. Sister Mai has come back to see us." As he spoke, the hulking figure also happily pounded its pectoral muscles, which were stronger than granite. This was none other than Little Dance's younger brother, the 100,000-year-old Titan Giant Ape, Ming. "I'm going to go get my San back." Ermin's voice was like thunder as she stood up. In the next second, its massive body caused a sudden darkness in front of it. Ming, don't be impulsive. Little Dancing Sister has only just left for how long? She should be following her companions from the human world right now to obtain her soul rings. If you go over now, what if you expose Little Dancing Sister's identity? Ming had just made a move when a huge figure with a bull's head and a python's body peeked out from underneath the surface of the lake, and his voice was low as he stopped it. It was none other than the 100,000-year-old heavenly green bull python. Ming. Ermin stifled a grunt in the face of Damien's stop. "I don't care. I'm going to find Sister Mai." After saying that, Ming took a big step and ran wildly in the middle of the forest. The earth shook with every step that fell. The nearby soul beasts were even more frightened and fled in all directions after they noticed this king of the forest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qi Lin and Xiao Dai were walking aimlessly in the middle of the forest. Along the way, the two hadn't encountered any particularly ferocious soul beasts for the time being. On the contrary, there were quite a few encounters with gentle soul beasts like some kind of tricolored elk, blue-tailed spirit kite, and unicorn. Even when Qi Lin reached out to touch them, not only would they not resist, they would also use their heads against him as if they were pampered to show their closeness. Even Little Dance was incredibly surprised by this scene. It was because she had discovered that Qi Lin always had a special affinity for these mild-mannered soul beasts. Of course, the ride wasn't entirely so rosy. For example, just most of the way there, they ran into a tough one. Looking at the large spider in front of him whose main body had a diameter of more than 1.5 meters and whose 8 spear-like spider legs exceeded 3 meters, both Qi Lin and Xiao Dai recognized it. Sphinx Spider. Chapter 33 Tang San, my so big 8 spider spear. Gone? The reason why the human-faced demon spider was called the human-faced demon spider was because it had some white lines on its lower abdomen, which looked in contrast to its pitch-black shell, and these white lines formed a human face as if it were hideous and horrible. That's how it got its name. The human-faced demon spider was infamous in the Star Dipper Great Forest because it not only liked to kill, but it also had a terrifying devouring ability, and liked to watch its prey die a desperate death amidst the slow passage of life. Looking at the human-faced demon spider with its 8 eyes that were flashing with an eerie purple light, gazing at itself and Qi Lin as if it was looking at its prey. The ugly mouth was even oozing out saliva with corrosive properties. Little Dance couldn't help but mutter in a low voice as a flash of disgust spread across her pretty face. What bad luck to run into the human-faced demon spider. Qi Lin added, and this one human-faced demon spider isn't weak. It has already reached the level of 2,000 years, and carries a fierce poison. Unusual 3-ring soul elders are going to become its dish if they're not careful. Against this kind of evil magical beast, we don't have to get tough with it. After my finished speaking, she backhanded and pulled out a cool sandhawk with a piercing silver light. Let this one Sphinx demon spider see what is called truth. After saying that, Xiao Dance frantically pressed the trigger, instantly emptying the sandhawk magazine. That 2,000-year-old Sphinx demon spider simply didn't expect these two humans in front of it to not speak of martial virtues and sneak attack it. A 2,000-year-old spider. Before it could react, its body, which was glistening with a pitch-black sheen, had already been beaten into a sieve by the sand eagle. Boom! In the next second, this 2,000-year-old Sphinx demon spider collapsed with a bang. If the expression on its face could be humanized, odds are it would be full of disbelief and confusion. With the death of the human-faced demon spider, a purple soul ring coalesced above the corpse of the human-faced demon spider. Looking at this purple soul ring, Little Dance muttered. That being said, if Little Sanzi sees the Sphinx demon spider soul ring dissipate just like that, he could probably die of heartache. I don't know what he thinks. He's obviously a blue-silver grass martial soul, but he likes to absorb poison attribute soul rings, and on top of that, his blue-silver grass didn't even collapse? It's alright. I'm wondering if that master really has a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps it was because he was stimulated by Qi Lin and Xiao Dance. In order to catch up with the two, Tang San looked for the biphosphorus snake with a stronger poison attribute as his second soul ring, and in the original, his second soul ring was a 600-year-old ghost vine. Although the ghost vine also has toxins, its stronger is the parasitic ability. In terms of poisonous attributes, and biphosphorus snake cannot be compared to a little. After Yu Xiaojiang's analysis, besides possessing an extremely terrifying poisonous attribute, the biphosphorus snake also possessed a strong flexibility at the same time. The same applies to blue and silver grass. In the end, Tang San, who had absorbed two poison attribute soul rings, had really strengthened his blue-silver grass attack power. With the toxins on the blue-silver grass, even Xiao Dance had to be careful when fighting him. Once tainted by the poison on top of the blue-silver grass, even Xiao Dance felt tricky, and this undoubtedly strengthened Tang San's determination to stack poison on the blue-silver grass. After all, even Xiao Dance, whose level was several levels higher than his, was wary of his blue-silver grass. Wasn't that a success? Though, he didn't notice that his blue-silver grass was becoming more and more brittle as the poison attribute gradually increased. The great forest of stardust. Just as Xiao Dance was about to pull Qi Lin away, the latter inclined his head and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Brother Lin, what are you looking at? Seeing this, Xiao Dance followed Qi Lin's gaze. How come the human-faced demon spider is still glowing inside? Wait, could it be soul bone? Mai's eyes were wide with disbelief. It might still be true. Qi Lin nodded, but his mind recalled. Seems like the one Tang San killed in the original story was a 2,000-year-old Sphinx demon spider, right? Could it be that this Sphinx demon spider was that one? Thinking about this, the corner of Qi Lin's mouth twitched slightly. If that was the case, then wouldn't the soul bone in this Sphinx demon spider be the 8 spider spears? At this time, Xiao Dance had already run over and taken out the soul bone from within the Sphinx demon spider. Looking at the soul bone in front of her that emitted a strong fishy odor, Xiao Dance frowned and said, "Which part of the soul bone is this one? Why can't I see it?" Qi Lin similarly sized up the soul bone and finally settled on it. This piece of soul bone was the piece of externally attached soul bone from the original, the 8 spider spear. After hearing Qi Lin's explanation, Little Dance's small mouth opened slightly in surprise. This is the externally attached soul bone? Wouldn't that be worth something? Both of Mai's eyes lit up at once. Zirin raised his hand and nudged her on the forehead. Idiot, externally attached soul bones are priceless. After all, an externally attached soul bone was an extremely high-quality soul bone with growth properties. Even if it was only a 2,000-year-old externally attached soul bone, its value was no weaker than a 100,000-year-old soul bone. Always calling me stupid. I think I'm just being stupid by you. Little Dance muttered in a small voice before handing the soul bone to Qi Lin. After receiving the externally attached soul bone and putting it into his storage bracelet, Qi Lin coaxed as if he were coaxing a child. Alright, a soul bone with growth properties like the externally attached soul bone must be an excellent material for refining weapons. When I think about what good things I'm going to refine it into, I'll give you one then as well. We can all brainstorm what items we can refine the externally attached soul bones into. Weapons, feathers, defenses, whatever. Once Little Dance heard this, she hummed softly in satisfaction. She only cared about Qi Lin's attitude. She didn't care what Qi Lin was going to give her, even if it was just a carrot. As long as it was a gift from Qi Lin, she liked it a lot. Just as the two continued to go deeper into the Star-Do Great Forest, they only saw a sudden sound of vibration coming from the ground. Qi Lin frowned slightly as a curious look flashed across his face. It looks like a big guy is leaning this way. Saying that, Qi Lin glanced at Xiao Dance. It couldn't be the same as the original. That 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape had specifically run over because it had sensed Little Dance's aura, right? Noticing Qi Lin's gaze, Xiao Dai was also a little flustered and had already cursed Air Ming hundreds of times in her mind. Oops, why did this idiot Ermin venture to come to herself without her consent? What if this exposes you? Mai's heart was in turmoil. Just then, Air Ming's huge body appeared in Qi Lin and Xiao Dai's line of sight with him. Indeed, the moment he saw Air Ming, Qi Lin confirmed his inner suspicions. It's really a titanic ape. The titanic ape came to a halt when it arrived in front of the two of them, looking straight at Xiao Dance. At this time, Little Dance gave the Titan giant ape a wink, trying to get him to leave quickly. Air Ming saw the scene very clearly, but with his astounding intelligence, how could he understand what Little Dance meant? Only Air Ming scratched his head with his big hand, and his voice rang out in a jar like muffled thunder. Mai-san, why do you keep blinking at me? Are your eyes uncomfortable? Dance. Chapter 34, Lake of Life, Empyrean Appearance. While Little Dance was speechless, she sheepishly looked at Qi Lin on the side. Then she saw Qi Lin looking at her with the same smirk. Seeing this, Little Dance whispered, "Brother Little Lin, listen to my sophistry." "Ah no, it's listen to me explain." Looking at this nervous look on Xiao Dance's face, Qi Lin laughed out loud. "Okay, no kidding, I already know who you are. Isn't it just 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast?" "Ha, Brother Little Lin, how did you know about my soul beast identity?" This time, it was Mai's turn to be confused. Feeling that Brother Lin has known his identity for a long time? When did you know? Qi Lin smiled and said, "I'll explain it to you later. Let's let this big guy take us to your territory first." "Oh who?" Mai nodded, then looked at the titanic ape. "Air Ming, take Brother Lin and I back to the Lake of Life first." The Titan giant ape listened to Xiao Dance's words, although he was not happy to take a human to the Lake of Life, but he could not disobey Sister Xiao Dance's words, and finally squatted down and put his hand in front of the two. "Ooh, that's a big hand." Qi Lin glanced around at the Titan giant ape's palms and jumped up, leading Xiao Dai. Looking at Qi Lin holding Sister Xiaomai's hand, an unhappy expression appeared in the huge pupils of the Titan giant ape's eyes, and 2 columns of air erupted from its nose. "Damn human brat, how dare you hold Mai-san's hand?" Xiao Dance didn't notice the Titan giant ape's emotions and shouted, "Air Ming, let's get going." The titanic giant ape could only glare at Qi Lin, then stood up and ran off with a big stride with his other palm protecting in front of both of them. The whistling wind was loud and it felt a little bumpy. Soon, the Titan giant ape returned to the core area of the Stardust Great Forest. Looking at the Lake of Life, from a long distance away the Titan giant ape began to shout, "De Ming, I've brought Sister Little Dance back." As soon as the words fell, the calm Lake of Life suddenly churned up, and the huge figure of the heavenly green bull python slowly emerged from underwater. The titanic ape, on the other hand, spread his palms out after carefully crouching down. Little Dance and Qi Lin, on the other hand, jumped down from above. The heavenly green bull python looked at Qi Lin, who was following beside Xiao Dance, and his huge pupils flashed a color of incomprehension as he looked towards the titanic giant ape. The look was as if to say, "Why did you bring a human along?" Titan giant ape, "I don't want to, but this is what Mai-san wants to bring." "Sister Mai, you're back." After glancing at the Titan giant ape, the celestial green bull python stopped paying attention to it and shifted its gaze to Little Dance again. It spits out words much more clearly and fluently than the titanic giants. Little Dance looked at the heavenly green bull python, and the smile on her little face was also very bright. "Damien, long time no see. How have you guys been these past few years?" The heavenly green bull python said in a calm voice. "Don't worry, Little Dance sister. Air Ming and I are doing very well. I'm just worried that you'll be in danger alone in the human world." Little Dance smiled and took Qi Lin's hand, saying, "De Ming, you guys can rest assured that I won't be in danger because I have Brother Little Lin to protect me." The Titan giant ape let out a low roar from its mouth as it heard this from the side. The pupils of the heavenly green bull python also looked at Qi Lin, but its eyes did not show any hostile emotions like the Titan giant ape's. It only sized him up with a scrutinizing gaze. Only after a moment had passed did it continue to say in a deep voice, "Little Dance sister, he may be on good terms with you, but he now knows your identity, and if this were to accidentally spread out, this would be doomed for you." It wasn't hard to hear that the heavenly green bull python was still advising Little Dance to stay in the Lake of Life next. With himself and the Titan giant ape sheltering him, it was enough to allow Little Dance to safely grow to maturity. By then, when Xiao Dance went out to wander again, she wouldn't have to worry about the soul beast's aura leaking out. If it was any other transformed soul beast, after hearing such a persuasion, it might have thought carefully. But was Little Dance an ordinary transformed soul beast? She's a top-notch relationship brain. How could he listen to the euphemistic persuasion of the heavenly green bull python? Immediately, he waved his hand and said with a broad grin, "De Ming, just don't worry about it. Brother Lin will never tell my identity." and he already knew my identity. The doubts in the heart of the celestial green bull python were deeper after hearing this. It gazed at Qilin as if it wanted to hear him explain. Seeing this, Qilin didn't answer directly, but smiled and said to Xiao Dance, "Xiao Dance, do you remember when I said what soul beast my first soul ring absorbed?" "Of course I remember. Isn't it just the ice worm?" Saying that, Xiao Dance looked at Qilin with an envious expression. "Little brother Lin, your luck is really exploding. Casually absorbing a 10-year-old ice silkworm can result in such a heaven-defying soul skill. She can be too clear. She is so mixed up. Soul power level are still able to exceed Tang San completely as the little Lin brother first soul skills credit." Qilin smiled and asked rhetorically, "Do you really think that a 10-year ice worm can provide me with such a powerful soul skill?" "Ah, meaning brother Lin your first soul ring wasn't provided by the ice silkworm? It wouldn't have coalesced on its own as well, would it?" Qilin shook his head and then revealed the origin of the heavenly dream ice silkworm amidst the shocked expressions of Little Dance, the Titan giant ape, and the heavenly green bull python. 100-million-year-old soul beasts. How is this possible? How can a million-year-old soul beast exist in the world? Little Dance had her little mouth open, her pretty face filled with incredulity. After a soul beast cultivates to 100,000 years, it can only live for another 1,000 years. When you reach 1,000 years, you will either take the form of a human being or go through a heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was almost a 9-death existence for soul beasts. One of the reasons why Little Dance chose to transform into her form was because she was worried that she wouldn't be able to survive the heavenly tribulation. And amongst the rumors, the strength of the heavenly tribulation would also gradually increase as the number of years increased. That's why Xiao Dance simply didn't dare to think that an iceworm, how on earth did it live to 1,000,000 years? The eyes of the heavenly green bull python were even more grave. Since the mind is more mature than that of a titanic great ape, the being underneath the lake of life had touched it. But even if it was that existence, it hadn't reached the level of a 1,000,000-year-old soul beast. What's more, why should a 1,000,000-year-old soul beast be sacrificed to this human in front of him? Thinking of this, the color of doubt could not help but appear in the eyes of the sky green bull python. This kid, it's not a trick, is it? Just as he was about to ask another question, an aura full of oppression suddenly appeared. A black-robed man with a tall body unexpectedly appeared behind Qilin at an unknown time. This black-robed man had a stalwart and cold appearance, with a head of blonde hair that hung down to his heels, and his body exuded a majestic and incomparable aura. As soon as he appeared, Qilin turned back as if he felt something. Looking at the blonde man in front of him, who was like a city wall and required him to tilt his head up to see his face, Qilin froze slightly and had a vague guess about his identity. At that moment, the blonde middle-aged man spoke faintly. "My name is Tian. Did you just say that the heavenly dream iceworm has now become your first soul ring?" Chapter 35, First Meeting the Silver Dragon King, The Power of Fate. As he watched Tian appear, the azure bull python's expression changed slightly. It did not expect that this one underneath the lake of life would be attracted out by Qilin. Moreover, looking at his appearance, he seemed to recognize that 1,000,000-year-old soul ring. Wouldn't this mean that what Qilin said was true, and that his first soul ring had actually reached 1,000,000 years? On the other side, the Titan giant ape immediately let out a low roar towards Tian in a vigilant manner the moment he appeared. Little Dance also subconsciously pulled up Qilin's hand, her small face nervous. As for Ziring, he didn't appear to have any major mood swings other than a flash of amazement, and his face was relaxed. On the contrary, the heavenly dream ice silkworm in a sea of consciousness had long been gnashing its teeth plus shivering at this moment. "Damn Tian, brother has already been sacrificed, but you're still thinking about brother. Brother's little ancestor you say you have nothing to reveal brother for what this is now stared at by the Emperor Heaven. Whether or not you can live is a toss-up." In response, Qilin said, "Don't be afraid, fate has its own arrangement." After hearing Tian's question, Qilin nodded his head without panicking. "That's right, my first soul ring is indeed 1,000,000 years old." After saying that, the 3 soul rings of glistening white, brilliant gold, and crimson slowly rose from beneath Qilin's feet. The moment he looked at Qilin's 3 soul rings, Tian's pupils suddenly tightened. First was the first soul ring. Although it was only a glistening white soul ring, he did sense the aura of that fat silkworm in the soul ring. But what really made Tian's heart tremble was Qilin's second and third soul rings. An ordinary person looking at these 2 soul rings might not feel anything special. However, as the closest existence to a god in the Douluo continent, Tian felt a divine, supreme aura above these 2 soul rings. It was a feeling that even he couldn't understand. This brilliant golden and crimson soul ring was by no means some 100-year soul ring or 100,000-year soul ring. Other than that, there was still one thing that Tian did not know. The heavenly dream ice silkworm was obviously swept away by the sudden space storm, and how could it be sacrificed to become the soul ring of this human child in front of him? "Oh, you mean that?" Qilin immediately told the scene of his first meeting with the heavenly dream iceworm. The process, no doubt, sounds full of pie in the sky. Wait. Suddenly, Tian's mind snapped back to what the Lord had said to him not long ago. The Lord had said that the Shura deity's divine sense had descended to the world, but he didn't know on whose body he had suffered a small loss. Could it be, it's on this kid? Thinking of this, Tian couldn't help but cast his gaze towards Qilin once again, carefully sizing him up. Soon, he smiled to himself. That was a divine sense of the Shura god. I'm afraid that even he couldn't deal with it. What even he, Tian, could not do. How could this kid in front of him, who was nothing more than a third-ring soul dignitary, possibly do it? But in the very next second, the Silver Dragon King's disembodied voice suddenly sounded beside Tian's ears. Empyrean, take this child, bring it on. Tian was slightly stunned at his words, not expecting that this brat in front of him would be able to attract the Lord's attention. Yes, Lord, bowing in the direction of the Lake of Life, he then looked at Qilin. Looks like you need to come with me. Hearing this, Little Dance looked at Tian with slight nervousness. Where do you want to take little Linguini? As soon as Little Dance opened her mouth, the Titan Giant Ape and the Heavenly Green Bull Python also looked at Tian without hesitation, as if they were just waiting for Little Dance to give the order and would be ready to strike at any moment. Seeing this, Tian swept a contemptuous glance over the Titan Giant Ape and the Heavenly Green Bull Python before leaving a sentence. Don't worry, this kid's life is not in danger. It is an honor for him to meet the Lord. After saying that, one hand lifted Qilin's clothes and disappeared into the Lake of Life in the next second. Brother Lin. Little Dance's face showed worry as she ran to the edge of the Lake of Life. The celestial green ox python said in a deep voice, Sister Little Dance, since this one said just now that Qilin's life wouldn't be in danger, he should be fine, so let's just be patient and wait. Although she had listened to the comforting words of the Heavenly Green Bull Python, Little Dance's eyes still flushed red. Had I known that a situation like today's would occur, I wouldn't have come to the Star Do Great Forest with Brother Shaolin that day. The most important thing was that something had happened to Brother Lin, but he could not help at all. Looking at the existence in front of him that was like a crystal palace, Qilin curiously looked up, and a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. This sight, on the contrary, was much more beautiful and atmospheric than those palaces seen in the movies. And soon, Qilin's gaze was quickly drawn to a behemoth again. It was a silver-colored dragon, with an image that was closer to the Western dragons that he had seen from movies and TV dramas in his previous life, but it looked even more beautiful, especially its scales, each of which shimmered with a silver radiance, as if they were cast by the moonlight. At this moment, Qilin also noticed that the silver-colored dragon was sizing himself up with a pair of huge pupils of eyes that were as brilliant as stars. You're beautiful. Oh no. With that look I feel like handsome would be a more apt description. The expression on Qilin's face looked relaxed, and he didn't know who had given him the confidence. But having come through this in his previous life, he had gotten used to facing any unexpected situation with this expression. Thanks for the compliment. You're the first person in years to compliment me on my beauty. The Silver Dragon King's voice was crisp and pleasant, but it gave off a sense of coldness. Murmured Qilin. Do you think there's a possibility that I'm the first human to come here in all these years? Silver Dragon King. The atmosphere froze for a moment, and when Tian saw this, he hurriedly rebuked. Boy, how do you talk to the Lord? As soon as he said it, the Silver Dragon King spoke out. Tian, you must not be rude. Emperor Tian could only shut up in frustration as he sniffed. I didn't realize that the Lord cared so much about this kid. Although this kid is very weird, but in the end it's just a three-ring soul dignitary. Why should we pay so much attention to it? Qilin, on the other hand, had a puzzled look appear on his face before looking at the Silver Dragon King. Am I wrong? You're right. A smile spread across Qilin's face as he listened. You're quite a talker. Or what? Am I going to have to kill you just because you say so? But you just praised me earlier. One person and one dragon had a chatty conversation, but instead, Tian became an outsider. After chatting happily with each other for a while, Qilin then asked curiously, by the way, did you ask him to bring me here for something? Nothing much, except that I'm curious about you. Oh, just because of my soul ring? Qilin asked again. There's a little reason for that, but not all, mainly to verify a suspicion I had. Qilin didn't ask the Silver Dragon King what he was guessing, and simply said, so, are you done verifying? It's basically confirmed. After hearing this, Qilin's two eyes lit up and said in a consultative tone, now that you've gotten what you wanted to know from me, can you grant me one small request? As he said this, he made a one-dot gesture with two fingers. Surprisingly, the Silver Dragon King agreed sharply. What demands? You say? These concise words made Qilin's eyes light up, and he quickly said, if you have any faded dragon scales or this ice cube you're currently lying on, can you send me a little bit of it? No? Qilin felt that how these could be considered top-notch materials for refining soul guides. If I could ask for a little bit, it would be comfortable. Yes. The Silver Dragon King's words remained cold and concise. In the next second, a scale glowing with silver light and a piece of ice marrow floated in front of Qilin. Qilin gave a thumbs up when he saw this. Bureau of Aura. Bureau Qi? The Silver Dragon King was slightly puzzled. Qilin hemmed and hawed and said, "Kudos to your generosity. So that's what it means." After Tian sent Qilin away, the Silver Dragon King's eyes were like stars as he gazed at the sky through the boundary. I didn't expect that the Shura god would really suffer on this teenager. That power. Could it be the power of fate that is far above the three-eyed golden gaby? Chapter 36. A man is a young man until he dies. Silver light dragon scale armor. Within the boundary that was like a crystal palace, the Silver Dragon King's cool and pleasant voice echoed within it. Although he didn't know how Qilin did it, the Silver Dragon King did sense the aura of the Shura god from his body. It was a scent that it had never forgotten to this day. Outside the Lake of Life, Little Dance looked at Qilin, who had been sent out unharmed by Tian, and instantly ran over with joy, sizing him up. After checking several times, Qilin said slightly helplessly, "Little Dance, don't check. I'm fine. I was just taken down to chat with someone for a while." Mai ignored it and just reddened her eyes. Her voice slightly choked. "Little brother Lin, from now on, I will never be lazy in my cultivation again." Ah! Qilin looked at Xiao Dai in front of him with a shocked expression, and reached out to touch her forehead again before muttering, "You don't have a fever here either?" Seeing this, Xiao Dance's pretty face surfaced with a touch of shyness as she pouted. "Brother Shaolin, I'm serious." Qilin raised an eyebrow and said, "You're really Little Dance? Impossible. Little Dance definitely doesn't have such an awareness." "Ah, Brother Lin, you're so annoying and obnoxious. I had a hard time making up my mind." The heavenly green bull python and titan giant ape on the side looked at the playful two, and their hearts were not in the right place. The former dived into the Lake of Life, while the latter grumbled in anger and looked for other soul beasts to fight and vent. "Mai-san is going to be abducted by a human and is not happy about it." In the following days, Xiao Dance and Qilin built a hut next to the Lake of Life and stayed there. There was one thing to say, as the encore area of the Stardust Great Forest, the scenery here was not to be described as unattractive, especially when the night falls, when the moonlight is like a white veil spread on the surface of the Lake of Life. That kind of scenery is just like a dream, and as time passed, the relationship between Qilin and the heavenly green bull python and the titan giant ape eased. It was as if he had a strange affinity for neutral and friendly camps. Coupled with the fact that Qilin made a good handful of roasted meat, he conquered the two brothers who had never eaten fine chaff in their lives, especially the titan giant ape. This naive, straight nature, good sense pulled fast. It even allowed Qilin to ride on his head as he roared through the Douluo Great Forest. That feeling is described in 2 words. Exciting. In addition to this, Qilin had become a regular visitor in the Crystal Palace in the Lake of Life, coming and going to be transported by Tian himself. This also allowed Qilin to glean quite a few more dragon scales from the Silver Dragon Kings. The silver light was so bright that Qilin thought he could use it to forge an armor. That must be handsome. When all was said and done, half a month after arriving at the Lake of Life, Qilin unleashed his 3rd soul skill and threw all of the scales of the Silver Dragon King into the 6 Jin's divine flame with a brain. Whether the armor was strong or not, Qilin didn't care. Handsome would be the end of it. The result was that Qilin had forged for 10 days without finishing, because his soul power level was too low. The strength of the 6th Din divine flame was not up to par. This, coupled with the fact that the Silver Dragon King's scales were too hard, resulted in draining Qilin several times during the forging process. But fortunately, the Silver Dragon King was able to help out in time. After another 3 days, a brand new armor was finally forged. This piece of armor looked silvery and translucent in color, and although it was made of dragon scales, it glowed with a metallic sheen. The armor was covered with dragon scale patterns, each scale carved and visible. The shoulder armor part is designed in the shape of a dragon's head with gleaming eyes. The armor as a whole is even more smooth lines, aesthetically pleasing but not overbearing and domineering. In one word, handsome, referring to the armor of Neza Tu Ao Guang. Most notably, this armor had a certain spirituality after being forged by the 6th Din creation. Qilin just stretched out his fingers and touched the armor for a moment, and in the next second, the armor automatically disintegrated and flew towards him, automatically completing the donning, and even the size was adjusted adaptively. After putting on the armor, Qilin's face couldn't help but show an expression of delight, and he couldn't help but gesture a few poses. A boy's death is a boy's death. He stretched out his hands from side to side and surveyed the delicate textures of the armor, a glint of accomplishment in his eyes. After admiring it himself, he then looked at Xiao Dance and the titanic giants that were looking at him with bated breath. How's that for handsome? Little Dance looked at Qilin after putting on the armor. Her 2 watery eyes were almost blinded by Qilin, just like a little nymphomaniac. Oh my god, Brother Lin, you really, so cool and hot. The titanic giant ape even pounded his chest with his fists to express his emotions at this moment. Erman wants to wear armor like that too. Seeing this, Qilin couldn't help but laugh out loud, his heart bursting with relief. After showing off for a while with little dance, De Ming, and Air Ming, Qilin immediately arrived in front of the Lake of Life. Empyrean, Empyrean. After shouting twice, Di Tian appeared above the lake with a face full of displeasure. What's up with you boys again? Wait, this armor you're wearing. Di Tian's pupils suddenly shrunk as he looked at Qilin, who was wearing silver armor in front of him. He sensed the Lord's aura above this armor. This was surprisingly armor forged from the Lord's dragon scales. Di Tian looked at Qilin incredulously and said, "You're just using soul techniques to create this precious armor these days?" Qilin showed a slightly smug look and said, "That's natural. Every pattern and every detail on the armor could have been conceived in his mind." Empyrean was startled. The Lord's dragon scales were far superior to those on him in terms of hardness, and Qilin's soul skill was able to forge them into precious armor? Most notably, Qilin was clearly only a third ring soul exalt. This is too unbelievable. However, upon closer inspection, this armor on Qilin was truly majestic and domineering. Thinking of this, Di Tian pondered slightly, then surprisingly broke into a sentence. "If you have the effort, make me one of these precious armors as well." Qilin sniffed. "Ha ha, I didn't think that Empyrean would be bowled over by this armor as well." Inside the Crystal Palace, looking at the armor Qilin was wearing, a flash of amazement flashed across the Silver Dragon King's eyes. "Your third soul skill is amazing. It can even recast my dragon scales." Zirin hemmed and hawed. Nor did he look at what kind of flame his third soul skill was. That was the 6-ding divine flame used by Lord Taishan for refining weapons. Although it was only the cottage version of the cottage version, it was definitely enough to put it in this metaphysical sewer. The Silver Dragon King then asked curiously, "Have you named this armor?" Perhaps it was because this armor was forged from his own dragon scales that the Silver Dragon King asked so much. Qilin stroked his chin, thinking slightly, "Not just now. Now take a name. Let's call it Silverlight Dragon Scale Armor. What do you think of that name?" Qilin solicited the Silver Dragon King. Silverlight Dragon Scale Armor? Nice name. Chapter 37, Fourth Soul Technique, Natural Control. After living in the Star Do Great Forest for a full month, Qilin finally remembered his purpose for coming to the Star Do Great Forest. One is here to obtain a soul ring. Ah, how did one get used to living here without realizing it? Qilin immediately explained to the Titan Giant Ape and the Heavenly Green Bull Python that he was going to obtain a soul ring. His planning for his fourth soul ring was also very simple. Anyway, it was a plant martial soul. He only needed cuckoo to stack life. Anything from the celestial green vine, sunflower, ink cloud bamboo. The year is between 10,000 and 20,000 years old. This doesn't matter. Of course, what Qilin wanted most was the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life was one of the topmost soul beasts amongst the plant soul beasts, and it was especially powerful in terms of vitality. In the original Jedi Tang clan, the Shrek Academy's golden ancient tree was mutated by Ayin after he fused with it. Of course, the Tree of Life is likewise extremely rare. Trying to find an ancient Tree of Life in the Star Do Great Forest was no more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. However, on the second day when Qilin rode a titanic great ape in the forest and ran wildly to find a suitable soul beast, he accidentally noticed a tree in a sea of trees with a height of dozens of meters, a canopy that covered the sky, and an ancient tree with a bark like an emerald. The shape of this ancient tree instantly reminded Qilin of Di Tian's description. The Tree of Life. I can't believe I actually met it. And looking at the year, it happens to be right between 15,000 and 20,000 years. Is this what fate has in store for us? Air Ming, run that way, it's that tree. Qilin pointed at the Tree of Life in front of him, a look of excitement spreading across his face. The titanic giant ape listened to Qilin's command and took a big stride towards the direction of the Tree of Life as soon as he opened his feet. The Tree of Life noticed these two uninvited guests, and in the next second, dozens of roots as thick as buckets extended out from the ground and pumped towards the Titan Giant Ape. Unfortunately, the Titan Giant Ape just grabbed and yanked with his hand, instantly ripping off a large amount of tree roots. The two are simply not in the same league. Roar! The Titan Giant Ape let out a low roar, completely ignoring the Tree of Life's root attack, and coming in front of it he punched above the emerald-like trunk. This punch nearly directly snapped the Tree of Life. After half a day, as Qilin pulled up all the roots of the Tree of Life, a black soul ring appeared above Qilin's head. Qilin's eyes glistened at the sight. It seemed that this should be one of the most normal soul rings one had so far. Thinking of this, Qilin immediately sat down to absorb the soul ring of the Tree of Life. In just half an hour, Qilin opened his eyes and scratched his head in confusion. The effect of this soul skill of his own, how could it look like what a 10,000-year-old soul ring could bring about? Fourth soul skill, natural mastery, soul technique effect. forms a special area of 1 mile in circumference around oneself, and within this area, ignores the realm gap to control any plant. On top of that, it was a growth soul skill, and as the soul power increased, the range would gradually increase. Tang-san, wouldn't that be a heavenly grudge against me? Just then, Qilin released his 4 soul rings, only to see that the black soul ring that should have belonged to the Tree of Life had turned emerald in color. Ah, this? Ugh. Qilin let out a long sigh. Strong luck. Strong luck. It's too obvious that you're helping me open up like this. Remember to be more restrained next time. If he keeps this up, he's really afraid of being blocked. Just as this thought occurred, the next second Qilin found an object emitting a turquoise luster among the trunk of the Tree of Life. This is Soul Bones, Lake of Life. Hearing something so bizarre, Little Dance and the Sky Green Bull Python both had surprise written all over their faces. Luckily, there were plenty of strange things that had happened to Qilin, and there was no shortage of this one. After another 3 days, Qilin and Xiao Dai also formally offered their resignations to the Titan Giant Ape, the Heavenly Green Bull Python, Di Tian, and the Silver Dragon King. Inside the Crystal Palace, Qilin looked at the huge Silver Dragon King body in front of him and smiled as he waved goodbye. Maya and I will be leaving soon. It's been a nice time together, so I'll see you again sometime in the future. Goodbye. The Silver Dragon King's voice was still incredibly calm, and no emotional fluctuations could be heard. However, Qilin felt that it should be a little bit reluctant to part with it as well. After all, there was usually no one to talk to. It was too high in the minds of Di Tian and the others, making it difficult to communicate in dialogue on an equal footing. After Qilin left, the Silver Dragon King looked at the empty Crystal Palace and a feeling of loneliness suddenly arose within him. A thought that suddenly came out of its mind. On the other hand, Qilin and Xiao Dai, who had returned to the shores of the Lake of Life Lake, bid farewell to the Titan Giant Ape and the Heavenly Green Bull Python, before Di Tian struck out, carrying one in one hand. It didn't take long to send the two of them to the outskirts of the Star-Do Great Forest. Well, you're on your own the rest of the way. After saying that, Di Tian raised his hand and waved it, and several huge scales appeared in front of Qilin. Kid, these are the materials. Don't forget to bring my precious armor next time we meet. Qilin shook his head and smiled, saying, alright, next time you come to the Star-Do Great Forest, I'll send it over to you, and you'll be satisfied. Only then did Di Tian nod in satisfaction as he heard this. The next second it disappeared from the sight of the two men. He's leaving already. Ha, it would be nice if he could just send us back, Mai muttered in a small voice. Qilin looked at her and smiled. You, don't complain, we'll be able to enjoy the scenery a bit more even though we have to travel a bit more. No? Fine. After hearing Qilin's words, Xiao Dai then beamed, thinking that this wasn't unacceptable. Half a month later, looking at the familiar academy in front of her, and listening to the passing trainees respectfully calling out to her, Little Dance sister. Little Dance smiled and said, finally, I'm back again. Qilin touched Xiao Dai's head and said, alright, report to the director with me. You can't just come back without a word or a hello. Aha! Mai nodded repeatedly, said hello on the way back. A voice suddenly called out to the two. Qilin, Little Dance, you're back. The two turned around and saw that it was Tang-san. Tang-san was the same age as them, but looked a little shorter than Qilin, wearing a blue power suit and a belt with 24 jewels around his waist. Although he didn't look as handsome as Qilin, he was still considered to be in the middle. It was definitely much better than Yu Xiaojiang anyway. Little Dance gave a sashaying greeting and said, Little Sanzi, long time no see. Facing Xiao Dance, Tang-san couldn't help but let a smile spread across his face and said, yeah, long time no see. By the way, did you guys take a vacation a while ago because something happened at home? Little Dance let out a playful laugh and said, then you guessed wrong, but we went to the Star-Do Great Forest to hunt souls. Oh. At those words, Tang-san's pupils suddenly shrunk. Which one of you broke through? The person he preferred to break through was Dance. Although Qilin was also his friend, he instinctively didn't want to believe or see Qilin exceed him by too much. Looking at Tang-san's shocked expression, Little Dance proudly raised her small snow-white chin. Of course it's me and brother Little Lin who both broke through. Little Sanchan, it looks like you need to work a little harder before you can do it. That's right. At the time of the Lake of Life, Xiao Dance had already broken through to level 30 and had condensed the third soul ring on her own. Now she was already a 31 level soul exalt. Chapter 38 Faith Collapse. Yu Xiaojiang's Enlightenment. What? Tang-san lost his voice and exclaimed. The expression on his face was filled with shock, incredulity, and complexity. He remembered that all three of them were initially innate full soul power, yet nowadays it was only himself who was the slowest to cultivate. Thinking of this, Tang-san's gaze became dark. Teacher, is my blue-silver grass martial spirit too useless? Or is your theory simply wrong? Shouldn't blue-silver grass really have a poison attribute soul ring attached to it? Such a thought had just arisen from within Tang-san's mind. and a feeling of collapsing faith immediately arose. Bean-sized cold sweat rose from above Tang San's forehead, and that ever-changing expression left Shilin and Xiao Dieth aside in a daze. The two men looked at each other with a curious expression. Ziring, what's wrong with him? I don't build them either. Ha, Ziring, could it be that we've struck out? His Junior-chan can't be that weak inside, can he? In fact, the two did guess correctly, because at this moment, Tang San was indeed struck by their terrifying cultivation speed, and even became skeptical of Jade Xiaojiang's theories, and became entangled in the path he chose for his blue-silver grass. However, Tang San's ability to adjust was equally strong. After only a few moments of work, his eyes were once again firm. There is nothing wrong with the teacher's theory. Otherwise, with one's wasted martial soul, blue-silver grass, one wouldn't be able to have today's attack power. Although his current cultivation speed was slower than Xiao Dance and Shilin, he had to know that he was the third dual-born martial soul possessor in 100 years. As long as he persisted in cultivating blue-silver grass, he would attach a soul ring to the Haotian hammer when his soul power level was high. At that time, facing the Haotian hammer that was full of 10,000-year soul rings, who would still be his opponent? After thinking it through, a slightly forced smile appeared on Tang San's face, saying, "Your cultivation speed is really fast. Congratulations." Jilin smiled and said, Ditto. Your cultivation speed isn't too slow. You'll definitely be able to break through level 30 before graduation. Although what Jilin said was the truth, Tang San felt especially harsh after hearing it, but all he could do was smile and respond. I'll take your word for it then. Before she left, Xiao Dance didn't forget to smile and wave at Tang San. Junior, take your time and refuel. After saying that, he followed Jilin away with a bounce. Tang San, on the other hand, after parting with the two, went straight to Yu Xiaojiang's dormitory. Bang, bang, bang. Tang San raised his hand and knocked on the door of the room. While inside the room, Yu Xiaojiang's low voice quickly resounded. Come in. Tang San immediately pushed the door and walked in. These few years down the line, Yu Xiaojiang not only didn't look old, on the contrary, because he had taken in such an excellent disciple as Tang San, this made his mindset much better, and he looked like he was vaguely emanating the feeling of a second spring. Seeing that the visitor was Tang San, a smile spread across Yu Xiaojiang's face. Junior, so it's you. Why? Is there a question you don't understand and want to ask your teacher? Tang San nodded slightly heavily, and looking at Tang San's expression, Yu Xiaojiang's face gradually became grave, raising his hand and pointing to the chair on the side. Come on, sit down and take your time. Humph. Tang San immediately sat down and gave Jade Xiaojiang an account of what happened when he came to meet Xiao Dance and Shilin. What? Little Dance and Shilin actually both broke through. After hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang's reaction was even more excited than Tang San's. An even stronger wave of regret welled up inside. It would be so good if he could take Little Dance and Shilin as disciples at the same time as well. When 20 years later, their fame would resonate throughout the continent, and he himself, as the teacher who taught them, would likewise be able to raise the world's attention, and his name would be immortalized for generations to come. It's a shame. It's a shame. Yu Xiaojiang let out a long sigh. Tang San, on the other hand, said in a deep voice, Teacher, you said that it's the same innate full soul power, but why is there such a big gap between our cultivation speeds? Jade Xiaojiang sniffed, merely glancing at Tang San, instantly figuring out Tang San's heart at this moment, so he educated in a serious tone. Junior the teacher knows what's in your mind, and even more so, he knows that you're incomparably anxious right now, but, teacher wants to tell you that you're not like those two. Tang San's eyes lit up after hearing this. He couldn't wait to look at Yu Xiaojiang, as if he wanted to hear his teacher analyze what exactly was different between him and Xiao Dance and Shilin. Only the master sighed, then spoke slowly. First of all, the reason why your cultivation speed is actually not as fast as Little Dance's and Shilin's is simple. Because your blue-silver grass is a wasted martial soul, while Xiao Dance and Shilin's martial souls are not. At first, teacher also thought that Shilin had a dual-born martial soul, but later on, as Shilin gradually revealed his terrifying cultivation talent, I also reacted. Shilin and you are not essentially the same. The reason why your blue-silver grass is innately full of soul power is due to the fact that you are a dual-born martial soul. Instead, Shilin's martial soul was mutated from the blue-silver grass, a benign mutation with an extremely low probability, and it directly turned his blue-silver grass from a waste martial soul into the top martial soul in the world. So, I must admit that I guessed wrong from the start. Shilin is not a dual-born martial soul. His innate full soul power was granted by his mutated top-tier martial soul. Although it's unbelievable, his martial soul today should be the topmost auxiliary martial soul in the entire continent. Even the 7-treasure glazed pagoda can't compare to his 4-leaf clover martial soul. And Junior, you should also know that the speed of cultivation is not only determined by the innate soul power, but is likewise tied to the quality of the martial soul. That's why you guys are also innately full of soul power while Qilin cultivates the fastest, followed closely by Xiao Dance, whose martial soul, although not considered a top-tier martial soul, is still stronger than your blue-silver grass. So, now you know why your cultivation speed is slow, right? While analyzing, Yu Xiaojiang's body had stood up at some point, his back to Tang San, his hands behind his back, abysmal, looking confident and full of a master's demeanor. This temperament instantly gave Tang San a sense of respect. The teacher's analysis made so much sense. I can't believe I doubted him before. I'll be damned if I'm going to do it myself. Thinking of this, a look of shame immediately spread across Tang San's face. At this time, Yu Xiaojiang's wise and calm voice sounded once again. Junior, I know you're in a hurry right now, but hold your horses. For Mai and Qilin, you shouldn't be comparing yourself to them. Even if Qilin's cultivation talent is high, he's only an auxiliary soul master, and he doesn't affect you in the slightest. As for Little Dance, even though she's leveling up faster than you right now, how many years faster can it be? In another 20, 30 years, when you're both sealed Douluos, her strength will have almost reached its peak, while you'll still be able to continue stacking soul rings on the Haotian hammer. By the time you have 2 martial souls and 18 soul rings, who is still your opponent when you look at the continent? Hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Tang San was suddenly enlightened and violently stood up from his chair. Looking at Yu Xiaojiang with an excited face, he suddenly fell to his knees with a thud. Teacher, I'll be damned. You're planning my future for me so much, and yet I'm skeptical of your theories. You scold me. Yu Xiaojiang looked up at the roof at 45 degrees and let out a long sigh, then turned around to Tang San's body. Junior, get up. The teacher never blamed you. If I were you, I'd be skeptical too. Saying that, Yu Xiaojiang helped Tang San up with both hands. Tang San's eyes reddened slightly as he looked towards Yu Xiaojiang with a touched expression. Sensei. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Tang San with the same affection. Junior, Chapter 39 Graduation, Future Planning. After Tang San went through Yu Xiaojiang's enlightenment, he instantly looked away a lot, no longer consumed internally because of his cultivation speed. On the other hand, Xiao Dance was just like what she had said before at the Lake of Life. Although he still loved to play, his cultivation was much more active than before, which at one point made Qilin a bit uncomfortable. However, in the face of such a little dance, Qilin was heartily happy for her and told some of his insights on cultivation. From Qilin's perspective, the soul masters of the Douluo continent were actually quite crude in their use of soul power. It relied more on the soul techniques obtained after absorbing the soul rings as the main method of attack. Therefore, based on some of the novels and anime he had read in his previous life, Qilin mashed up his own method of exercising his soul power by following the gourd, wanting to teach it to Xiao Dance after he had learned it himself. If someone else were to follow a gourd without any foundation, all sorts of problems might have to arise and things would be botched. But Qilin wasn't afraid. Under the effect of strong luck, he had only been tinkering with himself for a while before putting together a systematic way of exercising his soul power. For example, treading water up a tree, exercising fine control of soul power. Another example is the compression and purification of soul power, which is used to improve the quality of soul power and enhance the power of soul techniques. And what with distraction control, psionic perception, psionic form shifting, and so on. Although there are just a few sets back and forth, if you don't practice in a correct and systematic way, not only will it be ineffective, but you may also injure yourself. And with these methods of exercising soul power, Qilin naturally taught Xiao Dance without reservation. To be honest, this feeling of being a teacher as well as a nurturer also filled Qilin with a sense of fulfillment. Time flew by, and a year and a half passed in a flash. It's a special day. Ziring graduated. As the representative of the outstanding students, Qilin stood on the speech platform in front of hundreds of teachers and students. Looking at the envious as well as respectful gazes of these schoolmates below, Qilin didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable and even improvised some inspirational words. Finally, he walked off the podium again amidst loud applause from the crowd. After the graduation ceremony, Qilin as well as Xiao Dai and Director Su chatted freely. 6 years on, the otherwise elderly Director Su now looks like he's still in his 80s and 90s. He looked at the handsome and beautiful teenage girl in front of him. I didn't realize that in just the blink of an eye, the 2 children from back then are now so grown up. Qilin smiled slightly and said, Director, thank you so much for taking care of me these past few years. Director Su waved his hand and said, Alright, all of you don't say such things. I haven't helped you guys much these past few years, but instead the academy has attracted a lot of students from other cities because of your fame. Speaking of which, it's the old man I have to thank you both for the academy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Director Su asked again, Do you 2 little ones have any plans to go to any academy next? Qilin and Xiao Dai looked at each other and shook their heads. It's not planned as of yet. Let's take it one step at a time. Director Su sniffed and said, That's right, with your talent, no matter which academy it is, they will rush to get you. But what Director Su didn't know was that Qilin actually didn't want to be a cadet anymore. He's at level 48 now. What's the point of being a cadet? Even if it was the continent-wide Advanced Soul Master Academy competition in 2 years, he wasn't interested in participating. After all, wait until 2 years later he may be 60 or 70 levels. Plus this perverted soul skills, others still play chicken hair pure abuse game. Qilin is not interested. After Director Su left, Tang San walked over from the distance, a faint smile on his face. After approaching, he smiled and inquired, "Little dance, Qilin, do you have any plans for the next?" "Not yet." Qilin smiled and shook his head. Tang San's eyes lit up as he sniffed. "If neither of you have any idea which academy you want to go to, how about I recommend one?" Hearing Tang San's words, Qilin's eyebrows rose slightly. He knew that the academy Tang San recommended was bound to be Shrek Academy without a doubt. On the side, Little Dance curiously said, "Little Sanzi, you found all the academies? You don't want a pheasant college." Although Xiao Dance wasn't smart, she knew that there weren't many good academies among the neighboring provinces. After all, after being classmates for a few years at Nodding Academy, Xiao Dance was also worried about Tang San being cheated. While Tang San listened, a confident smile spread across his face. Just don't worry about it. This academy I'm talking about, but my teacher personally recommended us to go there. Not only does it have a strong faculty, but it also has a great deal of respect for the individuality and freedom of its students, encouraging them to explore as well as grow on their own. Speaking later, Tang San's tone was even more involuntarily agitated. Most importantly, none of the cadets inside the academy are made up of monsters, and only true monsters can join them. When Xiao Dance heard this, she was immediately snubbed, because from Tang San's introduction, she very intuitively felt an overwhelming sense of compulsion. It sounds like this academy is very impressive. However, she was still smart and cautious, and didn't forget to ask, "Is there a sealed Douluo inside that academy?" Tang San's face darkened. "Sealed Douluo? Just one Soul Master Academy, and you're still thinking of having a sealed Douluo teaching in it? Do you really think that the sealed Douluo is a cabbage?" However, the person who opened his mouth to inquire was Xiao Dance, so Tang San was extraordinarily tolerant. He calmly explained, "Little Dance, the sealed Douluo is the pinnacle of the continent's existence. How could it appear in an academy? However, I heard my teacher talk about how Shrek Academy has more than one Soul Saint powerhouse even though it doesn't have a sealed Douluo." After hearing this, Xiao Dance couldn't help but nod her head. "From what you said, Shrek Academy is pretty good looking. It was already strong to have a Soul Saint sitting in the academy. After all, the dean of the Nordine Academy was only a 4-ring soul sect. Right now the rank isn't as high as Little Lin's." So Xiao Dance immediately turned her head to look at Qilin on the side, only to see the corners of the latter's mouth twitching slightly. He really didn't expect Tang San to be able to talk about Shrek Academy in such a refreshing manner. Teacher strength aside, the rank of Shrek Academy's teachers was indeed considered high in the many advanced Soul Master Academies. But what about respecting the individuality and freedom of trainees and encouraging them to explore as well as grow on their own? Isn't that just free range? Cadets go to the Advanced Soul Master Academy to learn things. If it's purely herding, then what's the point of going there? To be honest, regarding Shrek's teaching philosophy, Qilin didn't quite understand it, but couldn't resist Shrek's luck. "Surprisingly, I was able to recruit a few talented cadets. Let's just say that Flanders has a little bit of dog luck on his side as well. Of course, the character of these students, it is difficult to strain." Looking at the gaze cast over by Little Dance, Qilin pondered slightly and didn't reject it right away, but instead said, "In that case, let's go to Shrek Academy to take a look before making a decision." Qilin had no interest in becoming Shrek's student, but it would be nice to go over and take a look. He came to this world with no idea of conquering the continent, but, having traveled to the book, he definitely wanted to meet the various supporting characters from the original. That way it wasn't a wasted trip. While Tang San, after hearing Qilin's words, a smirk spread across his face, because in his opinion, since Qilin said that, he had already agreed to half of it. When he did go to Shrek Academy, he would definitely be impressed by Shrek Academy and join in. Although Tang San had never been to Shrek Academy, he believed that his teacher wouldn't lie to him. Moreover, he had already met the dean of Shrek Academy, and although this Dean Flanders seemed very stingy, his strength was recognized by Tang San. That's right, Tang San had already reached level 32 months ago and had gone to the Star Do Great Forest to obtain his third soul ring with the help of Flanders, a 1600-year-old sphinx. Being a student isn't much fun. I don't plan on having the main character be a student. I want to just have him be a teacher at Shrek Academy, teaching Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Dao, to combat Big Wet at any time, and to follow the general plot. How do you all feel about that? Chapter 40, Going to Soto City, meeting a little cat by chance. In the middle of Yu Xiaojiang's dormitory, After listening to the news Tang San reported in, a satisfied smile spread across Yu Xiaojiang's face. It's good that Zirin agreed to go to Shrek. In this way, Yu Xiaojiang would have the certainty that he and Xiao Dance would become Tang San's teammates together and participate in the continent-wide Advanced Soul Master Academy competition 2 years later. Although Shrek Academy was not qualified to compete, Yu Xiaojiang had his own plan to convince Flanders. And the price? It might be time for Flanders to abandon Shrek Academy, which he had spent years creating. But it doesn't matter. It's just a little Thai academy, so give it up. As far as Shrek's environment was concerned, to be honest, Yu Xiaojiang quite looked down on it. But for those few kids in Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang was still quite greedy. This is all genius. Even if they don't do well in this tournament, they're bound to shine in the next one. The other side, Qi Lin and Xiao Dai, who had already graduated, returned to Radish Village after leaving the academy. This time, instead of hiring a carriage, the two men drove back in a large SUV. That's right, Zirin built several cars for convenience. One of his and Dance's favorites was the dirt bike, a new energy non-polluting off-road vehicle that can be started by simply injecting soul power. On the other hand, Radish Village, Mr. and Mrs. Shi Tian and Su Chen didn't look as old as they did 6 years ago, and life was good. Qi Lin would use his first soul skill to stack buffs on the two every time he came home from vacation. Although there wasn't much time at a time, several years down the line, it had helped the two raise their soul power level to 10. Now one person had also absorbed a soul ring. Although Qi Lin's soul power did not add to his talent, after the two absorbed the soul rings, their martial souls had more or less evolved to a certain extent, and although they were slow to cultivate, the two of them were indeed able to cultivate on their own. Seeing their son and Dance come back, the couple was very happy and made a table of food, followed by a lot of questions from parents. As for the two of them wanting to leave Nodding City, Mr. and Mrs. Shi Tian were also very supportive. A good man is a good man. And anyway, now that we have a phone, it's easy to get in touch with Qi Lin's updates. There are no base stations, wires, or anything, but you can still communicate normally from a distance of thousands of miles. After staying at home for half a month, Qi Lin and Xiao Dai basically sat in every house in the village. Qi Yu had also graduated, and although his innate soul power was only at level 1, it had now reached level 13. And with the help of Qi Lin and Xiao Dai absorbing the soul ring of a 300-year-old soul beast, the martial soul had undergone some evolution and the cultivation talent had been strengthened. Finally, Qi Lin and Xiao Dai also visited Brother Tao and Sister Silk. The two of them had developed well over the past few years, and had even tied the knot 2 years ago, and now both of them had broken through to over 30 levels of soul power. In some years, when Master Marciano retired, Soyan Tao would be able to take his place. After leaving behind a small gift, Qi Lin and Xiao Dai returned to Radish Village. After staying for a few more days, the two of them departed for Soto City. On the way to Soto City, Xiao Dai drove the cross-country, just like the reined-in wild horse all the way wildly, mouth constantly woohoo ceaselessly, a face of enjoyment. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the two are the best-looking boys. My, stop for a moment. Just as little Dance was driving happily, she was suddenly called by Qi Lin. She immediately slowed down and curiously said, "Little brother Lin, what's wrong?" Zirin pointed in one direction of the slant. Xiao Dance followed where Qi Lin was pointing, only to see 4 masked men besieging a young girl in black tights with a fiery figure. The 4 masked men were not weak, and although they did not use soul techniques, they always managed to force the young girl to retreat, and had several close calls. Little Dance took a look and immediately let out a cold snort. In broad daylight, with a clear sky, how dare these guys bully the few with the many? Humph, little dancing sister has to take the place of heaven today. After saying that, Xiao Dai stepped on the gas to the bottom and drove directly towards the direction of a few people fiercely. If it wasn't for the fear of being injured by mistake, she would have wanted to directly run over them. Noticing this scene, panic flashed in the eyes of the 4 masked men in Zhu Zhuqing. Such a big iron lump, and so fast, if it hit them, I'm afraid that if they didn't rise up in the same place on the spot. Luckily, Dance braked in time and stopped the car not far from a few people. When Mai pulled open the car door and jumped down, she pointed at the 4 masked men's noses and cursed. "What are you 4 scums? Bullying a girl? Today Auntie is going to do the people a favor." As the words fell, 3 soul rings rose directly from beneath Little Dance's feet. Yellow, yellow and purple. Seeing such a soul ring configuration, shock flashed in the eyes of the 4 masked men. How old is this little girl? How can she be a soul exalt? They're afraid that they're not genius soul masters cultivated by any of the great powers of the Heavenly Dipper Empire. "Boss, what should we do now?" While the 4 of them were discussing, Xiao Dance was also rubbing her fists and preparing to make a move. At this time, Qi Lin suddenly said, "Little Dance, just teach these few people a lesson, but don't beat them to death." Little Dance was stunned after hearing this. but she still unconditionally listened to Brother Shaolin's words and just said to these four masked soul exalted, "Count yourselves lucky today. In a moment, Auntie will be merciful and only beat you up." After saying that, Xiao Dance's figure steeply disappeared in place. The pupils of the four masked men on the opposite side suddenly tightened when they saw Xiao Dance, who was moving as fast as if she were a stump. So fast. Bang! As a low percussion sounded, one of the masked men was struck in the small of his back by Xiao Dai's punch, and immediately felt a fluttering in his stomach, the intense pain causing his face to distort instantly. He didn't understand how the difference could be so great when they were also soul exalted. He naturally didn't know that the 37-level Xiao Dance, who had been stacked with buffs by Qilin for years and years, was almost as powerful as a four-ringed beast martial soul sect. How could he resist such a power? And that's not all. Mai saw that the man in front of her hadn't even been knocked down by her punch, and threw another punch at his face. Bang! The masked man's mask was torn apart by Xiao Dance's blow. His nose collapsed, and his body flew backwards with it, directly fainting in mid-air. The others were shocked to see their companion's miserable state. Quickly pay attention. This little girl's strength is not simple, and watch out for all the strikes. Several people were cursing inside at the moment. Martyr. Originally the mission was going well and everyone was done acting, but I didn't expect to suddenly kill out two nosy genius soul masters. Not a moment later, the four masked men were all beaten by Xiao Dance's bare hands and all of them were lying up on the ground. One or two of their faces looked bruised and swollen. On the other hand, Mai let out a long breath and clapped her hands with a relaxed face. Done. On the other side, the black girl with the fiery figure had been stunned in place by the scene in front of her. She didn't expect that this girl, who looked about the same age as her, would have such terrifying strength. Just as the black-clothed girl froze, Xiao Dai had already arrived at her side and stretched out her hand with a bright smile. "Hello, my name is Mai. Dancing Dance." Chapter 41, A Word Wakes Up the Dreamer. Xu Zhuyun's Good Intentions. Hello, my name is Zhu Zhuqing. Looking at the smiling Xiao Mai, Xu Zhuqing was slightly stunned and subconsciously reached over to shake her hand. When she reacted, Xu Zhuqing immediately said gratefully again, "Thank you guys just now, or else I'm just afraid that I'll be in deep trouble." Little Dance waved her hand sardonically and said, "A small matter, no need to thank me. If it wasn't for Brother Shaolin's sharp eyes just now, I really didn't notice you." Xu Zhuqing immediately looked at Qilin gratefully. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, Qilin smiled faintly and introduced himself. "My name is Qilin." He smiled with a clean and sunny flavor, and even more so, he exuded an aura that made him feel close. This kind of temperament made Zhu Zhuqing unable to resist taking a second look. Immediately, however, she withdrew her gaze in embarrassment and said in a slight rush, "Hello." At this time, Xiao Dance came over and asked curiously, "By the way, why did these guys attack you?" When Zhu Zhuqing heard Xiao Dance's question, a color of hatred flashed across her slightly cool face as she laughed at herself. "It might be because I'm a threat to someone. That's why she's sending these people to cut me down to size." Upon hearing this, Xiao Dance's eyes sparkled and a gossipy expression spread across her pretty face. Although she didn't know the specifics of what had happened to Zhu Zhuqing, her brain had already brainstormed several doggerel stories out. At this time, Qilin suddenly spoke. "Although I don't know what happened to you, I don't see that these few people look like they want to cut you down to size." As soon as these words came out, a faintly imperceptible look of anger spread across Zhu Zhuqing's face. That good sister of hers, just because she was worried that by coming to Soto City and finding Dai Mubai, she might be a threat to her in Davis, she ended up sending someone to tail her all the way after her, from the Star Luo Empire's imperial capital all the way to Soto City. If that's not decimation, what is? And contrary to Zhu Zhuqing, the four people lying on the ground, other than the one who had already fainted, the other three looked at Qilin with a touched look on their faces. Finally, someone understands them. At this time, Xiao Dance curiously said, "Brother Shaolin, is this why you asked me to be merciful?" "Aha!" Qilin nodded. "And how did you see that these guys didn't mean to cut them off?" After Xiao Dance finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but cast his gaze over as well. Qilin explained, "You're silly. These four people are at the lowest level of soul exalted. If they really wanted to cut off their roots, how could this girl still be alive now? And just now, after watching them fight for half a day, if they really want to kill someone, then as far as not releasing a single soul skill? Seems to be Mai nodded plausibly. "I told you to read more in general. You had to play games, and as a result, you can't even analyze this detail. Idiot." As Qilin said that, he also raised his hand and bounced it on Xiao Dance's bare forehead. While Zhu Zhuqing on the side heard it, her brain was suddenly down for a moment. In her mind, she also couldn't help but begin to recall the scene when she escaped from the imperial capital. She had been chased by the assassins sent by Zhu Zhuyun all the way here after sneaking out. Because out of her hatred for Zhu Zhuyun, she never bothered to think about it on her way to being hunted down and killed. but just assumed that Zhu Zhuyun wanted to put her to death. Now after listening to Qi Lin's analysis and calming down, Zhu Shuqing put aside his prejudice against Zhu Zhuyun and returned to analyze. Suddenly it revealed many details she hadn't noticed. Difficult. Could it be? Sister really didn't think about killing herself? But why would she send people after her? After her? Is it just to make yourself hate her? 4. Why just as Zhu Zhuqing was skeptical, Xiao Dance poked Qi Lin's waist. Brother Lin, what's wrong with her? How would I know? Qi Lin spread out both hands. At this time, Zhu Zhuqing walked up to those 4 masked men and questioned them in a stern voice. Say, what exactly was the mission you received? Is it going to cut me down to size? On this journey, why didn't you guys use your full strength on me before? Gulp. The masked man at the head of the group swallowed a mouthful of saliva and exchanged glances with the 2 men next to him. What does that make them say? Tell the truth. It's not easy to tell Missy's side. If you don't say it, you're worried that you'll be killed directly by the second young lady in a fit of rage. But they only get a small salary a month. What's the point of playing with their lives? The best way to do this can only be. One of them clenched his teeth and directly slashed at his neck with one hand. In the next second, he simply fainted with a crooked neck. The scene instantly dumbfounded his companions on the sidelines, but soon he did a double take. And, fearing that he might be asked about himself, he had the example to come at his neck with a hand slash as well. Bang! Another one down. Only the last person left looked left and right, and finally met Zhu Zhuqing's questioning gaze. But at this point, whether he said it or not, Zhu Zhuqing had already guessed the truth of the matter. My sister didn't want to fight her sister, but fate was what it was, so she had to make herself hate her, fear her, and make herself as cowardly as Dai Mubai in fleeing the imperial capital and never going back. Waving her hand feebly, Zhu Zhuqing slightly hung her head with a complicated expression. Go back and tell my sister that I appreciate her kindness, but I still won't choose to resign myself to my fate. After saying that, Zhu Zhuqing turned his back to a few people, recalling the scenes of her sister being close to her when she was young. The hatred in her heart for her sister dissipated at this moment, but soon, her gaze became firm again. She came to Soto City to find Dai Mubai and then fight her fate with him. Although Dai Mubai was several years younger than him, Davis, he was surpassing his elder brother in terms of talent. Now the victory was undecided, but as long as Dai Mubai was willing to advance, they would definitely still have hope. At this time, Little Dance saw that Zhu Zhuqing's mood was not right and immediately said, Zhu Zhuqing, are you alright? I'm fine, thanks. A reluctant smile spread across Zhu Zhuqing's face as she shook her head. I'm glad it's okay. By the way, where are you planning to go next? Zhu Zhuqing didn't think much about it and directly said, Soto City. Soto City. What a coincidence. We're going to Soto City too. Little Dance's voice was all plucked up for a time. Then she said joyfully, in that case we're on our way. Bamboo Ching, why don't you come with me to Soto City? We're fast. Upon hearing Xiao Dance's invitation, a hesitant look spread across Zhu Zhuqing's face. After all, she and Mai had only just met, but before she could open her mouth to refuse, Dance had pulled her to the door of the SUV. Alright, get in there. As she spoke, Xiao Dance even enthusiastically helped Zhu Zhuqing pull open the backseat car door. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing simply sat in and curiously surveyed the accessories inside the car. Although she was the second young miss of the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire, it was the first time she had seen such a magical mode of transportation. At this time, Qi Lin and Xiao Dai also sat in. Mai cheered as she sat on the main ride. Depart. Chapter 42 Dai Mubai's left and right embrace. Zhu Zhuqing's heart is like ashes. On the carriage, Little Dance asked curiously, Bamboo Ching, what are you doing in Soto City? Me? Zhu Zhuqing calmly returned. I'm going to look for someone. So, I thought you were going to Shrek Academy like us. Shrek Academy? Zhu Zhuqing moved inwardly, because she remembered that Dai Mubai was attending an academy called Shrek in Soto City. So driven by curiosity, Zhu Zhuqing also asked curiously, is Shrek Academy good? Even geniuses like you want to go to school there? Xiao Dance shook her head and said, we were also recommended by our friends to go there. We haven't decided whether we want to join Shrek Academy or not. Let's go and take a look first. That's so, Zhu Zhuqing muttered to himself, but in his heart, he thought, if Xiao Dance is so strong, her friend must not be weak either. A college that can be recommended by her friends shouldn't be that bad. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but give birth to a lot of hope in his heart. Perhaps Dai Mubai was at Shrek Academy, similarly struggling to make progress, expecting to one day be able to resist that cruel fate of the Star Luo royal family with himself. After Zhu Zhuqing had this thought, her mindset was instantly much better, and she even wanted to see that fiancé of hers quickly. The two of them had a chat, and without realizing it, they talked about Qi Lin. Zhu Zhuqing curiously said, Little Dance, what is your relationship with Qi Lin? Couple? Hearing the word couple, Xiao Dance's pretty face instantly turned a fiery red, and subconsciously increased the strength of her foot on the gas pedal, causing the speed of the SUV to suddenly soar by a hair. And as if Xiao Dance didn't realize this at all, she blurted out slightly sharply, "Brother Shaolin and I aren't a couple yet." After saying that, he seemed to feel that it was not right, and hastily added another sentence, "Not yet." While saying that, his gaze was secretly glancing in Shilin's direction. At this exact moment, Shilin, who was originally in a daze because he heard the topic about himself, had just come back to his senses when he was confronted with Xiao Dai's slightly shy expression, and he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. As the saying goes, a young girl's blush is worth all the love words in the world. It was only then that Shilin noticed that little Dance seemed to have really grown up. Zhu Zhuqing, who was sitting in the back seat, looked at Xiao Dance and Shilin like this, and a touch of envy inexplicably arose in her heart. She secretly wondered, will she and Dai Mubai be like them one day? Time passed in a flash, and soon little Dance drove the car to the south of Soto City. After the three of them got out of the car, Shilin put the car into his storage bracelet. When Bibi Dong sent him this storage bracelet, space is huge. There are dozens of cubic meters. Loaded down a buggy is still more than enough. Shilin said, Let's go into the city first to find a place to stay, and then go to Shrek Academy tomorrow." Little Dance nodded, then said to Zhu Zhuqing, "Didn't you say that the person you're looking for is also in Shrek Academy? Why don't you hold off on going to Shrek for a while and wait until tomorrow when we'll be together?" Mai was a talkative and active personality, and she was particularly enthusiastic when it came to girls, especially those she saw eye to eye with. So just a short drive away, she had already become good friends with Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing thought about it, and a light smile spread across his face that looked a bit icy. Yeah, after that was said and done, the three of them entered Soto City together. Soto City was one of the two major cities of the Barak Kingdom. Not only was its area vast, but its interior was also prosperous. The streets were crowded with pedestrians in a hurry, lined with stores and yelling. Xiaomai pulled Zhu Zhuqing ahead of her, and when she saw a clothing store and a food store, she would walk in and take a look. Walking with Xiao Dance, Zhu Zhuqing felt that his suppressed heart was much more relaxed. Shilin, on the other hand, lazily followed behind the two of them, but whenever Xiaomai changed her clothes for him to evaluate, he would always give his own evaluation very carefully, highlighting the places where Xiaomai was beautiful, but not forgetting to pick out a little flaw. I have to say, women are really gifted in this aspect of shopping. After shopping for an hour or two, she was still glowing, and even Zhu Zhuqing, who looked cold and icy, was infected by this mood of Xiao Dance, and began to try on her favorite clothes as well. After a little more shopping, just as they were about to walk into a boutique women's clothing store, they saw from a distance a tall blonde man, with his arms around two look-alike twin sisters to his left and right, swaggering around in the middle of the store. At the same time, the voices of two women and one man came out. "Young Dai, you are so kind to our sisters." "Sister, then how do you think we should repay young Dai?" "That's not easy. When the two of us sisters serve young Dai comfortably together in the evening, isn't that the best way to repay him?" Sister, keep your voice down. I'm embarrassed." "Little Wave Hoof, you're still shy. Why didn't I see you shy last night?" The twin sisters' voices weren't really that loud. After all, they had a face to keep inside the store. But nay, the three Qilin who had just walked to the entrance of the store were all soul masters. This sound they could still hear clearly, and at that moment, the corners of the tall blonde man's mouth rose with an evil smile, and the palms of his arms around the two women couldn't help but stroke downward. "Ha ha, what you guys said is all memorized by this young man. Don't retreat from the battlefield tonight." While saying this, he smiled faintly at the saleswoman next to him, and opened his mouth in a domineering manner and said, "Pack up all the clothes that these two young ladies have just tried on, and this young man will take all of them." The saleswoman sniffed and her eyes glistened with excitement. Worthy of being young Dai, it's all about atmosphere. At the entrance of the store, Zhu Zhuqing stiffened in place when she saw Dai Xiao's face. Blonde hair, different pupils, starry-eyed family, he's Dai Mubai. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing developed a feeling like falling into an ice cave. All the beautiful imagery in her mind before she came had all come to naught at this moment. Looking at Dai Mubai's foppish appearance, Zhu Zhuqing, however, seemed to only see a self-sacrificing walking corpse. Dai Mubai had been away from the imperial capital for all these years. Had he never thought of fighting against fate? And what was it that he himself had gone through so many trials and tribulations to cross thousands of miles to find him? In this instant, a despair arose within Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Even Dai Mubai had given up and fallen. How was she supposed to fight off her sister in Davis when she was the only one left? Zhu Zhuqing only felt that her heart was being clutched fiercely, and her legs unconsciously weakened. Yet just as her body fell to the side, a large hand suddenly held her in place. With it came into view a clean, fresh, white face. "You're okay." This one voice was like warm sunlight that suddenly shone into Zhu Zhuqing's heart that had fallen into an ice cave. Looking at Qi Lin's slightly caring face, Zhu Zhuqing responded softly, "I'm fine, thanks." Chapter 43, The Great Follower Flanders, an academy that only admits monsters. Xiao Dance looked at the scene in front of her and froze slightly. What's wrong with Zhu Qing? And after Qi Lin glanced at Dai Mubai, who was hugging people left and right in the middle of the store, and even not forgetting to mooch off his twin sisters, he instantly understood Zhu Zhuqing's heart at the moment. "Let's leave first," Qi Lin said as he assisted Zhu Zhuqing. The girl's eyes looked slightly red and she was forcing her composure, but her slightly trembling body was revealing her broken heart at the moment. After hearing Qi Lin's words, Zhu Zhuqing gently nodded her head, and the three of them then turned to leave. In the middle of the store, Dai Mubai seemed to feel something and twisted his head to look toward the store's front door, but he only saw three departing backs. Looking at the back of the trio amongst them dressed in black, Dai Mubai couldn't help but wrinkle his brows slightly. An illusion? Why did the aura of that black-clothed back give him a sense of complementarity? Just as he was contemplating, the twin sisters in his arms suddenly came up to his ear. What is Dai Xiao thinking? Only then did Dai Mubai come back to his senses and laugh. This young man is wondering how he's going to make you two little wannabe hooves beg for mercy at night. Dai Xiao is so bad. As Dai Mubai listened to the twin sisters' petulant humming, the corners of his mouth rose and a look of enjoyment spread across his face. As for the thoughts just now, they had long been thrown out of his mind. Mud, you can't compete with Big Brother in the end anyway, so you might as well indulge yourself while you can. On the other side, Qi Lin let go of Zhu Zhuqing, who had been holding on to him. It seems like the person you're looking for is inside the store just now, Qi Lin said. Zhu Zhuqing gently nodded his head, and only Xiao Dance had a confused look on her face. Since the person Bamboo Qing is looking for is inside the store just now, why don't you go in? Qi Lin reached up and slapped his forehead. You're invincible. I'm invincible? Mai was confused and pointed at herself. Seeing that she still hadn't reacted, Qi Lin couldn't help but explain. The Dai Xiao inside the store with his arm around the sisters should be the person that Zhu Qing is looking for. As soon as Mai heard this, her eyes rounded. What? He's the one Bamboo Qing is looking for? What is the status of him and Bamboo Qing? Are they lovers? In a flash, Mai revealed an expression of sudden realization. No wonder Takakio looked so devastated. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, forced a smile and shook her head. He is indeed the person I'm looking for, but we are not a couple, and this is the first time I've seen him. The reason it was so out of character was because of other reasons. That's so. A look of loss flashed in Mai's eyes as she listened. Then, Zhu Qing, are you not going to Shrek Academy with us tomorrow? Zhu Zhuqing was just about to say no, but then he thought about where he could go back to if he didn't go to Shrek. He himself had traveled a long way and gone through thousands of hardships, which had brought him from the Star Luo imperial capital to Soto City. Do we have to go back in the dust? A flash of stubbornness flashed across Zhu Zhuqing's face. No, she's not going back. Since Dai Mubai had degraded herself, she would fight her fate alone. I'm not going back. Zhu Zhuqing firmly shook her head. She still wanted to go to Shrek to see if the academy that was able to attract two geniuses like Xiao Dance and Qi Lin had any redeeming qualities. If there really is something, maybe, there's still hope for her. That's great, Takakio. The two women walked and talked while Qi Lin followed behind them. After that, the three of them found an inn in the city, which didn't appear to be any of the tawdry maneuvers in novels where there was only one room left. Time turned to the second day. Qi Lin found a passerby and found out the approximate location of Shrek Academy, and the three of them rushed over. After leaving Soto City and looking at the large farmland around, Xiao Dai said with a confused expression, Shrek Academy turns out not to be inside the city? Zhu Zhuqing, who was after all from a noble family, couldn't help but say, some advanced soul master academies have anthropomorphic cultivation environments, so it's often not suitable to build the academy in the middle of the city. Perhaps Shrek Academy is also such an advanced soul master academy. Little Dance came to a realization and couldn't help but say, Bamboo Qing, you know so much. Qi Lin looked at Xiao Dance's expression of longing while snickering from the sidelines. I hope that when Mai sees the real face of Shrek Academy a little while later, it's still the same expression that she has now. As a result, he didn't even need to see Shrek Academy, and after Xiao Dance saw a few nearby dilapidated villages, he gradually felt that something was wrong. Is there really an academy that would be built in these places? Could it be that they have some kind of special fetish? Zhu Zhuqing shook his head. She also hadn't heard that there would be an advanced soul master academy built in a remote countryside. Soon after, the three of them stood at the head of a dilapidated village. While their gazes were on the Shrek Academy characters on the archway at the head of the village, Qi Lin knew in advance that Shrek Academy would be shabby, so he had prepared himself mentally. But Xiao Dance and Zhu Zhuqing had undoubtedly broken the great defense. Little Dance muttered, what kind of academy is this? It's clearly just a small, Shabby village? Master is also too unreliable to recommend such an academy to us. The same look of disbelief spread across Zhu Zhuqing's face. Can students really be taught well in such a college? Just as Mai was complaining, the middle-aged man who was sitting in a rocking chair at the head of the village, pretending to sleep, was the one who suddenly moved. The man's looks looked average, but recognizable, as he had a shoehorned face and looked like he had the air of a crooked businessman. It's already obvious who he is. It was none other than Shrek Academy's dean, 78-level Cat Eagle Martial Soul Sage, Flanders, and the reason why he was startled by the three was all because he heard the word master from Little Dance's mouth, only to see him suddenly open his eyes to look at the three of Qilin, and there was a flash of essence in his eyes that passed by. Little girl, some things can't be taken at face value. When these words came out, all three of Qilin's people looked over. Mai was even less spoiled and crossed her arms. Are you a teacher here? Since you said you can't just look at the surface, what are the commendable things about Shrek Academy? At the mention of this, Flanders was instantly energized. He rose from his rocking chair and said in a rousing voice, in that case, I'll give you a little science. Shrek is a monster. Even amongst the soul beasts it is an extremely odd existence. And the reason why our academy is called Shrek Academy is precisely because our academy only admits monsters. Here, we only recruit small monsters who are no older than 13 and have a soul power level of 21 or higher. After saying that, the corner of Flandre's mouth was slightly smug as he looked toward Xiao Dance and said, now, you should know what our academy has that's different from other academies, right? Not to mention, Little Dance and Zhu Zhuqing really had a sense of uncertainty. Abbreviation, snubbed. An academy that only admits monsters sounds advanced at first glance. Chapter 44, The Sealed Posture. Flanders' Invitation. Among the three, only Qilin looked at Flanders with a smirk. This teacher, you have to realize that recruiting monsters is nothing. Teaching monsters is the real skill. But since you said that your school only admits monsters, the teaching ability of your teachers must be great, right? I wonder what you usually teach your students. Hearing Qilin's inquiry, Flanders' face stiffened slightly, but he quickly regained his confident expression. That's a good question you asked. As an enlightened academy, we at Shrek Academy respect the individuality and freedom of each and every student, encouraging them to explore on their own as well as grow. In addition to that, our academy's teachers will also teach the children the experience needed to fight for their souls as well as what it means to be a human being. Listening to Flandre's rambling rant, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Dance listened with great interest, and after Flandre finished speaking and looked at Qilin with a slightly self-satisfied expression, Qilin still smiled and said, this teacher, if we respect the individuality of the students and encourage them to explore and grow on their own, as you said, can I understand that this is choosing to free-range the students? The reason why students come to the academy is to learn, and if the teacher lets the student off the hook, what is the point of the student coming to the academy? What's more, your school looks like it should not have an anthropomorphic cultivation environment, so there is no advantage in terms of cultivation resources. If it's just to learn some soul-fighting experience, as well as the principles of being a human being, then why not just get a private tutor, or go to another academy? After all, as far as Shrek Academy's enrollment specifications are concerned, students who can join Shrek Academy can likewise be fought over by other advanced Soul Master Academies. To put it mildly, you don't have a very useful teacher here. I feel like I'd be fine on my own. When Flandre heard this, he first frowned, but on closer examination it seemed to make a damn bit of sense. It was only after a half a minute that Flanders turned back to look at Qilin. You kid won't come to smash the scene? But Flanders, who heard Qilin's last sentence, suddenly laughed again and gave Qilin a look without any good reason. Whether or not our academy has any problems is not to be discussed, but you little guy are really arrogant. Do you know that the teachers of our Shrek Academy have soul power levels as low as Soul Emperor, and have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice? Now, do you still think you can be a teacher at Shrek Academy too? After saying that, Flanders teasingly looked at Qilin. However, before Qilin could even open his mouth, Little Dance first said with a straight face, if Brother Little Lin said that he can be your academy's teacher, then he can definitely be. Seeing this, Flandre also looked at Mai for a while speechlessly. Little girl, are you kidding me? Did you not hear what I just said? Our Shrek Academy teachers' soul power levels are all Soul Emperors at the lowest. Even if you're in love with your brain, you have to use your brain before you speak, right? A youngster whose age was 12 or 13 years old. It was impossible for him to reach the 60th level at that age even if he had started cultivating from his mother's womb. On the other hand, Zhu Zhuqing was pondering. I didn't realize that this academy that looked so ragged and tattered would have crouching tigers and hidden dragons, with the weakest teachers being Soul Emperors. This does not seem to be without merit. Only, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze couldn't help but look at Qilin. Although she had already known him for a day, she had very little knowledge of Qilin, only knowing that he was an auxiliary soul master. However, seeing how Little Dance was so convinced of him, He thought that his soul power level wouldn't be as low as it could be, and it was highly likely that he was a soul exalted as well. And Qilin smiled slightly in the face of Flandre's questioning. It's true that my soul power is not as good as your school's teachers, but well, it's still more than enough to teach a few students. After saying that, Qilin snapped his fingers. In the next second, four soul rings slowly rose from beneath his feet, glistening white, brilliant gold, crimson and turquoise. At first, when Flanders saw Qilin's first soul ring, he was still just unimpressed and even flashed a flash of contempt in his eyes. 10 years of soul rings? That's it? But as he continued to read, he was instantly unsettled. Brilliant gold, crimson and turquoise. Are you trying to change a color for each soul ring? And a 4-ring soul sect? How old are you? Not only was it Flanders, even Zhu Zhuqing was frozen in place in shock at the moment. At this time, Qilin smiled and opened his mouth. Get to know me. My name is Qilin. I'm 12 years old this year, and I'm a 48-level auxiliary system soul sect. At my rank, am I not qualified enough to teach a few students? Gulp. The sound of swallowing resounded in Flanders' throat. The way he looked at Qilin at the moment was like a hungry wild wolf seeing food, only to see Flanders incomparably decisive said, My humble Shrek Academy Dean Flanders, today have the good fortune to see the small friend of the gallant, so decided to sincerely invite the small friend of my Shrek Academy teacher, but also please small friend must promise. Flanders looked especially serious and his attitude was extremely sincere, even though Qilin was only 12 years old, and his soul power level was inferior compared to the other teachers at the academy. However, Flanders was very convinced that as long as he could accept Qilin, it would be absolutely beneficial to Shrek Academy. A 12-year-old 48-ranked auxiliary system soul master. What the hell kind of concept is that? Let's put it this way. Due to the fact that auxiliary soul masters have a much tougher cultivation speed than ordinary soul masters, the continent today has yet to hear of any auxiliary lineage sealed Douluo. And Ziring, with the talent he has shown today, in the future, as long as he doesn't die prematurely, then he will definitely become an auxiliary system sealed Douluo, or even a super Douluo above level 95. Flanders, as long as he wasn't blind, could tell that the teenager in front of him was a genius whose talent far surpassed Oscar's. As a treacherous businessman, how could he not draw close to this future auxiliary system sealed Douluo in advance? Flanders doesn't do it for anything else, just for that little bit of flavor. This maneuver of his instantly stunned Zhu Zhuqing on the side. It was hard for her to imagine that Flanders, as a powerhouse whose strength was at least above that of a soul emperor, would treat Qilin with such serious courtesy. However, on second thought, just based on Qilin's talent, he was worthy of Flanders' treatment. That's a sealing gesture on the board. If his own fiancée wasn't Dai Mubai, but he, thinking of the dude like Dai Mubai he saw not long ago, and then comparing it to today's Qilin, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh, casting a slightly envious gaze at Xiao Dance. On the side, Qilin was slightly stunned when he heard Flanders' invitation, but then the mind really started to wonder. Thinking back to these 2 years of guiding little Dance in her cultivation, that nurturing feeling was much more comfortable than being a student, especially when he saw that the idiot, Mai, had been taught by himself. The sense of accomplishment was pulled right through. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for one to join Shrek Academy first, and after that, it wasn't too late to follow Shrek to the imperial capital to take a look before deciding whether to stay or go. At this time, Flanders, who was on the side, could see the expression of interest on Qilin's face and immediately struck the iron while it was hot. Little friend, how have you considered it? Qilin smiled and said, Dean Flanders, you're so sincere in your invitation. I'm naturally willing to become a teacher of Shrek Academy, but just to be clear, I'm a big fan of paychecks. Yo! As he said that, Qilin didn't forget to rub his fingers together. As soon as Flanders saw that Qilin was ready to sit on the ground, a feeling that was enough to suffocate him came over him. This was all money. Even if he only lost one golden soul coin, it was enough to cause him heartache. But in order to make Qilin a teacher at Shrek Academy, Flanders decided to go out on a limb. You can't shed the child. You can't catch the wolf. Chapter 45, Shrek's youngest teacher. Little friend, tell us what you want. I'll settle for anything I can. Geniuses always have preferential treatment, and the genius of geniuses, even more so. Qilin smiled as he looked towards the incomparably shabby-looking village and said, First of all, I can't afford to be too easy on my place. Not too good, but at least it has to be passable, right? Flandre nodded. This would work. Qilin continued. Secondly, it's the salary. Let's be direct about this. How much salary can you offer me? Flanders hesitated slightly, then looked at Qilin and tried. How about 50 golden soul coins a month? Don't look at the fact that Soul Exalted can all receive a monthly subsidy of 100 gold soul coins at the Martial Soul Palace. But once one breaks through to Soul Elder, it won't be this good. So after many soul masters break through to Soul Sect, if they don't go to the nobles as a cow, or do some blood-licking business, they may not be able to earn 50 gold soul coins a month. Of course, Qilin himself was certainly worth much more than that, as long as he outwardly showed his willingness to want money. Then the various forces would never let go of such an opportunity to throw an olive branch at him. But the problem is Flanders, he's a poor bastard too. If he was really rich, would he have shut down Shrek Academy and taken the trainees to the Heavenly Dipper Royal Academy as soon as he was urged on by Jade Xiaojiang in the back? Though it was also said that one of the reasons was because they hoped that Tang San and his group would be able to successfully participate in the continent-wide Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. Because Shrek Academy did not qualify to compete, it could only merge into other academies. However, the most fundamental reason was because the academy could not make ends meet all year round, and a few of them were not willing to go out and fight to the death for a bit of money, which was why they agreed with the master's opinion and planned to go to the Heavenly Dipper Royal Academy to retire. For this reason, and the fact that Flanders himself was an old gouge, the sincerity that was put out also seemed shabby, but that wouldn't sit well with Zirin. Money more money less, he actually does not care so much. But you this month just give me out 50 gold soul coins. Qilin so lose face. So Qilin rolled his eyes and directly extended his palm in a gesture. 500. 500? Hearing that amount, Flanders' eyes went wide. Although he knew that Qilin was worth the price, he only had enough savings on him to pay his salary for how long? Can't just cut his old buddy's paychecks and give it to him, can he? But if he was to give up Qilin, he couldn't give up. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So Flanders clenched his teeth and said, "Little friend, I really can't take out 500 gold soul coins a month. Tell you what. From today onwards your salary is equal to that of my old brothers. 200 gold soul coins a month." Looking at Flanders' gritted teeth and heartbroken expression, Qilin smiled slightly. Deal. Flanders couldn't help but have a smile spread across his face as well. Welcome young friend to Shrek Academy. After the negotiation, Flanders looked at Xiao Dance and Zhu Zhuqing again and smiled at Qilin. These two are also here to attend Shrek Academy, aren't they? I wonder what their soul power level is. If the soul power level was up to standard, then for Qilin's sake there was definitely no need to test again. Qilin smiled at Xiao Ma. Xiao Ma, tell Dean Flanders your soul power level. Xiao Dance smiled cheekily as 3 soul rings rose from beneath her feet. Yellow, yellow and purple. My name is Little Dance. I'm 12 years old, 37 levels of sensitive attack system battle soul Zune, and my martial soul is soft bone rabbit. After hearing Little Dance's self-introduction, Flanders' pupils suddenly tightened. Another little monster. Although it wasn't as demonic as Qilin, it was still better than Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjuan's few people. Flanders then looked back towards Zhu Zhuqing with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. If Zhu Zhuqing was also able to achieve Xiao Dance's talent, then he, Shrek Academy, would really be rich. Zhu Zhuqing could see the anticipation in Flanders' eyes, and a flash of embarrassment appeared on his face, but he still opened his mouth to introduce himself. My name is Zhu Zhuqing. I'm 12 years old, a 27-level min attack system battle soul master, and my martial soul is a spectral spirit cat, underworld spirit cat. Hearing this martial soul, Flanders' eyes narrowed slightly and he couldn't help but look at Zhu Zhuqing one more time. He had already guessed about Zhu Zhuqing's origin. At this time, Qilin smiled and spoke. Dean Flanders, Little Dance and Bamboo Ching should still meet the Shrek Academy's enrollment standards, right? Flanders couldn't help but laugh at his words. It fits too well. Whether it's Little Dance or Zhu Zhuqing, they're both veritable little monsters. Qilin smiled faintly. Then is there still a need for an examination? Flanders took a big swing. No need. With the talent of the two of them there is absolutely no need to continue to undergo the examination. That's good. After the deal was made, Flanders brought the 3 of them, Qilin, into the middle of Shrek Academy. There was one thing to say, Shrek Academy was really shabby, and the various facilities weren't even comparable to Turnip Village. Walking on the road, Flanders coughed lightly, then said to Qilin, Qilin, the promised new place for you may still take 10 days and half a month, so I can only temporarily entrust you for the time being. Qilin spread his hands and said, that's no problem. He valued Flanders' attitude more. Afterwards, Flanders then personally arranged dormitories for the 3 Qilin. Qilin was in a single room, while Xiao Dance and Zhu Zhuqing were in one. Of course, Little Dance actually had a small mind in her heart, wanting to sleep in the same room as Qilin. That's what she's been doing all these years. However, after taking a look at Zhu Zhuqing alone, she finally decided to share a dormitory with her. Boss Fu, why did you bring 3 kids in all of a sudden? Could all 3 of them be your new recruits? Right after Flanders arranged the dormitory for the 3 Qilin, an old man dressed in burlap suddenly came over in the distance. The old man couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw that Flandra was accompanied by 3 other children. Flanders at this moment can be described as a person who is happy. Smilingly said, Old Lia, their identities are kept secret for the time being. You first go and call the others over. I have something important to announce. Lee Yusong sniffed and gave the Qilin trio a curious look. What were the identities of these three kids that made this guy Flanders seem secretive? Still, he responded, okay, I'll get right on it. Not long after, Shrek Academy playground. The three of them, Flanders and Qilin, sat under a large tree at the edge to cool off, while the rest of Shrek Academy rushed over one by one at Lee Yusong's call. The first one to arrive was Zhao Wuji, who was sleeping in the house when he was suddenly shouted up by Lee Yusong. His face was currently upset. After seeing Flanders, he strides over with a 6-footed stride, his head full of black lines. Boss F, what are you announcing that you have to call us all here? While saying that, his gaze lingered on the three Qilin people for a moment. Don't look at Zhao Wuji, who looked big and thick, but in reality, he was thick and thin. The moment he saw the three Qilin people, he already had a guess in his mind. It seemed that these three children would more than likely be part of Shrek Academy in the future, and their talent would only not be low. But there was one thing he couldn't figure out. Even if Flandra had recruited three little monsters at once, it wouldn't be with such fanfare, would it? There must be something else inside that he doesn't know about. Flanders glanced at Zhao Wuji and said with a faint smile, Old Zhao, you'll know what I'm going to announce in a moment. Zhao Wuji muttered in a small voice and simply found a spot next to Flandra and sat down on his butt. Immediately after that, not a moment later, two more Shrek Academy teachers arrived one after another. They were 66th level Soul Emperor Lu Qibin and 71st level Soul Saint Xiao Xin. After that, several people waited for nearly another hour, and Flanders' face was black from waiting. Only then did Li Yusong lead Daimubai and the three of them to arrive late. Chapter 46, The Real Monster. You three brats. Instead of properly cultivating inside the academy, where did you run off to fool around again? Flanders looked at Daimubai's three people who were hiding behind Li Yusong, and chided with a black face that hated him. In fact, he could guess where Daimubai's trio was going to fool around, but it was just to let them go on weekdays. But today in front of the three of them and Qilin they were still like that, which more or less made Flanders feel that he couldn't hold his face. Behind Li Yusong, Ma Hongjun and Oscar's necks shrank in fear when they heard Flanders scolding. One of these two guys was short and fat, with two mustaches on his lips, and his eyes glanced towards Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Dance from time to time, looking thievish. The other had a head of thick white hair that almost covered his eyes, and an extremely long beard that made him look like a little old man. No matter how you look at it, neither one looks like a serious student. As for the last Daimubai, he was human, but he had a heavy dose of dude about him. The corners of his mouth hooked now and then, and he looked equally unstudent-like. Of course, with Ma Hongjun and Oscar in the background, he was rather the most normal one at the moment. However, his gaze was now always straight on Zhu Zhuqing, who was sitting under the shade of the tree with Xiao Dance. He did not immediately recognize Zhu Zhuqing's identity, but he felt a close martial soul connection from the latter's body. Noticing Daimubai's gaze, Xiao Dance pulled Zhu Zhuqing and muttered in a low voice, Zhu Zhuqing, why does this dude's gaze keep staring at us here? Does he recognize you? Zhu Zhuqing faintly said, I don't know, but odds are that he didn't recognize me. It's only because of the special connection that exists between me and his martial soul that made him notice me. The conversation between the two was heard by Flanders, and his brows couldn't help but furrow imperceptibly. It looks like there's a problem between Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. At this time, Qilin looked at Flanders with a smile and joked with a laugh. Dean, these three cadets of our Shrek Academy look really peculiar. Flandra could only give a dry laugh at his words and glared viciously at the Daimubai trio. At this time, Ma Hongjun and Oscar didn't dare to squeak. Only Daimubai opened his mouth with a calm face. Dean, we're not going to fool around, but we're going to help Fatty solve the evil fire in his body. Flanders grunted at that. Even if Fatty needs to tackle the evil flame, he can just go alone. What about you and Xiao? Tell me about you guys. If you normally had this time to meditate a little more, your soul power wouldn't just be at this level right now. Daimubai waved his hand indifferently after listening to Flanders' sermon. Dean, when did you become so matronly too? With our talent, even if we cultivate a few hours less every day, it's equally not comparable to ordinary people. After all, we're monsters. When these words came out, not to mention Zhu Zhuqing, whose face was completely cold, Xiao Dai even laughed out loud. Although Xiaoma did not know how talented these three monsters were, looking at Daimubai's self-congratulatory demeanor, it always felt like he was looking at a toad that was sitting on a well and watching the sky. Not far away, Xiaoma's laughter caused Daimubai to frown, secretly upset inwardly. But a look at the dean and a few teachers are here, had to force down the emotions in the heart. The heart thought after today to give this little girl piece a little color to see. As for the identity of the three little dancers, he had already guessed it. It's just your future classmates, isn't it? It was just the right time to take advantage of teaching this little girl a lesson, and to establish herself in front of the other two newcomers. Thinking of this, Daimubai's afterglow couldn't help but fall on Zhu Zhuqing. Looking at the latter's cool face and fiery figure, a flash of lustful light flashed through Daimubai's eyes. After everyone arrived, Zhao Wuji then patted his butt and stood up. Boss FO, now that everyone is here, you should tell us the identity of these three little guys, right? I'd like to see what their status is, to have such a treacherous fellow like you being secretive. After Zhao Wuji finished speaking, several other teachers couldn't help but cast their gazes over. As for Daimubai's three men, they still looked like they were hanging on for dear life. In their opinion, these three guys in front of them, even if their talent was high, they were not much different from them, so what was worth their attention? Seeing this, Flanders stood up with the three Ziren and coughed lightly. With that, he pointed at Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Dance. First of all, they are the two newly enrolled students of our Shrek, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Dance. Zhu Zhuqing, level 27 sensitive attack system battle soul master. Martial soul is the underworld spirit cat. When he introduced Zhu Zhuqing, Flanders also glanced towards Daimubai if anything. Sure enough, he saw the latter's body instantly stiffen when he heard the name Zhu Zhuqing, and his eyes were filled with shock. As for the rest of them, there was little else to look at. 12 or 13 years old, 27 levels of soul power. Is that high? But when it came to the introduction of Mai, there was a count. All of them were not calm. Little Dance, level 37 sensitive attack system battle soul Zune. Martial soul is soft bone rabbit. Oh yeah, she's only 12 years old. After Flandra finished his introduction with a faint smile, the entire crowd let out a gasp. 12 years old and 37 levels? How is this possible? Boss FO, you're afraid you're not joking with us, right? Zhao Wuji looked at Flanders with incredulity, as if trying to find a joking expression on his face. Several other teachers did the same, but Flanders shook his head and smiled inwardly. Where have you been? Can't you take it anymore? Then if we talk about Qilin later, will you all still be scared to death by his talent? After determining that Flanders wasn't joking, Zhao Wuji's few people sucked in a breath of cool air, but then whirled around and said, Boss FO, although this little girl's talent is enough to qualify as a monster among monsters, there's no need to get all of my people together to announce this, right? Wait, could it be that this little guy's talent is even more terrifying than this little girl's? As soon as they finished speaking, the crowd immediately shifted their gazes back to Qilin, who was on the side, and Qilin, who noticed the gazes of several people, returned an affable smile, and it wasn't just the few teachers. Daimubai's three were equally stunned as they looked at Qilin. Little Dance's talent was already perverse enough, but they didn't expect that there would be someone even more perverse than Little Dance. Compared to them, his own proud talent was like a joke. At this time, Daimubai also had some understanding as to why the Little Dance party suddenly burst out laughing when he had just said that he, Xiao Ao, and Fatty were monsters. So, they're the real monsters. However, the next words that Flanders uttered were even more shocking to him. Seeing that the time was ripe, Flandra smiled faintly and said, You guys guessed correctly. Qilin's talent is indeed stronger than Xiao Dance's, and it's not just 1 star stronger. However, the reason why I'm making a big deal of calling you all over here and announcing this matter is not because of Qilin's talent, but his next identity. The crowd sniffed and looked curiously at Flanders. What else is Qilin? Isn't it a student of Shrek Academy? Only to see Flanders follow up with an unhurried and grand introduction. Qilin, 48 level auxiliary system soul sect, martial soul 4-leaf clover, has finally decided to take up the position of a teacher in my Shrek Academy under the cordial invitation of this dean. It must be said that Flanders understands the art of language. See, what did they say? Cordially invited. When he said that, Qilin instantly felt quite cool. Chapter 47, a mediocre man who dares not make trouble? However, unlike Qilin, Flanders' words caused the entire room to explode. What? 48 levels? How is this possible? And he's only so young. What makes him a teacher of our Shrek Academy? Daimubai's trio was the first to be shocked into breaking their defenses. It wasn't just because of Qilin's talent that was beyond their reach, but also because of his identity. We're all the same age. What makes you our teacher? Even if your soul power has reached level 48, which teacher in the academy is not level 60 or above? What qualifications do you have? And compared to the Daimubai trio who had trouble accepting it inwardly, the several teachers were simply shocked by Qilin's talent, especially Xiao Xian. As a 71 level auxiliary department soul saint, he had gone through thousands of hardships before he had cultivated to his current realm, so he knew how slow the cultivation speed of an auxiliary department soul master was. Thinking about when he was young, how could he not be a genius auxiliary soul master in the eyes of others? But when he was 12 years old, his soul power level had only managed to reach 22 levels. However, this teenager in front of him, who was also both an auxiliary system soul master, he had managed to reach 48 levels of soul power at the age of 12. What kind of horrible talent is that? If it was an ordinary 48 level soul sect, Then not to mention Daimubai's few trainees, they wouldn't have agreed to it becoming a Shrek Academy teacher. But Qilin is different. With this terrifying talent of his, he might be on par with them or even surpass them in a few more years. For such a monster to become a teacher of Shrek Academy, how could they disagree? Thus, with Xiao Xian leading the way, several other teachers also greeted Qilin kindly. Mr. Qilin, welcome to Shrek. Qilin smiled faintly and said, in the future, I will have to rely on all the teachers to take care of me. On the other side, looking at Qilin, who was talking happily with the remaining few teachers, Daimubai's eyes rolled, and then he walked over to Ma Hongjun and whispered a few words. Fatty, do you just want to watch a guy about our age ride over us? You're the dean's direct disciple. This is the right time for you to stand up and protest. Ma Hongjun gave Daimubai a glance and whispered, Boss Dai, how do you not go on yourself? Isn't this harming me? I don't want to get beat up by the teacher afterwards. Daimubai continued to whisper, what are you afraid of? Don't forget the dean's education that it's mediocre to be afraid to cause trouble. You make that guy suffer today, so that even if he can still be a teacher in our Shrek Academy, he'll have to respect the three of us. This, even though Daimubai said so, Ma Hongjun was still hesitant. At that moment, Daimubai offered a killing move. Fatty, as long as you pick this head, I'll treat you to a month's worth of spring house in a row, and I'll give you a nod every time. Just ask if you'll do it. When Ma Hongjun, who was still hesitant, heard this, a fat face suddenly turned red. Needless to say, Dai boss, I'm dry. The corner of Daimubai's mouth rose as he patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder. Good job, worthy of being my Daimubai's brother. On the side, Oscar, who had watched all of this, looked deeply at Daimubai and silently pulled away from him a little. Martyr, Boss Dai, this is also too ruthless. Even if he himself looks at Qilin is not happy, but even want to use the fat man as a gun. Isn't this putting Fatty in a dead end? What kind of talent is Qilin? In case Fatty really let Qilin down today, when he gets rich in the future, will he still let Fatty have a good time? A 12-year-old auxiliary system soul sect. With this talent, Oscar couldn't even begin to think about how high Qilin's future accomplishments would be. Teacher, I have a different opinion. Under Daimubai's gaze, Ma Hongjun clenched his teeth, then stood out with his head smothered and shouted. This sound instantly drew everyone's attention. As soon as Flanders saw that it was Ma Hongjun, he instantly gave him a hard stare, and then backtracked with a tone full of warning. Keep your opinions to yourself. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that so many people were watching here, Flanders really wanted to smack Ma Hongjun hard twice. I don't mind if my skin is itchy, but what the hell are you doing here at a time like this? I thought that I could make Ma Hongjun shut up obediently with one sentence, but who would have thought that Ma Hongjun's evil fire was on his head, and at the moment, his mind was full of the promise that Daimubai had given him. The common term for this is being blinded by lard. I don't care. I don't recognize Qilin as a teacher of our Shrek Academy anyway. He's just about my age. So what if his soul power level is higher? Our Shrek Academy teachers are all soul emperors at a minimum. What is his strength and what makes him our teacher? I don't approve of him anyway, unless he can beat me. Ma Hongjun yelled out in a single-minded manner, paying no attention to Flanders' face which had completely darkened. Fatty, I think you have itchy skin. Give me an apology to Qilin right now, or else you'll get your ass handed to you later, Flanders said in a deep voice. Looking at his expression at the moment, it was obvious that he had moved on. How could he not see what Oscar could see? When Ma Hongjun saw his teacher suddenly speak to him like this, he winced and became much more conscious. But now that it's come to this, how humiliating would it be if you were to give up halfway now? Maybe this guy will even secretly laugh at himself. So Ma Hongjun put his heart, immediately decided to go out. Even if you get beaten to death by the teacher afterward, it's worth it if you can trade it for a month of dashing off to the spring house. You know, the head girl in the spring house is a fine chaff that he couldn't afford to taste before. As for the deeper consequences after offending Qilin, Ma Hongjun hadn't even thought about it. Humph. I don't just won't apologize unless Qilin accepts my challenge. As long as he can beat me, I'll obey him. Otherwise, I wouldn't serve him even if it killed me. Flanders was dying of anger at Ma Hongjun at the moment. The small dance at the side was equally angry and stared viciously at Ma Hongjun. Fatty, how dare you disobey brother Shaolin? Come fight me if you have the guts, and you'll see if I don't beat you into a pig's head. Ma Hongjun immediately shrunk his neck when he saw that it was Shao Dance. You asked him to challenge a 48-level assist, and he dared, but he would never dare to be arrogant in front of a 37-level min attack system Soul Exalt? Humph. A good man doesn't fight a woman, and besides it's not like you're the one who's going to be a teacher. Mind your own business. Fine. Dead fatso. Sister Little Dance remembers you. Little Dance gave Ma Hongjun a vicious look and snorted coldly. Flanders also said angrily, Fatty, you have the nerve to challenge an auxiliary soul master even if you're a strong attack system soul master? For the last time, apologize to teacher Qilin immediately. At this time, Qilin smiled and comforted Flanders. Dean Flanders, it's actually quite simple to educate a child who is rebellious and disobedient. Since he doesn't obey me, let me practice with him. Even though I'm only an auxiliary soul master, I'm also slightly proficient in punching and kicking. After saying that, Qilin lazily glanced at Ma Hongjun and stretched. His eyes then became a few points sharper. Don't worry, I'll let him know. What do you mean? Honor the teacher the way. Chapter 48 Beat up Ma Hongjun. It's... Hearing Qilin's words, a hesitant look flashed across Flanders' face. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't worried about Qilin right now. Instead, he was worried about his direct disciple Ma Hongjun. For the genius. No, it's for a true monster that can never be treated with common sense. His knowledge of Qilin was too little, despite knowing that Qilin was only an auxiliary soul master. However, after he saw the confidence and calmness revealed in Qilin's tone, he no longer thought of Qilin as an ordinary auxiliary system soul master. There was, of course, a reason for this other than his subjective assumptions. That is, when Qilin took the initiative to agree, Xiao Dance, who had previously cared for him, did not show the slightest hint of panic on her face. Obviously, Little Dance likewise had a full grasp of Qilin's strength. Unfortunately, without waiting for Flanders to continue speaking, Ma Hongjun had already spoken impatiently. Ha! This is what you said. Oh, if I beat you up and make you cry later, don't blame me for hitting you hard. It was as if Ma Hongjun was afraid that Qilin would back out, or as if he was worried about Flanders interfering, so he seemed very impatient. And the reaction he got from this scene in Flanders' eyes was a hateful sigh. Just as well, it's time to make the fat man suffer a little. Hopefully this one will grow on him. Alright, since Qilin has agreed, then fatty, you can have a soul fight with him. Remember, point blank. Flanders' face was complicated, and this sentence not only applied to Ma Hongjun, but also applied to Qilin as well. Instead, his move was a chicken and duck talk, and Ma Hongjun paid no attention to it at all. He was seen rubbing his fists with a combative expression. Don't worry, Dean. I'll give Mr. Xi some face and won't embarrass him too much. Flanders let out a long sigh and raised his hand to slap his forehead. Fatty is hopeless. The others, seeing this, were likewise of different minds. Shrek's other teachers were more in the posture of watching the show. The thoughts and the minds of men of their caliber were largely similar to Flanders. However, they didn't think too much of Qilin. After all, no matter how you hide your cards, in the end, you are just an auxiliary soul master. Dai Mu Bai, on the other hand, was hooking an evil smile as he quietly watched from the sidelines, as if he had already seen the scene of Qilin's defeat. Oscar, for his part, frowned slightly, vaguely sensing that something was wrong. Xu Zhuqing pushed Xiao Dance's shoulder. However, she realized that Xiao Dance was looking at Ma Hongjun with a gloating expression, and she could not see any worry on her face at all. Meanwhile, Qilin and Ma Hongjun had already walked to the middle of the playground and faced each other. Looking at the tall, handsome face, clean and fresh Qilin in front of him, and then comparing his own short and fat appearance, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but raise a touch of jealousy in his heart. Little white boy, let you look so handsome, see how I'll clean you up, Ma Hongjun muttered in a low voice, then bellowed, Phoenix, possess. Hearing the word Phoenix, the gazes of the unknown Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Dance simultaneously flinched. After all, the Phoenix martial soul was one of the top-tier existences amongst the beast martial souls. I didn't expect that this little fatty had awakened this top-level martial soul. It is really a real person who doesn't show his face. In the next second, when the two of them saw that after Ma Hongjun's martial spirit possessed him, his hair grew long to form a Mohican hairstyle and his two hands turned into chicken claws, they instantly revealed an expression that they couldn't help but laugh. You call this a Phoenix martial soul? He's here for a laugh, isn't he? On the other hand, Ma Hongjun, who was looking at the already possessed martial spirit, was not even releasing it. This little fatty, is he worthy of releasing his martial soul? Qilin hooked a finger towards him, though no expression of contempt passed across his face. However, this attitude and action of his was something that Ma Hongjun couldn't stand for a moment. Mud, growing up, I've never seen such an arrogant person, even the others stated. Qilin an auxiliary, by what right dare to be so arrogant in front of Ma Hongjun? Ah, let's see how I'll teach you a lesson. Phoenix firebrand. Ma Hongjun let out a low gulp, and the first soul ring on his body suddenly lit up. In the next second, he opened his mouth wide, and a cloud of purplish-red flames instantly shot toward Qilin. However, the moment he made his move, Qilin's figure steeply disappeared from its original position like a residual shadow. The fuchsia flame instantly shot a blank and also burned a dark line of fire out of the ground. Ma Hongjun reacted at the first moment, his pupils suddenly tightening. Within his line of sight, he could only barely catch the remnants of Qilin's shadow. Of course, reacting, Qilin had already arrived in front of him, followed by a punch straight to his face. Bang! In the next second, Ma Hongjun immediately let out a scream. The body was then like a leather ball, sent flying several feet away by Qilin's punch, and left a large long scar on the ground. This speed, this power. Is Qilin sure he's not a strong attack system soul sect? The crowd was shocked, and in turn, not many people cared about Ma Hongjuan's condition at the moment. On the other side, Ma Hongjun got up from the ground, and now his brain was still buzzing, but when he managed to come to his senses, he saw Qilin's smiling expression in his pupils. Ma Hongjuan's heart thumped, and his mouth bulged, ready to spit out another mouthful of Phoenix Firebrand. However, without waiting for him to unleash his soul skill, the smirking Qilin had already grabbed his long Mohican hair with one hand and jerked out with the other. As this slap went down, a sonic boom was slapped out in the air. The side of Ma Hongjuan's face was even more instantly engorged with blood, at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's it? That's it? Do you deserve to be called a monster? While saying that, he was frantically firing left and right. His palms were swung out of stumps by him. Ma Hongjuan's face, on the other hand, was completely swollen into a pig's head. The already lewd face was now even more disfigured, both eyes squeezed into a thin slit, barely able to show his confused eyes that had long since passed out. Little fatty. Picking a fight also requires enough strength to back it up. Qilin stopped the movement of his hand and shook his arm, lightly uttering a sentence. He then picked up Ma Hongjuan's Mohican-style hairstyle and threw it in midair, and with the force of his two legs, he leapt above him and stamped his foot on top of his chest. Boom! In the next second, Ma Hongjuan's obese body was like a cannonball, embedding itself into the ground with a boom. Underneath it, a spider web of cracks instantly densely spread out. At that moment, Qilin dropped down from midair, and in the midst of Ma Hongjuan's horrified gaze, he stomped his foot on a spot less than 10 centimeters from his head. In an instant, the ground was cracked by Qilin's foot, and the debris splashed and brushed past Ma Hongjuan's cheeks, frightening him so much that he didn't dare to breathe for a moment, and the lower half of his body was suddenly flowing with a hot stream. This appalling scene had already shocked everyone present except for Xiao Dance into staying put. Everyone looked at Qilin as if they were looking at a monster, waiting for his explanation. How the hell can this be an auxiliary soul master? What the hell? Chapter 49, The Favors of Fate. Qilin clapped his hands, narrowed his eyes and smiled at Flanders. Dean Flanders? I think this little fatty should know what it means to honor his teacher. As it turns out, the reason why Qilin was so hard on Ma Hongjun was more or less because of some personal emotions in it. After all, with Qilin's character, he tended not to loathe a person because of subjective assumptions. So even if in his previous life, Jade Xiaojiang, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai and these characters were not well received on the internet, Qilin would not say that he instinctively had aversion to them upon meeting them, but more rather a curiosity about the characters in the book. However, when he really came into contact with these characters, the inferiority they displayed was what caused Qilin's attitude towards them to shift in the direction of dislike. Yu Xiaojiang is greedy for fame and fortune and is arrogant and conceited. What made Qilin the most speechless was that he was already a level 40+ soul sect, and this guy still hadn't dispelled the idea of wanting to take on a disciple. Even Qilin was impressed by the firmness of his conviction. Tang San, on the other hand, is good-natured and ruthless, with a different appearance. Although every time he faced himself, he looked like a brother, Qilin did not see much affection for himself in his eyes. Thus, with regards to Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San, although Qilin didn't deliberately alienate them, he also had no intention of making deep friendships. As for Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, a cowardly and incompetent man with no commitment, a bully, arrogant and brainless. Although the time of contact was very short, both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun gave Qilin a strangely poor impression. Unsurprisingly, when he followed Shrek Academy to the imperial capital, that would be the day he left. Not far away, the corner of Flanders' mouth twitched slightly after hearing Qilin's words. However, he could also see that although Ma Hongjun looked miserable, he actually had mostly superficial injuries. Also, just that last kick may have been a little heavier and may have hurt a lung. Therefore, there was no worry on Flanders' face. Instead, he felt that Ma Hongjun had taken this beating and it was worth it. Hopefully, with this one, Fatty will put some smarts on in the future. He was really due for a cure for his stupid brain. Ha ha, well played, Fatty. This guy is a typical 3 days without a fight. Up in the room, you taught him this lesson today, and it will teach him a lesson. Flandre laughed and his attitude towards Qilin remained unchanged. Little things. Qilin spread his two hands and was slightly surprised at Flanders' attitude. After all, Ma Hongjun was his direct disciple, and now that he had been beaten into this miserable state, he did not have the slightest intention of blaming himself. This couldn't help but make Qilin think highly of Flanders. The rest of the teachers were even more shocked by Qilin's methods and came forward to praise them. Of course, no one had been stupid enough to ask Qilin, an auxiliary, such a question as to why he had such a terrifying battle power. On the other hand, Flandre's gaze went to Dai Mubai and Oscar. After a slight pause on the former, He gave him a meaningful look before turning his head to the ladder. Oh, quick, 2 big recovery sausages for the fat man. Oh, okay. Hearing the dean's voice, Oscar then came out of the shock of Chi-Lin's explosive pounding of Ma Hongjun, and then recited the incantation for the soul skill with a lewd face. I've got a big sausage. As soon as the words fell, 2 more sausages suddenly appeared in his hand. Then he trotted over to Ma Hongjun. Oh, feed me the sausage. Ma Hongjun groaned in pain as he convulsed, and Oscar looked at his face, which was swollen into a pig's head, and shivered inwardly as he recalled Chi-Lin's innocuous appearance at the very beginning. Mom, that's too much of a contrast. But Oscar managed to get the sausage into Ma Hongjun's mouth in time. As Ma Hongjun swallowed the sausage into his stomach, his moans of pain suddenly decreased a lot, except that his face, which had swollen into a pig's head, didn't look like the swelling was going down. As this little episode came to an end, Chi-Lin also logically became Shrek's teacher. The crowd dispersed. Chi-Lin, Xiao Dang, and Zhu Zhuqing were just about to leave when Dai Mubai's voice sounded behind them. Zhu Zhuqing. Hearing Dai Mubai's voice, Chi-Lin and Xiao Dance couldn't help but look at Zhu Zhuqing on the side. Zhu Zhuqing paused slightly, then shook her head and said, "Don't pay any attention to him. Let's go our way." Saying that, the 3 of them continued to walk forward, not paying the slightest attention to Dai Mubai. Seeing this, Dai Mubai frowned, then increased his speed to stop in front of the 3. Bamboo Ching, how about we have a chat? You didn't come all the way from the Star Luo Empire's imperial capital to Shrek just to seek me out? Now that I'm here, why are you ignoring me? Dai Mubai said in a deep voice. Zhu Zhuqing sneered and said, "What is there to talk about between you and I? What do you mean by running in front of me and blocking my way if you don't continue to go and sleep with that pair of twin sisters?" As soon as Dai Mubai heard this, he suddenly realized, those 3 people outside the clothing store yesterday were really you guys. When he thought that he had been hit by Zhu Zhuqing when he was hugging left and right, Dai Mubai couldn't help but inwardly curse his bad luck. However, on the surface, he said with a sincere face, "Bamboo Ching, that was a misunderstanding. In fact, I have nothing to do with them. It's totally just a play on the scene." Ha! Zhu Zhuqing let out a cold laugh, then looked at Dai Mubai with an icy gaze. "You're treating us like cuties, do you? You've made up such a clumsy lie. Dai Mubai, you're completely hopeless." As soon as Dai Mubai heard this, his face clouded over. "Zhu Zhuqing, are you as far as this?" "We are." Without waiting for him to finish, Zhu Zhuqing interrupted what he was about to say next. "No buts. From now on, you and I are no longer related." The words were resolute and firm. After Dai Mubai heard this, a flash of violence flashed in his eyes, and his face turned blue. "Zhu Zhuqing, think about it. Without me, how will you fight against Zhu Zhuyun and Davis?" Zhu Zhuqing's body stumbled at his words, and his face turned pale. Dai Mubai noticed this detail, and the corners of his mouth rose as a cold smile appeared on his face. "Little man, let's see if you dare to cut me off now." But before he could continue to be complacent, a voice rang out from beside Zhu Zhuqing. "It's simple, just don't you become a sealed Douluo." As soon as the words fell, Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai looked at Chi-Lin, who had made the sound, in a daze together. Ha 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 ha, just her, and a sealed Douluo? Ridiculous. As his fiancé, although Dai Mubai had never seen Zhu Zhuqing before, he knew that Zhu Zhuqing's innate soul power was only at the 7th level. At this rank, it was difficult to become a soul Douluo, let alone a sealed Douluo. And compared to Dai Mubai's disdain, Zhu Zhuqing was asking questions with a bewildered look, yet with a hint of thirst. "Do I really have a chance to break through the sealed Douluo?" Chi-Lin smiled gently and opened his hands. At this time he seemed like a deity in charge of the destinies of all living beings. Struggle and fight are the answers you give yourself, and fate favors everyone with strong faith. Boldly go forward. The path is at your feet. Chapter 50, Throbbing Ning Rongrong. Well. How dare you listen to such ridiculous and laughable words? Innate 7th level soul power? I'd like to see how you can become a sealed Douluo? Dai Mubai furiously dropped a sentence and turned away without looking back. Before departing, he also lingered gloomily on Chi-Lin. If he hadn't been afraid of Chi-Lin's talent and strength, with his character, he would have definitely had to severely beat up this guy who had spoiled his good deed. Looking at Dai Mubai's distant back, Zhu Zhuqing turned her head to Chi-Lin who was on the side, and a touch of softness spread across her icy face. "Just now, thanks for the encouragement." Despite knowing that the probability of her breaking through to a sealed Douluo was slim to none, Chi-Lin's words undoubtedly filled her heart with hope. It is in the hands of the people to plan things and in the hands of the people to make things happen. One just strives towards the goal with firm conviction, and the rest, just leave it to fate. On the side, Chi-Lin smiled faintly towards Zhu Zhuqing. Time turned to the second day. Today is the day Shrek Academy officially enrolls its students to the public. Shrek Academy's enrollment test totaled 4 levels, namely, Martial Soul Identification, soul power test, martial soul application, and the final practical test. The first 3 levels were headed by Li Yusong, Lu Qibin, and Xiao Xin. The 4th level of practical examination examiner was arranged for Dai Mubai. At the entrance of Shrek's gate, looking at the long line of teenage girls, Shi Lin, who was sitting at the head of the village not far from the cooler, spat out to Flanders, who was at the side. Dean Flanders, seriously, on the terms of our college, 1 doesn't have a good cultivation environment, and 2 doesn't have an advanced teaching philosophy. It's really a hell of a thing for you to be able to trick. Oh no, it's attracting over so many people to enroll. Flanders sniffed and coughed twice, having the intention to refute it, but what Chi Lin said really damn well had some truth to it. Think about the way they have taught their students over the years. Either they were made to run around the village or go to the big soul fighting arena for casting training. Did they really teach the students anything? There are definitely some, but not many. However, Flanders certainly wouldn't so much as admit that Shrek Academy's teaching methods were just so useless, but instead said with great confidence, let's leave our previous teaching methods aside for now, but just watch. It won't be long before Shrek Academy is bound to undergo a sea change. A friend of mine, he is a recognized master in this field, a theoretically invincible being. I've already contacted him. He'll soon come to Shrek Academy to teach, and then you'll know how good he is at teaching students. Hearing these words from Flandre, Qilin raised his eyebrows and instantly knew who the friend Flandre was talking about was. Isn't that Guru? So Qilin said, seemingly unintentionally, oh, then what level is the soul power of that friend of Dean's? To have the Dean hold him in such high esteem, his soul power level must be very high, right? I wonder if it's a soul saint or a soul Douluo. Flanders sniffed, his face stiffened, then helplessly said, alright, I don't believe that your kid can't hear that the friend I'm talking about is Xiao Gang. Yesterday, I heard Little Dance say that the reason you all came to Shrek Academy was because Xiao Gang recommended it. I would have thought that for you to listen to Kong's recommendation to come to Shrek, you should have recognized his abilities. Now it seems as if I guessed wrong. Flanders shrugged. As Jade Xiaojiang's good friend, he had always been well aware that Jade Xiaojiang's reputation was not very good outside. Qilin made a bearish gesture of spreading his hands and said, I don't mean to be disparaging about the master, but he's clearly more suited to being a scholar than a teacher. As a soul master, the strength of the soul power determines the level of the eye. With the master's 29-level soul power, what can he teach? Is it teaching the use of soul power? Or does it teach the experience of actual combat? Qilin's words caused Flandre to fall into silence. Of course, Flanders had been friends with Yu Xiaojiang for 20 to 30 years, so naturally, he would not lose faith in Qilin just because of a few words from him. On the contrary, Flanders wanted Jade Xiaojiang to come to Shrek Academy quickly, and prove himself with practical actions when the time came. In Flanders' opinion, Kong is still very capable. How else would one teach such an excellent disciple as Tang San? Although there was definitely a considerable gap between Tang San and Qilin Xiao Dance, but Flanders doesn't think the three are even comparable, because Tang San's martial soul was only a spent martial soul, blue silver grass, and that just argues for that great quote from Kong. There are no wasteful martial souls, only wasteful soul masters. Just as the two of them were having a chat, a young girl in a long blue-green dress suddenly came at the academy's gate. The young girl's face was exquisite and incomparable. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders. Her figure was well-proportioned. Her temperament was noble. And her tender skin was like lychee, so it was obviously not something that could be cultivated by an ordinary family. And after the young girl released her martial soul, not only was the examiner's Li Yusong startled, even Flanders frowned. 7 treasure glazed pagoda? How did the direct line of the 7 treasure glazed sect come to our little Thai academy? At this time, Flanders began to call Shrek Academy a small, broken academy, without any other reason. In front of the 7 treasures glazed sect, Shrek Academy was completely inadequate, and Li Yusong looked hesitantly at Ning Rongrong. Does your family know you're here? Ning Rongrong smiled. Could it be that you won't accept me if my family doesn't know I'm here? The corners of Li Yusong's mouth twitched slightly at his words, and his gaze glanced at Flanders, who was cooling off next to him. Seeing the latter nod slightly to himself, he immediately smiled and said to Ning Rongrong, alright, you can go in now. Ning Rongrong smiled faintly towards Li Yusong like a lady of the house, then walked into the Shrek gate. Before she went in, however, her gaze was directed toward the other side. Li Yusong's small movements earlier had not been hidden from her eyes. However, when Ning Rongrong glanced over, the first thing she saw first was Flanders' shoe-worn face. Skipped straight to it. However, when she saw Qilin beside Flanders, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. For some reason, that guy who looked like he had a lazy face gave Ning Rongrong a very special feeling. He, kind of handsome then. It so happened that at this moment, Qilin's gaze inadvertently also looked towards Ning Rongrong. Bang, 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 with 4 eyes facing each other. Ning Rongrong, for the first time since she had grown up, had the feeling of her heart speeding up in the face of an unfamiliar male. Looking at Ning Rongrong, whose delicate cheeks had already appeared a touch of redness, Qilin scratched his head. What's going on? Did he really have some special buff bonus for rich women? Whether it was in his previous life or in this life, Qilin found that he seemed to be particularly popular in the group of rich women. If anything, one's own charm is 95 to the average woman. That's 100 for a rich woman. What is this? A phantom in the eyes of a rich woman? Finished going out today. I'll post the rest of the chapter later. Chapter 51, The Arrival of Tang San and the Grandmaster. Ning Rongrong looked at Qilin, her heart slightly stirring. Could it be that he is also a student of Shrek Academy? Suppressing the inner desire to go up and get acquainted, Ning Rongrong smiled faintly towards Qilin in a very ladylike manner. It looked as if it were a lady of the house. However, only those familiar with Ning Rongrong knew that she was by no means a lady. Qilin smiled back at the sight. Although there were many people who criticized Ning Rongrong's princess disease in her previous life, Qilin felt fine. After all, Ning Rongrong was originally a princess, wasn't she? Oh no, the princess's status wasn't as high as Ning Rongrong's. After all, behind Ning Rongrong's back, in addition to the rich and powerful Seven Treasures glazed sect, there were also two sealed Douluos who loved her very much. Isn't it normal that Ning Rongrong would have princess disease in this situation? Looking at the smile that appeared on Qilin's face, Ning Rongrong instantly felt much happier, humming a song softly on her lips as she was guided by Li Yusong to the second examination. And it was just after Ning Rongrong left that Flanders muttered rather narcissistically to himself. Even the direct lineage of the Seven Treasure Lioli sect has come here in admiration. It seems that my Shrek Academy has some fame. Just as he was muttering, two more people came from the entrance of the academy. One wore a long black robe, 40 or 50 years old, with an inch head, big lips, and an ordinary appearance. The other wore a blue power suit, not exactly handsome in appearance, but surprisingly refreshing in the context of the man next to him. Flanders stood up excitedly as soon as he saw the two men. Xiao Jiang, Tang San, I can't wait for you guys to get here. Qilin followed suit and stood up to greet the two. Master, Tang San, long time no see. Xiao Jiang hadn't reacted too well to seeing Flanders, and just smiled faintly, but when he saw Qilin on the side, a pair of eyes instantly lit up. Zering, he really did come to Shrek Academy as well. With him here, this continent-wide Advanced Soul Master Academy competition was at least halfway stable. What's more, as long as he was in the midst of Shrek Academy, there was still hope for himself to convince him to become his disciple. Although Xiao Jiang's soul power level wasn't high, he had always had a sense of wistfulness. The group of trainees from Nordine Academy, with the exception of Junior, Xiao Dance, and Qilin, completely failed to demonstrate their teaching level. Now that he had come to Shrek, he would show Qilin exactly how he taught his students. He, Xiao Jiang, was going to use his true skills to convince Qilin and make him a willing disciple. Qilin, long time no see. By the way, how come I haven't seen my... Qilin spread his hands and said, I just met a new friend, and the two of them seemed to be exchanging cultivation tips. So it is. Tang San drifted off. He then smiled and said, Qilin, when did you come to Shrek Academy? How's that for a teacher's recommendation for an academy that's not bad? It's fate that we'll be classmates again in the future. Well, Qilin pondered for a moment, then still said, actually, I'm not a student of Shrek. What? Hearing Qilin's words, it wasn't just Tang San. Xiao Jiang looked over with the same nervousness. Damn, if Qilin wasn't in Shrek, how could he take him as his disciple? What Tang San was thinking in his mind, on the other hand, was, oops, Qilin isn't in Shrek, so what about Xiao Dai? If you're not a student of Shrek, then why are you in Shrek? Qilin smiled and said, although I'm not Shrek's student, I can still be Shrek's teacher. Ha, teacher, Tang San and Xiao Jiang exclaimed at the same time. How can you be a teacher? You're only 12. Xiao Jiang was even more excited than Tang San. If Qilin became Shrek's teacher, how could he still participate in the continent-wide Advanced Soul Master Academy competition? And how could he still become his disciple? Qilin laughed. Even though I'm only 12 years old, I'm a 48-level soul sect, can't I still teach a few students? What's more, oh master, the only thing that can teach a monster is another monster. Qilin had a confident look on his face. He was still quite knowledgeable about teaching students. He could teach even a lazy person like Xiao Dance, let alone others. For a moment, Xiao Jiang could only say sardonically, but you're so young, how can your insights and experiences be compared to ours? Qilin spread his two hands. This is a strong world, isn't it? What's more, I myself don't know anyone in this world who can teach me, so in that case, why don't I become a teacher myself? It was easy for Qilin to say, but it was hard for Xiao Jiang and Tang San. It goes without saying that the former thought was hard for Donnie. Wasn't he a generation shorter than Qilin for nothing? Both of them couldn't help but look toward Flanders, only to see Flanders with both hands spread out. What are you looking at me for? I can't help it, can I? He just doesn't want to be a student. Can I force him to be one? Seeing this, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San could only accept this fact as if they had lost their lives. Sensing that the atmosphere was off, Flanders immediately snorted and stepped forward to round out the scene. Alright Xiaojiang and Tang San, you guys just came to Shrek. Let me take you to familiarize yourselves with the environment. Tang San was puzzled. Then don't I need to conduct an examination? Wouldn't that be unfair to the others? Flandra laughed. If no one else knows what you're capable of, don't I know? You don't have to test. Qilin's eyebrows rose as he listened from the side. This if even Tang San didn't need to take the test. Wouldn't Ning Rongrong be the only one to take the test in the end? Just as Qilin's thoughts were drifting, Flanders suddenly opened his mouth and said, Qilin, the last test of that young lady just now should be given to you. Mubai is after all a strong attack system soul master, so it's not quite appropriate to be her examiner. He said that for two reasons. One was naturally that, as he was saying now, it was inappropriate to use a strong attack system soul master as an examiner for a support system soul master. The other was worried that with Dai Mubai's lustful character, if he provoked this miss of the seven treasures glazed sex direct lineage, he would only suffer when the time came. Qilin nodded as he listened. Okay, I'll go over there first then. Examining the beautiful young lady. Missy, how can it be more comfortable than following a few big men around the academy? When Zirin walked away, the master immediately complained to Flandra. Flanders, how can you let Qilin be a Shrek Academy teacher? How old is he? He doesn't know any better. And you don't know any better? Flandra said breathlessly. I can't help it. Tell me, who in our Shrek is qualified to be his teacher? Yu Xiaojiang pointed at himself and said proudly. Could it be that I've been painstakingly studying the martial soul for decades and don't deserve to be his teacher? Kong, stop it. This kid Qilin is a monster among monsters. That martial soul theory of yours may not be suitable for him, Flandra advised. However, his remark seemed like a distrust of his theory in the face of such stubbornness as the master's. The Grandmaster aggravated his tone and said in a low voice, Flanders, you and I have been friends for so many years. Could it be that even you think that I am that kind of mediocre and incompetent? You know I didn't mean that? Humph. There is no need to explain. I will prove with practical actions. I, Yu Xiaojiang, am the most suitable teacher for these little monsters. Junior, that's the proof. I was trying to code in the middle of the night, but I ended up playing in the middle of the night and got a little groggy from drinking too much, so I'm just now catching up. Chapter 52 Dai Mubai's Little Thoughts. The fourth test place. When Dai Mubai saw Qilin coming from the distance, his brows frowned imperceptibly. What's he doing here? Dai Mubai was a bit puzzled in his heart, so he asked Qilin as he approached. Teacher Qi, I wonder what you're here for. Dai Mubai's tone was surprisingly quite respectful, which was somewhat out of Qilin's expectations. What he didn't realize was that after Dai Mubai left yesterday, thinking left and right, he eventually came to a conclusion. Even if one looked at Qilin with displeasure, one could never offend him. More than that, one has to please him as much as possible, because, in all likelihood, he is the key to being able to beat Davis on his own, a 12-year-old 48-ranked soul sect, and still in the auxiliary lineage. This kind of talent was simply an unheard of existence in Dai Mubai's knowledge, and after Qilin was slightly surprised, he didn't bother with that bit of detail and turned to Dai Mubai to tell him the reason why he had come over here. After Dai Mubai heard this, he immediately smiled and said, I'm naturally more than happy for Mr. Qi to take over my task. He didn't leave right away after saying that, but instead, he got close to Qilin. He did go in the right direction with this bar, at least not as some mindless villain, but nay, his means of getting close to him was too crude, and Qilin could see his purpose at a glance, instead pulling down his senses towards him once again. Moreover, the contrast between Dai Mubai's attitude yesterday and today was too great to be uncomfortable when comparing them, so Dai Mubai sat half a day close to him, and Qilin always had a perfunctory attitude towards him that he didn't care about. This couldn't help but make Dai Mubai secretly annoyed, yet he didn't dare to snap out of it. There were times when looking at Dai Mubai who clearly didn't want to smile but had to show a forced smile, Qilin really wanted to persuade him. Don't waste your time. Haven't you been told that you have a fake smile? After another moment, when Ning Rongrong easily passed the 3 tests and came from the distance, both Qilin and Dai Mubai noticed her at first. Dai Mubai's pair of heterogeneous pupils even exuded a scorching light. Although he had read countless women, he hadn't tried a girl as extreme as this over the years. Ning Rongrong was keenly aware of Dai Mubai's scorching gaze, and her eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle. However, when he saw Qilin beside Dai Mubai, who had a relaxed and natural look on his face, a flash of surprise suddenly appeared on his delicate little face. I didn't realize that he was here. Could it be specifically for yourself? Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong's small face reddened slightly as she stepped forward to say hello. Hello there, I didn't realize it's only been a little while and we're meeting again. Dai Mubai looked at the scene in front of him with a stunned expression, and the way he looked at Qi Lin again had changed, his gaze becoming equally suspicious. He doubted that Qi Lin hadn't been instructed by Flanders to come over and take over his own examiner's task, but rather, he had taken the initiative to apply to come over after seeing Ning Rongrong's beauty. Dai Mubai thought about it and felt that his guess was most likely right, because in his place, he would have done the same thing. After thinking it through, a flash of astonishing wisdom flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. He figured he'd know what it took to please Zirin, the right remedy. He had found Qi Lin's weakness. Thinking of this, Dai Mubai smiled lewdly at Qi Lin and said, Teacher Qi, take your time to test her. I won't bother you anymore. Dai Mubai finished speaking and turned to leave. Only Qi Lin was left confused, looking at the lewd smile on Dai Mubai's face. Ning Rongrong's eyes flashed with disgust, but she still said to Qi Lin, is he also a student of Shrek Academy? It feels like he's smiling so disgustingly. Qi Lin nodded and returned. His name is Dai Mubai, and he is indeed an old student of Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong let out an O sound, then remembered Dai Mubai's address to Qi Lin just now, and couldn't help but wonder, then why did he call you teacher? He called me teacher, naturally because I am the teacher of Shrek Academy, Qi Lin said rightfully. However, after listening to Qi Lin's words, Ning Rongrong took a closer look at Qi Lin and then let out a pout. Don't lie to me, you look just about my age. How can you be a teacher at the academy? As he spoke, he wondered if it was an illusion. Qi Lin just now seemed to have heard a sense of pettiness from Ning Rongrong's words. However, Qi Lin still smiled and responded, I'm not lying to you, oh. I'm really a teacher of Shrek Academy. Seeing that Qi Lin didn't look like he was lying, Ning Rongrong was even more curious. But when I looked at the teachers of Shrek Academy before, the lowest rank was a soul emperor of more than 60 levels. How did you become Shrek's teacher? Of course it's because my soul power level is high. 48 level auxiliary system soul sectors. Is that enough to teach you guys? Qi Lin said with a smile. What? However, after hearing Qi Lin state his soul power level, Ning Rongrong was the one who almost thought that she had misheard and subconsciously asked again. What did you just say your soul power was? 48 level soul sect. Qi Lin said it again. There were times when looking at the shocked expressions of others after they heard their soul power level, Qi Lin was still quite happy inside. Sure enough, he was nothing more than an ordinary person whose luck was that billion points better than others. Ning Rongrong covered her slightly open mouth with her hand, and after a moment still uncertain, she asked again, is it really level 48? Or is it a support system? Qi Lin smiled and nodded. Ning Rongrong was truly convinced this time, a bright expression flashing in her eyes. You're really great. I was also told by my father at home that I'm the clan's once-in-a-century genius, and I'm still an innate 9th level soul power, but I'm only a 26th level great soul master now. Listening to Ning Rongrong's words, a pleasant color appeared on Qi Lin's smiling expression, but his mouth was very humble. Actually, I'm just a billion points luckier than you, so my martial soul is a billion points excellent. My innate soul power is a billion points higher, and even my soul skills are still that billion points better. Qi Lin's humility immediately caused Ning Rongrong's eyes to brighten up more and more, but soon a torn look passed over her face. Doesn't that mean I have to call you teacher from now on? But you're obviously about my age. Qi Lin laughed gently. There's nothing to it, you can just call me teacher on formal occasions, and in private you can just call my name directly. My name is Qi Lin. Really? Ning Rongrong's face revealed a flash of joy and cheer. Of course. After saying that, Qi Lin looked at Ning Rongrong again and continued. Alright, let's stop chatting for now. Since I'm your examiner, it's better to go through the process. Originally, this test should be an actual combat test, but we are auxiliary soul masters, so we will change the test program. Of course, with your talent, you'll be able to enter the academy no matter what. So let's just get on with it. After hearing this, Ning Rongrong nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Mr. Ziring is so nice. Chapter 53, Inverting the Big Dipper. Little Dance Stresses. Qi Lin's assessment of Ning Rongrong was also very simple. It was just a simple test of her speed in releasing her soul skills. And then, nope. Otherwise, Qi Lin couldn't examine anything like her level of control over soul power. Could he? To be honest, it was clearly a bit too advanced for her. Of course, it wasn't just her. The entire Douluo continent's soul masters were extremely low in terms of soul power control, because in their impression, all they had to do was to cultivate and raise their soul power one by one, and then attach a soul ring. Like those self-invented soul skills, they were the result of derivation after skillfully controlling soul power. And the manifestation of low control of soul power is that the form of combat is too dependent on the soul skill attached to the soul ring, just like the auxiliary system soul masters, who basically had no means of attack. In the original, Shrek would work on his auxiliary's ability to escape, so he had Oscar and Ning Rongrong run in circles around the village. However, Qilin said that it might be effective for those ordinary soul masters, those in their teens, or those in their 20s or 30s, but for a true genius, this simple and crude physical exercise is basically useless, because everyone can at least cultivate to the 80th or 90th level. At that stage, you, an auxiliary soul master, can no longer run but can't run away from other types of soul masters. It's completely dependent on the pair of friends, and when the team loses they just mail it in. After Ning Rongrong passed the examination, she made small talk with Qilin, not to mention, in front of Qilin, she really did not reveal the nature of a little witch. That is called a gentle and well-behaved. Compared to Xiaoma's staggeringly spirited personality, it was like two extremes. Dusk, the golden afterglow sprinkled over the two of them, and today there were no surprises. Only two students, Ning Rongrong and Tang San, were recruited. Right after Qilin had arranged a room for Ning Rongrong, he came face to face with Xiao Dance and Zhu Zhuqing walking over. As soon as little Dance saw Ning Rongrong, who was talking and laughing with Qilin, her gaze instantly became wary. Oh no! There was a woman whose posture was not weaker than his own who seemed to be interested in brother Lin. This can't be done. Little Lin brother is the one who has grown up under his own guard with good disagreement, but he can't let anyone take food from the rabbit's mouth. Thinking of this, little Dance immediately left Zhu Zhuqing behind and ran to Qilin's side, picking up his arm and shouting playfully, "Brother little Lin, who is this sister?" Qilin what eyes up, a glance to see through Xiao Dance's mind, immediately speechless. This is Ning Rongrong. In the future is also Shrek's student. He was not expecting the bunny to be so protective of its food. She hadn't even started hitting on her herself yet, and she was hitting on herself instead. It's almost like reversing the Big Dipper. Little Dance let out an "oh" after hearing this, but the vigilance in her eyes didn't diminish much. She was going to stand firm in guarding her little Rin. When Ning Rongrong saw how intimate little Dance and Qilin looked, she couldn't help but flash a flash of color in her eyes and curiously said, "You two are a couple?" Qilin shook his head. "Not yet. My." On the other hand, hastily added, "Not yet." After hearing this, Ning Rongrong inwardly let out a quiet ch. The original is not yet a couple. No wonder after seeing himself and Qilin close so anxious, a look is afraid of their own crossroads. Thinking of this, a thought suddenly arose in Ning Rongrong's mind. How? She kind of wanted to see the girl in front of her look at her and not be able to her up. Plus, Qilin is really handsome, and his talent is still so excellent. If he can be abducted to the Seven Treasures Liuli sect as an ant, although the other half of the Seven Treasures glazed sex heir must be an attacking soul master, if the talent is truly heaven-defying to a certain extent, Ning Rongrong feels that this broken rule is not impossible to change. With such a combination, Ning Rongrong directly went up and pulled Qilin's other arm, smilingly looking at Xiao Dai, looking surprisingly rather tit-for-tat. Mai took a look. Well, it's true that it's another superficial woman who covets his little Lin brother. It's still her bamboo chain that's good. Look at that. She doesn't have any feelings for brother Shaolin at all, and she's all about cultivation. As for Qilin, to be honest, being treated like this by two beautiful, gorgeous girls was quite comfortable for him anyway. Day 2, Shrek Cafeteria. Looking at the vegetarian food on the table, Mai, who was used to eating fine chaff, really couldn't get used to eating these. Oh, and Ning Rongrong is just like her. As the young princess of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, to be honest, even her servants ate better than this. But barring that, after a few casual complaints, she was surprisingly able to swallow without revealing her little witchy nature. As for Qilin, he was really eating quite well. Maybe after getting used to eating mountains of food, eating ordinary once in a while felt good to him. It's just acceptable anyway. Oscar, on the other hand, was sneakily glancing at Ning Rongrong with his eyes, only to lower his head in dismay as soon as he saw the bright smile on Ning Rongrong's face as she chatted happily with Qilin. At this time, Yu Xiaojiang also walked into the cafeteria, and with just a glance at the salted vegetables with steamed buns on the table, his brows furrowed. When he picked up the steamed bun and took a bite into his mouth, his frown tightened. The flavor was too common. It didn't compare to his time at Nodding Academy. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojiang was struck by an idea. His eyes swept through the cafeteria, and an idea was then born in his mind. He then raised his hand to the table and loudly scolded. This guy Flanders is really something too. How can the students eat these nutrient-less foods when they are growing their bodies? Everyone eat, and tomorrow I'll go to Flanders and tell him he must improve the cafeteria food. At these words, the crowd let out a cheer, especially after they realized that Jade Xiaojiang was not only the teacher that Flandra had hired. They touted him for a while. Yu Xiaojiang saw this and smiled slightly. Oh, to think that with a little trickery, he had gained the embrace of the academy's students, and it would be much easier to implement his own teaching program in the future. This, the wisdom of his master, Yu Xiaojiang. As he said that, his gaze even glanced in Qilin's direction. secretly laughing in his heart. The young man is still young, so what if he is gifted? How can he convince these little monsters by doing nothing? Qilin, I'm more talented than all of them. Why can't I convince the public? After breakfast, the crowd headed to the Shrek Academy playground, and Flanders, who is the dean, slowly makes his entrance at this moment. He first introduced Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and the master's respective identities to the crowd. When the crowd heard that Tang San's soul power had actually reached the 32nd level, they even revealed shocked expressions. Even Ning Rongrong was no exception, because in this academy, she had seen too many geniuses, especially Qilin, Xiaoma and Tang San. At that moment, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. It turned out to be Dai Mubai. He was smilingly saying to Flanders, Dean, why don't you introduce a few more words to Mr. Yu Xiaojiang? To be able to teach a disciple like Tang San, he must be very strong, right? Dai Mubai truly hoped that Shrek Academy's teachers were strong, so that the safer he would be as well, and he wouldn't have to worry about Davis sending someone to assassinate him. Moreover, in the future, if he did lose the competition, these teachers would be his last hope to turn the tide. However, the faces of Flanders and Yu Xiaojiang who heard Dai Mubai's words instantly stiffened. Mai laughed out loud even more unkindly. Flanders glared at Dai Mubai, then said, this teacher Yu Xiaojiang that I invited for you guys doesn't have a high soul power level, but his theoretical ability is outstanding, and he even has the title of the #1 person in theoretical ability. And Yu Xiaojiang also stood out at this time, calmly saying, Flanders, you don't have to cover up for me. My soul power level really isn't that high. It's only level 29. These words immediately caused Dai Mubai several people to cry out in shock. What? Chapter 54. What I can teach you? You can't. Dai Mubai's face turned blue as he looked at Flanders and said, Dean, he really only has 29 levels of soul power? Flanders sighed, but still said, Xiaojiang's martial soul has a flaw, only an 8 half-level soul power, and he will not be able to break through to the 30th level for the rest of his life. But I assure you, Xiaojiang's teaching standard is definitely rare in the world, otherwise he wouldn't be able to teach a genius like Tang San. When Dai Mubai heard this, the displeased look on his face only slightly tightened. Tang San's talent, he still recognized it. However, he continued to remain skeptical of Yu Xiaojiang's teaching ability, so his eyes looked towards Yu Xiaojiang and said in a deep voice, Master, since even the dean thinks so highly of you, then I have a question I want to ask you. When Yu Xiaojiang heard this, his originally slightly stiff face then eased up a lot and said, You ask, if, by you, we were to be taught, what means would you take, or, what would you even teach us? As soon as he heard Dai Mubai say this, the expression on Yu Xiaojiang's face became confident with the naked eye. This kind of confidence, coming from the heart, even Dai Mubai's few people were infected by it, and a thought arose in their hearts. It seems that the guru has the real thing. As Flanders looked at Yu Xiaojiang in such a state, a light smile appeared on his face. Such a Kong was the Kong he knew. Only Yu Xiaojiang coughed lightly and swept his gaze in front of the crowd, finally resting on Qilin's body as he slowly opened his mouth. As we all know, every soul master has their own strengths and weaknesses. As the characteristics of the martial souls vary, there is no such thing as a perfect soul master in the world. However, here, Yu Xiaojiang's voice changed. There is no perfect soul master, but there is a perfect team. With tacit teamwork, it is entirely possible to compensate for one's shortcomings and deal with enemies of various attributes. The more the master said, the more confident he was, and his afterglow still looked at Qilin from time to time, as if to say, look well, learn well. This is what is called a true master. The Grandmaster continued to gush. I had several phases of training planned for you even before I arrived. The first stage of planning among them is for you to familiarize each other with the characteristics of each other's soul skills, so that you can reach the point where you understand each other and thoroughly integrate into a team. In addition to that, I will have you all engage in actual combat souls with each other, analyze the strengths and weaknesses of your different martial souls based on the conditions of your encounters, and develop tactics for you individually. Listening to Yu Xiaojiang's rambling narration, Flanders nodded in satisfaction. Yu Xiaojiang's mode of teaching was very much in line with his teaching philosophy. Among the remaining few, Tang San was the most convinced by Yu Xiaojiang's claims, as he had been taught by Yu Xiaojiang for several years, naturally inheriting some of Yu Xiaojiang's ideas. Moreover, in Yu Xiaojiang's philosophy, the control system soul master was the core of the entire team. He, on the other hand, was the control soul master. As for the others, with the exception of Little Dance, they likewise felt that what Yu Xiaojiang said made sense, and were considered to have reluctantly recognized his ability. As for Xiao Dance, she had been taught by Qilin for 2 years, so she had long since gotten used to Qilin's teaching style. Now that she heard Yu Xiaojiang's theory, her beautiful brows couldn't help but frown. Although she wasn't smart in the head, she could clearly distinguish that Yu Xiaojiang's teaching philosophy was significantly different from Qilin's. At this time, after Yu Xiaojiang had finished speaking about his teaching philosophy, he turned his gaze to Qi Lin and smiled confidently. Qi Lin, you're still satisfied with the teaching style that I've described, aren't you? The tone of his voice was full of superiority. These, however, were the final conclusions that he had painstakingly researched for decades, and only then did he come to the final conclusion. Qi Lin was slightly stunned when he heard Yu Xiaojiang's inquiry. He didn't really want to argue with Yu Xiaojiang about anything, but since he had come to Shrek as a teacher, he still wanted to do his duty as a teacher should. For being a teacher, he still found it quite interesting. Solely, Qi Lin stated his opinion in front of the crowd. Maestro, what you are teaching me has some value in my opinion, but to focus only on the cooperation between teams to complement each other is undoubtedly putting the cart before the horse. Upon hearing the first half of Qi Lin's affirmation of his teaching style, an expression of satisfaction and arrogance still spread across Yu Xiaojiang's face, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, his face instantly stiffened like a Peking opera face change. Even the other trainees as well as Flanders couldn't help but cast their eyes over. Yu Xiaojiang's tone was slightly cold as he questioned. Qi Lin, although I recognize that you are a monster among monsters, you are still too young in this aspect of teaching students. Since you're saying that what I'm doing is cutting corners, tell me why it's cutting corners? Seeing this, Qi Lin pointed to the crowd looking over to the side. These students, who come from all over the world, are here for their studies. You're focusing all your energy on teamwork. What if one day they go their separate ways? Teamwork does make up for their deficiencies, but once separated these deficiencies will be exposed once again. Do we have to find a few more teammates specifically to make up for the deficiencies then? Or do you want to completely bind these students together for the rest of their lives? As soon as these words came out, deep thoughts passed through the eyes of both Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai. Completely bound? Is that a good thing? You know, Shrek students are all actual geniuses. Yu Xiaojiang frowned slightly. He actually knew that there was some truth in what Qi Lin said, but the reason why he himself had formulated such a plan was originally his own selfishness, because he still wanted to bind these kids together for the continent-wide Soul Master Advanced Academy competition. They're still so young that even if they can't win this one, they'll definitely be able to win the next one. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him to make a name for himself on the continent. At that time, he would be able to rightfully announce to the entire continent that these children could all be brought up by his own hands. Nevertheless, he asked with a faint smile, in that case, what is your opinion? Qi Lin smiled slightly. In my opinion, Soul Master cultivation naturally focuses on raising soul power level. Training and soul power manipulation comes second, practical training comes second, and teamwork comes last. After hearing Qi Lin's words, Yu Xiaojiang burst out laughing. He thought Qi Lin really had some brilliant ideas, but this is it? Sure enough, he's still too young to know how to be a teacher. So Yu Xiaojiang confidently retorted, don't I understand what you're saying? But everyone's martial soul is different, so it's hard to standardize the way you teach. So what can you teach the children besides teamwork? Qi Lin shook his head and smiled. What can I teach? With that, he raised his hand and joined two fingers. Next, phew! A beam of brilliant golden soul power erupted from his fingertips and instantly impacted on the trunk of a tree not far away. In an instant, debris flew everywhere, and the tree trunk was actually directly pierced through by the soul power beam. Qi Lin pointed at the pierced trees and looked at Yu Xiaojiang. I can teach my students this, can you? Chapter 55, High Wind and High Integrity Yu Xiaojiang. In an instant, the entire room went silent. This, Nima is an auxiliary soul master? What about playing? Even the master couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Mud, how is he going to teach this stuff? But when he reacted, he frowned and snapped. Qi Lin, this should be a self-created soul skill for you, right? Is that what you want to teach the kids? The others also reacted. If what Qi Lin had just performed was a self-created soul skill, then they really couldn't learn it. Because self-created soul skills were often special soul skills pioneered based on the characteristics of one's martial soul. It was simply not something that other people could learn. However, there were also people who could see the difference between Qi Lin's strike just now and the self-created soul skill. No, teacher Qi Lin didn't release his martial soul just now. Qi Lin nodded his head in praise before saying, because what I performed just now wasn't even a self-created soul skill. I naturally couldn't use the release of my martial soul, and I was only able to do that because I was so billion points better than you guys in terms of soul power control. Of course, if you can practice soul power control diligently, although you can't reach a level like mine, you can still play a considerable role in battle. Qi Lin then looked at Tang San and said, you've challenged Little Dance for the past 2 years. You should be able to feel the changes in her. Tang San sniffed indistinctly. No wonder I said how Little Dance is getting harder and harder to deal with back there. It turns out that you taught him all those tricks of his. Qi Lin nodded. Tang San's eyes, on the other hand, flashed with a touch of gloom. He had thought that he and Qi Lin were on good terms, but he hadn't realized that Qi Lin had taught little dance those special training methods. But not himself? On the other side, the master's brow furrowed as he listened. Did you create all of this yourself? Qi Lin spread his two hands and said with a relaxed face. What's so difficult about it? Just pondering over it for a while won't do? The Grandmaster sniffed, and a strange sheen flashed in his eyes. What a kid can figure out after a while of random pondering only has a lot of drawbacks. Perhaps one could observe Qi Lin's teaching style for a while and then learn from it, removing the dregs. In this way, one's own 10 core theories of the martial soul might be able to become 11 theories. Of course, Qi Lin's contribution would never be overlooked by Yu Xiaojiang, and his name would be added to the list of creators as well. Ziring, co-creation. In that case, he's kind of high-minded. Yu Xiaojiang then spoke in a deep voice with a serious face. Qi Lin, if it's really as you say, then I also recognize your teaching style. But you're still young after all. Like this hastily created method of soul power control, what if something goes wrong? So I suggest that you pick 2 or 3 trainees to teach the way you do for a while. And if there's really nothing wrong with it, then it's just as well to teach everyone else. Qi Lin listened with both hands. He didn't know about Yu Xiaojiang's intentions, but he was happy to take it easy by only teaching 2 or 3 people. To the side, Flanders also nodded slightly. That's not a bad result. So he looked at the crowd and said, which one of you wants to study with Mr. Qi Lin first? Dai Mubai was the first to incline his head, although he also wanted to learn this from Qi Lin. Yu Xiaojiang was right. Wouldn't they lose a lot of money if a 12-year-old randomly figured out something, in case it had any fatal drawbacks? So, it's better to see the situation for yourself. Ma Hongjuan's face, on the other hand, flashed a look of awe. He had been beaten up by Qi Lin only the day before, and now he looked at Qi Lin with fear. Now that he's studying under him, what if he put shoes on himself? Tang San and Oscar, on the other hand, both flashed with intent in their eyes, especially Oscar, because he was truly envious of Qi Lin, a support soul master, being able to have such offensive power, and Tang San, who was just about to open his mouth. After looking at Jade Xiaojiang, his gaze saw that he slightly shook his head, so he could only temporarily interrupt this thought for now. A gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. It is not impossible to wait and see for yourself. Anyway, as long as Qi Lin was still in Shrek Academy, he would be able to teach himself sooner or later. Flanders averted his eyes 1-2 and frowned slightly. It was good that at this time Zhu Zhuqing stood out after a moment of hesitation. I'm willing to study under Mr. Qi Lin. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong followed closely behind. Me too. Me too. The reason why Ning Rongrong was so active, aside from the fact that she likewise wanted to learn the method of soul power control, was that she wanted to take this opportunity to draw closer to Qi Lin. It's best to abduct him into the 7 Treasures glazed sect. Handsome, talented, and not offensively powerless like other auxiliary soul masters. Most of all, Ning Rongrong liked the way she felt when she was with him, combining these advantages of Qi Lin. In Ning Rongrong's eyes, she felt that Qi Lin was simply a husband given to her by God. As for Ning Rongrong said, what is the status of your little dance? I am the 7 Treasures glazed sect's young sovereign. Not to say you're not a couple yet, but even if you were, she'd still have to grab one. Her mom had told her since she was a little girl that happiness was all about earning it. Ning Fengji was a flamboyant man when he was young, and there was no shortage of excellent women around him. Unfortunately, in the end, she was still not ruled by Ning Rongrong's mother. Ning Rongrong felt that what her mother could do, she could do as well. As for Little Dance, after seeing Ning Rongrong's actions, the wary look in her eyes deepened even further. This woman, she really does not have good intentions towards Little Lin. It seems that there is no time to lose in guarding Little Lin. Seeing this, Zirin looked to Flanders. Dean, since that's the case, then Xiao Mai, Xu Qing and Rongrong will be left to me to teach. Teaching 3 beautiful girls, isn't that more comfortable than teaching anyone else? Flanders sniffed and nodded. Then they're all yours. If anything else should happen, make sure you react in a timely manner. Apparently, Flanders was also more in agreement with Yu Xiaojiang's words. There was no way around it. Qi Lin was too young, and although his talent was unbelievable, he could always give off a feeling of unreliability. The matter was settled, followed by the division of the areas in which the 2 parties would train their trainees. This part of the playground was naturally divided by Flanders to Yu Xiaojiang. The reason is also very simple. He is mainly responsible for teaching the students practical special training and team synergy, so he needs a more spacious environment. The training area where Qi Lin and the other 3 girls were located was on a small hill to the south of Shrek Academy. It was more isolated, but a fairly open area, but a long way from the dorms and cafeteria. Time turned to the second day. The southern slope of Shrek Academy. Qi Lin stood in front of Xiao Dance, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. Brother Qi Lin, can our auxiliary soul masters really be offensive? Ning Rongrong said curiously. Although it was said that Qi Lin was an auxiliary soul master, Ning Rongrong didn't look like one either way, especially after hearing that Qi Lin had violently beaten up Ma Hongjun without even opening his martial soul. What kind of assistant is this good? But Qi Lin didn't immediately reply to her words, but instead coughed lightly and said, Wrong, call your position at work, don't you know? Well, brother Qi Lin. Ning Rongrong spat out her tongue and laughed. Qi Lin blankly glanced at Ning Rongrong without looking deeper, and then directly afterward, he cast a set of fate's gifts on her in Zhu Zhuqing. Now Qi Lin's first soul ring years had reached the point of 60,000 years, and the various increases had also reached a terrifying 60%. The two women froze as they felt the all-over enhancement of their bodies, especially Ning Rongrong. Her small mouth was slightly open, and her pair of beautiful eyes even looked like they had fallen into a daze. As the seven treasures glazed Sec's little princess, she had even more profound feelings than Zhu Zhuqing. Brother Qi Lin's auxiliary ability is too much. One had to know that her father, Ning Fengji's 79 ranked soul power, had an increase of only 80%. Qi Lin looked at the two with a gentle smile. Now believe I'm an auxiliary soul master? The two girls were nodding their heads like chickens pecking at rice. Chapter 56. Do you understand? This is called effective teaching. Brother Zirin? Teacher Qi Lin. Ning Rongrong spat out her tongue, then looked at Qi Lin with two burning eyes and said, Then how do you plan to teach us? Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but cast her gaze over as well. One of the big reasons why she was willing to study with Qi Lin was that there was no way that ordinary training methods could help her fight her future destiny. That's why she didn't care if there were drawbacks to this training method of Qi Lin's. She had to let it go. Qi Lin smiled and said, Don't be in a hurry. I'm here today to teach you the most basic way of training in soul force control. With that, he brought all three women to a large tree, then looked at Xiao Dance. My, you do a demonstration. Little Dance proudly stood out, and after giving a smug smile in Ning Rongrong's direction, a ball of soul power had attached itself to her feet with a single movement of her mind. Subsequently, amidst Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's dumbfounded stares, he unexpectedly followed the trunk of the tree vertically. After reaching the top of the tree, she deftly leapt into the air and her exquisite body suddenly landed on the ground. How did she do this? Qi Lin looked at the two with a smile and said, This is a little bit of skill after controlling the soul power, and there are even more difficult ones when one becomes skillful. When you have mastered your soul power to an extremely high level, you will be able to make it change as you wish. It's like, I do. As he spoke, Qi Lin slightly raised two fingers. In the next second, his fingertips instantly shot out two thin ropes of soul power that looked like spider silk, binding Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Ah! Ning Rongrong suddenly let out a shriek of shock. There was no other reason. It was really because the position in which this rope of soul power shot out by Qi Lin to bind her and Zhu Zhuqing was just too shameful. On the other side, although Zhu Zhuqing didn't let out a screaming sound like Ning Rongrong, her white cheeks were also red with shame, and her pair of beautiful eyes gazed at Qi Lin with a slight sense of shame and indignation. Qi Lin coughed lightly at the sight and hurriedly retracted the soul power rope, saying in a slightly embarrassed manner, Get used to it. Really don't blame Zirin. Now his control over his soul power had reached the point where he could do whatever he wanted, so subconsciously he just tied people up like that. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, looked at Xiao Dance suspiciously. Getting used to it? Do these two play like this all the time? The two blushed again at the mere thought of that image. Shame on you, Little Dance, on the other hand, stared at Qi Lin with wide eyes, incredulously. Getting used to it? That's not right. Brother Lin never tied himself up like this. Did Brother Lin secretly practice with other people behind his back? Don't be stealing food behind your back. And after Qi Lin withdrew the soul power rope, he once again looked at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing and laughed. How about this? This is the result after controlling soul power to a certain degree. Soul power can change at will, becoming bigger and smaller, longer and shorter, softer and harder. Ah! Ning Rongrong once again let out a cry of surprise, instantly drawing the gazes of the three Qi Lin people over. What again? Nothing. Ning Rongrong smiled sarcastically, her cheeks reddening. Blame her for thinking wrong again just now. The original Ning Rongrong is quite dirty. I guess I didn't read a lot of small yellow books. After all, this stuff is in any world. If it's nothing, don't make a fuss. Do you still want to learn? At this time, Mr. Qi Lin also took out his teacher's majesty. Want to learn? Ning Rongrong hurriedly said. Then listen well, and I'll punish anyone who doesn't listen well. Mr. Qi Lin said with a very strict teacher style. Aha! Ning Rongrong nodded immediately. Qi Lin then proceeded to teach Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, occasionally allowing Xiao Dance to demonstrate to the two. After teaching for half an hour, Qi Lin said to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, I'll teach them one by one first. After saying that, he came to Ning Rongrong and said, In a moment, I'll inject my soul power into your body and pull your soul power to attach to your feet. Try a few more times, and you'll soon be able to get the general idea. Ning Rongrong nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Qilin then raised his hand and pressed it onto Ning Rongrong's back, injecting a strand of soul power into it. Ning Rongrong instantly felt a tingling sensation coming from within her body, a sensation so warm that she couldn't help but comfortably let out a thin, mosquito-like moan. In contrast to Ning Rongrong, Qilin's face was all seriousness as he took the initiative to use his own soul power to pull out the soul power within Ning Rongrong's body, coming above her paws. At the same time, he didn't forget to remind Rongrong, remember this feeling right now, and practice more on your own in a while. After saying that, Qilin redispelled the soul force attached to Ning Rongrong's feet and repeated the process for a second time. This was repeated for half an hour before it stopped. To be honest, this was a technical job, and without an extremely high level of soul power control, one simply couldn't do this for him. Thank you, Mr. Zirin. After Qilin let go of his hand, Ning Rongrong's eyes flashed with a flash of unfulfilled interest. In addition to this, there was also shyness and gratitude. Qilin smiled gently and said, "It's fine. After all, he, Mr. Qilin, was very dedicated. Get it? It's called teaching students effectively like he does." Qilin then walked over to Zhu Zhuqing again. "Your turn. Zhu Zhuqing is ready." Qilin immediately repeated Ning Rongrong's treatment on her as well. Again, half an hour passed before this withdrew the psionic power. Looking at the strong feeling of gratitude and delight on Zhu Zhuqing's face, Qilin heatedly smiled and said, "Don't look at me like that. Teaching students to cultivate is something I enjoy myself. Provided, of course, that his students were scented and soft girls. While boys can be taught, they are certainly not as moody as they are now." And Qilin, who had helped guide the two, immediately met Xiao Ma's grumbling eyes head on. "Brother Lin, you didn't even teach me that." Qilin could only scratch his head and laugh. "I can't help it. I wasn't as proficient as I am now when I taught you in the past." "Fine," Little Dance muttered. She wasn't going to mess with Qilin in this situation even though she wasn't happy about it. Qilin rubbed her head and laughed. "Alright, I'll give you a small meal after training in a little while, just as compensation for you." "Really?" Mai's eyes instantly lit up. After years of being fed by Zirin, she had been raised to be a picky eater. Qilin felt okay with the Shrek cafeteria. She had no appetite how to eat. "Happy? Aha!" As the two talked, a head popped up. "What are you guys talking about?" Ning Rongrong said curiously. "Not telling you." Mai crossed her arms and grunted lightly. How petty." Ning Rongrong hummed lightly, although she acted like she didn't care, yet her heart was itching to know what the two were talking about just now. At this point, it was Mai's turn to be smug on the sidelines. Chapter 57 Ning Rongrong dislikes the Grandmaster. The time turned to noon. Qilin said to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, "Alright, this is the end of this morning's training. You may dismiss." And by this time, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were already panting from exhaustion. Their cheeks flushed. After the dismissal, Ning Rongrong covered her butt and came to Qilin in a pitiful manner. "During the practice of going up the tree, because I was a beginner, I always took a few steps and had to fall off and land on my butt. Even now." Ning Rongrong still felt like her ass was sore. "Brother Qilin, isn't there any training that's any easier? People's asses are falling into 8 pieces." Although he knew that Ning Rongrong had a princess disease, Qilin was still speechless. "I've already helped you optimize a lot. In the past, when Little Dance practiced going up the tree, it was much worse than the fall you're having right now." After hearing this, Ning Rongrong glanced in Little Dance's direction and immediately saw that Little Dance was looking at her with a proud face. "Humph, how dare you try to steal Brother Lin from me?" As Ning Rongrong took a look, a sudden shame and stubbornness grew within her. "Humph, if you can do it, then so can I." Zhu Zhuqing had fallen equally hard, but from her face, one could tell that she had a happy expression on her face, because she could feel that practicing like this really worked. In just one morning, she was surprised to have a sense of first results. Not to mention, she could already feel her soul power flowing much more smoothly within her body after her martial soul had possessed her. "Thank you, Mr. Zirin." Zhu Zhuqing bowed towards Qilin very seriously. Qilin waved his hand and smiled. "Alright, it's good that there's progress." Zhu Zhuqing was undoubtedly the most serious one compared to his attitude during training. Maybe that has something to do with what happened to her. She was holding her heart. Even without Dai Mubai, she could defeat her sister in Davis just as well. On the way back, Qilin's 4 happened to meet Yu Xiaojiang and his group who had finished training in the playground. Yu Xiaojiang came forward and said smilingly, "Qilin, how do you feel after teaching for a morning?" Qilin had a relaxed and casual expression on his face as he laughed. "It's not bad. Both Zhu Cheng and Rongrong are very cooperative. As for Xiao Dai, he never listens to anything but me." When these words came out, Tang San and the crowd first felt an uncomfortable feeling. "What do you mean my only listens to you? What do you take her for?" On the other hand, Yu Xiaojiang turned his puzzled gaze towards Ning Rongrong and said in disbelief, Ning Rongrong also has serious cultivation? If it's just to save a little face, you don't have to lie for her. It's better to tell it sooner or settle it sooner. As a direct descendant of the Seven Treasure Glazed Pagoda martial soul of the Seven Treasure Glazed sect, Yu Xiaojiang wasn't very confident that Ning Rongrong would be so honest as to listen to Qilin's training. Of course, even if he didn't believe that Ning Rongrong would honestly follow Qilin's arrangements, he shouldn't have said it at this time, because he would offend Ning Rongrong whether he got it right or not. However, Jade Xiaojiang's emotional intelligence has never been that good, otherwise his reputation at Nodding Academy wouldn't be so bad. Ning Rongrong of course also noticed Yu Xiaojiang's gaze, and after hearing his words, she was even more furious as her little universe exploded. At this time, she didn't care what Yu Xiaojiang's status was, pointing at Yu Xiaojiang's nose. What did you mean by that just now? What do you mean? Did I practice seriously? It's none of your business whether or not my mother has been practicing seriously. What qualifications do you have to control me? A level 29 Yakuza? What a salty carrot. Giving face. Ning Rongrong is a speech storm at Yu Xiaojiang. Not the slightest bit of the ladylike appearance of the previous 2 days. Half a bit of face is not left for Yu Xiaojiang. Several of the other students were dumbfounded by this contrast in Ning Rongrong's eyes. On the other hand, the expressions on Jade Xiaojiang and Tang San's faces quickly stiffened and clouded over. Tang San's body flashed with an icy aura. If not for the fact that this was the academy, if not for the fact that Ning Rongrong was also considered a classmate of his own, just for the point of insulting his own benefactor, there was already a way to take death. Yu Xiaojiang grimaced, especially when Ning Rongrong said that he was just a 29-ranked little Yakuza. It was as if he had been stabbed through the heart by 2 steel knives. It hurts. It hurts too much. Wasn't he the one whose martial soul was flawed and couldn't break through to the 29th level? Should we be discriminated against in this way? Once again, Yu Xiaojiang swore fiercely in his heart that he would teach Junior to become the #1 strongest person on the continent, and then ruthlessly slapped everyone in the face, letting them know a word. There are no wasteful martial souls, only wasteful soul masters. Right at this moment, Qilin walked up and gently patted Ning Rongrong's shoulder before looking at Yu Xiaojiang with a straight face. Master, this time it's really your fault in the first place. I can tell you very clearly that although Ning Rongrong is from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, but this morning following me in training, not only was she very serious, but her attitude was also very respectful, and she didn't have the slightest bit of a young lady's temper. To me, she's a very good student. Ning Rongrong looked at Qilin, who was standing in front of her and speaking up for herself, and her heart suddenly sped up. Brother Qilin, he really, too gentle. Finally, Qilin said in a deep voice, preconceived notions in the hearts of men are a great mountain, and I hope that next time, Master will not speak as recklessly as he did today. After saying that, Qilin waved to the 3 girls behind himself. Let's go. Looking at the backs of Qilin's 4 men as they sailed away, Yu Xiaojiang clenched his teeth. Unexpectedly, today, he was first counted by Ning Rongrong for a while, and even Qilin lectured himself. Tang San saw the situation immediately went forward and looked at Yu Xiaojiang with concern. Teacher, as the saying goes, only small people and women are hard to raise. You don't have to be a bit calculating with them. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness coming from his brain, making him feel puzzled. On the other hand, looking at Tang San, who had a concerned look on his face before him, Yu Xiaojiang's mood calmed down, waving his hand and saying, Xiao San, don't worry, I'm not so bad as to bother with 2 children. Tang San immediately chimed in, worthy of being a teacher, open-minded. And while the 3 Daimubai who witnessed this were shocked that Ning Rongrong even had such a side to her, they felt that she and Qilin had indeed made a big deal out of it. Didn't Yu Xiaojiang just make a casual remark? What's the big deal? On the other side, Ning Rongrong was still complaining under her breath as she walked. What kind of bull ***** master? Baselessly thinking that I will not cultivate seriously. Even Little Dance said, it's true that the master did something wrong this time, and it's no wonder that everyone disliked him in Nordine Academy. If it had been me just now, I would have cursed him too. Oh no, if it was me, I'd have to beat him up. Hearing Little Dance say this, Ning Rongrong instantly felt that she was much smoother. Perhaps this is what friendship between girls is all about. You just stand by me and we'll be friends. Qilin shook his head. No need to pay attention to them. There will be plenty of time to punch them in the face when you've accomplished your cultivation. Come on, all of you. Go to my dormitory and I'll give you 3 a little treat. Chapter 58, A Clear Separation. Shrek splits up. Qilin had quite a few ingredients stored in his storage soul guide, so he made a small show of his hand in the dormitory as a shallow. As a result, it was this hand that instantly conquered Ning Rongrong, who had been accustomed to eating mountainous delicacies since she was a child. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who was also from an equally notable background, likewise ate a mouthful of oil, and although she didn't shriek like Ning Rongrong, her chopsticks that kept on chucking in the food already said it all. Geez, brother Qilin, whoever marries you in the future will be blessed. Ning Rongrong's 2 eyes shone brightly as she looked at Qilin. Now she had one more reason to abduct Qilin back to the 7 treasure glazed sect. However, listening to Ning Rongrong's compliments, Qilin merely shrugged and said, actually, when Mai and I were studying at Nordine Academy, except for the first 2 or 3 years, Mai was basically the one who cooked in the back. When these words came out, not only Ning Rongrong, but even Zhu Zhuqing was shocked. Mai can still cook? Looking at the 2 people's faces full of distrust, Xiao Dai unhappily hummed lightly and said, what kind of expressions are you guys making? Don't believe I can cook? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing nodded in unison. At this time, Qilin laughed. Then you guys guessed wrong. Little Dance really knows how to do it, and it's no worse than a normal chef. After all, he had taught Little Dance his cooking skills. Who told Little Dance to be greedy when she was in Nordine Academy, always pestering Qilin to help her cook? Can Qilin spoil her? Solely, he directly taught the cooking skills to Xiao Dance, letting her be in charge of cooking in the future, while he himself became a noble lord, with clothes to wear and food to eat. As a result, 2 or 3 years down the line, it had really developed Little Dance's cooking skills. With Qilin's endorsement, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were then convinced of this fact. You're awesome. Ning Rongrong gave a thumbs up towards Xiao Dance. Little Dance slightly raised her snow-white chin like a proud white swan. After the meal, after practicing for 2 or 3 hours, Qilin then took the 3 girls to the training ground. As he passed by the playground from afar, he happened to see Yu Xiaojiang directing Tang San to run on the playground with a large basket full of stones on his back. Ning Rongrong disdainfully hummed lightly in the direction of their training. I thought the master's training methods were so advanced, but it turns out they are also these cliched training methods. If this is the only way to train, where can't you train and have to come to Shrek specifically? Qilin smiled faintly and said, alright, let's go. He couldn't see training like that either, though he was equally uninterested in pointing fingers at people behind their backs. Only then did Ning Rongrong stop, and obediently followed behind Qilin. In the meantime, the Dai Mubai few in the playground similarly noticed the Qilin few. Dai Mubai frowned. We've been training for so long, and they're just starting their training now. Teacher Qilin is too lax with them, isn't he? Ma Hongjun grunted and spat. If you ask me, Qilin can't teach students at all. Have you guys ever seen a 12-year-old teacher? Dai Mubai and Oscar shook their heads, and only Tang San, who had been Qilin's classmate for 6 years, matter-of-factly said, while I share the feeling that Ziering is acting irresponsibly in this way, he does teach his students. During those years at Nordine Academy, I often challenged Little Dance, and due to the poisonous attribute I attached to the blue-silver grass, Little Dance was once only able to fight me 50-50, but later on, perhaps because of Qilin's secret teaching, I gradually ceased to be Little Dance's opponent. Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow at his words, but then he wondered, aren't you friends? Hasn't he taught you any point in the last 6 years? Tang San blushed, then smiled and explained, perhaps he has his own koans. At this time Ma Hongjun on the sidelines in a conspiratorial complimentary knife, there is their own koan it. I see he is selfish. There is this good thing are not in friends to share. This is still counted as what kind of friends? At this remark, Oscar dived decisively. He couldn't answer that, and Dai Mubai likewise didn't answer it. Both are smart. Tang San's eyes, on the other hand, flashed with a touch of gloom. He thought that he was not thin on Qilin, and if Qilin had any knowledge of metal materials to ask for advice, he would know everything. As a result, Qilin had researched excellent training methods on his own, but was hiding them. Who is this in defense of? Qi Lin, alas, I go. Words cannot be Xing so said when I looked for you to teach the knowledge of metal materials, is to manufacture spirit guide? You said that the manufacture of spirit guides have not been sent to you, right? What's more, the soul power training method was also something that Qilin had only researched over the past 2 years or so. On the other hand, Qilin still didn't know that Tang San had already developed a serious disconnect with himself. Of course, even if he knew that he wouldn't take it to heart. At the moment, he was sitting boredly on a large rock, looking from afar at Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Dance, who were in the middle of their soul power training. Compared to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who were still very young in training, Xiao Dance was already able to walk up trees and tread water as if she were flying, and was even able to manifest her soul power into other forms. For example, covering the hands and turning them into fists, covering the whole body and turning it into armor. All of these are especially useful when used in the middle of a battle. If one was more skillful, one could even develop various powerful soul techniques based on the flow and form of soul power. But that's all Ziering can do right now. Night. Training was over, and after dinner Flanders gathered the crowd. Qilin knew that Flanders should be preparing for the few people who had newly joined the academy to go to the Soto City Great Soul Fighting Arena to participate in soul fighting. For this behavior, Qilin is still supportive. He had always felt that as a soul master one could dislike soul fighting, but one could not know how to fight souls. On the way to the Soto Great Soul Stadium, Flandra walked up to Qilin. I know all about today's events. This matter is indeed due to Xiao Gang's lack of consideration, but that's just the way he is, so I hope you won't take it personally. Qilin and the three of them, Xiao Dance, were walking at the end of the crowd, and after hearing Flandra's words, they looked at Yu Xiaojiang in front of them and shrugged their shoulders. It's not like I'm the one being questioned by Master Rong, but I still think Master Rong has low emotional intelligence. Low emotional intelligence? Just can't talk. Flanders revealed a look of dawning realization, then looked at Ning Rong and said, Rong, I'm here to make amends to you on behalf of Xiaojiang. Ning Rong snorted coldly and didn't reply. Flanders, on the other hand, stood in place slightly embarrassed. In fact, at the very beginning even he himself felt that Ning Rong wouldn't be so peaceful, so he even went to secretly observe for a while. Although he didn't know what Qilin's intention was in teaching them to train that much, after he saw that Ning Rong honestly listened to Qilin's teachings, he was then relieved to leave. Who would have thought that before he left with peace of mind? The next foot, Yu Xiaojiang broke into a basket. Now that there was one academy and two small groups, it seemed surprisingly clear-cut. If this kept up, I was afraid that it wouldn't be long before Shrek Academy would split. Chapter 59 8,000 Illusory Masks. Unexplainable Changes. The group soon arrived at the Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena. The Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena was a huge and incomparable oval-shaped building, and Qilin and his group had just walked outside when they could already hear the deafening sounds emanating from it. After walking into it, Flanders gathered the crowd together and then gave a brief introduction to the Great Soul Fighting Arena. Flanders said grandly, "Next I will take you to register your respective information and pick up your badges. In the future, if you want to participate in soul fighting to sharpen yourselves, you can come over and participate in soul fighting yourselves." After saying that, Flanders was ready to take the crowd over to the registry to register. Flandra, wait a moment, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly spoke. Kong, what's wrong? A faint smile spread across Yu Xiaojiang's slightly stiff face as he said, the children are all 1 in a million little monsters, so if they just expose their information like this, it will inevitably cause certain unsuspecting people to covet them. After saying that, he pulled out 4 masks from his body. The masks were obviously specially prepared for Tang San and Daimobai's 4 people. The size was about the same as a few people's faces, with just a few areas of eyes, mouth, and nose left on top of the masks. Obviously, Yu Xiaojiang was also aware of the rules of Shrek Academy, so he had prepared for it. He then looked at Qilin, a touch of apology spreading across his stiff face. I'm sorry, it happened suddenly and I was in a hurry, so I didn't have time to ask the master craftsman to prepare a mask just for you. Just as he finished, Flanders reached up and slapped his forehead. Ugh, this academy is really going to fall apart at this rate. On the other side, before Qilin could say anything, Ning Rong and Xiao Dance had already grunted lightly in dissatisfaction. If you don't want to help them prepare, then just do it, and make it sound so refreshing. They couldn't really believe how long it would take to build 3 more masks, and after Little Dance finished humming softly, she took out a mask made of what looked like metal and what looked like resin from Restorage Soul Guide in a divine manner. Mai then put the mask on in front of everyone. In the next second, the mask surprisingly fit her skin perfectly, and Xiao Dance's appearance also transformed into another flavorful great beauty at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a treasure! Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them, especially Tang San, who was the most shocked, because after putting on the mask, Mai unexpectedly turned into another face entirely. If this kind of divine artifact was placed in his previous life, it would certainly be an unparalleled divine artifact for killing people and goods. No, even if it was placed in this world, it would be just as valuable as a divine object. Thinking of this, a deep color of longing flashed in Tang San's eyes. How wonderful it would be if he could also have such a treasure. Little Dance, what kind of treasure are you? What kind of treasure are you? Ning Rong walked up and pinched Xiao Dance's changed face, and as a result, after getting on it, he followed closely and found that it was generally the same as real skin, and there was absolutely no trace of having worn a mask. The mature big beauty that Little Dance had turned into hooked her lips and smiled, then proudly said, 1,000 illusion mask, my little Lin brother gave it to me. As soon as Little Dance finished speaking, the crowd suddenly looked at Qilin in unison, and the Tang San few who had just received the mask from Yu Xiaojiang immediately felt the mask in their hands was hot. This broken mask, it's a bit of a row. Ning Rong even directly took Qilin's hand, both eyes beaming. Brother Qilin, I want it. What? Want to whore yourself out for nothing? Qilin looked at Ning Rong with a smile and joked. The 1,000 illusion mask was naturally also created by him using his 3rd soul skill, Sixth in creation. Its essence was in fact just a plain and simple mask, only that 2 Dao patterns were added to it, and thus the present 1000 illusion mask was formed, with the ability to change in 1000 different ways. The function of Dao tattoos was also a function that gradually came out from among the 6 jins of creation only after Qilin's soul power became higher and higher. Nowadays, there were only 6 Dao lines in the 6th in creation, and different Dao lines could attach different attributes to the items after they were arranged and combined with each other. The mask of 1000 illusions was then attached to the change attribute. Since some readers have noticed that the 6 Ding creatures make no different than Tang San's hidden weapons, and soul guides have formations and such, they just use Dao lines instead. Ning Rongrong heard Qilin's words and pouted. No, I can pay for it. Ning Rongrong then raised her chin slightly and said proudly, our 7 treasures glazed sect lacks everything but money. Qilin laughed after hearing this, then said, alright, there's nothing you can do if you want it. I only have 1 mask left. You're an auxiliary soul master, so you won't be going up today. I'll lend my mask to Bamboo Ching first so she can go up. After saying that, Qilin took out another mask of the same style from his storage bracelet and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly waved her hand and said, Mr. Qilin, this is too expensive. I don't need it. TCH, what a word. It's not like it's a gift for you. It's just a temporary loan for you to participate in the soul fight. Take it over. After saying that, Qilin shoved the 1000 illusions mask slightly forcefully into Zhu Zhuqing's hands. In fact, for him, making 1000 illusion mask was nothing. If he wanted to, spending a little time could totally create 1000 illusion mask for each of the Shrek people. But he's not running a goodwill. If it looks good to you, right? Just give it away. Zilin is happy to do it, but it doesn't look good. So if you still give it away, aren't you making yourself uncomfortable? Zirin does everything at the pleasure of his old man in the main. After receiving the mask amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Zhu Zhuqing bowed towards Qilin. Thank you, Mr. Zirin. Unlike Ning Rongrong who coveted Qilin's face value and talent, to Zhu Zhuqing, Qilin was like a beam of light in the darkness, always reaching out and pulling her along when she needed it most. Flandre sighed in his heart as he eyed Jade Xiaojiang with a bit of embarrassment. Kong, why do you always want to make trouble? If we had 3 more masks, we wouldn't be in trouble now. Ahem. Coughing lightly twice, Flanders said to the crowd. Alright, all those with masks come with me. I'll take you to registration. Yes. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately responded and then followed Flanders to the registration office. Only Qilin, Ning Rongrong, and Yu Xiaojiang were left in the same spot. The atmosphere between the 3 was slightly awkward for a while, but Yu Xiaojiang still couldn't hold back and stepped forward. Qilin, did you create this mask with that 3rd soul skill of yours? As soon as Qilin heard it, he knew what he was playing at, and immediately interrupted his next words. Don't look, I'm building this mask but it's very troublesome. Not only does it require a high level of materials, but it's also very time-consuming. I can't do it without 10 days and half a month. I don't have this free time. After hearing Qilin's words, Yu Xiaojiang was slightly silent. Qilin said that the material was demanding, and Yu Xiaojiang believed it. However, it would take 10 days and half a month to build a mask, something Yu Xiaojiang was skeptical about, because as far as his analysis of Qilin's character was concerned, there was no way that the latter would idly spend 10 days and half a month just to create this one mask. After all, he had built more than just one mask, he had also helped my build one as well. Apparently, Qilin just simply didn't want to help. Alas, it's hard to achieve great things when you're narrow-minded. Chapter 60, What's a Genius for If Effort Works? Soon after, Xiao Dance's few people completed their identity registration under Flandre's leadership. As soon as she came over, Xiao Dance came next to Qilin and said with a smile, Brother Shaolin, guess what the name I registered when I registered my information? Just say it directly. How can I guess if you registered this yourself? Qilin rolled his eyes and said, Really not interesting at all. Mai muttered in a small voice, then slightly raised her chin and said, People's registered name is Qi Mai. Qilin plus Xiao Dai. How about that? Isn't that a great symbol? As soon as the words were spoken, Ning Rongrong, who was standing on the other side of Qilin, couldn't help but spit out. Your calculations are almost hitting Brother Qilin in the face. And the moral? I think you can't wait to live in the Qi family gate. Little Dance said proudly. There's no need to wait for this. I've been living in Brother Little Lin's house for 6 years. Ah! Ning Rongrong exclaimed in shock. And in her heart, she instantly raised Xiao Dance's danger level by another notch. Qilin, on the other hand, was too lazy to care about these 2 little ones who were bickering, and his gaze went to Zhu Zhuqing. What about Zhu Zhuqing? What is your registered name? Zhu Zhuqing's originally cold and frosty clear face suddenly showed a slight blush after hearing Qilin's inquiry. I've nicknamed myself the Spectral Spirit Cat. Hearing Zhu Zhuqing's nickname for himself, Qilin was slightly stunned. I didn't realize that Zhu Zhuqing's nickname for himself was still the same as in the original. What he didn't know was that Zhu Zhuqing started to honestly fill out his real information, but as a result, after seeing Little Dance register the title Chi Dance, he instantly dispelled his previous thoughts and gave himself a nickname as well. Initially, her ghostly nickname for herself was Spectral Lin Cat. Later, it was felt to be two-directional, and this was replaced with the current Spectral Spirit Cat. Chi Lin didn't know about the process, so he smiled and complimented. Not a bad nickname. It fits your martial soul and temperament. A smile instantly appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's face when he heard this. Soon the group arrived at a viewing area and sat down. Shortly afterward, the referee on top of a dividing soul stage suddenly read out a name familiar to the crowd. Evil-eyed White Tiger. Dai Mubai is up. His opponent, on the other hand, was a 38-level middle-aged man in his 40s. This person's martial soul was not weak. It was the wind-chasing leopard martial soul, which was known for its speed. It was worth mentioning that this 38th ranked soul exalt of the wind-chasing leopard martial soul had come to 4 consecutive victories in the great soul fighting arena. Obviously not mediocre, as deafening shouts and cheers erupted among the audience. Facing the wind-chasing leopard soul exalt, Dai Mubai instantly possessed his martial soul. In the next second, his body suddenly erupted in a burst of pale white light, his arms extending outward and his body expanding several times. Holding his clothes up, Dai Mubai looked at the opposite side of the wind-chasing leopard soul honored after his martial soul possession, especially after seeing the white, yellow, and purple soul rings underneath the other side's feet. His eyes flashed with a touch of disdain. The district wind-chasing leopard martial soul was nothing more than that, and it was not worth mentioning in front of his white tiger martial soul. Although the continent is said to be the world's first beast martial soul is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, in Dai Mubai's opinion, the white tiger martial soul of their star Luo royal family was the most powerful. Obviously, he didn't place the opposite wind-chasing leopard soul exalt in his eyes, even though the other party was one level higher than him, but the distance between the superiority of the martial souls was enough to bridge the gap. What's more, his own soul ring configuration could be more than 1 star better than his. The battle was imminent, whether it was Dai Mubai or the wind-chasing leopard soul master on the opposite side. Neither of them immediately released their soul skills, but instead engaged in a hard-hitting test. Between the two men's fists and feet, you and I went back and forth, erupting a series of clashing sounds in the air. Boss Dai is awesome. In the audience, Ma Hongjun saw that Dai Mubai on the field had shaken back the wind-chasing leopard soul master with a single blow, and immediately excitedly stood up his obese body to raise his voice and shout for Dai Mubai. Although he had been pitted by Dai Mubai before, but before he came just now, the latter had told him that he could order 2 headliners for him tonight. This can make Ma Hongjun excited, instantly forgetting all about the previous unpleasantness. Ning Rongrong glanced at Ma Hongjun in disgust and muttered in a low voice. What a fuss! Wasn't it just forcing the opponent back a tiny bit? It's not like we won? Little Dance, on the other hand, shook her head and commented to Zhu Zhuqing on the side. Bamboo Ching, let me tell you in my opinion that succubus tiger and his opponent both fought too roughly. There is no technical content at all. If I had to go up there, the fight would be over in 30 seconds tops. Oh no, 10 seconds at most if you go all out. 1 second more counts as a loss for me. Although Zhu Zhuqing was a bit unconvinced, she didn't refute anything. On the other side, both sides above the field fought for a full 10 minutes, again clashing fists and feet, and again soul techniques against waves. Finally, Dai Mubai narrowly defeated the wind-chasing leopard soul master and majestically arrived at the viewing area. His gaze still subconsciously sweeping in the direction of where Zhu Zhuqing was, the expression on his face full of condescension. Of the others, Ma Hongjun cheered, Flanders smiled in satisfaction, and Yu Xiaojiang frowned slightly. Although Dai Mubai won over his opponent, Yu Xiaojiang still wasn't quite satisfied with his performance. Compared to the wind-chasing leopard soul exalt, his experience was too poor. The top-level martial soul, the top-level soul ring configuration, and as a result, he could only narrowly win against a soul Zun who was only 1 level higher than himself, which completely failed to meet the standard in his mind. At this time, Ma Hongjun looked at Qi Lin with a smile and raised his head. Teacher Qi Lin, do you see how well our boss Dai has performed? He can still fall into your eyes, right? Qi Lin looked at Ma Hongjun in shock at his words. Isn't over-the-top combat every monster's bread and butter? What? Does it seem to you that fighting beyond your level is a great thing? Ma Hongjun's face instantly stiffened. How could he retort to this? Right at that moment, Mai suddenly stood up. It's my turn. I'm coming. Seeing this, Qi Lin didn't bother to pay any more attention to Ma Hongjun and smiled at Xiao Dance. Behave yourself, and by the way, let everyone see the results of your training. Okay. Mai clenched her fists, looking more than a little awkward with her mature imperial face, but doing a meta move. Flandre cast his gaze over curiously and said, is that what you call soul power mastery? Qi Lin nodded and said, Little Dance has followed me for a year or two, and has fairly mastered some of the effects. Flandra smiled slightly and said, I'll see what happens then. On the side, Yu Xiaojiang's ears twitched, and he also seriously cast his gaze onto the field. Just in time. Let's first see exactly how Xiao Dance used Qilin's set against the enemy, and we can study it ourselves. He didn't believe that he was still no better than a child after decades of painstakingly studying his martial soul. Zirin, what do you need a genius for if effort works? Although he was only casually pondering over it, it was worth tens of thousands of years of development on the continent. Chapter 61, The Proper Use of Soul Power. Next, please welcome contestants Qi Dance and Zhou Bing to the stage. Although contestant Qi Dance is a powerful 37-ranked battle soul Zun, her opponent, contestant Zhou Bing, has a 39-ranked soul power, and has even completed 7 consecutive victories in the soul fighting arena. So next, let's all wait and see whether player Qi Dance will end player Zhou Bing's winning streak, or if player Zhou Bing will continue his winning streak myth. As the referee's voice rang out in the soul fighting arena, Xiao Dai and his opponent slowly mounted the soul fighting stage. When Xiao Dai ascended the soul fighting stage, a boiling cheer erupted from the viewing area. Of course, this cheer was nothing more than a cheer for Mai's appearance. Not that she felt she could achieve victory. Compared to Xiao Dance, Zhou Bing looked to be in his 30s and was very ordinary looking, but when he ascended the soul fighting stage, the sound of cheering and shouting was even more huge and boiling. Obviously, the crowd watching the match was still more interested in seeing Zhou Bing keep his winning streak going than the beautiful women. With the referee's order, the two immediately released their respective martial souls. Zhou Bing's martial spirit was a long sword that glowed with a greenish light and looked chilly. In the middle of the viewing area, after Dai Mubai saw Zhou Bing, he instantly showed a surprised look on his face. I didn't expect Little Dance's opponent to be him. This time, Mai is going to lose. When these words came out, all the gazes of the crowd looked over, not understanding why he was so certain. Tang San inquired with slight nervousness, Boss Dai, is there something wrong with Little Dance's opponent? The corners of Dai Mubai's mouth rose, and then he spoke gushingly. 3 months ago, I had bumped into Zhou Bing in the soul fighting arena. At that time, he was level 38, and I was level 36, and I had thought that I would be able to easily defeat him, but I didn't realize that his strength was especially exaggerated. Although his martial soul isn't considered top-notch, the 3 soul skills are terrifyingly able to cooperate with each other. Zhou Bing's first soul skill is able to increase his speed. His second soul skill is able to increase the sharpness of his martial soul, while his third soul skill is able to increase his soul power in a short period of time. With all 3 stacked on top of each other, even if I executed the first soul skill White Tiger Body Protecting Barrier and the third soul skill White Tiger Vajra Transformation at the same time, I was still instantly pierced through all the defenses on my body by him. Tang San's face changed as he listened. In that case, this person's strength is truly extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Xu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong couldn't help but look at Qilin at the same time, a look of worry spreading across their faces. Nothing's going to happen to Mai, right? Qilin smiled and shook his head, saying, patiently read on to find out. Meanwhile, the battle on top of the field was on the verge of breaking out. After Xiao Dance's martial spirit possessed her body, 2 balls of pink soul power suddenly appeared on the soles of her feet. In the next second, she took the initiative to attack, and her body was like lightning as she rushed towards Zhou Bing. This kind of speed immediately caused the pupils of Zhou Bing on the opposite side to suddenly tighten. However, the experience cultivated from years of soul fighting did not cause Zhou Bing to feel flustered, and he even took the initiative to meet him, waving his long sword in his hand. In the early stages, the artifact martial soul was going to have a certain advantage against the beast martial soul, especially if it didn't unleash its soul skills. This was because without releasing a soul skill, an attack from a beast martial soul master falling on the body of a weapon martial soul master would be difficult to be fatal unless the difference in soul power was too great. And when a weapon martial soul master's martial soul attack landed on a beast martial soul master's body, it was truly potentially fatal. However, Zhou Bing soon discovered a tricky problem. In a situation where both sides did not release their soul techniques, the opposite soul master's speed was surprisingly far greater than his, and his reaction was even more exaggerated, easily avoiding all of his attacks. Seeing the opportunity, Xiao Dance's delicate body lightly arrived at Zhou Bing's side while avoiding his sword blade, followed by a kick. Bang! Little Dance's kick contained an extremely terrifying power on top of it, instantly causing Zhou Bing to lunge forward. Isn't her martial soul a rabbit? How can her power be so terrifying? Zhou Bing did not have time to think too much and immediately stabilized his stance. At the same time, he also regarded the Little Dance in front of him as a real opponent and took it seriously. First soul skill, sprint step. In the next second, Zhou Bing's speed steeply increased by a lot, but in the end, he sadly realized that even though he had released his first soul skill, his speed was still unexpectedly no match for Little Dance. How was he to know that Little Dance was originally a sensitive attack system soul master? And with her speed having been permanently buffed and increased by Qi Lin over the years, she had now reached the soul sect level. Plus, she had also attached her soul power to her feet, which increased her speed even further. In this situation, if Zhou Bing could still keep up with Xiao Dance's speed, that would be an abnormal performance. As the saying goes, the only martial art under the sun is fast. Xiao Dance's speed was so fast that it was like a flickering pink phantom in Zhou Bing's eyes, making it difficult to catch and impossible to get a hold of. On the other hand, Xiao Dance's attacks were like raindrops, frantically falling on his body, leaving him defenseless and helpless. This scene immediately stunned the Shrek crowd who were watching the battle in the spectator seats. How is this possible? Dai Mubai stared dumbfounded at the scene on the soul fighting arena. It was really hard for him to believe that the Zhou Bing who had easily defeated him was defenseless in the hands of Little Dance. Ma Hongjun and Oscar, on the other hand, were shocked by the scene of Xiao Dance's violence, and secretly resolved in their hearts that they would not mess with Xiao Dance in the future, no matter what they said. Tang San, master in Flanders, on the other hand, saw the end. Little Dance's speed was too fast, unnaturally fast, and she hadn't executed a soul skill at all. Such speed was already far beyond the soul exalt level. Xu Shuqing and Ning Rongrong's gazes, on the other hand, noticed the two clusters of pink soul power under Xiao Dance's feet, and they couldn't help but look at Qi Lin and say, "Is this the result of skillful control of soul power?" Qi Lin laughed. "That's right, as long as one can skillfully control soul power. So what if one is an auxiliary soul master? It's just as capable of having combat power. At most, the combat power is slightly inferior to attack system soul masters of the same level." Ning Rongrong's eyes were glowing. As an auxiliary soul master, she was well aware of how much of a stir Qi Lin would cause on the continent once he spread the word about this type of soul training. The ecological status of all auxiliary soul masters on the continent would change because of Qi Lin. Because in the Douluo continent, 99% of the auxiliary soul masters, that is really no attack power at all. Therefore, even for a top-tier auxiliary sect like the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, in order to maintain the stability of the sect, it was necessary to recruit many outside soul masters in order to do so, especially for each Seven Treasures Glazed sect direct line. Their other half was even more limited to being a strong attack lineage soul master. On top of that, it's even more important for an auxiliary soul master to not go out alone, or else if he meets other soul masters on the road, it's fine if they're rule-abiding, but if he meets an evil soul master, well, you'll just have to fend for yourself. And compared to the excited Ning Rongrong, the gaze in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes grew more and more urgent. When he got back, he would have to specialize in the new training methods that Qi Lin had pounded out. If Ning Rongrong could see something, how could he, the master, not see it? This is a real chance to make a name for yourself. Chapter 62 Arrival of the Silver Dragon King. Looking at the excited Yu Xiaojiang, Flanders had the heart to say that Tang San's means of winning over his opponents had nothing to do with you, but fearing that saying so would hurt his best friend's self-esteem, he could only force a smile and said, "Tang San deserves to be your disciple, Xiao Gang. He's just marvelous." Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but have a few more happy expressions on his face when he was complimented so much by Flanders. Ha ha, that's mostly because Junior is fighting for himself too. After all, the master leads the door. The cultivation depends on the individual. Even if I teach him well and he's not willing to learn, it's useless. Hearing Yu Xiaojiang say this, the uninformed Dai Mubai and the others thought that Tang San had taught him all those Tang sect tactics, and they couldn't help but get fired up. If they could learn these tactics from Tang San, wouldn't they also be able to fight across levels? Even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had changed their opinion of Yu Xiaojiang quite a bit, thinking that he wasn't such a waste. Only Qi Lin and Xiao Dai, who knew the inside story, had the corners of their mouths twitch slightly. If others are not clear, are they not clear? Tang San hadn't been taught these messy things by Yu Xiaojiang at all. For Yu Xiaojiang's words of soliciting credit, Xiao Dance's eyes even flashed with a touch of disdain. But in the end, he was given a point of face and didn't say it in public. And after Tang San's victory, the Shrek crowd didn't engage in any more 2-on-2 soul fights and returned directly to the academy. Day 2, training went on as usual. However, Qi Lin had only just begun his training with his people when Flandre flew over from a distance with a joyful smile on his face. "Dean Flanders, what could have made you so happy?" Qi Lin laughed after Flandre landed firmly on the ground. In fact, he guessed that what could make Flandre so happy would be Oscar breaking through level 30. As expected, Flanders next announced Oscar's breakthrough to level 30. Upon hearing this news, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who were training in the distance, immediately stopped the training at hand and cast their eyes over. As we all know, the cultivation speed of auxiliary soul masters was originally slow, and food system soul masters were the slowest cultivation among auxiliary soul masters. For Oscar to break through level 30 at the age of 14 was already quite incredible. Of course, even then, Qilin still felt that such a cultivation speed was not worthy of an innate full soul power. Throughout the original, Oscar and Feng Xiaotian were both innate full soul power, but both of their cultivation speeds gave the impression that they were not worthy of innate full soul power. Feng Xiaotian was there to develop his own self-created soul skills, and it was clearly not reasonable that Oscar didn't need to develop his self-created soul skills in the early stages, yet he still broke through to soul dignity only at the age of 14. Of course, Qilin did not mean to question the authenticity of his innate full soul power. It was mainly a guess that according to the free-range teaching of Flanders and the others, coupled with the fact that he hung out with guys like Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun on weekdays, he definitely slacked off quite a bit in his usual cultivation. Otherwise, even if the auxiliary system's cultivation speed was slow, it wouldn't be as bad as being over 14 years old before breaking through to level 30. After all, he had awakened his innate full soul power at the age of 6, and it had taken him a full 8 years to break through level 20 at the age of 14. Then next, if there was no original Tang San Xianxiao opening up, he might be 18 or 19 years old before he could break through level 40, and then 25 or 26 years old before he could break through level 50. This was completely unlike the cultivation speed that a normal innate full soul power could have. Of course, Qilin was only slightly sorry for Oscar's experience. On the other hand, Flanders went on to talk about the purpose of coming over. In addition to informing Oscar of his breakthrough to level 30, he also hoped, just like in the original, that tomorrow Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Little Dance would head to the Star Double Great Forest together with a few of them to practice. Get the third soul ring for Oscar, by the way. However, Qilin refused without even thinking about it. Dean, I don't think this is a good idea. Although the idea of letting Bamboo Ching and Rongrong practice is good, they're only level 20-something right now, so if something really goes wrong, how are you going to explain it to the forces behind them? And with so many students and 2 auxiliary soul masters, you won't even be able to save them once something happens. So in my opinion, it's better for Zhu Qing, Rongrong, and the others not to follow them to the Star Do Great Forest. Of course, if Qilin followed along, naturally nothing would happen. But the question was, why did Zirin want to tag along? It's not like he's at the point where he needs a soul ring yet. Might as well stay at Shrek Academy and teach the 3 girls training for fun. After Flanders heard this, he first frowned, but immediately felt that what Qilin said made sense. After all, Shrek students are too complex. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing came from the Star Luo Empire's royal family and Zhu family respectively. Tang San's identity Xiao Gang had also revealed a little, related to that legendary Haotian Douluo. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, is the 7 Treasures glazed sect's youngest princess, and that Ning sect master only sent a letter yesterday for him to take over the discipline. Ma Hongjun is even his own direct disciple, and he doesn't want anything to happen to him. So to summarize, that means this class can't carry around the same waves as previous classes. Otherwise, if there were really any casualties, they wouldn't be able to explain. Therefore, Flanders could only sigh in the end and accept Qilin's suggestion to let Zhao Wuji take Oscar alone to obtain the soul rings. And just when everything was going on as usual in the academy, Star Dipper Great Forest, in the Crystal Palace below the Lake of Life, the Silver Dragon King's huge body suddenly transformed into a tall, sinister figure. This silhouette was wearing a white and purple-based dress, delicate body, with a head of silver crystal-like silky silver hair. The face is even more natural, giving people a kind of words indescribable beauty. In addition to this, she also had a pair of purple eyes that looked as if they were amethysts, yet they exuded a gust of ice coldness, giving people a sense of being uninviting. In the next second she took a step and her body had already appeared outside the boundary. The several ferocious beasts led by Di Tian were all aware of her presence, kneeling down on one knee and bowing their heads with a respectful expression. Greetings, Lord. The Silver Dragon King waved his hand lightly. All right, get up, all of you. After saying that, an invisible force instantly lifted up the bodies of the several ferocious beasts present. Di Tian said in a deep voice, Lord, why have you come out of the gate? Your injuries, no harm done. The Silver Dragon King's voice was bland, giving off a sense of supreme sanctity. After saying that, the Silver Dragon King looked at Di Tian and said, Di Tian, this seed is going out for a while. Here, it's in your care. Although Di Tian was puzzled by his lord's decision, he still solemnly said, Please also rest assured, Lord, that Di Tian vows to guard the Star Dipper Great Forest to the death. Yes. As the words fell, the Silver Dragon King's body abruptly disappeared in place. Shrek Academy entrance. The Silver Dragon King looked at his surroundings and frowned slightly. Shrek Academy? He would live here in such a shabby place? Right at this moment, Qilin came from the distance and looked at the Silver Dragon King in front of him, who was so beautiful that it was hard to describe in words, and froze slightly. Before that, Bibi Dong was the most beautiful among the people Qilin knew. However, when the woman in front of him appeared, Lin knew that Bibi Dong couldn't keep his position as the most beautiful in his mind. Of course, after a slight trance, Lin still went forward and asked, "Hello, may I ask if you're here to find someone?" The Silver Dragon King looked at the visitor, and his originally cold and holy face suddenly spread out into a smile. "That's right, I'm here for someone, and now, I've found it. It doesn't feel like it's doing much." The last chapter was censored.